You know, I've been doing this YouTube song and dance for 10 years, if you can believe it. To many of y'all, I'm that yapping potato Twinkie butter square with hair you watched through your recommendations on a whim 5 years ago. To others, I am a loudmouth, dumb haircut know-it-all with a fruity exterior. And to some, I'm just Tyler. A spirit trapped in this dough prison and doomed to love video games. Anyway, the following is a chronological collection of the For Beginners series. I started this channel when I was 19, y'all, eager to help my friends learn about my favorite games in the dumbest way possible. But what initially started off as a hobby has now evolved into the bedrock of my adult life. I have learned a lot over the years making these videos, and I hope that growth shows as you progress through each episode of this series. In this collection, you will witness a lot of unnecessary censor bleeps because I was dumb, dated memes and opinions, misinformation because I couldn't be bothered to do proper research at the time, and weird aggression towards normal things. But other than that, I hope y'all enjoy this stroll down memory lane. I've definitely paced myself over the years, more focus on growing in personal ways than a consistent upload schedule, but I really feel like I've only scratched the surface on what I want to create and release in the future. I ain't going anywhere, y'all. Just taking my time as I've learned to better nurture my soul and hone my creativity. So with that, it is with great honor that I say, thank y'all for the support over this last decade. Y'all's kindness, curiosity, and love for games has truly changed my life, for which I will be forever grateful. But enough sentimental yapping. Let's roll the nostalgia, y'all. Hit it!
So Kingdom Hearts 1 came out in 2002, and at first people were like, what? The game was a hybrid between Disney and Final Fantasy, two franchises that had nothing to do with each other. But the game's director, Tetsuo Nomura, was like, nah guys, I got it, you don't understand, I'm gonna make it work. And surprisingly, it did. Kingdom Hearts has grown into one of Square Enix's most beloved and successful series, and with the semi-recent release of Kingdom Hearts 1.5, some of you might have walked past it in a store and thought, oh yeah, isn't that like the weird Japanese game where you beat up Mickey Mouse with a giant key or something? Well, whatever the case, if you're new to the series and are prepared to get into this roller coaster of a franchise, here are some basic tips for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Sora. He's the one with the red leotard with the zipper in the crotch. How he gets that thing on, I will never know, but he fights the Heartless, the main baddies of the game, with a giant key called the Keyblade. A bunch of stuff happens and Sora saves the world and blah blah blah. Riku gets trapped in darkness and Sora and Donald and Goofy get lost in a giant field where later they are harassed by tall men with pretty hair. And that's basically the story. I mean, there's a lot more detail to it and all, but hey, you gotta keep it spoiler free, am I right, ladies? The game as a whole is kinda easy. There are a few bosses that could give you trouble, wink wink, Clayton and Ursula, but there isn't anything that will make you want to strangle a small child. Gameplay-wise, it's hit X to not die. 98% of this game is hitting X, and you're gonna love every second of it. So when you first play the game, you're gonna have three choices with weapons. You're gonna get the Keyblade regardless, but this kind of determines how and what happens later on, stat-wise. It's not super important, but choose the sword. Just choose the sword. I don't know anyone who has never not chosen the sword. And for me personally, I give up magic and I keep the shield, but just don't choose the shield as your primary thing. It's dumb. The staff is dumb. Just choose the sword. Come on. During the game's tutorial, you're going to be asked 3 questions by Baby Titus, Sophia, or whatever, and a Waka Waka. What happens with these questions is it determines how quickly you level up in the game, like either you level up early on, and then you slow down later, or vice versa. Whatever is the rudest response is probably the right response. The rude responses will make sure you level up quickly through the first half of the game, and that is 10 out of 10 would recommend. If you can't understand Donald, that's okay, no one can. Like, I'm pretty sure he's the only reason there are subtitles, and no, you can't turn them off, because then you couldn't understand the magic that is Donald's wisdom. So you beat the first world, and you're like, okay, cool, let's head to some Disney worlds now. Then you go to the map, pick your world, and off you go into the gummy ship, and it's like, you're gonna do some rocket ship fun. Well, bad news for you. The gummy ship is the worst part of Kingdom Hearts 1. You can literally hold down X and you can get through 90% of the flying sections. Also, don't even bother making a ship. It's complicated, and it's dumb, and it's stupid, and it's dumb. Now, Donald and Goofy's AI is kind of funky. Like, they won't get in your way and their company is welcomed. I mean, this isn't Resident Evil 5, but when it comes to items and spells, they will either drown you with as many potions as possible or heal you right after you heal yourself. So go change their AI in the settings or don't give them stuff unless it's really important, because Donald and Goofy can't handle platforming. Sora's jump in this game looks like he's trying to take a squat poop in midair, and the platforming isn't very fun. I mean, I think Kingdom Hearts is a treasure, but never have I been like, oh boy, the jumping sections! Now I get to see Sora's perfect 3D miss the ledge by 1 inch and do it all over again, golly gee! The game has a bunch of hidden like extra bosses and mini-games, and they are all really worth looking into, especially if you like seeing that nifty death animation. So soothing. Now, Kingdom Hearts is definitely one of those games you have to play to really get. And yeah, some parts are weird and the story is just one of those just roll with it, yeah, that totally makes sense kind of things. But there is a lot to enjoy about this game. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts 2 came out in 2005, and everyone was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The game built off the original and really addressed some of the problems with the first game. Hell, Kingdom Hearts 2 is considered best in the series by most. Of course, Kingdom Hearts 2 has a little catch to it. If you are one of the poor losers like me that didn't play Chain of Memories, the game between 1 and 2, then playing Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time was like falling down a flight of stairs because you were so confused and left in the dark. So if you have any interest in playing Kingdom Hearts 2, read, watch, or play Chain of Memories first. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few tips and tricks for people who don't know shit about this game. So like I said, if you've played Chain of Memories, you'll be in a better position to understand what the f is going on. But even if you've played Chain of Memories, the story is still really confusing at first. So once again, you play as Sora. He's trying to stop the group called Organization 13, which is the group of powerful nobodies, aka the tall men with pretty hair, that control the other nobodies, the new baddies of the game. Now, a lot of shit happens. Like a lot. There are major plot twists and Sora gets hot and just holy shit, this game scales things up. The story brings in a crap ton of new characters, and they are all important later on, so grab a pen or paper or something, because like, holy crap, there is so much black, and oh my god, their voices are like butter.
Or maybe I'm all there ever was.
Who the f is this? Where the f is Sora? Is this Sora? No, this isn't Sora. What the f?
What's going on?
These might be some of the questions you've asked when starting the game, but don't worry, all will become clear in time. This is Roxas, the dude you're gonna be playing as for the tutorial part of the game. He's super important, but I'm not gonna tell you why. Speaking of tutorial, the game's opening can last up to 4 to 5 hours, depending on how much you like Jesse McCartney. Not gonna lie, the game's opening can really drag. And if you want to do a second playthrough but avoid all the angst, just save your game on a separate save on the 6th day. Cause like, the prologue is fine and all, but I can only take so much of this.
Oh no! They're gone! Are gone! What? All are gone?
It's photo. They can't say photo. I have no clue why this is here. I honestly don't have the slightest clue. Like, what, like, what? I mean, it makes sense if he just takes the photos, but why steal the word? Why is, what? No. I'm so confused. There's gonna be this thing on the 2nd day where the group's gonna ask you to get money. They make it seem like you need a bunch to continue, but just get 100. Like, yeah, I get it, you want me to play all the mini games, but some of us have places to be, you know? So gameplay-wise, it's press X and triangle to not die this time. Kingdom Hearts 2 really streamlined the combat and it flows much better. Also, Sora does this thing where when he believes really hard, he can switch up his move style. And they are really great in tight spots if you want to clear out a room really fast. The drive forms look awesome too, but there's one thing that always bothers me. Why do all the gloves match the drive except for Wisdom? I'm serious, this really bothers me. Wisdom looks cool, and then there are these yellow gloves popping out. Did the developers just forget to color them? Huh? What is this? So the gummy ship is back and it's not quite as now. Honestly, it's a really enjoyable minigame now. with different types of modes and levels, and the shipbuilder part actually feels like it was designed for a human being. It's still useless though once you unlock the world, but hey, it's a start. Now, all of Kingdom Hearts 2's worlds are unique and fun in their own way, except for one. Yeah, that one, Atlantica. Avoid Atlantica at all cost. The world is optional, but like only do it if you want to unlock the extra. I have no idea why Atlantica is the way it is. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Who? And why? Just why? Why, Square? Why?
Dance, water, dance!
Learn to love that phrase. You're gonna hear it a lot. Hey, remember how in my first video, link in the description below, that Donald and Goofy's AI was odd? Well, they fixed that by making them basically useless now. Donald and Goofy are only useless for either reaction commands or using certain drives. They really don't damage anything. Ever. Like ever. You're gonna get a lot of these item power-ups that increase your stats when used, but just dump them all into Sora, because Donald and Goofy have the same amount of punch as a gentle breeze on a Sunday afternoon. Also, those drive forms are really important. Like, if you want to upgrade your jump and unlock other stuff, you need to upgrade each drive form. And this can take a while because each drive form levels up a different way. And I don't know, just Google it. How to level up fast. Gull Wing, experience boost, 30% health, and spam lightning at the nobodies. Just do it, you nerd. So Kingdom Hearts 2 does a lot of things right, and throws a lot more into the mix, story and gameplay-wise. Some of it can be a bit, what? But as a whole, it really is the game that defies the series, and nails the Kingdom Hearts formula. And hopefully this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Persona 3 came out in 2006 for the PS2, and everyone was like, Being the first Persona game on the PS2, it really shook things up compared to the previous titles. All of the major RPG fans were throwing themselves at this game, and for most people, Persona 3 was their first Persona experience. The game was a hybrid between a traditional turn-based RPG and life simulator, so there was really something for everyone in this game. And while it was kind of aimed towards a more hardcore audience, having a mature and complicated story, it really was well received and loved by most anyone who got their hands on it. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the protagonist, a transfer student attending Gekko-Kan High School. You'll eventually join a group called C's, a team of people from your school who have the potential, which is basically the power to use a persona and fight shadows. Now, for some reason, everyone and their mothers have the potential. Hell, even a dog has it. But the game assures you, no, it's a special thing. Trust us, we're Atlas. We're hip and cool with the youth. You guys are special and anyway, your job is to fight and stop the shadows by exploring a giant tower called Tartarus. You can only do this at night though, because the shadows in Tartarus only appear during the dark hour, a time between the end and starting of a new day. And it's all up to you and your group, because only people with the potential can be active during the dark hour. If this sounds a little confusing, that's because it is. Persona games don't exactly have the most grounded stories. There's a lot of twists and turns, and a little boy that harasses you every month, and f***ing hell, what is going on? Heads up though, Persona 3 is extremely depressing. I mean, to summon your persona, you have to shoot yourself in the head. This game is sad. I mean, it has its fun moments, but don't come into this game expecting a magical adventure with rainbows and puppies. There's a lot of death and an old man riding an infinite elevator, and wow, there's a lot of weird in this game. Just roll with it. So when you start the game, you get to choose your character's name and the game's difficulty. The game won't stop you from naming your protagonist butt or something like that, so do what you want, but when it comes to the difficulty, play on easy. Persona can be a really tough game, and it's one of those when you die, you go to your last save, and dying can be really common if you're not careful. If you play on easy, you get 10 items that bring you back to life if you die. Warning, you cannot buy more of these things. I made that mistake. I thought since it was an item, you could buy more of them, but I guess not, and boy, it was a bad idea. And save a lot. Save at every turn, and definitely save before fighting a floor boss. Now, like I said in the beginning, Persona 3 is part RPG and part life simulator. You explore Tartarus by night and be too cool for school during the day. So while you level up your character while fighting shadows, you also level up these things called social links. Leveling social links will give your personas an extra boost of experience when creating them. You level up your social links by making friends with people and hanging out with them. A lot of the game's characters are interesting and fleshed out. They each have different problems and offer you different things. You'll get a lot of dialogue choices in this game, but don't be a like really. If you piss off a social link enough, it can be put on hold, and then you'll have no friends. So don't be a Also, when you hang out with a social link and you gain a level, wait a few days before hanging out with them again. Even if they beg you after school to hang out with them. Because if you consistently hang out with them, you'll get the "this link will increase soon" bullshit, and you just wasted an afternoon. So wait, or go do something with another social link, or go eat a duck burger or something. So there's a ton of dialogue in this game, and while most of it's interesting, some of it can get really boring or repetitive. So if you want to skip it, use triangle or circle. Because if you skip with X, a dialogue choice could pop up really quick, and you'll accidentally tell someone they're fat, or eat all their food, or punch them, or something weird, and those things should be avoided. The dialogue choices can only be selected by pressing X, so like, don't press X to skip While I love the music in this game, the battle music does not change. I mean, it changes for bosses because they're special, but when exploring Tartarus, it doesn't ever change. But even if you hate the music, it will grow on you eventually. Also, it's burn my dread, not burn my bread, in case there was any confusion. So you'll have 4 people in your party in Tartarus, and when it comes to picking people who you want, because you will get more party members to choose from over time, make sure you stick with them for a while, because people only in your current party level up with you. Also, you control your character and yours alone. The rest are controlled by an AI, and while it is okay a majority of the time, it will f*** up and do really stupid shit. So get ready to do some damage control. Like, you Mitsuru, you were supposed to use ice, not make them all fall in love with you, god damn it! Now when it comes to choosing people for your party, do what you want. I won't judge you. But, do not f***ing put Shinji in your party. I know, he's a badass and super rad and yeah, he hits pretty hard, but just don't do it. I'ma try to keep this spoiler free, but man, just don't f***ing do it. Shinji does not stick around for that long, and suddenly you'll have to replace him in the party, and that person's level will be lower than the rest, and you'll never get it back up. So don't do it. When it comes to combat, it's standard turn-based RPG stuff. Find the enemy's elemental weakness, then use that element. It'll knock the enemy down, and then do a full group attack. It's pretty straightforward stuff, and there is no shame in looking up enemy weaknesses online, because Fuka doesn't know what the is going on half the time. But keep an eye out for your Persona's weaknesses as well, especially Persona's weak to light or darkness, because that's an insta-kill, and you have 10 of those f***ing life thingies, so don't f*** it up. When exploring Tartarus, if you hang out on a floor for too long, something bad will happen. I can't tell you what, but it's bad, and scary, and freaky. You're gonna do it, aren't you? Okay, that's fine, but be careful, because the game doesn't actually pause when you pause. That bad thing can happen to you even if you're in the menu. So if you stop to get food or something, you could come back very scared and confused. You've been warned. So while Persona 3 is definitely a unique game and one of the best RPGs on the PS2, it does have a few flaws, like getting repetitive and nothing happening for an entire month, but it is one of those games where you can have a different experience each time. I've dumped countless hours into this game to discover something new each time. And yes, it is kind of a sad and confusing tale, but it really is an enjoyable game overall. And I hope this basics beginner's guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Persona 4 came out in 2008 for the PS2, and everyone was like, yes! The game was showered with praises, even though it was released during the end of the PS2's life cycle. Everyone loved this game, and they still love it. I mean, Persona 4 is the game that refuses to die, having spin-off games, a TV show, and a bunch of other junk. By the way, this is a beginner's guide for the original PS2 version. I wish I could overview Golden, because it really is the better version, but I'm poor and Vitas are expensive, so deal with it. Also, Persona 3 and 4 are very similar from a gameplay standpoint, so if you feel like there are big tips missing, that's probably because it's in the Persona 3 video, link in the description below. Anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. What's going on here? What is this? Okay. So once again, you play as the protagonist, a transfer student who will be living in a small town called Inaba with your uncle and cousin for 1 year. The second you get there, somebody gets murdered, and you discover the power to go inside of TVs, aka the TV world, and use personas, of course. It's soon revealed that somebody is throwing people into the TV world, and if they stay in there too long, they die. And it's all up to you to save them because only you and your friends have the power to go inside the TV world and fight shadows with personas. Okay, I know what you're thinking. What the f***? And that's just the start of it. I mean, there's fog, hot studs, creepy old men, a talking bear, strippers, Trial of the Dragon, stalkers, a disco frog, funky student, I f***ing love funky student, peeing in the corner, nooses, King Moron, Mystery Food X, bicycles, tofu, and a weird channel that either makes people look super sexual or total assholes. But that's all a part of the fun. It's kind of amazing how much stuff there is in this game. But honestly, it's not the story that makes Persona 4, it's the characters. Persona 4 has some of the most interesting characters, and they are a lot more engaging than Persona 3's. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Also, Persona 4 is super cheerful for being a game that revolves around murder. Everything is a lot more upbeat and colorful. I mean, just look at all this yellow! I like to think that Atlus made this game super happy to apologize for the downer that Persona 3 was. But yeah, that's just me. But anyway, murder! So starting the game is identical to Persona 3. Write a name, pick your difficulty, and then you're off on your adventure. Of course, 4 does things a little differently when it comes to pacing. For starters, the game's opening lasts about 3 hours. Yeah, and it's not one of those just get to point A to point B really fast and you can shave off time. No, all of it is story-based and important and it takes too long to get to the fighting stuff. Also, Persona 4 is a lot more focused than Persona 3. What do I mean by that? Well, there's less around. There's always something interesting and new happening each month. So while there are consistent things like hanging out with friends and going to school and there's a lot more events that happen while someone isn't about to get murdered, versus Persona 3 where things really only happened at the beginning and end of each month. Another way the pacing is different from 3 is when you go inside the TV to fight shadows and save a person from getting murdered. Time management is a big factor in this game, because when someone gets thrown into the TV world, you have a limited amount of time to save them. Now, the odds of you running out of time to save someone is really slim, unless you're a heartless, terrible person. It gives you a good chunk of time to get done. But while running around in the dungeons, make sure you spend a few days leveling up, because the bosses can be pretty tough. Now, while you can go inside of the TV world at any time, you're only given a real incentive to go there while someone's trapped in there. Mainly because there's a new dungeon and the XP comes flowing in. So get as much fighting in as you can before saving a person, okay? Okay. When it comes to fighting, you now have the option of taking direct control of a party member. Now, the party's AI is pretty smart, and it makes lesser battles go by quicker, since you're not choosing all of the actions. But for the love of God, take direct control during boss fights. Some are really hard, and the last thing you want is the AI f***ing up or healing the wrong person. Make them your and everyone is useful, so put anyone you want in your party. But FYI, Naoto is not good for bosses. She's great for lots of enemies, but she'll run out of SP before you can say hot studs. So when the game finally gets going and you get into the groove, you'll be able to pick your party members and go save the person who was recently thrown in. But here's the thing, your party cannot get tired from fighting, unlike in Persona 3. But see that little bar right there? Over here. Over here. No, yeah, that one. That's your SP, which is your Persona points. And when that thing runs out, you're basically There are SP items, but they are hard to come by and should be saved for bosses. Also, your SP does not regenerate when you return to the entrance, so use that wisely. Okay, kinda lied. There is a fox that hangs out in the TV world, stay with me guys, hear me out, that can restore your SP. But it's hella expensive. I don't know what that fox is doing with all those yens, but you can reduce the price of the healing by increasing the fox's social link, so get to it, then maybe. Also, chances are when you're leveling up, you'll run out of SP before reaching the top of the dungeon. So before going into an area, stock up on Joho-Ems. Am I saying that right? I don't know. Oh, Go Home Ems. These are items that teleport you back to the entrance, because like I said, if you run out of SP, you're and getting out of a dungeon can be tricky. During the school sections of the game, you'll be asked stuff during class. And the questions are hard, like, how the am I supposed to know this? Have a question guide handy, because answering the questions right increases your knowledge, and that's needed to access more social links. Also, if you want to improve your social stats, on rainy days there isn't much to do, but there is the Mega Beef Bowl Challenge, and that thing increases a bunch of your stats at once. It costs money, but it's worth it, trust me. Explore the beef dimension! Now, Persona 4 has some dumb sections that kinda kill the flow, like going around asking people about kanji even though you know tons of already, and stuff like that. The game also has multiple endings, so when December comes around, take caution. Look up a guide on it or something, because if you answer the wrong thing, you're gonna hate yourself. Also, even if you don't f up and make it to the quote-unquote end of the game, there's still another ending. So go look that up too, because god damn it, I just want everyone to be happy. Let them be happy! Just let them be happy, Atlas. I just want them to be happy. So while Persona 4 is a very odd game and that there are moments that make you question why you're even playing it, it is a game that sticks with you long after you finish it. It's got great characters and a crazy but interesting story. Even though the game refuses to die, there is a reason why it has been going on as long as it has. Persona 4 is just a magical adventure, and I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Bioshock came out in 2007 and everyone was like, ah! Yes, this is what shooters were meant to be! More of this, please! The game was extremely successful and raised the bar for first-person shooters. The game had a deep narrative, thought-provoking ideas, and great combat and level design. I mean, Bioshock is considered one of the best games on the 7th console generation. And although a lot of people like to compare this game to System Shock 2, seeing that they were both created by Ken Levine, I really think Bioshock can stand on its own. It does enough differently to differentiate itself from System Shock. It's an extremely creative game, and it's just well done in every aspect. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as a dude named Jak. Jak only speaks once, and all we really know about him is that he's wearing a thick wool sweater and he thinks he's super special. But anyway, you start the game on a plane and it suddenly crashes into the ocean. Being the only person who survives the crash, you swim to a mysterious lighthouse, and you enter this pod that takes you down to the bottom of the ocean to discover Rapture, a city built by a dude named Andrew Ryan, a fancy entrepreneur who created Rapture as a utopia for artists and creatives. And it's just a really advanced city that runs on hardcore capitalism. Also, Ryan is really big on sweat metaphors for some reason. Anyway, the second you get there, you realize Rapture has gone to and some dude named Atlas says he'll help you get out if you do a bunch of for him. And that usually involves pissing off Ryan and a bunch of other stuff, and nothing weird about it. Everything's cool. Now, the thing about Bioshock is that the story isn't in your face all the time. There are barely any cutscenes, and if you ignore all the extra the story is super straightforward. But don't get me wrong, there is a very deep and complicated story here, you just have to go look for it. Especially if you want to know why Rapture looks like a toilet exploded. So, if you're expecting the story to be spoon-fed to you, you're gonna have a bad time. So when you first start the game, you get to pick your difficulty. Now, while you can change it later on if things get too tough, for me personally, I always play on easy. No, not because I'm bad at games, although I'm not super great at shooters, but it's because of the morality mechanic. Well, it's sort of a mechanic. It's really just, are you gonna be a bitch or not a bitch? Because there's only 3 endings. But just play on easy your first time around, because it's just more enjoyable to explore and get lost in the story instead of pulling your hair out cause this is your 5th time dying. What the f***? Where did he come from? Now about that morality mechanic. There are these things running around Rapture called Little Sisters. They carry this called Adam, which is basically the game's experience points. The Little Sisters are protected by Big Daddies, the big things in diver suits that make dying whale noises. To get to the Little Sisters, you need to kill their Big Daddy first, and you'll want to get to the Little Sisters to get Adam to upgrade your So here's the kicker. When you get to the Little Sisters, you have two choices: harvest or rescue. Harvesting kills the Little Sisters, but you get the max amount of Adam, while rescuing them lets them live, but you only get 2/3 of the Adam. The game assures you that you need lots of Adam to survive, but if you play on easy, it's not really that necessary. Haha, see where I was going with this? But don't f***ing kill the Little Sisters. Yeah, I know there's something right out of a nightmare with their creepy, "Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel," and the freaky glowing eyes, but you are rewarded if you save them. And you'll feel much better about yourself, because even though they look like something from a B-rated horror movie, they are children at heart. Or you could be a total and kill them, you murderer. But do what you want, I guess. So the majority of the story is explained with audio logs that you find all over Rapture. Honestly, I f***ing love the audio logs. The characters are interesting and they're always talking about something neat, so really make an effort to find these things. Nothing like shooting people in the head while listening to Ryan's butter smooth voice as he talks about capitalism and killing people. Of course, I think the game should have changed the way you play them. You have to hold down X/A, and if you accidentally play one and you've heard it already, you can't f***ing stop it, and it can get really annoying really fast. The game is kinda linear too, so finding all of the audio logs isn't exactly hard. Like, you'll get these open areas to explore, and while you're only required to go to certain parts, there's extra stuff to check out, but by no means is it overwhelming. So when it comes to combat, it's basic FPS with a dash of RPG crap. You'll get your guns in these things called plasmids, which let you shoot weird from your hands and improve certain combat things. Now, picking the best weapons in plasmids is really up to your playstyle. There's a lot to choose from. Like, there's a lightning plasmid, a fire one, ice, telekinesis, hypnosis, wind, bees.
Beads.
Bees?
Beads.
Beads?
But play around with them. You're limited on how many you can have equipped at once, but you'll quickly learn what you're comfortable with. Also, if you're not super big on, "Look out, here I come, I'm here to it up, coming into this area, guns a-blazing," that's okay. There is room for stealth in this game. Enemies won't attack if they can't see you. So if you want to be all sneaky and bash a wrench into someone's skull, you can do that. The game has light RPG elements. Most of it is just picking and choosing what plasmids to buy and equip, so it's not rocket surgery. The weapons upgrade doesn't cost money though. You'll find these weapon upgrade stations around, and you can increase basic but you can only do one upgrade at a time and then the station closes. Not the best business model, but hey, just choose wisely when picking an upgrade, you nerd. Search f***ing everything! I'm serious. For some reason, there's good shit in the trash, and Jak will literally eat anything. Enemies will almost always have good stuff on them, so make sure to search bodies afterwards. Also, you can only carry so much cash, too, so be sure to spend it when you start making the big bucks. It never hurts to have too much ammo, and the Circus of Values 2 never gets old. Yeah, never gets old. Hacking. While I think it's cool that you can basically hack anything, the minigame takes too long. It's not super complicated, it's just putting the right pieces together to connect the two ends. But there's a lot to hack in this game, and it's just not worth it sometimes. Like, don't hack a stationary bot in an area you've already cleared of enemies, just blow up the thing for God's sake. You'll get these automatic hacks, but I always save those for saves because they're a bitch to unlock. But if there's one thing I always take the time to hack, it's the flying bots. Oh my god, these guys are so cute! And they're useful too. Always hack one of these babies when you get the chance, because they follow you around everywhere. It's like having a guardian angel, but instead of telling you the word of the Lord, they just shoot people. Yeah, close enough. F***ing security cameras. I hate these f***ing things. Holy sh**. They're probably the most annoying thing in the game. If you're spotted, you have a few seconds to shoot that thing before it starts sending bots your way. And it's like a whole f***ing minute of flying bots attacking you. Always know where a bot shutdown is. Because spending $20 really quick is way better than dealing with these God damn it! Like, I get it, I f***ed up, stop sending bots! Stop it! God damn it! Fair warning here, if you're easily scared, you're not gonna have the best time. Like, there's some dark in this game, lots of blood and weird stuff. To the game's credit, it does gradually get less scary once you get used to it, because nothing's gonna stop you from shooting something spooky in the face. But the game's opening is honestly the freakiest part. Like, ah man, this is so cool, just look at this place. Wait, what? Why is it getting so dark? What? What the is that thing? Get me out of here! Get past that yourself moment, and it's smooth sailing from there. Sorta. But for reals, don't play this game by yourself at night in the dark with your headphones on if you get spooked easily. So while Bioshock is one hell of a ride, it's just a fantastic FPS, and it's a game everyone should play. But it's not the perfect game. It comes close, but every game has its flaws. But Bioshock does bring a lot to the table. It's got great writing, and Rapture feels like something that could actually exist. With a tense atmosphere, interesting plot, and freaky little girls, Bioshock is a game that will always be remembered. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep came out in 2010 for the PSP, and everyone was like, this isn't Kingdom Hearts 3, but okay. Now since there were no other Kingdom Hearts games released on the PSP, people were kind of peeved, since they already had to get a Game Boy, a DS, PS2, Virtual Boy, Atari Jaguar, Philips CDI, vending machine, and Etch-a-Sketch to play the other titles. Okay, that may have been a slight exaggeration, but it was kind of annoying that the franchise had been spread out over so many platforms. I mean, the only reason why I bought a PSP was to play Birth by Sleep when it came out. And while I love this game, I had such a bittersweet experience knowing that this game really cost me $200 some. Regardless, people still bought it, and Birth by Sleep is definitely one of the better Kingdom Hearts titles. It has one of the best combat systems and definitely the most impactful story. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So the game takes place 10 years before the original Kingdom Hearts, and this time around you play as 3 young Keyblade wielders, Terra, Aqua, and Ven. Now you play as one character all the way through for each storyline, and while you all visit the same worlds, the storylines differ greatly so things don't get boring. Your job is to fight the unversed, the things that look like the Heartless but aren't. Also, this is a big heads up. This guy is kind of important, so listen up. Now, Birth by Sleep dives into a lot of character backstories and sets up some major for later games, so get ready to be like, oh, so that's why that character is such a little. Honestly, Birth by Sleep has to be the strongest story in the franchise, and also it'll make you want to curl up into a ball and cry. Okay, so like I said, you play as 3 different characters, and each have their own storyline and everything comes full circle once you complete all 3 stories. If you want the full circle to be less, play in this order: Terra, Ven, Aqua. While you can do it in any order, it's just more enjoyable because it's like working on a puzzle. If you start the puzzle the wrong way, your puzzle could look like a gaping anus because you're still missing the butt plug piece. If that makes any sense.
That was unexpected.
So when you start the game, you're going to be able to choose your difficulty. And yeah, if it's your first time and you're a total weenie, you might want to play on standard. Or if you're a super weenie, then you play on beginner. But just bite the bullet and play on proud. Stop your whining, Kingdom Hearts is not that hard. You might just have to grind a little bit. If you beat all 3 stories on proud or higher, you can unlock the secret episode. And if you want the full picture, and why wouldn't you, Kingdom Hearts is great, then you need to unlock this thing. Is this Roxas? No. You gotta play the game first. Yes, Ven looks a lot like Roxas. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's the same character model. But they are 2 different people, so just relax and beat the game. And then go on a wiki or something because they don't exactly make it 100% clear in the ending either.
Shut up!
Now the command system is super great. Finally, Square is making use of all them buttons. The system requires a lot of experimenting and gives you a great sense of progress. The game does a pretty good job of explaining how it works, so I won't bother with the details, but there are 2 commands that are just the best. Fire and Lightning Surge. Where do I start with these 2? They were there when no one else was loaded. So quick, but so tough. My heart will forever belong to these beauties. But for reals though, they are the best commands, especially for bosses. The combinations are on the internet somewhere, so have fun melding, you crazy kids. I'm not super sure why there aren't any NPCs in this game. I mean, there are normal characters, but certain scenes are really awkward. Because they mention people, but there aren't any people.
The guests were just starting to enjoy themselves.
Okay, what the Kingdom Hearts 2 did this as well, but it was only like in one place. But Birth by Sleep is kinda shameless about it. Actually, when you're fighting in the Colosseum, I like to think the gods are watching you from the sky, but it's still super awkward. I don't know, maybe it's a software thing where if they try to put too much on the screen, the PSP would explode or something. I don't know, man, I just don't know. So you'll get these things called D-Lings, which is a fancy term for summoning. And while they switch up the combat and have a bunch of special moves, I've never really used them. Never. And they're kinda pointless because you can clear out a room with just basic stuff. Same with potions and consumables. Like the second you get cure, they are completely irrelevant. Except for one boss battle. It's the Lingering Spirit. You'll need to use items to heal, because if you have a cure command, that little wife can heal himself, and Lord Almighty, you do not want that. That little is hard enough. Speaking of secret bosses, while Terra can pack a punch, he is a slow motherfucker, and the secret bosses are fast as hell, so if you have any interest in fighting them, spend most of your time leveling up Aqua or Ven, because for whatever reason, Terra and his parachute pants can't deal. Now, while Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep is considered a spin-off game, in retrospect, it really isn't. It's got the deepest combat, and the story adds another layer to the mindfuck that is the Kingdom Hearts narrative. But since it is the first game, chronologically speaking, it can really be enjoyed without knowing all the extra crap from the other games. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Bioshock 2 came out in 2010 and everyone was like, yeah, this is great, more Bioshock. A lot more Bioshock. A little too much Bioshock. The game was a commercial success and really improved certain parts of the gameplay and had some really great moments. But the problem with Bioshock 2 is that it's too much like the original. Now, while Irrational did create this game, Ken Levine wasn't involved at all, and that shows with the lack of new ideas. And most people really don't count 2 as a real sequel. Because once Bioshock Infinite came out, everyone kind of forgot about this game. For me personally, I love this game. I think it does a lot of things right, but it doesn't do enough differently to stand on its own. It's just more Bioshock, which isn't a bad thing, it's just a predictable thing. Now, because the two games are so much alike, if you feel like there's a big, obvious tip missing, that's probably because it's in the Bioshock 1 video. Link in the description below. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. The game takes place 10 years after the first Bioshock. You play as Subject Delta, a prototype Big Daddy that was shot in the head and somehow didn't die, and woke up 10 years later to find that Rapture looks like the ocean took a big poo on everything. You're soon contacted by a chick named Eleanor. She tells you that she's your daughter, and for you to find her and get her away from Sophia Lamb, the main villain of the game. So it's up to you to get to Eleanor and get out of Rapture. Along the way, you'll meet some familiar faces, and once again be accompanied by people on the radios with butter smooth voices. So while the story doesn't do a whole lot new, it's got some great moments, and you get to explore more of the Big Daddy and Little Sister dynamic. And Sophia Lamb is a pretty great villain, since all I want to do is punch her in the face. So the Little Sisters are still a thing, along with collecting Adam, but instead of just killing their Big Daddies, you can adopt the Little Sisters and make them get Adam for you. Of course, the second they start collecting Adam, you're gonna get flooded with enemies. So before putting them down, set traps, hack turrets, get your weapons, have lots of ammo, hide your kids, hide your wife, and get ready. And the Little Sisters like to take their sweet bippy time harvesting Adam. Like, hurry up, you little nerd, I got to do! So, the second you take care of all the Little Sisters in an area, you will get attacked by a Big Sister. What's a Big Sister, SuperButterBuns? Only the most frustrating enemy in the game, god f***ing it! It's these f***ers. They're basically skinny Big Daddies, but way more aggressive and obnoxious. They can take damage like no tomorrow, use plasmids, move fast, damage the out of you, and chances are you won't have that much ammo because you just used it protecting the Little Sisters and these guys. Just make sure you stock up on stuff before taking care of the last Little Sisters, because, jeez. It's just not, oh god, it's so bad. So now you can use plasmids and guns at the same time. And they all offer something different, and some weapons are better for certain situations, so you'll be using everything. But don't forget about the drill. Oh man, I love this thing, it's just so great. Especially with the ice tonic attached to it. Surprisingly, a giant sharp rotating chunk of metal can hurt things, so do it a lot. Especially for tougher enemies. Yeah! The game still has that morality mechanic that determines how everything ends. But alongside harvesting or rescuing the little sisters, you get the choice of killing or letting certain NPCs live. And while the game gives you a good reason to kill these nerds, everyone knows that when you're given a black and white choice in a game, going down the middle road sucks and always has the most boring/disappointing endings. So when given the choice to be good or evil, it's better to be consistent in your choices. So just choose to be a sweetheart or a total it's up to you. Me personally, I choose to be good because God is watching, children. One of the major gameplay differences in Bioshock 2 is the hacking. And props to the development team because it doesn't stop the game in its tracks. It's quick and relatively easy now, and if you do it right, you get extra rewards. So hack as much as possible. Unless you have no sense of rhythm, then you're gonna have a bad time. But you'll also get this gun that can hack things from afar, and holy crap is this thing useful! Security cameras are no longer an issue with this thing. Just shoot and hack and bam! All of the bots attack the splicers. Haha, how the tables have turned! So while Bioshock 2 is a good game on its own, it's just not the best sequel. I mean, it's cool to play as a Big Daddy and explore Rapture more, but it's just too familiar to have the same effect the original game had. Still, it's a fun and interesting game, and at the end of the day, that's what really counts. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Bioshock Infinite came out in 2013 and everyone was like, where is it? Holy crap, I need it now! The game was super successful and it was a lot of people's Game of the Year choice. Of course, when the game was released, no one was really sure what to expect. There were a lot of delays, and the game experienced a lot of cuts, changes, and rewrites. With Ken Levine as director, there was a lot of expectations with this game, but at the end of the day, it didn't disappoint. Bioshock Infinite is an extremely ambitious game, and while it didn't keep to all the promises prior to its release, it still wowed everyone, including myself. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So the game takes place in 1912, and you play as a dude named Booker DeWitt. You're tasked to find Elizabeth, a girl trapped in a floating city called Columbia. Bring them the girl and wipe away the debt. Pretty straightforward, right? Wrong! Elizabeth is kind of a big deal in Columbia, so waltzing out with her isn't exactly an easy task. Along the way, you'll encounter crazy military people, racists, a civil war, a giant flying bird man, and cotton candy. Oh, and multiverse warp holes and time travel. Now, the story is great and extremely interesting, but also very confusing if you don't pay attention. It's very easy to lose what's going on, especially if you're not familiar with the multiverse theory. Like, weren't we just... Wait, no. What about the people with, This is all very, Couldn't we just get a parachute or something and float down to the ground? Is this really necessary? But even with all the multi-dimensional crap, the story is much more focused and straightforward compared to the original game. And with that being said, there aren't any alternative endings and stuff. What you see is what you get, and what you see will make you question your entire existence. Yeah, it's one of those plots. You do get choices in the game, but they don't affect the whole plot. They're just little details, so don't sweat it. Now, one big thing people ask about Infinite is how does this game tie in with the original? Since it's like 50 years in the past and a new city and all new characters. Yeah, well, that's just something you're gonna have to find out. Yes, the games are very, very different, but this is definitely a Bioshock game. It just offers a very fresh and different spin on things. Now, since the settings have been changed so drastically, Infinite puts more emphasis on adventure rather than horror. There are still some spooky moments, but most of the darker parts in the game come from the disturbing undertone with the whole crazy religious cult and racism thing. There are some pretty intense moments that'll make you go wide-eyed and shit's getting real! Now, while Booker is the playable character and has a voice and personality and whatnot, he's not 100% the main character. Elizabeth is really the main focus here, and my god, I've never liked a character more. She's gonna be by your side for the majority of the game, and along with being interesting and fun, she's useful in combat too. Most of the time, if you're low on anything, Elizabeth will throw you what you need just in the nick of time. She throws you money as well, and it's usually a crap ton. Like, girl, where is all this coming from? I'm not complaining, but it's like her dress is magnetized or something. The whole multiverse crap comes into the combat too. Elizabeth can bring in weapons, items, covers, even trains into certain areas to aid you in the fight. So on top of being a blessing in combat, her AI was programmed beautifully. She never gets in your way, and while exploring Columbia, she will interact with various things, making her seem like a real person. Like, I spent at least a few hours just observing things to see how Elizabeth will respond to it. There's just so many details to her programming, and you better take the time to appreciate her, damn it. The development team worked very hard on her, and she is a fantastic character, so you better make out with the disc to show your gratitude. Okay, moving on! So the combat is similar to Bioshock 1 with a few adjustments. For starters, it's way more fast-paced and action-packed, but you can only carry 2 weapons at a time. While it's kind of annoying, most of the weapons are in the immediate area. So if you need a rocket launcher but have the machine gun, chances are there is a rocket launcher nearby that you can just switch out really quick. Personally, I don't really find the need to do the whole find weapon, drop current weapon, pick up other weapon, shoot at dude, blow up dude, drop weapon, pick up older weapon thing. I just stick to the rifle and the shotgun and got by just fine. But play around with it and go with what weapons you like. You also get vigors, which is just plasmids in juice box form. Unlike in Bioshock 1, you gradually gain vigors as the story progresses, and you can use all of them at any time. Now, you do run out of ammo and salts rather quickly, and while Elizabeth keeps you stocked up most of the time, she isn't around in certain areas, and that's when gets tough. Be sure to upgrade weapons you wouldn't normally use, because sometimes you have no choice but to use the pistol, because it's the only thing you have ammo for. So the ground combat is still blast something from your hand and shoot the dude. But since Columbia is a giant floating city in the sky, you get a neato thing called the Skyhook, which lets you zoom around an area super fast to get better angles on enemies and do a death from above plunging attack. It's super fun and makes fighting a lot more interesting. The Skyhook can be kinda hard to control at times though. You'll typically hit the thing with a lot of speed, and then you'll be going too fast to see what you're doing, so try to slow down if you're having trouble aiming. Like, oh yeah, here I come, get ready, too fast, where am I? Oh god. The hook can also be used as a melee weapon. Chances are you'll forget about it once you get a gun. But try to remember it because enemies like to charge at you like they're trying to give you the world's most aggressive bear hug. And shooting up close is hard, not to mention it does a buttload of damage, so get to it. Racism is bad, kids. So the main RPG stuff from the first game has kind of been sucked out of Infinite. Everything is much more streamlined. Like, upgrades are just bought with money and whatnot. But as you explore Columbia, you'll find different pieces of gear that can give you certain abilities. And these giant flask thingies that let you increase your health, salts, and shields. Most of the stuff is hidden, so make sure to search each area like it's a Where's Waldo book. Cause there's good crap everywhere. And surprise, surprise, if you're not a total in the game, you'll get rewarded. Make good choices, you nerd. Since the game is much more focused, it's much more linear. You'll still get big open areas to explore, but you rarely return to older areas. Along the way, you come across optional quests, which normally involves find the thing to unlock the thing. So if you want to stretch out the playtime a little bit, explore and search junk. Infinite isn't that long of a game, so taking your time adds to the experience. Do, searching around, looking for stuff, enjoying the game. How do you do? My name is Booker, do it. So while Bioshock Infinite is an amazing adventure, its interesting plot can get cattywampus at times. And while that may be because we simple mortals can't understand the mastermind that is Ken Levine, people may leave this game feeling more confused than satisfied. And yeah, there are moments that make you go, excuse me, how does, what? But if you take the time to figure out everything, Infinite is a fantastic experience with great combat and diverse characters. And I hope this basics beginner's guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please, rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Final Fantasy X came out in 2001 and everyone was like, at last. The game was a commercial and critical success and was one of the last games to be created by Squaresoft before the company was turned into Square Enix. And while some fans were divided on certain parts of the game, like the linearity in some of the characters, as a whole, Final Fantasy X is a great JRPG and one of the best games on the PS2. It's definitely a standout Final Fantasy. And with the recent release of the HD remaster, now is the time to experience this wonderful game again in glorious HD. Glorious HD! But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as a dude named Titus. Yeah, I know it's pronounced Titus, but that sounds dumb. It's a water-themed game. Titus makes more sense, because, you know, tides. But anyway, Titus is a star blitzball player who lives in a giant city called Xanarkand. One day, Xanarkand gets destroyed by a giant whale, no seriously, called Sin. Amongst all the chaos, Titus gets sucked into a portal thing and is sent to a place called Spira. You soon join a group of guardians and their summoner. And it's all up to you to destroy Sin by gradually gaining power around Spira and praying. Yeah. Of course there are twists and turns, and a person that just won't die no matter how many times you kill them. You guys know what I'm talking about. But as a whole, it's a solid story. And while some people may get annoyed by some of the characters, no one is really a deal breaker. And there are some very touching moments. Although the game kinda has that Persona 4 problem where terrible things are happening but everyone is oddly upbeat. Or maybe that's just me. Or maybe not. So the story is interesting, but a lot of things you'll be wondering from the start are only answered at the end. So you're gonna be left in the dark for a while. Now, say you're not too interested in the story and you just want to play. Well, that's not gonna happen. You can't skip cutscenes in this game, and boy are there a lot. And most of it is just awkward staring. All you can do is slam the X button a billion times to speed up the dialogue slightly faster. And Final Fantasy X can get challenging, and dying sends you to your last save, and that means re-watching everything every time if you mess up. I'm not sure why they didn't put a skip scene option in the HD remaster. Like, for reals, it ticks me off. I mean, they put it in Kingdom Hearts 1.5. They'll realize that unskippable cutscenes are a bad idea. Like, what's going on over there, Square? You guys smelling paint again? So the combat is good old-fashioned turn-based, I hit you, then you hit me. And each character specializes in certain abilities. Like, go figure, the guy with a giant sword does a lot of physical damage. And the dude with the ball does long-range attacks, yeah. So you start off with each character having certain roles. But the sphere grid, the leveling system, is designed for characters to gradually gain the abilities of other roles. It encourages a lot of experimentation. You'll quickly learn what characters you like to use in combat, but fair warning, a character only gains experience if they do something to the enemy. And if you ignore characters, you're gonna have a bad time. Be sure that everyone gets at least one hit on an enemy before the battle ends. Now, while the combat and walking around take up a majority of the gameplay, you'll be required to solve puzzles throughout the game. And I guess they're alright. Most of it is just figuring out where to put certain objects. They're not too terribly difficult. But in all honesty, it kinda stops the game in its tracks. Like, yeah, it shakes things up, but to what end? Am I having fun yet? Now, the basic fighting stuff is pretty straightforward, but there is a lot going on in the background here when it comes to enemy weaknesses, items, weapons, equipment, and attack strategies. Final Fantasy X is a big game, and it doesn't always tell you everything. And I wish I could go over all the details in the combat, but I am just a simple bun on a deadline. Now, while the minor fights aren't anything to get all super technical over, the bosses are, and that's when the combat details come into play. Having a boss guide handy showing all of its weaknesses is so helpful. God bless the internet. Now, while every boss is different, casting haste on your party will automatically make things easier. Do it. Just do it. I don't care if you want more of a challenge, just do it, you nerd! Now, as I mentioned earlier, the game is very linear up until the very end. So if you get stuck in an area, there isn't any turning back, and you're kind of forced to level up in that area. If you have any doubt that you might be underpowered before moving on, dear God, love yourself and go grind some more because you will need it. Grinding is a big part of this game, and it's gonna eat up a lot of time. And one thing you can do to ease the grinding pain is switch Yuna's Aeon entering animation to short. Oh my God, this thing takes so long. Why is this here? Also, since there are a lot of points of no return, having multiple saves for one playthrough at different points of the game is highly recommended. In case you mess up so bad that you have no choice but to go back when things were simpler and less terrible. Maybe I'll go pet a chocobo this time. So not dying is a big part of this game. Well, any game, really. But after a battle, your health does not go back up to 100%. Make sure after every fight, you go into the menu and heal your party. Make a habit of this, because if you forget and get ambushed suddenly, you dead, son. You did. And I'm just gonna throw this in here because I kept dying at one point because maybe I suck, I don't know. When you first get on the boat to leave Beset or whatever, before talking to anyone, go into the ship and kick that suitcase 20 times. It gives you potions and you're gonna need it for the upcoming fight. Got it? Okay. Final Fantasy X is full of extra bosses and content that are hidden all over the world, and most of it becomes available once you get the airship. Now, a lot of the extra bosses are very, very, very hard and require you to be up to a super high level. You'll be able to beat the game at a decent level, but don't think just because you beat the game you're ready for these extra bosses. Oh no, these guys will smear your sweet little white boy cheeks all over Spira. Most of the bosses require your health to be up to 9,999, and last time I checked, that's a big number. So get some double AP weapons, equip some overdrives, and grind. Isn't gaming fun? So while Final Fantasy X is a great JRPG and has stood the test of time, it does have some rage-worthy moments, may that be with the story or the combat. But overall, it's a great game that everyone should play at least once, even if there are super awkward moments. It's still a joy to play, and Spira is a huge fleshed out world that is just fun to explore. And I hope this basics beginner's guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please, rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Catherine came out in 2012, and everyone was like,
What the man?
The game received positive reviews, and while it was created by the same people who made Persona, Catherine came out of the left field. It caught a lot of people off guard with just how odd the game was. Of course, it was familiar enough to Persona fans to enjoy it, and it offered a little something for puzzle fans and people who like anime in general. Catherine is definitely a unique game, that is for sure.
I have really bad diarrhea.
Yeah. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as a dude named Vincent. A dude that has been in a relationship for quite some time, with a stable but strict girlfriend, Catherine with a K. Vincent is content with just how things are, but one day Catherine starts pressuring him into marriage and more commitment, which Vincent ain't too sure about. Feeling his freedom slowly being taken away, a young attractive chick, also named Catherine with a C, seduces Vincent and has an affair with him. And thus the love anime triangle is born. And yeah, the Catherine naming thing kinda gets confusing, but thank God for subtitles. But Vincent becomes extremely conflicted with his emotions. I mean, seriously, the guy can barely form a sentence. It kinda gets annoying.
Oh.
Oh boy. And on top of all the love drama crap, every night Vincent enters a nightmare realm, where he has to climb and solve puzzles in order to not die in the real world. Along the way, you'll meet ants, cake, alcohol trivia, sheep, giant babies, sexting, and sweating. No, for reals, Vincent sweats a lot in this game. Now, like I mentioned, Catherine is an odd game, but the story is kind of what you make it. While there is a definitive story here, depending on how you answer certain questions and messages, determines the ending. And Lord, there are a lot of endings, so consider that when you're making choices. So the gameplay is divided into two sections. The nightmare world where you climb and solve puzzles, and the real world where you hang out at the stray sheep with Vincent and his buddies. Everything else exists in cutscenes. Catherine is a very heavy story-based game, so if you're not into that, you're gonna have a bad time. But anyway, let's start off with the stray sheep, shall we? So every night you hang out at the stray sheep before going to sleep, which makes you enter the nightmare world. Most of what you can do at the bar is drink, which makes you move faster during the puzzles, and you'll get these neat little booze facts by the narrator.
I know this is sudden, but here's some trivia for you, as you seem to have finished your class.
Listen to that smooth, buttery voice. You can also reply to text messages and check pictures in the bathroom, winky winky. And there is this little mini game that you can play that is very similar to the puzzles in the nightmare world. So you can practice your technique so you don't get the crap beaten out of you later on. You can also talk to people in the bar. And there is some side quests where if you talk to certain NPCs every night, you can save them in the nightmare world. But honestly, it doesn't affect the story, or at least I didn't notice it did. I'm sure they're all just fine. But that's kind of the thing with Catherine. Minus the puzzles, nothing is mandatory. And it's really up to you if you want to explore the extra stuff. Like, nothing is gonna stop you from just leaving the bar without doing anything. So you can really cut down the playtime if you want to. Okay, moving on. So the real meat of this game is the puzzles. Each night you enter the nightmare realm, and you have to climb these block towers. The goal is simple. Just reach the top before the floor falls down. Now, Vincent can only climb one block at a time, but you can push and pull blocks, and hang on the edges. And that's what you'll be doing a majority of the time. The game does a pretty good job explaining how the mechanics work, and things come pretty naturally once you get going. But here's the thing about these puzzles. They are hard! Oh my god! And I'm not the only person who thinks so. This game is known for being extremely challenging. And yeah, for the people who are gonna be like, well, I beat the game on hard. You're just bad at games. Shut the hell up. Not all of us can be big nerds, you nerd. The learning curve goes all over the place, too. You can probably fly through one level and then die 100 times on the next. There are also boss fights on the last level of each night. And oh my god, whoever designed these things needs help. Like, oh my god, what is that? Each boss has different attacks that changes things up, so anticipate that. They also climb extremely fast, so the pressure is on. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, go away, go away, go away, go away!
What you say?
Now, since the game is very short and has high replay value, I highly recommend playing this game on easy the first time around, and then bumping up the difficulty in another playthrough. And even easy can give you a tough time in certain areas. So after you beat a puzzle level, you get to hang out on a safe floor, where you can save, talk to NPCs, learn new techniques, and buy items. Now, you do get rated on how well you climb, and you'll receive a rating/trophy at the end. But by using items, while extremely useful, will automatically bring your score down. So if you're one of those crazy, I gotta be the best completionist kind of person, avoid using items, you freak. You can only carry one item at a time though, so think carefully before picking up a new one. Now, if you don't care about scores like a normal person, and just want to win, the best item is the energy drink. It allows you to climb 2 blocks at a time for a little while. And Lord Almighty, it'll get you out of so many tight spots. Always buy it or pick it up when given the chance. So like I said, the game has multiple endings and they're all pretty great in my opinion. And while replying to messages and doing certain things, will make that nifty karma meter go back and forth. The main thing that is determining the ending is the confession box. Before moving on to the next puzzle, you have to answer relationship questions. Now, sometimes it isn't obvious which one is considered the bad answer, which I kinda like. Just answer truthfully the first time around. The game has this online feature to see what other people answered, which is cool, so you can see how terrible everyone else is. Y'all need Jesus, good God. So while Catherine is an oddball of the game, it does offer an interesting and different experience. And yeah, it's definitely a game you don't want to play in front of your family. But it's just so out there, it's hard not to love. Even if Vincent's perspiration is obnoxious, and the puzzles will make you want to throw your console out the window.
What you say?
It's still a good game that has a lasting impression, and I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, is that a real word, came out in 2013, and everyone was like... The game received positive reviews, but was very polarizing at first. Since the Metal Gear franchise was a mostly stealth-focused series, when the game went all fast-paced and hack and slashy, it was very unexpected for the franchise. But the game was developed by Platinum Games, a dev team best known for making fantastic, crazy, over-the-top, but close-up, action-packed games. So while it was different for the series, it still worked. And since the game acted as a standalone title, it really had a lot of room to experiment with new story and gameplay ideas. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know shit about this game. So you play as a dude named Raiden, a cyborg ninja, no seriously for real guys, who is part of an American operative team whose job it is to keep the peace and prevent war. But one day, while protecting a prime minister of an African country, a bunch of other cyborg ninjas attack the place and kill the prime minister. Good God, you had one job, Raiden. It's soon revealed that the evil dude's plan is to destabilize the region to bring back the war economy, because money! And it's all up to you to put a stop to their nasty plan and cut people up into tiny itty-bitty pieces. Along the way, you'll meet blood, possibly racist accents, robotic dogs, sombreros, and frame rate drops. Or maybe I just need to get a new PC. Now, the game is supposed to take place after Metal Gear Solid 4, but this game is a spin-off title, and the story is, in all honesty, kinda ridiculous. And although Metal Gear has never been a series 100% grounded in reality, Rising kinda takes things to a whole new level of goofy. The tone and plot points zigzag all over the place, from constantly switching villains to Raiden having an existential crisis but not really. It's Best not to take the story very seriously, because the game sure doesn't. But as a whole, it's a fun and fast-paced plot, and it works for this kind of game. And ever since Metal Gear Solid 2, a lot of people have had mixed feelings about Raiden, since he debatably, single-handedly ruined Metal Gear Solid 2. But Rising really redeems his character, and he becomes a pretty likable guy. And he fights like a badass in dim heels. You go, girl. So the plot moves around like crazy, and so does the combat. If you like the stealth-focused gameplay that the Metal Gear Solid series is known for, then you're definitely gonna have a bad time. Rising's combat is all about speed, cutting, and cutting. It's mostly cutting. Now, the basic combat is nothing special. If you ever played a hack and slash game before, you'll get the hang of Rising really quick. You got your light and heavy attacks, your quick time events, blah blah blah, yeah, etc, etc. But there are a few things unique to Rising's gameplay. The first is blade mode. When you hold down a certain button, time slows down, and Raiden can cut anything with his sword using the analog sticks. And I mean anything. I mean within reason. It's not like you can cut your way through the ground and fall into another dimension or something like that. Now, for the most part, just spazzing out in blade mode will kill the thing pretty good, but later on the game requires you to be super precise, because it's gotta be rude like that. So try to learn to accurately chop things up with grace and precision, because if not, the bosses are gonna beat the crap out of you. So the game is pretty easy for the most part. If you're not a total doo-doo head and you know how to hold a controller, you should be okay. All enemies, once they have taken enough damage, can be cut open to reveal their spines, which automatically gives you full health. I'm serious, it does this every time, and it doesn't get old. I mean, just look at how cool this is! You just cut them open and, don't try this at home, kids. But anyway, the game isn't a complete walk in the park. Once you understand the parry, things become butter smooth. But that's just the problem, understanding how the blocking and parry works. The game doesn't really explain it in the actual game. It's explained in the optional VR mission. And yeah, if you're eager to play this game, then you might just want to skip it, but dear God, do the VR mission! The parry is a tricky thing to learn, and you will, and I mean will, need it. It requires a lot of timing. When an enemy attacks, you have to hit X/square and having the analog stick pushed in the direction of the enemy at the last possible second. It takes a while to get the hang of it and requires some skill to master. Now, if you find yourself unable to learn the parry, then just bump down the game's difficulty to easy because it is automatic in that mode. Now, Rising is a pretty short game, and you know me, I'm a big fan of playing on easy first and bumping up the difficulty later in another playthrough. So like, replay it and get your money's worth? I don't know, do what you want. Also, buy all the upgrades. You'll be able to unlock really useful stuff early on, like the dodge roll and aerial parry, and unless you completely hate yourself, you're gonna want to dump points into these things. So the parry is a butt to learn, but not all attacks can be blocked. Right before enemies attack, their eyes will flash red, which is their way of saying, oh hey, I'm trying to kill you, look at me. Red flashes means the attack can be parried, and that's your chance to show the dude your brand new shiny sparky sword. But if the flash is yellow, then you're gonna be in a world of hurt there, pretty boy. Only certain enemies have yellow attacks, but try to get out of the way before they bring the pain, because there isn't much you can do. Did I mention I love this game's soundtrack? No? Well, it's fantastic. Now, you do gradually get new weapons over time, and there are rocket launchers just casually hanging around that you can use. But switching to these weapons is more tedious than it should be, and you're kind of better off just sticking to the sword. Like, yeah, a giant pole made out of arms is cool and all, but I'd rather have the enemies dead than just slap them around for a little bit, you know? But it's really up to you if you want to play around with these other weapons. The guns aren't very practical either. Occasionally you might need to use one to shoot down something, but that's only if you really want to. You're limited on your movement when you have one out, and blah. Come on, this game is about cutting people up and pushing your processor to the limit. Let's do it! Oh. So like I said, the game isn't very long and areas aren't all that big, but there are little secrets and goodies hidden out throughout the area. Using the fancy vision mode will let you see all sorts of stuff. Now, since the Metal Gear series is all about being sneaky, Rising does occasionally give you the option to stealth your way around certain areas. But keep in mind, you are a cyborg ninja, and this game really just wants you to cut things up. And while sneaking around can make the battles easier since you're taking things on one at a time, it's not really what this game is all about. I mean, come on, just look at some of this stuff. So while Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, I should really look this word up, is an extreme deviation from the Metal Gear Solid series, its crazy over-the-top story and characters offer a fun and exciting time. And yeah, it's a little short and certain things could have been explained a little better. And as a whole, it's a great action game with a killer soundtrack. No guys, seriously, for reals, I love this soundtrack so much. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim came out in 2011 and everyone was like, the game rocked everyone's world with just how massive and detailed everything was. The game was, and still is, extremely popular. And for a lot of people, Skyrim was their first Elder Scrolls game. It fixed a lot of issues people had with the older titles and really streamlined a lot of the more complicated parts of the series. So it quickly grew into a game basically everyone has and can get into. Now, keep in mind, this is a guide for the console version of Skyrim. Because if this was the PC version, basically all the tips I can give are irrelevant because you can just mod things out and change stuff. That being said, I highly recommend the PC version because mods are wonderful and can turn the game into a fever dream if you want to. Y'all thought I was kidding, didn't ya? But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as some random Johnny prisoner that you create, and right before you get executed for being alive, the town you're in gets attacked by a dragon. Being one of the few people who survived the attack, you warn a nearby town that the dragons are back and ready for action. It's soon revealed that you are the legendary Dragonborn, a person who can absorb the souls of dragons and learn burps of power. And it's all up to you to find out why the dragons have returned and put a stop to their dumb plans. Now here's the thing, that's just the main story. There's a bunch of other side stuff, like a civil war, corrupt cities and guilds, and a crazy talking casket lady to name a few. So while there is a tale to be told here, it's really what you make of it since you can pick and choose what you want to be a part of. Like for reals, it's not mandatory to do anything. You can completely ignore everything and just jump around naked for hours if you want to.
What you say? That you only meant.
So Skyrim is a huge, and I mean huge, game. And there's tons of stuff to do, and it can get a little overwhelming at first. Once you escape the dragon attack in the opening sequence, you're free to explore all of Skyrim. No restrictions, no loading screens, just pick a direction and go. Okay, kinda lied, there are loading screens when you enter stuff, but there are none when you're walking around outside. But boy, when there are loading screens, man, these things take their sweet old time. Yeah, it's still going.
6.5 hours later.
Yep. Any minute now. But anyway, as you explore Skyrim, you'll gradually gain quests for you to complete. Now, quests vary in size and rewards, some big, some small, and some lead into other quests. So you'll always have something to do. But if you don't feel like doing quests, you can just explore and discover new locations. And suddenly 30 hours have passed and you forgot to eat and sleep and oh god, was I supposed to pick Janice up at the airport? So the game is very immersive and you're gonna be spending your time doing various things. Like joining groups and guilds, raiding tombs, forts and caves, killing things, being killed by things, buying houses, stealing stuff, and just... wow, there's a lot of stuff in this game, guys. And Skyrim isn't one of those games where you get a big you win at the end. I mean, I'm not even sure if there is an ending. Like, for reals, this game never ends. Oh my god, there's just so much stuff. Oh jeez, where am I? So the combat is pretty straightforward. You hit a button and you attack the thing. But there are a lot of different ways to hit things and it depends on what you use as a weapon. There are two-handed attacks, one-handed, bows, magic, etc, etc. And there is no limitation to what you can use. You don't have to worry about picking a fighting class or anything. You can use what you want at any time and anywhere. Now, when it comes to leveling up, all you have to do is do the thing you want to level up in. Like if you want to increase your sneak skills, you just sneak. I know, mind-boggling. You can also pay certain people to level up a specific skill, but that can get a little pricey. Or you could be a huge dork and read certain books that increase your skills. And if you do that, pro tip here, it's always the books that are 50 plus gold. And you don't really have to read them, you can just look at them once and then you can just drop them. Now, once your character levels up, you have a choice to increase your health, stamina, or magic. And then you get 1 perk point to spend on a skill. And keep in mind, there is a level cap of 100, so you can only get 100 perk points. And there are more than 100 perks, so choose wisely. Also, the world levels up with you, so don't worry about being underleveled and getting the crap beaten out of you when exploring a new area. Now, because you're the almighty Dragonborn, you get these things called shouts, which allow you to throw up different types of magic and other junk. You gain new shouts by finding words of power hidden around Skyrim. And in order to unlock the word, you need to use a dragon soul. And you get souls by, you guessed it, killing dragons. So when a dragon comes around, it's best not to hightail it in the other direction, cause you kinda need the things. Some areas require certain shouts, so always be on the lookout for them. And dragon attacks just kinda happen. Like, you'll just be running around and suddenly a giant flying lizard will attack you, so be on your toes. So there's a lot of items in this game, and you're not gonna use 90% of them. You're constantly getting new gear and stuff, so selling your junk is how you're gonna get a majority of your cash. And don't bother collecting everything, cause you're gonna get overburdened really quick. Cause shocker, 20 sets of armor and 15 axes is a little heavy for most people. And just because something looks badass doesn't mean it's badass. Always look at an item's stats and worth before picking it up. And the things that are the most tempting to pick up but aren't really worth it is the potions. There are a ton of potions in this game, and let's get real for a second. Most of them are so oddly specific you will never use them, so stop hoarding them, you nerd! The things add up, and soon you'll be carrying 100 pounds worth of potions. All you really need are the health, magic, and stamina ones. And you can survive basically anything. While there may be a few that might come in handy later on, like invisibility and cure disease and a few others, they're only really needed in special situations. Oh god, what have I done? There's so many! What does this even do? Rocks. There's a lot of rocks in this game. Shiny ones, big ones, mountain ones. But the most important ones are the soul gems. These things can basically be found everywhere, and try to keep some on you at all times. They are used to fuel enchanted weapons / armor. There are all types of enchantments like fire, lightning, disco fever? Oh god, forget it, bad joke, bad joke. Now, you'll find enchanted weapons all over Skyrim, but most of the time the enchantment will be attached to a dumb weapon or armor. So, when at an enchanting table, destroy the dumb thing to get the enchantment, and then you can put it on the weapon / armor you want. Once you use the enchanted item enough, it will run out of juice, and you have to use a soul gem to rejuice it. So, you'll encounter a lot of people in Skyrim. Some friendly, some who want to eat your face off, yeah. Now, I know you people. The second you get a little bit of freedom, you go off wreaking havoc like the little monsters you are! I mean, beautiful, loving subscribers that you are. Yeah. But try not to kill random NPCs. Some NPCs can't die because they are part of major quests, but most can die, and they will stay dead. And that could block off side quests that could be fun or useful later down the line. And yeah, there's always the option of reloading an older save, but God knows what you did. And speaking of saves, save often in this game and have multiple saves for one character, cause this game is glitchy. And while some of them are just goofy, like horses and people falling through floors, if your console is in a bad mood, it could cause some game-breaking problems, so be prepared for some funky stuff. Okay, so since Skyrim is a huge game, I'm just gonna list stuff off that should come in handy, okay? Okay. Use a torch in the dark. The circle gate code is always on the claw. Smith a buttload of daggers to increase smithing. Sneaking is pretty cool. Give the beggars money. Marry for money. Stock up on lockpicks. It's not a crime unless someone sees you. Use the summon blade spell to increase blade and conjuring skills. You can change the difficulty whenever. Get a horse, or steal a horse, I don't know, I'm not your mom. And don't be a jerk. Oh, and if you want to hit the ground running when you start the game, go to the wagon and pay to go to Dawnstar. Go to the mine entrance and crouch next to the rocks on the left. And you'll find this invisible chest with tons of great stuff in it, and the stuff regenerates every 10 days. You're welcome. So while Skyrim is a huge, detailed, and fleshed out world that you can get lost in for hours, its long loading times and weird glitches can take you out of the experience sometimes. And yeah, not everything is interesting and fun. And the console version kind of pales in comparison to the PC one, because the PC version basically takes the game and turns it into a weird power fantasy simulator.
Yeah!
But as a whole, if there's one game you want to play for the rest of your life and still find things to do, it's Skyrim. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Dark Souls came out in 2011 and everyone was like, now, Dark Souls is the spiritual successor to Demon's Souls, the Western-styled action RPG that was known for being really hard. So when people got their hands on Dark Souls, they were happy to find that From Software made sure that Dark Souls would take all your stuff and burn your house down. Cause holy crap, this game is tough. And I mean tough. Like, not one of those the first time you play through it tough. Like, even if you're good at this game, it will find ways to destroy you. But even though the game is extremely unforgiving, Dark Souls is one of the most immersive, deep, and atmospheric games that come out in recent years. And it really expanded upon the gameplay and design of Demon's Souls to make a more well-rounded experience. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. Okay, before moving on, let's get one thing straight here. So, some will argue that part of the Dark Souls quote-unquote experience is not knowing what to do or how most of the game mechanics work. But screw that. This is a great game, but getting used to how it punishes you can be a real turnoff. So honestly, it's more enjoyable from the get-go if you know the bare basics before you start. Now, Dark Souls is a big, complicated game, so I'm not gonna be able to go over all the details and hidden junk. And it's one of those games where there is no shame in looking up hell because good lord, you're gonna need it. So, Dark Souls is one of those games that doesn't have an in-your-face kind of story. Most of it is really hidden, and it's something you gotta look for. While there are people you can talk to, they only give you vague pieces of the story, and it's really the world that has the most to say. Of course, if you manage to piece things together, you'll find that the lore is very deep and complicated and tragically beautiful, and that everyone is a giant jerk and an idiot. Like, honestly, I'm really into the lore, and everyone is a major butthead, so just keep that in mind when you play, because, like, who knows, maybe it'll motivate you to stab them in the face harder, I don't know. But the bare basics is that you are the chosen undead, and it's all up to you to kill things in the land of Lordran so you can keep the world from ending. Cheery, right? Now, one of Dark Souls' mechanics is dying. Yeah. I mean, a game that puts prepare to die in their title is not messing around. You're gonna die. A lot. But that's okay, it's all part of the experience, and so is rage quitting.
What you say? That you only meant.
So the big question on everyone's mind is what makes Dark Souls so diddly dang hard? Well, there are a few things that do. For one, the game gives you no sense of direction. Once you get past the tutorial, if you get past the tutorial, you're told to kill a bunch of dudes and ring some bells, and that's kind of it. So venturing into an area where you're underleveled and getting your little undead butt smeared across the wall can be common. Another thing that makes this game tough is when you die, you go back to the last bonfire you rested at, and you lose all of your souls, which is the game's experience points. And you have one chance to get them back from the place you last died, or you lose them forever. Okay, yeah, that doesn't sound too bad, but here's the thing. All of the enemies you killed have respawned. Like, you know that dude that took you 10 minutes to kill? Well, screw you, you gotta do it again, you nerd. It happens every time. The only things that don't respawn are bosses and mini-bosses. Another thing that's a pain in the butt is the autosave function. All and everything that you do is autosaved. No loading older saves, no nothing. So if you make a bad decision or do something stupid, you're kinda stuck with it. And the last thing that makes Dark Souls difficult is you can't pause the game. Yep, that's right. Gotta pee, answer the phone, defuse a bomb? Well, too bad. No pauses, no breaks. You gotta deal with it, loser.
So when you start the game, you get to build your deer-in-the-headlights character. Now, don't worry too much about choosing your class, because it just determines your starting points and gear. You can level up whatever you want in the actual game. Now, you can pick whatever you want. I'm not gonna break into your house and beat you up with my bun hands if you choose something stupid. But in my opinion, the best starting class and gift is the Pyromancer and the Master Key. So combat-wise, there's a ton of weapons to choose from and items to get and powers to learn. Now, there is no best weapon or armor in Dark Souls. Each item offers something different, and it's useful in different situations. And it's important that you experiment with different gear and weapons to find out what best fits your gameplay style. But it's not the weapons or armor that's gonna get you through Dark Souls, it's patience. Take your sweet old time, because if you try to rush things, you're gonna get the crap beaten out of you. It's all about waiting for the right moment to stabby stab stuff, because all enemies take a little bit of time to charge up their next attack. So being on the defense is kind of important. And carefully exploring each area and learning enemy attack patterns and locations is key to, well, not dying as much. Oh look, I died again. It's okay. I'm calm. Things will be okay. I am totally calm! Now, one of the crucial things in Dark Souls is knowing how the hollowing and summoning stuff works. There are bonfires all over the world. Some hidden, some in very inconvenient locations, but they act as checkpoints where you can level up, change out your magic, and the most important thing, unhollow your ugly self. You'll get these items called humanity, and they are used to turn your character back to human so you can summon other players and NPCs throughout the game by finding their summoning signs on the ground. And when you die, you go back to being hollow and you can't summon. And it goes without saying that summoning makes stuff so much easier. And no, it doesn't make you a baby for getting help. I mean, come on, the game offers it. Use it, you nerd. Now, you can only go into human form by consuming a humanity and offering it to the bonfire. You can find humanities all around the world, and bosses and some enemies like rats tend to drop them. Also, while in human form, if you use another humanity, you can kindle a bonfire and it gives you extra healing drinks. Now, all of this sounds like a pretty sweet deal as long as you have enough humanity, right? Wrong! This is Dark Souls, baby! We're not gonna stop until your teeth are kicked in! So, while you can summon help while human, you can also be invaded by another player. And these guys are just here to ruin your day. They red, they suck, and if any one of you have invaded me before and are watching this video, go into a corner and think about what you did. Their job is to just straight up kill you. And sometimes they like messing with you by not attacking for a while, but never trust an invader. Ever. And I'm gonna give you the coward's tip of the day. If you are invaded and you don't want the crap beaten out of you, just quit the game, because when you reload, you'll pop back right where you were and the invader will be gone. And yeah, you'll look like a little baby, but screw it! I want to explore this dying, terrible world in peace! Now, Lordran is a freaky and depressing place with lots of hidden areas and optional places to explore. Now, like I said, the game gives you no sense of direction, and it's hard to tell if you're going the right way. And while it's technically an open world game, the world is kind of divided by sections and is connected by really clever shortcuts. Like, good lord, the level design is just great. It's just so good, you guys, I love it. And the neat thing about Dark Souls is that if you see something off in the distance, you can reach it, and it just makes everything feel so massive and epic. And it gives you a crippling sense of irrelevance because the world doesn't care about you, and oh god, I need a moment. Now, the one thing that's either really smart or very misleading, I'm not really sure, is knowing if you can walk or climb on certain stuff, because it doesn't always look like you can. But you can. Trust me. And there's a lot of hidden stuff everywhere, including hidden walls that disappear when you hit them. So be sure to search every inch of the world top to bottom so you can find good items and weapons. And then stop once you run into an over-leveled enemy and oh look, I died again! What the? Oh god, no, this is all wrong. Oh, how do you turn this off? Oh, blue wire, red wire, oh god! So, as you explore the world, you're gonna come across NPCs that you can chat up. Most of the time, they are always trapped in some place, so be on the lookout for them. And most of them have these little storylines that you can follow if you talk to them at certain points and do certain things. And I would recommend doing this, because if not, most of them are just gonna straight up die if you don't do anything. Not to mention, you're kind of a huge jerk if you don't help them. Because Solaire is a precious gift to the world, and he deserves to be happy and must be protected at all cost. You can also join these things called covenants if you talk to certain NPCs. Covenants are these little groups where you can get perks in either PvP or PvE, depending depending on which one you join. Although they aren't mandatory, they do add a little something something when it comes to player choice. And some of the perks can be pretty cool. Now, remember that auto-save function I mentioned? Well, it's kind of important because if you kill an NPC, they stay dead. And no, you can't reload an older save because there are none. So don't kill the NPCs, they kinda have crap you need. Of course, there is this dude who has some pretty decent stuff, like a certain key, fire bombs, and some useful things early on in the game. But he also drops a really useful sword when killed. So if you're feeling murderous, only kill him once you get all the stuff you need, you terrible, terrible person. So while the world can give you trouble, it's the bosses that are really gonna show you just how crap you are. Around the world there are these fog gates, and there are only two things hidden behind them. Either a big baddie that'll destroy everything you love, or absolutely nothing. For reals, this is just like the game's way of messing with you.
I love you.
Oh god, it's even worse now! Shut it down! Shut it down! How do you shut it down? Now, not all of the bosses are mandatory. Actually, a lot of them. And the game doesn't always tell you, hey, you don't need to kill these guys, all of this dying could be avoided, but you'll never be able to tell. And you really won't. A lot of the bosses can be skipped if you're not into the whole challenge thing, but you'll want to kill anything big so you can get the souls and level up. But just look up the ones you need to kill because, oh god, I just want to beat this game so I can stop being called a filthy casual. Now, because the bosses are the most challenging aspect of Dark Souls, I highly recommend looking up boss guides for elemental weaknesses, attack patterns, and easy takedown strategies. Because keep in mind, kids... Oh, hey, look, it's working again. God! Okay, so since the game is tough and quiet about things, here's just stuff you should and shouldn't do. Hit every chest before you open it. Just do it, don't ask questions. Buy poison healing items and poison arrows from this freaky chick. Get the Drake Sword by shooting at the Red Dragon's tail a bunch of times. Ditch the Drake Sword when you go to Sen's Fortress. If you get that Chaos Fire thing, don't tell the Pyromancer dude where you got it. Get good. Kill Guinevere to unlock the Painting World. She's the giant lady with the huge boobs, you can't miss her. You need to kill the big dog to get the ring to fight the Four Kings. This way first, not this way. Do a barrel roll, or just roll a lot, okay? Grind when you can, you're gonna need all the souls you can get. The resistance stat is kinda useless. Blighttown sucks. That's not a tip, I'm just saying what I feel. Don't go into a boss fight with a lot of souls because you're probably gonna die. And this has to be the most important tip in the whole game. I mean, you won't get past anything without it. Praise the sun! So, while Dark Souls is a deep, complicated, and immersive experience, its difficulty can be a real deal breaker, especially in the beginning. But if you power through it and learn how everything works, the game offers such a great sense of accomplishment. It's tough but fair, and each death is a learning experience to make you a better player. And if there's one game that will challenge you to your limits and make you love every second of it, it's Dark Souls. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your dying experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Portal 2 came out in 2011 and everyone was like,
Hey! Richard! Are you a fast runner?
Not particularly, no. Why?
Get it!
The game was highly anticipated by fans, since the original Portal was a little nugget of joy bestowed upon us by the glory of our Lord and Savior, Gabe Newell. They took everything from Portal 1 and, well, bigger. Everything's just bigger. While the original game was like 2 to 3 hours long, Portal 2 got more of a spectacle treatment and was turned into a full-fledged game. With new characters and a bunch of other gameplay mechanics and sharp humor, the game was a marvel of what a sequel should be. Now, little side note here, if you played Portal, then you'll get the hang of Portal 2 real quick, and vice versa. So think of this video as a combination of Portal 1 and 2, because I'm not that clever and I don't think I could make 2 separate videos talking about basically the same game. So deal with it. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So once again, you play as Chell, the extremely agile mute who is still trapped in the Aperture Science Lab. The game takes place after the events of Portal 1, where you, and spoiler here I guess, kill the evil computer Gladys, the crazy AI that tried to kill you with portal puzzles. After all that's said and done, you still find yourself trapped in the lab, which has seen some better days since the last time you were walking around it. And it's all up to you to solve puzzles and escape Aperture. Again. So yeah, it's a whole new adventure of puzzle solvings and killing robots and, Well, yeah, like I said, it's just Portal 1 but bigger. But along the way, you'll meet talking balls, plants, possibly dead people, potatoes, aggressive birds, lemons, vertigo, surprisingly no cake, PA systems, and science. But for reals though, the story is a lot of fun, and you get to uncover the origins of Aperture, and the humor is just spot on. Unless you're a really thick person who doesn't get sarcasm, in that case, God help you. But anyway, so gameplay-wise, it's all about them puzzles. Once you get started, you'll eventually get the almighty portal gun, and all of the puzzles revolve around this thing. I mean, duh, the game is named Portal. There's gonna be portals. Lots of portals. Portal. So how this thing works is you can shoot two things, a blue and orange portal, or an exit and an entrance. Shoot a portal at a wall, then another portal somewhere else, walk through one portal, and you walk out the other portal, and portal, 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 portal. Okay, yeah, it's kind of trippy, but it's science, yo. So the game is really big on physics, and it likes to show it often. A lot of the puzzles like to use momentum and gravity and stuff as the core solution to the problem. And the puzzles are split up into chambers, and most of the time the goal is just to get to the other side of the room. Now, that would be super easy with a portal gun, but the thing has limitations, since it can only work on certain walls. So yeah, it's a puzzle game, and what do puzzles typically require? All together now, logic. It's just logic, guys. It's not cocaine. What? Who said that? This game loves the logic in things. You'll get that aha moment and then feel a little stupid for not seeing things right away, and then maybe possibly question your intelligence, because maybe you are as stupid as they say. Oh look, the bots are humming again, how cute. So the puzzles aren't too terribly difficult. Or maybe I'm just smarter than the rest of you, guess we'll never find out. But most of the time, trial and error will get you through most things because there isn't much of a death penalty. So finding a solution is kinda inevitable if you try it enough times. Or you could just look it up and be a total cop-out because you can't handle all this science. Now, the portal gun is the main gameplay mechanic here, but each chamber brings in different things to play around with. There's cubes, buttons, jumping boards, and a bunch of other stuff that you're gonna have to utilize in order to beat the puzzle. Now, while there is a bunch of stuff to use, there is only one way to beat the puzzle. They aren't open-ended where there's several ways to figure something out. One way, one solution. Unless you do something freaky and glitch out the game and break it. Everything you need to beat the puzzle is in the room with you. The game doesn't throw extra junk at you just to throw you off. Everything that's there is there for a reason. So figure it out, you nerd. But if there's one thing that might take a little adjustment, it's the possible vertigo. And the weird portal loops that will make your brain hurt and possibly break the matrix. Things can get trippy sometimes, especially when you're jumping around and falling through stuff. And FYI, don't shoot a portal at the ground and then another one directly above you, because when you jump through that thing, the entire universe will collapse on itself. So there's a little bit of fighting in this game, sorta, kinda, maybe not a little bit really. As you go through Aperture, you'll occasionally be shot at by these little turrets. And your means of fighting back is kinda limited, since the portal gun can only tear holes in reality and, well, not kill things. When faced with turrets, you can either knock them down by shooting portal holes at them and sending something through to push them off their feet, or just duck and run. And telling which one you're supposed to do isn't always clear, but hey, like I said, no real death penalty. So if you keep getting killed, you're probably doing something wrong.
What you say?
Okay, so while the puzzles are the meat of Portal, it's really the comedy that seals the deal. As you solve puzzles, you'll be hearing voiceovers by different characters. Some friendly, some crazy, and some dumb, and then a little more crazy again. And it's just funny, man. It's just good old-fashioned funny. So, like, play with sound, because it's kind of important. Now, while there are things that are pretty scripted in the game, like the puzzles being interrupted halfway through with giant set pieces, if you feel like messing around, some of your actions can provoke reactions from the characters watching you. Most of the time, it's just doing something stupid and the character will call you out on it or something, but hey, it makes the game feel more organic and adds a little more to the story. On top of that, there are a lot of hidden Easter eggs around Aperture. I mean, the place is full of little details and humor and winks to the previous game, so keep an eye out. Oh god, not this thing again. Shoo, get that out of here. Oh god. I'm sorry, Portal fandom. It's been worked to death. It's not funny anymore. So while Portal 2 is a great puzzle game that's funny without being repetitive, it is one of those play it once, seen the whole thing kind of games. But don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful game. But its replay value loses something when you know all the answers to the puzzles. But if there's one game that shows what a real sequel looks like and is stock full of science, it's Portal 2. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Journey came out in 2012 for the PS3, and everyone was like, The game received overwhelmingly positive reviews with just how breathtaking it was. The game was developed by That Game Company, a dev team best known for their simple but powerful games. And when Journey hit the scene, it kinda answered the question, are video games art? Cause good lord almighty, this game is so freaking pretty and meaningful. Oh god, I don't know how to explain it, just holy crap, my eyes! And while the game is short and simple, it really had an impact on the gaming community, and kinda reminded everyone that indie games are still a hella cool thing. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here's a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know about this game. So you play as whatever the hell this thing is, and you find yourself in a giant desert. Not knowing anything at all, you walk forward to find a giant mountain thingy off in the distance. And it being the biggest thing in the area, it's highly inferred that you're supposed to head towards it. And so yeah, you head for it to begin your, all together now, journey! Yeah, woo! Yeah. Now, the story isn't exactly spelled out for you, and there isn't any dialogue or nothing. Everything is kinda bare-boned. But as you progress through the game, you'll get little flashbacks of the world's history, and if you're a fan of Pictionary, you'll be able to piece together the itty-bitty tiny pieces of the story that you get. But Journey really isn't about the story. It's about, well, the journey. Go naming team, yeah. But the real story is in the world, seeing what was and letting that speak for itself. And Journey has got some major spiritual stuff going on. I mean, this game will make you feel things, holy crap. It's like bathing in a tub of sunshine, I love it. Do you mind? So gameplay-wise, Journey is really, really simple. All you really have to do is jump, glide, and ping. Or chirp. Or whatever you want to call it, I'm not really sure. Basically, you hit a button and you make this little sound that can activate stuff, and it's your main way of interacting with things. Also, it's kind of adorable. Now, Journey's aesthetics are through the roof, and your ability to glide is determined by how long your scarf is and how much pattern is still on it. Now, the game doesn't have any level-ups, power-ups, or push-up pops. You're gonna end with the same abilities you started with. The only thing you can increase is the length of your scarf by finding these little shiny thingamajiggamabobs around certain areas. And while extending the length of your glide certainly makes things more floaty and it's really not needed to beat the game. Like, you can just beat it with a little stubby scarf if you feel like being a boring turd and walking everywhere. Now, level design-wise, the game is pretty linear. And while the game may look open world, it's not. It's an illusion, and the game is just lying to you. So don't roam around endlessly in the desert. Trust me, nothing happens. Now, Journey is all about platforming with all the jumping and the twirling and the whoosh whoosh, and that's basically all you'll be doing here. The goal is to just reach the mountain, so going forward is the way to go. And while there are enemies in certain parts of the game, there is no fighting, only panicking and running away and crossing your fingers that crap your pants thing doesn't see you. Oh god, please just leave me alone! But the best way to enjoy Journey is just go with the flow and taking your time to just feel the game. And yeah, I know that sounds kind of dumb, but I'm serious. The music is great too and adds to that slippery, slidey, floaty, smooth sensation that this game is known for. Also sand. Lots of sand. I mean, I didn't think it was possible to be emotionally connected to sand, but this game does it somehow. So, while the game is really simple, it does do something pretty interesting. Assuming you're logged on to PSN, the game has forced multiplayer. And before all of you introverted nerds start freaking out about human interaction, your only means of talking to another player is through your ping noise. And that's kind of it. No display name, no nothing. And no, you can't choose who you partner up with, it's kind of random. So things can get a little problematic if you want to play with a friend. But as you go through the game, you'll be seamlessly matched up with another player. And while you can beat the game solo no problem. I don't know what it is, but having another player with you makes things way more special because it teaches you the power of friendship and you feel like you can take on the world together. Now, other players can't really mess up your playthrough because you can just ditch the loser if they're messing around and running around in the sand or something like that. But as a whole, they can only help rather than hurt the experience, or maybe that's just me, I don't know. Unless they start getting sassy with that ping. And I can tell when you guys are getting sassy. And just FYI, people I've played with, when I start pinging like there's no tomorrow, I'm not doing it to be cute. It means you're about to do something stupid, you nerd. Good God. So, while Journey is an extremely emotional and borderline spiritual experience, the simplicity and shortness of the game can be kind of a turn-off for most people, especially if they're looking for a hearty platformer. But Journey is just the right length to want you craving more rather than getting bored with it. And it's the kind of game you want to show people who doubt that games are art. Because, oh my god! I need a moment, you guys. Just give me a minute. Oh my god, my poor little heart. And even if you're not into indie games, Journey is a must-own and something everyone should experience, gamer or not. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Bayonetta came out in 2010 and everyone was like, the game was a critical success, and being a game developed by Platinum Games, it was a real showcase of a solid hack and slash and, okay, let's get real for a second. While the game got positive reviews, it was kind of the center of controversy due to the quote-unquote sexualized nature of Bayonetta's character design. And while Bayonetta is certainly a, sexual character, man, this girl owns it and makes sure everybody knows it. And also, she was designed by a woman, so, yeah, there's that. Yeah, that's what I thought. But because of her strong character, it created the foundation for a crazy, fun, and upbeat, over-the-top hack-and-slash experience. And big butts aside, Bayonetta was a breath of fresh air during the 7th console generation, being one of the more noticeably new gaming IPs to have come out that year. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips and tricks for people who don't know shit about this game. So you play as, you guessed it, Bayonetta, one of the last Umbran witches who has been asleep for like 500 years, and doesn't remember all that much, but is searching for the answers to her blurry past. Being a dark witch and all, she is constantly being attacked by angels of the Luma Sages, and it's all up to you to stop them, I think. I'm not really sure. Like, there's some time travel stuff, kinda, different realities, a scuba dad death, hair monsters, a giant deity-like thing that needs sacrifices, and some weird cult stuff sprinkled around there somewhere, and who are you supposed to be? Ah, god, man, this thing is a mess. Now, while the main goal of the story becomes pretty clear later on, and I'm sure if you play this game enough times, then things make sense, but at first, a lot of the characters' motives aren't explained. At all. And on top of that, the story is just a little weird and confusing the first time around. But it's not really that important because, this being a Platinum game and all, the story is just a backdrop for crazy things to happen, and boy do they happen! This game has no chill. It's go, go, go from the start. From the locations to the characters, there's just a lot of jaw-dropping, did they really just do that kind of moments. And most of those moments are just how Bayonetta takes out things. And just Bayonetta in general. I mean, yeah, she's supposed to be in control and uses her sexuality to dominate others and doesn't take crap from anyone, but good lord. Like, you know what? I'm okay with this. But yeah, the story is kinda dumb, but it's kinda self-aware, and if you just roll with it, it's a fun time, if a little odd. And for reals, if you're not into butts and fan service, you're gonna have a bad and awkward time. So many butts! Alright, so Bayonetta is good old-fashioned hack-and-slash gameplay with lots of combos and unnecessary long takedown craps, and yeah, it's a Platinum game, there's a lot of punching. So Bayonetta's weapon of choice are guns, guns, and more guns, and swords, and sometimes chainsaws that you can pull out of your butt. And while you can shoot stuff, your main way of attacking is through kicks and punches. And they aren't just any old punches and kicks by a woman with freakishly long legs. Oh no, since Bayonetta is a witch and all, her hair is also her clothes. And when she punches and kicks stuff, her clothes/hair fly off and turns into a fist and punches crap and things, and I'm losing you, aren't I? Okay, yeah, it's weird, but getting those combos to land does some major damage. So while button mashing can get you by, this game requires you to know your stuff, and combos are the key to not getting the crap beaten out of you. On top of demon hair powers, when Bayonetta dodges things at the last possible second, you enter a thing called witch time, which slows time down for a little bit so you can bring the big booty pain. Now getting the timing down can be tricky, since there's a lot going on screen sometimes, and yes, all these flashing lights and over-designed characters totally aren't distracting me whatsoever. But witch time is kinda needed to take out a lot of the enemies, and it's the key to beating bosses. So dodge like the wind, you big nerd! And keep in mind, you could also shoot your gun while you dodge if you hold down an attack button. So yeah, shoot and dodge, kids. Shoot and dodge. Ah yeah, what are you gonna do now, son? Yeah, Bayonetta come- crap. So as you beat the crap out of angels, you'll gradually pick up these little doodads that increase your magic gauge. And when that thing fills up, you can do a torture attack on a single enemy. Now keyword there is single. But torture attacks do a ton of damage, and all you gotta do is hit the button and then hit some more buttons and watch Bayonetta do her weird sexual takedown crap, and bam, dead, done, you did it. But like I said, it's only for a single enemy, so it's probably a good idea to use them on the tougher nerds instead of the first guy you make eye contact with. Now on top of torture attacks, you also get climax finishers. Yes, that is the real name. Can you see the theme now? I'll give you a hint, it's sex. But anyway, climax finishers are special boss finishers where all of Bayonetta's clothes fly off and a giant hair monster takes out the enemy and hey, I was over here, buddy. Yeah, I know this game is on crack, but try to stay focused. But for the most part, climax finishers are kinda needed to end most boss fights. So the second you see the thing, slam dem buttons, you nerd, and enjoy the butts. Woo! Yeah, boo! Go team butt, yeah! So the game is broken up into missions/levels, and all the levels can be replayed at any time once you beat them, so you can grind for the money if you want to. And time to celebrate, you crazy score people, because each fight and level gets a medal telling you how bootylicious your fighting was. And depending on which difficulty you play on, the ratings can be kinda harsh, and will not hesitate to tell you how much you suck and how big of a big dopey bimbo you are. Yeah, I know I suck. Thank you for reminding me, game. Now, ratings are all fine and good, but using items can bring your overall score down. So, if for some reason you care about this crap, try avoid using items. And speaking of items, the game's levels are pretty straightforward and almost always maybe kinda sorta have the hidden junk and items in some place that is slightly out of the way. So finding the hidden stuff is kinda super easy. Now, the game is designed to be played multiple times to unlock all the junk, but most of the goodies can be bought at the Gates of Hell, aka the item shop, aka why is there a cutscene every time you enter this godforsaken place? Now, when you first play the game, don't save all of your money on the shiniest, fanciest weapon crap. Go for the techniques, you big nerd. Bayonetta doesn't start off with that many good attacks, so getting your stubby hands on all of her extra moves should be the first thing you spend your dough on. On top of that, you have certain items you can use in combat, some more useful than others, and it should go without saying that you can never have enough healing items. So buy them anytime you can. Also, the shield item can be pretty cool, but always get the healing items. I cannot stress this enough. You're gonna need healing items. Yeah, I know, it brings down your score. I don't care. I wanna live. I need to beat this game. Oh my god! Okay, so while the game offers some meaty challenge that could possibly get you killed a few times, the game also has these random quick time events that are kinda scattered around various parts of the game that are guaranteed to get you killed at least once because the timing is so freaking funky. And they really are random. Like, you'll be watching an action cutscene and suddenly press the button to not die, your nerd will pop up, then you press the button and you die anyway. Like, what? What just happened? Huh? Ooh, where am I? What's going on? What is this? So be ready for these things and try to get the timing right because man, these things are annoying.
What you say? Oh, that you only meant.
So as of now, Bayonetta 1 is available on Xbox 360, Wii U, and PS3. And that's great and all, but for you PS3 owners, be warned because if you get this game, you should really install the game's download crap before you start. Because without it, you're gonna see loading screens. Lots of loading screens. For everything. Always. I don't know what happened, but for some reason the game wasn't optimized for PS3 all that well, and it slows things down to a rage-worthy halt, so install the thing if you love yourself, okay? So while Bayonetta is an over-the-top, off-its-rocker, crazy experience that shows how fun hack and slash can be, its random deaths and technical issues is what prevents it from reaching its true potential. But Bayonetta is one heck of a ride, and it's the kind of game you want to show off to other people because of just how nonsensical and weird it is. And if there's one game that has a killer leading lady that just sticks with you to the day you die, it's Bayonetta. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Final Fantasy XIII came out in 2010, and everyone was like,
Okay.
being the first Final Fantasy game on the 7th console generation, there were a lot of expectations when it came out. And even though the game received mostly positive reviews, the Final Fantasy community was kinda torn about it since the game did a lot of things differently compared to other Final Fantasy titles. Now, while most people don't think Final Fantasy XIII is a bad game, it kinda paled in comparison to other Final Fantasy titles, since the game was kinda bare-boned when it came to content and just stuff to do. But when judged by itself, Final Fantasy XIII is gorgeous, with a unique combat system and complex story. And if you don't think so, why don't you come follow me on Twitter so you can fight me on this, you big nerd? But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as these 6 losers, a group of people who were brought together by quote-unquote fate, and branded by a pulse fal'C and turned into Lissy so they can carry out their focus. Or, in human talk, a big demigod-like thingy turned the losers into its little servants with magical powers so they could go do the task they were told to do, or kinda told not to do, because Lissy's focuses are never really crystal clear. Now, the thing is, if they don't complete their focus in time, they turn into these goofy-looking things, and even if they complete their focus in time, they turn into crystal. So, being a Lissy is kind of a lose-lose situation. And since they are pulse Lissy, that automatically makes them enemies of Cocoon, which is where most of the losers live. And it's all up to you to see if you can escape the fate of being a Lissy before things get all weird and end-of-the-world-ish. Along the way, you'll meet punching, screaming people, light shows, frickin' Sarah, emos, Australians, more punching, crystals, weird sexual noises, and crazy old flying men, to name a few. Now, Final Fantasy XIII has a lot of subplots going on, like some weird government controlling crap, mass murder, and it's kinda hard to keep track as to why you're doing the things you're doing. And while the story isn't exactly hard to follow near the end, parts can get kinda confusing because the characters are using words that they never really explain or just expect you to understand from the get-go. Like, what is the purge? And I don't know what a fal'C is, and pulse, what the frag are these things? But if you take the time to look stuff up, the story is really enjoyable and dives deep into how the characters feel about their whole situation. Because in all honesty, it's a really crappy situation. So get ready for some pretty dark and sad moments. Oh, this isn't sad, guys. I just like seeing Snow get punched. You big dope. So like I said, people have issues with this game, and the main problem is that it's very, 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 very linear, to the point where most of the game is really, really pretty looking hallways. So getting lost or not knowing where to go next is not gonna happen with this game. It's just straight. You go straight and you win. There isn't much extra stuff to do or explore either. It's just go forward and fight some more. Now, the combat system, aka the paradigm system, is where you're gonna be spending most of your time. How it works is you have 6 combat roles all together, and you customize your paradigm so you can switch the roles during combat to bring the pain. Now, the game explains the system pretty well, and it's pretty easy to get the hang of it, so I won't really go into it that much. But having good paradigm setup is so important. Oh my god, you guys. I mean, it's basically the whole game. Let's get real. Now, the key to fights is to stagger the enemy, because that's when they take the most damage. And you can do that by filling up this bar right here. The bar fills up quickest when you use magic and disabling attacks, but fair warning, it also drains the fastest if you use nothing but those. Always make sure you have at least one person using commando so it makes the bar drain slowly. I for reals always do this, cause nothing hurts more than watching that stagger progress bar die.
What you say? That you...
So each character is gonna have 3 main roles to start with. And while they gradually gain the rest of the roles, it's best to stick with their main ones because it's kind of a bad idea to dump points into a low-level role that someone else in your party can do 10 times better anyway. Now, here's the thing. While eventually everyone will have access to the same roles, they are gonna have different abilities in that role. Like, Fang and Vanille can both use Saboteur, but Vanille can only use the Death ability. You see where I'm going with this, kids? While there really isn't any best paradigm setup, it's important to experiment and learn whose abilities best work for you. So play around with it and try different paradigms out, and you'll find out that yes, snow is completely useless. Now, because the game is super linear, it's gonna limit what characters you can use at certain points. And while it opens up near the end, you're gonna have to go with what you got for a little while. But the game is gonna be switching characters on you a lot, and for some frickety-frack reason, it resets all of your paradigms even though you just played as these characters 10 minutes ago! It's annoying. But each time it switches out a character, make sure you go into the menu and make your own paradigms again because the system cannot be trusted. And variety is key, children. You got 6 pretty little paradigm slots, so make sure you use them all because you never know. So this being a Final Fantasy game and all, you do get summons, and they can be pretty useful, especially in a tight spot. Now, the summons are unlocked as the story progresses, and you can only use the party's leader summon during the battle. But the game kinda does this weird Persona 4 thing, because in certain parts of the story, each character is gonna get really, really angsty, and they're gonna be attacked by their own summon that's kind of a reflection of themselves, and they have to beat it in order to gain the summon. Do you not see the parallels here? Am I the only one seeing this now? Alright. Anyway, the thing is you gotta fight the summon to get the summon. And you have to fill up this bar until the little you win button pops up. Now, how the bar is filled changes for each summon fight. And you should probably look up how to fill it up for each fight, cause pro tip here, it's not just wailing on an enemy with attacks till it dies, cause trust me, it does not work. You also have a limited amount of time to win, so yeah, get good, you nerd. So grinding is a big part of this game, but because it's linear, you're going to be going back and forth in a lot of areas to level up. Now the game has tons of points of no return, and the difficulty curve can get kinda crazy. So I highly recommend having save increments at different points of the game, just in case things get funky. Now there is one point in the game where things open up, and it even has some little side missions to take on. And for the love of God, grind, 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 and do as many side missions as possible in this area because Lord Almighty, there is a storm coming and it's got death written all over it. Alright, so here are some quick tips and things you should probably know before you get started. Use triangle to execute your attacks earlier, super helpful for healing. Saz has haste, Saz has haste, Saz has frickin' haste. Use Saz because he has haste. Upgrade your weapons and gear as much as possible and choose a weapon and stick with it. Use the Libra thingy on the hard enemies, you dink. The Sentinel rule is good for bosses since that thing can take damage like a champ. You can't be killed while you have a summon out, so take advantage of that. No real death penalty in this game, kids. It's just respawn right before the battle, so it's all good. Lightning is the bee's knees. Keep your main healing paradigm on the top or bottom for easy switching. Make sure you know who you are attacking and hit the weaker nerds first. You don't have to use the party member for them to get points to level up. CP points for everybody. Auto attack is smart, let it do its thing. You don't have to load all the commands yourself. So while Final Fantasy XIII is kinda considered a subpar Final Fantasy game, by itself it's a good JRPG with an interesting plot, diverse and complex characters, and an addictive combat system. And guys, let's get real. This game is gorgeous, and although it's a linear experience, linearity in games offer a sound structure for games that know what kind of story it wants to tell. Square Enix took a risk with this game, and while it didn't really pay off that much in the long run, it shows they are still willing to innovate and bring diversity into their titles. And that in itself should be admired. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Final Fantasy XIII 2 came out in 2012, and everyone was like, The game was a direct sequel of Final Fantasy XIII, and while it got positive reviews, people felt so bitter about this game because it was a sequel no one asked for. But even though no one asked for it, 13.2 really tried to improve the things people hated about 13, like throwing the linearity out the window for a more open-world experience and making the gameplay a hell of a lot better. But because Square tried to shove this sequel so hard, it gave off that bad sense of desperation, and even though 13.2 isn't a bad game, in the eyes of most Final Fantasy fans, it's, well, a bad game. Mainly because for what it stands for. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Noel, a time traveler from the apocalyptic future sent by the gods to save humanity, and frickin' Sarah, Lightning's sister and nothing else. Now, after the events of 13, Lightning disappears and is sent to a place called Valhalla to fight a dude named Caius who is trying to destroy all of time and space by messing with time travel and all that junk. Being in a sticky situation, Lightning summons Noel and Sarah to jump through time to fix the timeline before things get all freaky funky and mega super deathish. And that is honestly the simplest explanation I can give, kids. Now, I will be frank with this. The game's story is a mess. A total mess. Because the second you throw time travel into the mix, no one is safe. Like, things just kind of swerve over the place, from crazy robots and giant pudding monsters to post-apocalyptic nonsense and time and space and junk and plot holes. Oh my god, there's so many plot holes! Now listen, I like this game, but if you really want to enjoy it, you're gonna have to give up on logic for a little bit. The plot works if you just don't think about it, cause Lord knows none of this crap actually makes sense. Especially with the whole time travel paradox crap and all the timelines and reincarnations and oh god, this is hurting my brain. Oh, turn it off! Oh god, just turn off the game, oh god! But while the story is a pile of poo-poo pancakes, 13.2 is really carried by its characters and their motivations. And some of them are pretty well developed and have lots of depth. Except for Sarah. Do I think she's a poorly written and one-dimensional character? Kinda. Is she the weakest part of this game? Maybe. Was it a terrible idea to make a sequel revolving around someone who's so flat and boring? Possibly. Do I want to see Sarah get hit in the face with a harpoon? Why don't you mind your own business, you nerd? But anyway, the thing is, 13.2's story is a mess, but it's a fun mess. And it can have some really touching and gut-wrenching moments that will make you hate life, so that's something, I guess. Alright, so dumb story aside, 13.2 goes for a really big non-linear approach. From the get-go, you are free to explore all the things, and this game is really big on choices and collectibles. Now, the world is broken up into areas and sections that can be unlocked by finding artifacts, and bringing them to time gates, and bada bada bing, you just unlocked a new location in the fancy smanchy Historia Crux. Now, some artifacts are unlocked through the story, and others by just exploring. This game is really big on collecting stuff and all that jazz, so be sure to explore every inch of every area, cause Lord knows if you don't, you're gonna be going back and forth a lot to find junk. Yeah, it's one of those games. Yeah. Now, here's the thing about 13.2. While the game isn't hard to beat/get through, if you want to 100% complete this thing, there is a ton of extra side stuff and collectibles, and it can get a little overwhelming because there's so much stuff to do. Oh dear god, no! So because this game is super non-linear, it took the structure of 13 and kind of set it on fire. And the game introduces a thing called the live trigger, which makes the dialogue choices look like a game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And no, I am not joking, just look at this crap. I mean, come on, the thing even makes the little noises, it's weird. But the thing is, choices are a big part of this game, and making the right choices can give you little rewards afterwards. Now, the game has a really bad habit of throwing in really goofy dialogue choices like this little precious gem.
You're thinking no one's perfect. I know he has his flaws, and sometimes he makes me so mad, but I love him.
And while that's all fine and good in a ha-ha, yeah, I guess that's a little funny kind of way, certain parts of the game will give you choices that are important to the bosses and the continuation of the story. And pro tip here, pick the semi-dumb options. Now really, 90% of the time, the choices that continue the story is the option you wouldn't think to pick first. It's weird. I have no clue why it does this. The game also has paradox endings once you get a certain item after beating the game, and that will end the game super prematurely if you don't answer the right stuff. But, this is New Game Plus stuff. Do you really care about this? There are also QuickTime events and random action sequences that have choices on attacks that can affect certain outcomes, and always choose the frickin' melee attack if it asks, alright? Alright. Okay, so gameplay-wise, 13.2 is very similar to 13, but tweaks a few things. You're still doing the paradigm shifts and whatnot, and I did cover this crap in the original 13 video, so if you want to know about them details, go watch that first. Link in the description below. But anyway, the biggest change in the combat is the use of monsters. And I was not kidding when I said this game is really big on collecting stuff, guys. This crap goes full-on Pokemon. As you go through the game, you'll randomly capture monsters in combat who can be used as a third person in your party. Each monster is limited to one paradigm roll, and you have up to 3 monsters you can switch out during combat. Now, there are a lot of monsters to capture, and you'll be switching out ones frequently. And they don't level up by gaining experience like the main characters do. You gotta get certain items to dump into their level thingies, so keep an eye out for those and stock up, alright? Now, the key to having good monsters is fusing other monsters with it so they can gain levels quicker. It's a little confusing, but it's worth it, trust me. The monsters also have limit breaks that charges during fights. And don't use these things willy-nilly, you dink. Save them for staggered enemies so you can bring the pain. And this is a little side thingy, but hey, you can also customize your beautiful little babies by changing their names and giving them little hats. It's cute as hecky, and my precious little crumpet is the best flying around. Oh my god, look at that little baby, it's so cute! Kupo. You're gonna be hearing this a lot. So Mog is this little dude that's gonna be with you throughout your journey. He's a little cutie, and as you explore areas, he's gonna get blinky when you're near stuff you should check out. So pay attention to this little guy. He also has an ability that reveals stuff to you that you can't normally see. And a lot of the items you need to continue are found with this thing. And there's no limit to the ability, so you might as well do it all the time. And there are these things called fragment skills just chilling in certain areas. And all you have to do is bring them to Choca-Boca Frickin' Lena in Serendipity. Now what these doodads do is give you certain skills to make stuff easier, and while they aren't needed, I highly recommend looking into finding some of these things, cause Lord Almighty, there are some sections in this game that are just the worst, and having these things will prevent you from committing seppuku. Alright, so here's some quick tips and things you should probably know before you get started. Don't unlock all of Sarah and Noel's roles early on. Let a monster fill in the spaces. Switch paradigms at the start of a battle to fill the ATB gauge immediately. The Sentinel role is very important, children. Use it. The Chocobos are the best monsters. Go find a giant chicken, beat it up, and make it yours. Stock up on as many greens and wound potions as possible. Screw this part. Yell at help, you dink. Grinding is gonna happen and you're gonna need it. Just accept it. There are puzzles sometimes. Are they hard? Not really. Why are they here? No freaking clue. No, for reals. This part. Look up the locations of the Gravicore thingies, cause nobody's got time for this crap. So, while 13.2 is a steaming pile of crap when it comes to the story, its fun gameplay, open world, and sympathetic characters make it an enjoyable enough of a sequel for people to not completely dismiss it. And yes, the ending is kind of a big middle finger to players, and yeah, 13 was never really called for a sequel in the first place, but we got it anyway. And for what it's worth, 13.2 tried to fix a lot of 13's original gameplay problems and succeeded in that sense, even if the story got pushed off a cliff somewhere along the way. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Shadow of the Colossus came out in 2005, and everyone was like, the game received overwhelmingly positive reviews, and well, it kind of received positive reviews. While Shadow of the Colossus is widely considered one of the best games on the PS2, it is one of those love it or hate it kind of games. With polarizing gameplay and a crushingly depressive atmosphere, this game is very, very unique in how it handles things. It's like what would happen if a soft grunge minimalist bedroom picture got turned into a game. And yes, that is the best comparison I can come up with, because this game is frickin' sad, but in a good way. But love it or hate it, when it did come out, it was a real showcase of how cinematic games could be without sacrificing gameplay. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as this dude Wanderer, or as I like to call him, Doofus McGet-a-haircut, you hippie. And you come to this forbidden land in hopes of bringing your dead girlfriend or sister or maybe just gal pal back to life. I don't know, man, they never really specify who this chick is. But anyway, once you get to the land, a totally not sketchy entity-like thing from the sky named Dorman says he can bring this chick back to life if you kill 16 giant colossi. So off you go to stab giant freaky monsters to bring your girlfriend, cousin, baby cakes back to life. And that's kind of the basics of the journey. Now, the people who created this game, Team Ico, or Eco, or ICO, I really don't care. Why don't you fight about it in the comments, you nerds? Are best known for minimalistic kind of stories that play with big themes and hidden messages, and the stuff is just filled with intrigue and mystery. And for the most part, the story is very simple, and while it adds a little more near the end, since you're in a forbidden land and all, it's really just go here, kill the thing, and do it all over again. But Shadow of the Colossus story isn't what will grab you, it's the atmosphere. And trust me, when I say this game will make you feel things. It's got a super depressing undertone, and guys, I don't know how to explain it, just, oh god, my poor soul. It's a little sad, you guys. But there's a crushing sense of loneliness in this world, since there aren't any NPCs and stuff like that. The world's just kinda dead. It's just you and your dopey horse. And 16 giant monsters that totally just want to be your friend. No, really, guys, for reals, they're totally cool, trust me, I'm an expert. Alright, so the game is very rinse and repeat. The structure is literally head towards the Colossus who are somewhere in the world, find the Colossus, kill the Colossus, and then you pop right back in the temple thingy. That's it. Very basic, very repetitive. So half of the game is just looking around for the diddly dang colossi. It's all very minimalistic, so if you're not into that kind of thing, you're gonna have a bad time. There really isn't any side junk either, no extra bosses or enemies. It's just empty land, bare bone nothing. It's vast, it'll make you feel like poop. But the game goes for a big contrast kind of feel. Like with big open areas and nothing going on, to loud noises and an orchestra pit having a seizure with a giant monster trying to kill you before you kill it. So yeah, the game is really 50-50. When you're not fighting a Colossus, you're just gonna be looking around for the next one to fight, and you'll be getting around by riding your horse. Throughout your journey, you'll be accompanied by Argo. Now, pro tip here, if Argo is allowed in the boss area, you should probably use him, you dink. But the thing about Argo is that he doesn't control the way you think he does. It's tricky, and if you're not patient with him, he'll just kind of run around drunkenly. While he is easy to control when you're in a full sprint and stuff, it's when you're doing tiny turns and quick movements is when things are gonna get frickin' funky and he's gonna start flailing like there's no tomorrow. You got lots of space in this area. Make sure you take some time to get used to this dumb horse. And because this dude can get frustrating as hell to work with, in the description below are some tricks while riding this dude, so take advantage of those, you nerd. So the game does tell you where the next colossi is, but it can kind of get a little obnoxious sometimes. When holding up your sword when around the sun, it will create a beam showing you what direction the Colossus is in. But that's just it. It's only the direction. The world can get kinda curvy and things aren't located in a straight shot. Most of the time you'll be swerving all over the place to find these bad boys, and this is a big world, you guys. Lots of running around, lots of looking. So be sure to use your sword, check your map in the pause menu, and even climb to a vantage point if you lose the sun. Because man, oh man, I've been running around here for an hour. Where are you, you big nerd? You're the size of the moon! This shouldn't be that hard! Where are you? Okay, so gameplay-wise when it comes to Wander, it's pretty straightforward stuff. You got your grip gauge and your weapon select, and you'll be sticking with those throughout the whole game. No real power-ups or anything if you don't include increasing your grip gauge. So Tiny Tim here can climb like nobody's business. And how much longer you can climb or hang on to stuff is determined by this weird pink circle. This thing is very important, kids. It's like a ticking time bomb, alright? It regenerates over time and rather quickly, but it only does that when you aren't hanging on to something. And 99% of the time, your gauge will run out a few times before you get the boss's health down. So rest on a boss as much as possible when given the chance, because falling off frickin' sucks. God.
What you say? Oh, that you only meant when.
Now, for the colossi themselves, they come in all shapes and sizes, and while the sizes are for the most part really frickin' big, some aren't, so don't always expect a giant monster. Now, taking them out isn't just wailing on them with a little baby sword. Think of them more as like climbing puzzles. Each Colossus has a weak point, or a series of weak points that you need to stab in order to really get their health down. And trust me, you'll know you're hitting the weak points when the black mist starts hitting you in the face, and oh god, it makes me so nauseous, I hate it so much, oh god, it's so awful! But anyway, each Colossus is different when it comes to exploiting or reaching the weak points, but the stabbing is all the same, so get going, you nerd. Okay, so your biggest enemy in this game isn't the Colossus, it's the grip gauge and the animation interruptions. And oh my god, these animation interruptions. Your main goal when facing the Colossus is to take out the weak points, but, staying on the Colossus or getting onto the Colossus is the hardest part. Now, most of the time you can't just start climbing on them till you have stun locked them in some sort of way. It's different for each one, but most of the time it's either shoot them where something's glowing, have them ram into something, or have them get low enough for you to jump on. These guys are like little giant toddlers, and baiting them is pretty simple. Most are slow, dumb, and oh my god, look at that sad creature. It just wants to be left alone. Look at that scared innocent face. Why are you such a terrible person, Wanderer? Try online dating or something, you a**. Now, the game is a lot of jumping, falling, and hanging on for dear life. Timing is really important in this game, guys. The Colossus have a terrible habit of freaking out and tossing you around. When stabbing the Colossus's weak points, you have to charge the attack, and this thing takes its sweet old bippy time doing it. You really only need 2 to 4 hits to get the job done, but Wanderer is a little baby, and the slightest movement from the Colossi will interrupt the attack. It's really frustrating. The second you get on that weak point, start charging that thing, and even halfway charge it if you can, because the window to attack is so freaking small, and calm down for God's sake, you big dumb! Alright, so here are a few tips and things you should probably know before you get started. The lizards with the glowing white tails increase your grip gauge, and they always chillin' near save points, so get shootin'. Just keep stabbing like there's no tomorrow when you land the first hit on the Colossi before they start frickin' the frick out. Holding up the sword can also show you the locations of the Colossi's weak points. This is a send back to your last save kinda game. Save often, you dink. Shoot the Colossi with your bow to get their attention. Trust me, they gonna love you. Shoot the fruits in the trees and pick them up to increase your health. God, this song plays every time. I hate it so much. Dorman kinda gives you hints on where the next boss is when he describes the next Colossi, so like, read the subtitles, you nerd. Fall damage is a thing in this game, kiddo. If it's hairy, you can climb on it.
Do it! Just do it!
So while Shadow of the Colossus is a immersive and unique experience, its minimalistic gameplay and story can really rub you the wrong way if you're not in the right mood. But there is no denying that this is a great game. Things just feel epic, and the Colossus are a big bucket of variety. They actually feel huge, and it gives this game an amazing sense of scale. And while it is kind of a Debbie Downer, it sticks with you, and are you ready for The Last Guardian? I sure know I am, kiddos!
Get a load of that dog! Look at that dog! Woo! Woo!
But Team Ico sure knows how to make a cinematic game, and I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Jak and Daxter came out in 2001, and everyone was like,
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in.
The game received great reviews and kinda acted as baby's first platformer. Being a healthy balance of jumping and punching, Jak and Daxter is one of those games from your childhood that you remember being the bee's knees. It was fun, colorful, and created by Naughty Dog. Yes, Naughty Dog, the people known for such happy-go-lucky games such as The Last of Us. Yeah, those people! But the game created an imaginative world that's both mature and innocent, and really showed what a good platformer game could be. It was the start of a brand new IP with new mascots for the 6th console generation, and it kicked off the start of one of the best trilogies on the PS2. And also, the whole trilogy is kind of available on PS3 right now. You should go get it. Yeah, do that, please. Love yourself. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a few tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Jak, a yellowed hair mute who is supposedly super great even though all he does is punch stuff and kill animals. Boy, what a guy. But one day, while hanging out on a spooky island with your fugly best friend Daxter, they come across a pool of dark eco, aka the evil goo, aka the plot device of the whole freaking series, aka sometimes it kills you, sometimes it turns you into God knows what. How does this stuff work? No one freaking knows. But Anyway, Daxter, being the babe that he is, falls in and turns into a talking Otzel, and yes, let's all pretend we know what that is. But it's all up to Jak to find a way to reverse the dark eco effects, even though Daxter's human form is kind of a walking disaster. Now, the story starts off small, but gradually builds up, and you have to find out what happened to all the eco magic ghoul sages and all that jazz. It's simple, that's for sure, but eventually what starts off as Dinkus's first adventure to fix his friend quickly turns into an adventure to save the world, and something about ancient gods and the source of all power, and the stuff and the things and the doodads and yeah. But although the story is simple, it's imaginative with fun characters. And even though I have no idea what the frick-frack these guys are species-wise, there is deeper lore hiding in the corner when it comes to eco and the world's creators, and it does come into play later on in the series. There's also crappy one-liners from Daxter, and the game is really colorful. Like, I know that's a weird thing to talk about, but trust me when I say it's kind of important in comparison later on, but man, there are some good color palettes going on here. Hot diggity-dog. Got some good color. Good job. So the game is open world from the start. You can go anywhere at any time, but new areas are gradually unlocked by collecting stuff and moving on to the next set of locations. Also, collecting stuff! Jak and Daxter is a hardcore collect-to-win kind of game. The gameplay is simple as crap, and what you'll be doing is just collect stuff. The big things that you'll need to get your hands on are power cells, these little circle-hovering thingy-majigs. You are gonna get a lot of these guys. Now, you'll be getting these things in many different ways. From solving puzzles, to trading with NPCs, to climbing high places, playing mini-games, and driving the world's dumbest hoverbike. It's kind of amazing how many frickin' situations there are to get power cells. You think with just how many there are casually sitting around that there would be like, I don't know, a case laying around somewhere, but nope. Trading orbs with ancient deity-like thingies and beating up pelicans is the way to go, I guess. But you're rarely doing the same thing twice, which is nice, I guess. Now, gameplay-wise, this game is simple with a side of salad. You're gonna jump, you're gonna kick, and you're gonna punch, and that's about it. You're gonna end with the same abilities you started with. There's no weapons, no power-ups, kinda maybe a little bit sorta hold on, people who've played this game before, I'm getting to it 1 second, and there's also no XP. Now, the thing about this game is even though you don't get more powerful, the game is gonna get gradually more challenging, and some of these sections can get really hard. So, with that being said, while you don't need to collect all of the power cells in an area to move on to the next set of locations, I would recommend trying to collect more power cells than you need in the beginning, because later on it's gonna get really challenging and there are gonna be some major rage quitting moments. I love video games, you guys. They are so great. Okay, like I said, there aren't any permanent power-ups, but the eco junk, aka all the colors of the rainbow funk, does play a part of the gameplay. There are 6 different types of eco just chilling around, and they are gradually introduced as you progress through the game. There's blue eco, red, yellow, green, light, and dark. Blue eco makes you go fast and activate certain things. Yellow eco lets you shoot crap out of your hands. Red makes you punch real hard, and green gives you life. Light eco isn't important, and as we've established, dark eco, which makes no sense and will kill/hurt you for some reason, but didn't kill Daxter when he fell in. I don't know, it's just temperamental like that. Does this not bother anyone else? Okay, just me, moving on. Now there are chunks/vents of eco that you can run into, and they will let you use their powers for a limited amount of time. Now, they are almost always used for something. They aren't just hanging around willy-nilly. So if you see eco, there's probably a power cell or orbs nearby. Guys, this stuff is hard to miss. It's bright, hovering, glowing goo. Use it. Now, the one eco that is literally everywhere and doesn't mean crap is the green eco. This stuff is in chests when you kill enemies, it's McFrickin' everywhere, and it's dumb. You got 3 life chunks, and there are little green eco balls that are supposed to refill your health after you collect enough. But you need 50 to refill 1 chunk. No one has time for this. I don't have time for this. It's too many, Naughty Dog. It's dumb. Now, why is this so dumb? Well, collecting 50 takes a really long time, and this game has no death penalty. Like, Jak is borderline immortal because dying does nothing but send you back to the nearest checkpoint, and these things are everywhere. Don't be afraid of dying in this game. It takes seconds to respawn, so don't even bother collecting the green eco to refill your health when you can just throw yourself off a cliff to get full health. Nailed it. Okay, so this game is big on the collects, but keeping track of the junk can get a little hectic. Now in the menus, you can see what items you have collected where and what's still missing. And if you're one of those crazy, I gotta do 100% everything collector types, stop this video and go see a therapist first of all, and then check your menus option to see if you got everything in the area before moving on. Now here's the thing, this game is hard to 100% complete. Is it worth it? Personally, not really, no. Mainly because it just unlocks the secret ending, and with the power of the internet, you can just be a filthy casual and look it up if you want to know what happens. So unless you're really into it or want to brag about how awesome you are at some game that came out 14 years ago, collecting everything is a tad anticlimactic, and I wouldn't recommend it.
I love you too.
Alright, so here are a few tips and things you should probably know before you get started. Rolling then jumping in mid-roll is the fastest way to get around. It's cool and dumb at the same time. 10 out of 10, get to it, you nerd. Fall damage is a thing in this game. If you do a spin kick right before you hit the ground, it breaks the fall and you won't get hurt. Also, the spin kick will give you a little more distance when jumping, so just spin kick a lot, alright? Sometimes you'll need to do someone a favor to unlock a new area in the world, so be sure to talk to everyone. Don't forget to hit the button to activate the portal at the other sage's huts. It's used to fast travel between other areas. Collect as many precursor orbs as possible, you'll be needing them for sure. And this is by far the weirdest and most inconveniently sized currency I've ever seen in the game. I don't get it, guys, but hey. Listen to the buzzing sound to find the scout flies hidden in the red boxes. And there are a lot of audio cues in this game, so listen to the world and it will listen back. Yeah, just kidding, that's weird, but for reals, listen to the world, guys, it's important. Be careful when swimming and don't swim out too far.
What you say? That you only meant.
So while Jak and Daxter is a fantastic third-person platformer with a lot of variety and memorable characters and settings, its core gameplay elements can get rather frustrating, and the constant collecting can get a little old after a while. But this was Naughty Dog's first big step into the 6th generation console world, and they created something that a lot of gamers hold dear to their little nostalgic hearts. And even though this game is like 14 years old, it still holds up and is one of the PS2's trademark games. And it's just good, guys. It's just good old-fashioned good. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Jak II came out in 2003, and everyone was like, the game was loved by both critics and fans, and was a stunning game graphically for the PS2 that year. But while the game does carry that little nifty 2 at the end of the title, Jak II was a drastic change from the original Jak and Daxter. Not so much in the gameplay department, but rather, well, everything else. From Jak and Daxter's bright colors and simple story, Jak II got really hardcore really fast, and it was kind of jarring to see just how quote-unquote edgy the sequel was. The tone got super dark and added more mature elements to the story, but even though it's freakishly different from the first game, this sequel is without a doubt a Jak game and felt very familiar to fans of the series. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So, once again, you play as Jak, who can actually talk now, because how else are you gonna have a brooding protagonist without saying damn and hell to sound cool, am I right, ladies? But after the events of Jak and Daxter, or rather after the events of the secret ending of Jak and Daxter, the gang sets up some weird precursor device that they found, and once they activate it, a giant portal pops up and they are sent to a mysterious place that ain't nothing like the farm boy land that they grew up in. Nope, not connected at all. Also, it's called Haven City, fun fact. But literally seconds after landing, Jak is arrested wait, what? After 2 years of being imprisoned and experimented on by the leader of Haven City, Baron Praxis, Jak is broken out of jail by Daxter, and once free of the Baron, Jak and Daxter decide to join a group of rebels to help fight against the evil Baron's grip on the city, and stop a dangerous race of dark eco-monsters from killing everybody, because I guess they didn't have anything better to do that day. Along the way, you'll meet emos, creepy old men, these weird things, metalheads featuring no metal, explosions, boobies, you know what? I'm not really sure. Pipes, bird monkeys, and not a single sign of power cells, thank God. Now this game adds a lot to the lore and the series as a whole. While Jak and Daxter had a light story to move things along and some more mysterious aspects kind of hanging around, Jak goes full force, this plot is important, and check out these story elements and junk. There's a ton of new characters and enemies, and it's kind of a lot to take in. Everything is just a lot more serious, and the story is a big focus here. And pay attention to names. Characters gonna throw out a lot of names, and it can get a tad confusing as to who they're talking about, but for the most part, the story is just as complicated as it needs to be. Now, the good thing here is that you really don't need to know much about the first game to jump in. Jak II kinda acted as a jumping point for the beginning of a completely new story and setting with just familiar faces. And while the story can have its goofy and lighthearted moments, at its core, it's just darker. Like a lot darker. Like, say goodbye to rated E for everyone. This game has got a big old rated T for edge T. I write humor on the internet, guys. Promote my channel. Alright, so Jak II is like baby's first Grand Theft Auto. There is still an open world to explore, but while Jak and Daxter's main gimmick was collecting crap, Jak II is all about missions and stuff to do. From the get-go, you will have access to the main parts of Haven City. You can do what you want, let it be punching people and driving, or punching people and driving, and shooting people, okay, you know what, there really isn't much going on in the actual hub world. But you have little icons on your map that point you in the direction of missions that progress the story and gradually open up new areas. You'll be doing a bunch of stuff, from exploring sewers, saving people, solving puzzles, playing mini-games, retrieving items, chasing crap, shooting crap, turning crap on, exploding crap, and actual crap. There's a lot of variety, and things rarely get stale. Now, there are these little side mission things hanging around Haven City that you can get orbs for doing, but they aren't the most creative or fun things in the game, and to be honest, some are really tedious. And it's better if you hold off doing them for a little while, because they don't really offer you anything that's helpful for the actual game. Okay, so gameplay-wise, Jak II takes all the stuff from Jak and Daxter and makes it hardcore by throwing guns into the mix. You're still doing a lot of platforming with the jumping and the kicking, but now there's a bigger focus on combat. As you progress through the game, you'll gradually be given guns. Well, technically it's one gun that changes. I don't know, guys, it's complicated. Now, there's only 4 guns in the whole game, and you'll only get them by completing story missions. Now, there is no way to upgrade these guns outside of story stuff, so if you suck in combat, you can't really go buy an upgrade. You just have to get good. That being said, these guns are simple to use and are useful in different situations. There's the scatter gun, a short-range blast gun, good for lots of enemies. The blaster, good for long-range single shots. The Vulcan barrel, which goes pew pew pew, and the Peacemaker, which is neat, but is given so much later in the game it's kind of pointless, but good golly gosh does it try. Now, while guns sure do make the battles easier, ammo for them can only be found in boxes around the area and by killing guards, which I don't recommend. So be sure to punch and kick as well as shoot things in the face, and always open ammo crates when you get the chance. So on top of guns, from the start, you're gonna have the Dark Jak abilities. Since Jak was experimented on with Dark Eco, you can go mega spook dark crazy bad boy and enemies for a limited amount of time once you fill up your Dark Eco meter. Now you can upgrade Dark Jak abilities by collecting metalhead skulls. You know, the weird oversized glowing things, and all you have to do is bring them to whatever the frick this thing is. Now when using Dark Jak, you are limited to physical attacks only, and all you can really do is flail your arms and hope you hit something. But minus one ability you get from upgrading the power once, Dark Jak is, well, kinda useless. Dark Jak is more of a last resort in a tight situation, and upgrading the powers aren't exactly worth it. Still cool looking though, I have to admit. So there's shooting, emo powers, and last but not least, driving. Okay, so the driving parts in Jak and Daxter weren't totally great, but they have improved in this game, and it's a big part of the gameplay. Haven City has cars everywhere, and most missions require you to be driving around. Now, the Grand Theft Auto comparison wasn't just for kicks, kids. If you see a vehicle, you can hit a button and borrow it. Now, you won't get in trouble for stealing unless it's a Popo's car, so feel free to get your juvenile delinquency on. The cars also drive in 2 modes, high and low, and pro tip here, if you want to get around the fastest, constantly be switching between high and low mode, and avoid hitting the guards, cause that's when they start bringing out the big guns. Also, there's a hoverboard. It's a board that hovers. You get it later in the game. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be saying about this thing, honestly. So while Jak II isn't about collecting stuff at all, there are still orbs to collect to unlock the secret extra doodads. Now, this stuff is totally optional, but the problem is, if you're going for 100% completion, there is kind of a major glaring issue with this game. Some of the orbs are in areas and story missions that are really hard, if not impossible, to get back to. While some are hidden in the hub world, most are in mission locations, so try to keep your eyes open while doing the actual mission because, oh, gosh, why? Why, Naughty Talk? Why? This is such a dumb design choice. Whose idea was this? Who approved this? God help you if you try to go for 100% completion in this game. Good God. Also, Jak II's checkpoint system is crap. It's total crap. It's very frustrating and will often resend you to the start of a mission if you mess up, and some of these missions are really McFrickin' long, and sometimes will fail you for really dumb reasons. I hate it so much! God! It's all or nothing, and sometimes they will pop in halfway checkpoints in some missions, but God knows where those are. It's very sporadic, I don't understand. So just FYI, and don't die ever. Bun sip of the day. Alright, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. The roll jump is still in this game. Keep doing it. When in a vehicle, the car will take all the damage. The cars are also prone to blowing up if they take enough damage. If it's on fire, get out of the car. The dark bomb move is a great last resort, but don't use it right away while in dark Jak mode because it will revert you to human form. Get a few normal hits in before using it. The minimap is really useful and will show you the locations of guards as well as the road layout. Keep an eye on it, especially when things get hectic on screen. Rage! Try not to use ammo in the hub world. If the popo on your tail, just outrun them. Don't try to fight. If you switch between high and low driving modes really fast consistently, it will keep your car in this weird middle ground and nothing will get in your way. Get the right rhythm going and it's butter smooth driving from here.
What you say? That you only meant when.
So while Jak II is a wonderful game that introduced more mature content to a growing generation of gamers, the drastic tone shift and the frustrating, challenging gameplay was a little jarring for most. But regardless of all of that, Jak II is kind of considered the best in the series, and for good reason. It's well balanced, fun, interesting, and added more to the series lore and took the franchise into a new and exciting direction. It's a great game, and personally one of my favorites and in my top 10. It's different but familiar, and not many games can strike that fragile note. And who doesn't love guns? But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Jak III came out in 2004, and everyone was like, the game was a great success, mainly for adding more interesting elements and not messing with the Jak II gameplay and structure winning formula. The game acted as the final chapter of the Jak series, a grand conclusion to the duo's epic. No, we don't talk about that one, get it out of here! But anyway, it was the final game, and it went out with style. But while the game does have its own feel and look, it kinda used Jak II as a cheat sheet. It was one of those sequels that was like, you like Jak II? Well, here's some more of it with sand and angry people. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So, once again, you play as Jak. Wait a second. Why is he in handcuffs? Who the heck is this guy? Was he in Jak II? What? No! Well then, who is he? It's not in the script. What? Alright, so after the events of Jak II, Haven City kinda goes the poo-poo, and everyone blames Jak for some reason. Well, whatever happened, he gets banned into the Wasteland by Count Vigor, the evil dude that the game pretends was in Jak II, but we all know he wasn't in Jak II. As Jak wanders around the desert and almost reaches death, he is saved by the Wastelanders, a group of city outcasts, and brought to Spartacus, the only civilization outside of Haven City's walls. It is soon revealed that a dark alien race stuff thingy, I don't know, it's unclear, it's quickly approaching Earth and is going to bring the apocalypse. Also, evil robots are destroying everything for some reason, and the metalheads are back too. Did anything positive come from the aftermath of Jak II? I really don't think so. But it's all up to Jak and Daxter to stop the impending attacks from this new dark threat and find the answers to the lost precursor weapons hidden in the world. Also, kinda save Haven City. I don't know, it's a subplot. Now, Jak III is still dark and emo as crap, but in a more supernatural sense. The story goes much bigger and adds way more to the existing Jak II lore. There's some time travel stuff, lost legends, yada yada yada. This is the final chapter of the series and we need to shove as much important and symbolic crap as possible kind of thing. The game also brings most of the cast from Jak II back and only really adds a few extra new faces. On top of that, Jak III dives into some more character backgrounds and fleshes out Jak as a hero more instead of some random angry guy with a gun. I mean, he still is kind of angry, but now the game really wants you to think he's mega special, and he kinda is, but that's spoiler territory, kids. But if you're not familiar with the story of Jak II, you're gonna be kinda lost. So just know that 3 is a higher number than 2, and you should play Jak II first before jumping in. Alright? Alright. Okay, so the game structure is identical to Jak II. You're still in an open world with missions and minigames, and you play as Daxter a few times. But only a few times, because let's not forget who the real star is, okay? But I did cover this stuff in the Jak II video, so if you haven't watched that yet, go take a look. Link in the description below. Now, the main thing Jak III changes is nothing. No, guys, for real, they don't change anything at all when it comes to the game structure and how things progress. Yeah, I wasn't kidding around when I said Jak II acted as a cheat sheet, but the biggest difference I can really point out here is the Wasteland. While Haven City is still in the game, it's noticeably smaller and more janked up and unlocked around 1/5 into the game. But Jak III adds a whole new area that you'll be spending half of your time in. Now, if you thought Jak II had lots of driving, oh my god. Oh my god, you guys, there's so much frickin' driving in this game. But the Wasteland only has one city location that is pretty small. And all you'll really be doing there is mini-games and arena fights that are story-related. The rest takes place in the desert, where you will be driving around in these bad boys. Most of the driving involves collecting items, driving people around, and shooting stuff, and just using them to reach other missions located in the desert. It's all pretty standard stuff, but you better get used to sand real quick, because you're gonna be seeing a lot of it. Alright, so about the things with the wheels. The cars are the main new gameplay gimmick here, and you'll be doing a lot of driving in this game, and it's a little too much driving if you ask me. Almost as if Naughty Dog wanted to make a driving game instead. Oh my, wouldn't that be something, yeah. But most cars are gradually unlocked as the story progresses, but the cars are pretty varied, and you'll learn quickly which one best works for you. The weapons also change depending on the car, so think carefully before picking which one you want. Now, while you have access to any unlocked cars outside of story missions, when in them, most of the time you're forced to use a certain one, so get good? Come on, let's go. Okay, so gameplay-wise, it's, you guessed it, identical to Jak II, but Jak III just adds to existing crap. Guns is the main new bling-bling here. Instead of 4 guns, you get 12, because it's Jak III. 3 times the Jak. It's a math joke, guys. Okay, I'll stop. You still have 4 core guns, but now each gun gets 3 upgrade mods that do drastically different things. Now, it should go without saying that the higher level the gun mod, the more ammo it's going to use, so don't be using the highest level gun mod willy-nilly, because you're going to run out of ammo real fast. Now, personally, the best and most ammo-conservative weapons are just the second mod of each gun. But just to make sure you know what I'm talking about, let's break down which ones you should mostly use. No, yes, McFrickin' but man, poop! Swiggitus swooty. Is it really worth it? Pew 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 pew. It goes buzz and it's kinda cool. Who McFrickin' cares? Yeah, sure, why not? Be honest, I really can't remember. And last but not least, boom! On top of the guns, Jak III introduces Light Jak, aka it's still kinda spooky looking, but in a more holy way. He glows, guys, it's kinda symbolic. Now while Dark Jak is still around and used a little more in this game, Light Jak takes the main stage and is needed to pass certain levels and story missions. Now, don't worry if you have the right upgrades and whatnot. All Light Jak abilities are given to you as you progress through the game. And it's pretty obvious when you're supposed to use Light Jak powers because there are light vents everywhere. Story mission stuff aside, what's neat about Light Jak is that his powers are mostly defensive abilities and they can get you out of a tight jam. Try to remember to use them, like the time slowdown ability and the health regenerate, because the game kind of forgets to remind you that you can use Light Jak as long as you have stuff in your light meter. Alright, so whoever had the bad ideas about where to put collectibles and checkpoints at Naughty Dog was either fired or pushed off a bridge, because Jak III fixes a lot of the more frustrating parts of Jak II. Now there are still precursor orbs just chilling, but now they are in the hub world or in places that are easy to get back to. You'll be seeing them everywhere, and always pick up ones when you get the chance. The game's secret unlockables can now be bought rather than gradually unlocked, so you can pick and choose which secrets you want to buy once they become available. But out of all of the things to get, buy unlimited Light Jak when you can. Just do it, do it, do it, do it! It's cool, it's neat, and the bad idea guy is at the bottom of the lake right now because they didn't screw it up. The checkpoints are a little better as well. Still some meaty challenge going on, but now failing missions and being sent back for something really dumb is less likely. Now guys, please trust me, I promise it's better. Alright, so here are a few tips and things you should probably know before you get started. When using the blaster gun, or the yellow gun, spin in midair and fire to do a spin attack to hit all the things. Also, did I mention the hoverboard is back? Yeah, it's in here, guys. But doing a spin trick on the hoverboard will give you a brief boost of speed. Also, a lot of the precursor orbs are in places that can only be reached by using the hoverboard. So yeah, it's kind of useful in this game, guys. Destroying enemy cars in the wasteland will give you a speed boost power thingy, and you'll be needing them for sure. Don't be afraid to go on the offensive, kiddo. Oh god, why? Jak's health gets bigger over the course of the game. Thank god. You're gonna grow into a man, kid. A big, strong, angry man. There's a neat Light Jak Infinite flying glitch. Link in the description below so you too can break the game in holy style. Everything is a lot more hostile in this game, be careful. Haven City is a total wreck and there are enemies everywhere, and all the people in Spartacus will shoot you buns if you accidentally hit them. The hopper car is personally the best and fastest way to get around, mainly because you can do this. So while Jak III is kinda just a sandy carbon copy of Jak II, the addition of the wasteland and scaled up action really separates itself from the old titles, and was the epic send-off this game series deserved. Jak III is a great game with good humor, interesting plot, fun gameplay, and so much edge that it could cut through a bajillion butter sticks. And while some people really didn't like the dark direction the series went in, for what it is, the Jak series is very close to people's hearts and childhood, and watching a game grow up with you is always interesting to witness. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Ratchet and Clank came out in 2002 and everyone was like... The game was pretty well received and was created by Insomniac Games, the people known for Spyro the freaking Dragon. Oh my god, I love this game! Anyway, it was created by people who knew their stuff, and when the game came out, it kicked off the next generation of good old-fashioned platforming with tons of explosions and guns. You know, for the kids. But the game eventually became one of the mascots of the PS2, along with other family-friendly platforming games featuring animals that consumed everyone's childhood, and... Was this a big conspiracy, guys? Because it's kind of weird. Like, it's the holy trinity of PS2 games. And wait a second. Oh my god! But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a few tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know shit about this game. So you play as Ratchet, one of the few Lombaxes left in his galaxy, and one day while dinking around with his flying trash can, a ship crashes on his planet to reveal Clank, the other name in the game's title, and that's kind of it. It's soon revealed through Clank that a rich dude named Chairman Drek is planning on using a machine, money, and his dashing good looks to take chunks out of planets to make a big new one because of villain reasons. But it's all up to Ratchet and Clank, I guess, to team up and find a way to stop Chairman Drek before he destroys a crap ton of planets.
And also, why didn't anyone else stop this guy? I mean, come on! Along the way, you'll meet sassy Germans, paywalls, exploding robots, bad voice acting, boxes, butt chins, people who refuse to do anything helpful, and bullets. Now, the story is pretty simple here. It's not hard to follow, and it offers a good laugh here and there. You'll meet some colorful people, there'll be some minor character development and weird moments, but it's not mega groundbreaking stuff. It's simple and sweet, and while some of the characters can get kind of annoying, the game does set up some nice Easter eggs and touches later on in the series. To be honest, you can kind of snooze through half of the story and be just fine, cause it's just your typical we gonna save the world's kids, but this kicks off everything, so if you don't hate it immediately, then the rest of the series will sure be enjoyable. Okay, so the game is broken up into a bunch of planets that you'll be gradually unlocked by finding clues and other items on other planets. Now, the planets themselves aren't that huge. There's typically like 2 or maybe 3 quote-unquote paths that you can go through where you're just gonna beat up some robots, do a few puzzles, maybe a mini game, jump around like the floor is lava, and find the thingy at the end of the rainbow. Be real, the whole thing is kind of a wild goose chase. Just go after the next bit of information to get to the next planet and eventually save the world. But it's important to make sure to explore all of the planet you can before moving on, because you'll be back. Oh, you will be back. Now, you can return to any planet once it's unlocked, and you'll be doing this often. A little too often. Some of the paths can't be accessed because you need an item or some equipment that is somewhere on another planet. Like hacking devices, the special boots, or sometimes the game will just be like, give us some bolts and I guess we'll let you keep playing the game, I don't know. But it's obvious as crap, so always make sure you're checking missions for all of the missing boxes, and just remember, if you're stuck, the answer is probably on another planet somewhere. And then you have to get back into your ship and then look for it, and get back into your ship, and go back to the planet, and then look for it, and... What a thrilling adventure. I'm having so much fun. Okay, so gameplay-wise, it's good old-fashioned jump and kill till you win. You'll be doing a lot of platforming with the jumping and the gliding, and occasionally letting loose the gates of bullet hell on your enemies. You're gonna shoot and you're gonna jump, and please jump around a lot, you guys. The aiming isn't too great, and you can't strafe, so if you're standing still, you're gonna get wrecked real fast. Now, with Clank literally taking a back seat in this game, he also acts as a helicopter pack that'll let you glide and jump higher if you need it. And pro tip, the fastest way to get around is doing the long helicopter jump just all the time. Like, all of the time. It's way faster than walking, and walking is for squares. Also, you really don't level up in this game. Killing enemies just gets you more money, and that's kind of it. But it will let you buy better equipment as you progress. Now, you really don't need all of the fancy equipment, like the nanotech health drink and, this thing. Technically, you can get through this game with the bare basics, because even though the enemies get tougher, if you just avoid getting hit, then you're all good. And trust me, you can avoid getting hit if you get good. You'll also have your wrench by your side, and this thing is hella useful, like good golly gosh, guys. Make sure to use it to break open crates and hit stuff, because like I said, aiming isn't all that great, and who doesn't want to bash a dude's face in with a giant wrench, am I right, ladies? Now, what separates Ratchet and Clank from other colorful platforming games is the guns. Check out the rating on this one, kids. We gonna blow crap up. There's a good variety. You got your flamethrower, glove bombs, a suck cannon. Anyway, but you'll be needing all of the weapons you can get your hands on. Now, the guns don't upgrade in the first playthrough, and running out of ammo is common. So use it conservatively, and make sure to always remember to refill your ammo at the shop. Oh, hey there, handsome, how you doing? Now, for some reason, you're gonna have to buy ammo for each individual weapon, and this can take a while, and a thrilling, epic adventure, guys. But think carefully when purchasing a new gun, because some are way more useful than others depending on your playstyle. And money is expensive in this game. This galaxy is in some mass recession or something, because man, things are tight. So always be on the lookout for crates and get as many bolts as you can. And even take the time to get some side cash, if you know what I mean. Also, get the Rhino. It's located in Blackwater City and is sold by this guy. It is expensive as crap though, but I do recommend taking the time to get the money for it, even if you have to do it through playthroughs of the game, because my god, it's time to blow shit up. Okay, so the game has unlockables and little goodies on every planet. If you're into this crap for some reason, the game will reward you if you do mega specific things. They are called skill points, and rightfully so, because my god, these things are arbitrary and very random. Completing skill points are used to unlock secrets and bonuses in the game. Are they needed to beat the game? Heck no! Are they completely optional? Heck yes! Now, the skill points can range from meh to kill me now, but what's the most frustrating part is the game will tell you that there are skill points, but not how to do them. Like, at all. I love game design, guys. It's so great. So, if you actually give a crap, there is a link below to how to complete the skill points on each planet. You're welcome. Also, as you explore each world, you might see a golden bolt somewhere far off in the distance. Now, you do not need these things to get through the game. They're just extra side junk, alright? So, try not to kill yourself trying to reach these, because you're gonna have a bad and disappointing time. I mean, yeah, you think they would be important because they're gold and glowy, but no. Just no. Also, the game has a challenge mode when you beat it, where you get to keep all of your weapons and most of your stuff and replay the game again. And that's when you have access to upgraded weapons, and why is this so expensive? Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. Crouching, then hitting the wrench button will make you throw your wrench, and this is a lot more useful than it looks. Keep it in mind. The flamethrower is good for the little baddies, and get that thing away from me! Clank stuff is supposed to be fun, right? Right? You can get a metal detector about halfway into the game, and I highly recommend stealing money from the ground, both in the game and in real life. Stay in school, kids. The weapon quick select does not pause the game, so if you're panicking, switch weapons in the menu, and try not to do a quick switch when you're in a group of enemies, alright? Also, make sure to customize your quick select to your liking for efficient switching. Keep in mind, you can shoot some guns from a distance, and it won't aggro the enemies, so start sniping if you're having a bad time. The suck cannon does not use ammo, so if you're really desperate, use that. And then cry, cause it's kind of a crappy weapon, and hey look, I died again! So while Ratchet and Clank has some gameplay frustrations and isn't exactly groundbreaking when it comes to design or concept, it did start a very cherished series that most PS2 gamers loved and still love, and I'm so excited for the movie, you guys. It is also one of the few platforming games with a heavy focus on firepower and has a lot of variety in its gameplay. Everyone plays this game a little differently, and there's a lot going on. And yeah, it's definitely not the best game in the series, and I think everyone can agree on me when I say it's probably the weakest in the whole series, but that's kind of a good thing. This game acted as the jumping point for amazing games to come later down the line. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
So Undertale came out in 2015 and everyone was like... The game was extremely well received and really hit home with the niche indie audience that loved to scream in your ear about how awesome the game is but refuses to tell you why. With its basic design and gameplay, at first glance this game seems like any normal 2D adventure Earthbound clone. But it quickly shows its true bizarre colors with just how it approaches its battles and its characters, and also doggies and pasta. But its simple, goofy design sort of makes it stand out from recent indie games, and boy oh boy does this thing have a cult following. And baby disclaimer, this is gonna be one of those knowing too much can kind of spoil some of the more shocking moments. So I will be leaving some details out, but no worries. I'll make sure you know the bare basics and that you don't completely dink up. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the human, or knockoff genderless Dora the Explorer, because come on guys, just look at this dude. Once you pick your name in groovy fashion, you start the game after falling down some hole in the caverns, a dark evil place where an extremely bipolar flower that just needs a good hug tells you it's kill or be killed. Or is it? Well, that's later up to you, you idiot. But after that little confrontation, you meet Goat Mom. And then stuff happens. Like I said, this game is hard to explain without spoilers. But basically, you're stuck in the ruins with reject characters of failed Cartoon Network pilots, and you have to find some way to escape the ruins because the real world is so much better for some reason. The real world doesn't have goat moms. But along the way, you'll meet bad puns, cold spaghetti, hoi, anime, emotionally damaged fast food employees, sexy rectangles, game over screens, what the f***, ultra platonic relationships, no for reals guys, flexing, snails, really great music, eternal cheese, questionable fashion, more snails, friendly spooky ghosts, and determination. Now, the story is quirky, but it isn't all Quark sailing on the SS Quark to Quarktown. No, as goofy as the story is, at its core, there is a living, breathing lore going on with some very emotional moments and complex characters. There's some things about the conflict between humans and monsters, forgotten monarchs, and a bunch of other stuff. The game will go from wacky to emotional to hot dogs to just straight up rude, and then wacky again. But this is a very deep game, guys, and while the core story is straightforward, this world has a lot to offer and is extremely a puppy! Okay, so to break it down, this game is a simple 2D adventure game where you'll be encountering monsters, picking up items, solving puzzles, and exploring to progress to the next place and eventually reaching the end. Straightforward, nothing that special. The game itself is pretty linear. Keep following the path, explore some of the bigger open side areas, meet some crazy people, maybe go on a date or two, punch a fish, flirt with a skeleton. It's a serious game, guys, don't look at me like that. And then some boss fights, you know, just Dora the Explorer stuff. Now, while the game can be blown through, it's just begging you to interact with it. Like most, if not everything, can be interacted with, and this game will reward you for doing really random stuff. So it's important to explore all areas and just interact with everything. This game is big on action and reaction. Provoking the game will get you the best time because this thing is sassy. I recommend interacting with interesting things at least 3 times to see what will happen. Now warning, the game will mess with you. It likes to break the fourth wall a lot and gets really trippy really fast, so pay attention and just know, no, it's not a glitch. This is the real game. Okay, so gameplay-wise, you're gonna come across enemies randomly while walking around. Now you get 2 choices when it comes to fighting, and it's best you stick with one or the other through the whole game, and I'll explain why later. You have the choice of sparing or attacking. You also have your items to heal and just normal RPG stuff. You got points and stats, kinda, yeah, RPG stuff. Now attacking is pretty basic. Hit the button again when it's in the middle of the thing, and ta-da, you just beat a frog to death. Now the act button is where things get a little more vibrant. Acting on enemies will let you talk out the situations with a few options and make the enemies come to some self-realization and will let you spare the enemy when it's time, and ta-da, nobody gonna die today. But you know you're doing sparing right when you leave the battle with no experience points, you limp noodle. You also just can't pick actions randomly. Each enemy requires you to pick certain actions in a certain order to get them in the mood. Pay attention to the dialogue boxes to understand the enemy's needs. Now, regardless if you fight or act, after each action you will do the heart minigame. Basically, you're a little bitty tiny heart in this box, and it's don't get hit to not die. Avoid the white stuff and move around, and you're all good. All the fights use this minigame, but fair warning, the game will change things up by switching colors of the attacks and the heart itself. The game will explain what each color does, but things can change on a whim at any time, so stay alert. Now, the minigame itself can range from, oh, this isn't too bad, to Lord Almighty God is dead, and why is this sexy man destroying me with his legs? Ow! Jeez, ow, God, ow, stop it, God! Excuse me? Dying can be very common, especially if you suck at avoiding stuff. It's get good or else, because this is basically all of the gameplay. Stay determined, kids. Now, this game is all about choice. One of the things people will tell you about this game is you can win without killing anything. And yes, that is true. But this game technically has 3 different ways to play it, and 3 majorly different endings depending on how you fight and the choices you make. The community has taken the pleasure of calling this the neutral run, the pacifist run, and the genocide run. Was being a jerk run not an option, guys? Come on, you had to pick genocide? Now, depending on what run you do, will alter the game like crazy. Like really crazy. You'll fight different characters, certain things will and won't happen, and this game really leaves it up to you what kind of experience you want. Now, when playing the game for the first time, you will automatically be put into the neutral run. Playing neutral is just not fighting enemies, but rather talking out the situation. You'll get the good ending, the day is saved, the story is over, yada yada yada, here's some confetti, you nerd. And after completing the neutral run, you'll be able to do the pacifist, where the game will send you back to a certain point, you do certain things, yeah, the original ending changes, and then you get punched right in the feels, and I'm not crying. I'm not crying! Get the mic away from me, I'm not crying!
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay! It's a stupid f***ing flower!
Calm down, it's just a game.
You're just a game! What do you know? You're just a stupid cashew!
You know your mic is still on, right?
Wait, what? And then there's the genocide run, which requires you to do mega ultra specific things and is very, very hard and involves a lot of killing and not going to heaven because God saw, God is watching, and he knows what you did to Goat Mom. But if you're feeling like an awful person today, there will be a link below to how to successfully complete a genocide run. And a pacifist if you're a good child. Okay, so while it gives you the choice, if you're playing for the first time, I cannot stress this enough, do not, I repeat, do not kill things in your first run. Don't hurt anyone, don't hurt anything, don't attack a single enemy, you monster! Except for the final boss, because this is a video game and you have to beat something, I guess. But for reals, guys, if you go hardcore homicidal maniac in this game, it will ruin later playthroughs. You'll have so much regret later down the line. I mean, just look at that face. Look at that face of guilt and shame. That face of deep emotion. That face. And don't be spiteful, you little nerd. I see you thinking about it. Oh, I'll show Buns. I'll kill everybody. No, don't do it. This game is extremely clever and way more clever than you. It will remember. The game never forgets your sins. I highly, highly, highly recommend playing it safe and being nice to everyone the first playthrough. It will have the best outcome and you can see the better stuff this game has to offer. Just spare everything all the time. Even the boss fights, just spare. Even the mean ones, because gosh dang it, everyone needs a second chance. So as you explore, you'll be picking up items here and there. Now the game really won't tell you what each item does exactly, and that's okay. Who really needs explanations all the diddly dang time? But some items you will be able to equip and it will help during some battles. Like the manly bandana and the tutu. Yes, a tutu! It's a serious game, you guys, but I highly recommend wearing everything you can get your hands on and try to figure out what exactly each item does because they can be pretty useful later down the line. Now, like I said, the game is pretty linear, and while there are extra goodies to explore along the way, this game will not stop you from backtracking to older locations. It's also a good idea to backtrack often because you can interact with older characters for some fun stuff, get some new items, and when I mean back, I mean way back. Technically, you can backtrack to the very beginning of the game, but don't be afraid of parts of no return, kiddo. This game knows you want to go back and get funky with the skeletons. Oh yeah, it knows. Okay, so here are a crap ton of tips and things you should know before you get started. Always stock up on healing items whenever you can because you will need them. But don't use the Butts Pie till the final boss, and save a little something from the Spider Bake Sale, you'll know when to use it. Use the check option for all new enemies for tips on how to spare them. When the enemy's name is yellow, you can spare them and show mercy. Date the skeleton, you nerd! If your inventory is full, leave some stuff in the bottomless box and equip it when you need it. Blue means stop, orange means move. Staying in inns will overmax your health, good before boss fights. Naming your character after people in the game will cost some cool stuff. Don't be afraid to spend money, you guys. Keep petting the dog and keep buying the hot dogs. You can run away most fights at any time, even some bosses. Always look at the option the game gives you because they constantly change. Save often, you dink, it restores your health. You kinda need it. Secrets are still being found out about this game, guys. Want to see everything? Go check out some of the game's communities. Links below for all the hidden stuff. So while Undertale is an extremely memorable experience with interesting, quirky characters and heart-wrenching moments, at first glance it doesn't seem like anything special, and the borderline punishing nature of your choices can be a little intimidating when you first play. But my god is this game entertaining, and shows that even the smallest, simplest games can overshadow massive big-budget titles when they are made with care and passion. Undertale is a game that thought outside the box. It's clever, creative, and shows that it's not about graphics or scale, but thoughtfulness. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Ratchet and Clank Going Commando came out in 2003 and everyone was like... The game was met with critical praise since it basically took everything from Ratchet and Clank 1 and made it 100% better, to the point of making the first game kind of irrelevant and made it look really crappy. They upped the looks, the gameplay, murdered the original voice acting cast, and just made it overall better and more polished. And maybe this is just me, but this was my first Ratchet and Clank game, and when I got it, I didn't even realize it was a sequel since there was a lack of a big old 2 on the box and assumed it was the first and didn't even freaking notice until years later. Yeah, this is a game that puts the original original to shame, and yes, I'll just put the first game over here in the garbage bin to keep it warm. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know shit about this game. Once again, you play as Ratchet, and Clank is in this game too, I guess. After the events of the first game, and once again, kinda not that important, but whatever, the two heroes find themselves without anything to do, when they are suddenly borderline kinda kidnapped by a crazy super white guy named Mr. Fidgewidget, who recruits Ratchet to help find this spooky dude who stole the fluff ball. Now, things can't be that simple, I know. Gotta give that T rating some love, am I right, ladies? But the story quickly evolves into something much bigger, with a conspiracy, saving the galaxy, and a suspicious man in tight green spandex who keeps being mentioned in the game and totally isn't foreshadowing later events. This game is not very subtle, I'll tell you that. But along the way, you'll meet dying store employees, biker gangs who are in touch with their feelings, oversized hands, illegal gambling, greedy computers, murder, poorly run cities and businesses, explosions on top of explosions, thugs for less, pay for 6 hits and the 7th is free, hippies, robots that need to chill the f*** out, and raritanium. Now, the story is very separate from the first game since it takes place in a new galaxy and all. You'll meet new people and maybe there'll be a reference to the first game, but all you really need to know from the first is that Ratchet and Clank saved the galaxy from a dude named Drek, and a guy named Captain Quirk really didn't help all that much. And that's kind of it. Yes, my Ratchet and Clank 1 copy is very cozy in the garbage, that's where it belongs, thanks for asking. But the plot is fun, light, and cohesive. It's definitely a good time, so enjoy it, you nerd. Okay, so gameplay-wise, Going Commando is borderline identical to the original with a few minor tweaks. You explore planets with 2 to 3 paths to go down, and they eventually unlock other planets to explore, and level progression, yeah. You'll be solving baby puzzles to reach the end of the paths, completing objectives, jumping around a lot, and creating thousands of dollars in property damage. It's the simple things in life, you know? Now, I did cover most of this stuff in the original Ratchet and Clank video, so if you haven't seen that, I recommend going to watch it now, cause let's be real, guys, these games are mega similar, and lordy, I am tired of repeating myself. But the big thing this game fixes, and it's the key to getting through without much of a hiccup, is there is like no backtracking, and it's wonderful. All you have to do to avoid backtracking and fumbling around like an idiot is just explore the whole world before moving on. You can see what you haven't explored through your map and just be like, okay, there is the super yaoi hands automatic gadget I need, or whatever. I don't know, guys, I got weird stuff in this game. But please just explore all the past before leaving, cause I know it's exciting getting to unlock a new planet and all, but calm down, kid. Check your map and get your butt back on that planet. So the guns are back and hella better, and a little oversized for Ratchet. Is this even physically possible? I look at his body compared to, okay, you know what? I digress. But yes, the guns are back and are basically the entire livelihood here. Now, you start the game with 2 weapons, and as you explore and kill stuff, you'll get money to buy new ones. Now, the weapons gradually unlock as you go through the game and can range from a mini nuclear explosion to sheep. No, seriously, there is a gun that turns people into sheep. Now, while you'll be able to afford most of your weapons on your first run, think carefully on what to buy first, because some are way more useful than others depending on your playstyle. Okay, neato, I guess. Ow! I need it! Now, the biggest change to the guns compared to the original is that they level up the more you use them, but they only level up once on your first playthrough, and once you beat the game and play it again, they can be leveled up again once you okay, you know what? Here's an image to explain it. You got the thing that is upgraded to the other thing, and then this thing gets all bang, I don't know, explosions! But if you're having a tough time, just take some time and upgrade your weapons by killing lesser enemies on easier planets. Yeah, it's gonna take a little while, but I am tired of having my furry legs blown off by a lizard, you piece of shit! Now, as you explore the planet, you'll occasionally get items and gadgets that help you access other parts of other planets. And like I said, explore the entire planet before moving on, and you're all good. Now, most of these items are used for puzzles and whatnot, but every now and then you'll get something to enhance gameplay. Now, some of these items are not needed to beat the game, but the game won't really tell you that. Like, it'll tell you if you need a certain item when you get there, but, like, it won't whisper to you, hey, you know, you really don't need this item, but you really won't be able to tell, so whisper stuff, you don't really need this thing. But even though you don't technically need them, I do recommend just doing all the junk people yell at you for, because some of the items are really McFrickin-neato and are pretty useful later down the line, even if their aesthetics aren't that great.
Prize this time is some kind of special boots.
But they ugly.
Special boots.
Okay, that's great, but they're ugly.
Boots.
Okay, that's kinda neat, but they're still ugly! Now, on top of extra items you can get, there is also a really shady dude, who I'm 90% sure is a crack dealer, named Slim Cognito. Now, he can be found found in a few places like these planets. But what Slim does is that he can mod your weapons with certain abilities. Don't look at me that way, sister. What? What do you want? That he can mod your weapons with certain abilities that are maybe tiny bit illegal, but who's checking? Now, Slim is paid in big old floating platinum bolts, which are hidden all over the planet, and trust me, you'll know them when you see them. Now, Slim stuff is completely optional, but if you're bent on making your weapons of mass destruction a little more destruction-y, he's a good guy, or in this case, a good pair of eyes to hit up. Okay, so either there was some massive economical boom between now and the first game, or inflation is through the roof and the game's economy is headed for the toilet. But as you go through the game, you'll get a ton of bolts, which is money, and if you take the extra time to explode random stuff and crank up that property damage bill, then you'll gain a lot of money a lot quicker, because for some reason there's money hidden in the lights? Now, obviously, money is important since that's what you buy ammo and guns with, and saving up for your fancy new weapons is the way to go because you'll need all the firepower you can get later on. The game offers several ways to get the goods, such as these arenas located on these planets where you can fight for money. Although it isn't too great because only getting 2,000 bolts for taking on a whole frickin' armada of enemies isn't the most practical situation. But the best way to get money is exploring the crystal fields on these planets. Finding the crystals in these fields will get you the big bucks if you trade them with Hipster McGee over here. But fair warning, these areas can be kind of tough because, oh my god, what the snick snack is that? But just go into these areas well prepared and try to come back and get ammo often because these places are big. Also, the snow crystal field is really McFrickin' hard, but it also gives you more money per crystal, but I don't know, just saying. But if you need extra money for weapons, just take the time and sell what I'm pretty sure is a form of crystal meth to these guys. You know, there are some things in video games that just make you ask why. Why? Why is this here? And am I having fun? And whose idea was this? Because I'ma murder the son of a bitch! The game has mandatory ship fighting parts throughout the game when going to a new location for the first time. They're not everywhere, but when they are, I mean, if you like flying ships, I guess they're alright, but all they want you to do is destroy stuff, and yeah, you win, and it's pretty straightforward combat controls. But what you should really do to avoid pulling your hair out is spin that ship for dear life, hold down the shoot button, and shoot nothing but the big crystals for like 15 minutes. No, I'm serious. Take the time to get an item called Raritanium, which can also be found in the crystal fields with this thingy, wink wink, and just collect a ton of it so you can upgrade your ship mega early at the potato satellite dish place. Why, you might ask? Well, really just to blow shit up faster. These flight levels can get really hard if you don't upgrade your ship, and they can be really easy if you upgrade the ship mega early, because I don't know about you, but I got crap to do, so just do it! Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should probably know before you get started. Strafe back and forth all the time, like don't let go of the button, just like tape it down or something. Always refill your ammo when you get the chance. Your health also gets bigger as you kill stuff. Having trouble? Just kill more stuff, you dink! Jump around a lot and don't be a sitting duck. The charge boots are perfect for the crystal fields, but they still ugly. Skill points are still in this game, and Lord knows they're still random as crap. The best place to upgrade your shield is this planet, and you'll see why when you get there. You can buy new armor at the yellow stations on certain planets. Make it a priority. You can get more money in challenge mode after you beat the game, so don't worry if you can't afford a gun in the first run. You play as Clank like maybe 2 or 3 times in this game, don't worry about it. Don't forget to customize your quick select to organize your weapons. Also, the quick select pauses the game now, so relax, take your time, no rush. Before beating the game, go back and explore all the past planets for stuff you missed, because you'll have all the doodads to get all the extra things. There is a thing in this game called the Insomniac Museum, and it's worth checking out. Links below to get to the thing, because it's hella neato. So while Ratchet and Clank Going Commando improved basically all aspects of the original game, it's still not perfect. The game can get frustrating, and I'm like 90% sure you can get a seizure from all the flashing lights. Please don't play this game in the dark, kids. But this game cemented the Ratchet and Clank formula, and this is really what Ratchet and Clank was designed to be. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, what's with these double meaning innuendo titles, Insomniac? Came out in 2004 and everyone was like... The game was met with critical praise since it basically took everything from Ratchet and Clank 1 and... Wait, stop it, wait a second, hold on. Oh, god, it's the wrong footage. I know they look a lot. It's the wrong footage. It's the wrong footage! Anyway, the game was met with critical praise since it took everything from Going Commando and... well, just tweaked it. Yeah. Yes, Up Your Arsenal was the sequel that changed basically nothing from Going Commando, and that was fine for the most part. I mean, people got what they wanted and it was dandy. Insomniac found their winning formula, and this kind of ranks as the best Ratchet and Clank game overall. But it did give everyone that weird sense of deja vu. And no, yeah, instead of a blue GUI, it's orange! Look at that progress, yeah! But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know shit about this game. So once again, you play as Ratchet and a toaster with eyes. After the events of Ratchet and Clank Going Commando, Clank is a TV star for some reason, and Ratchet and Clank are kinda just chillin', when suddenly they find out that their home galaxy is being terrorized by a thing called the Tyrannoids. Of course, I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, come on, just look at these dopes. What even is this? Anyway, it's soon revealed that an evil, tall, dark, and handsome robot named Dr. Nefarious is doing bad stuff, and it's up to Ratchet and Clank and this monkey to save the galaxy. I'm not joking about the monkey. He is very important. But along the way, you'll meet spandex, soap operas, mass genocide, furries, I really don't like you, war flashbacks, yelling, funky fresh beats, okay seriously Clank, f*** off, aggressive Germans, IQs lower than 40, and innuendos. Now, the story is simple and funny, and yeah, we've done this tango before. Fluffy Gunpowder McGee is gonna stop the bad guy, yeah. You'll see some familiar faces, there will be some shocking minor twists, and by the end of it, you'll want to punch Quark in the face. Again. But this is the turning point of the Ratchet and Clank series, to be real. Knowing the second and the first game kinda helps if you really want to get into the story. And all future Ratchet and Clank games really reference this game a lot. So if there's a Ratchet and Clank you should probably play to enjoy the other games, it's this one. A game you want in your arsenal, if you will. Perhaps up your arsenal. In your arse, for short. Shove this game right up your ass! So like I said, this game is extremely similar to Going Commando to an almost sketchy degree. Now I did cover a lot of the game's basic mechanics in the past 2 videos, so if you haven't seen those, I highly recommend going to watch those now. Go on, click one of the boxes. I'll wait. You know, these games really play the same, guys. I'm running out of stuff to talk about. Click the box, you idiot! Now, Up Your Arsenal is the same old design. You gradually unlock new planets, explore and blow stuff up on 1 or 2 paths, do the thing you came to do, check the entire planet before leaving, make out with a robot, get new info, and you move on. Ta-da! Groundbreaking, I know. Now, the game does change a little bit of stuff. For one, you kinda have a base that you'll be going back to often called the Phoenix, where you can upgrade your armor, do some training stuff, and interact with your lazy no-good team members. But you'll be here a lot, and doing certain things on your ship moves the story along. Other than that, it's a pretty straightforward experience. Missions are clear, and people will always yell at you on where to go and what you need to do. I mean, you also have your menu to tell you where to go, but who reads anymore now? I mean, who really looks at their itiums and their metons, am I right? Okay, so gameplay-wise, the game still uses guns. You're still blowing stuff up, yeah. You'll be jumping around a lot, solving puzzles with items you gradually find through the world, and experiencing the carnage of war. But the guns are still the main focus, and you'll unlock new ones and progress and get the money to buy them. There are 20 overall, and while some are very similar to the ones in previous games, you got some new ones to try out. Of course, some aren't as cool as you think. Like, yeah, I guess this is cool, but couldn't I just use this gun to blow the dude's legs off and call it a day? But you'll quickly find your favorites and stick to them throughout the game. Now, this time around, the guns can upgrade up to 5 times from usage the first time you play, and then can upgrade to level 8 after you beat the game and play in challenge mode. But baby steps, guys, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I do recommend taking the time to upgrade at least 7 guns to a decent level, cause if not, you're gonna have to work with weapons that are under-leveled, and suddenly Ratchet is flatchet. As in, like, flat on the ground, dead. That was a decent joke, right? I get you're trying to be constructive. I do. Okay, you don't have to be rude. Yeah, it's not the best thing in the world. What? Jeez, it's 2:42 in the morning. I'm trying to write this freaking script on a deadline. Comedy's hard! It's hard making jokes! The game's playing the same, I don't know what to say anymore! Holy crap! But real talk, don't buy the first gun, you see, because you might end up hating it soon after. But when buying a gun for the first time on the Phoenix, it will allow you to test out the weapon beforehand, which I do recommend. So while While exploring worlds and getting items to access new areas is basically the same, the game adds some kind of optional but not always optional am I really having fun here mission/objectives that you kinda have to do from time to time. Occasionally you'll go to a planet only to help out the Galactic Rangers from getting their little robot butts smeared across the pavement. Helping these guys out are broken up into little missions with objectives to complete. It can range from shooting the dudes to turning some thingies on to shooting the dudes in a plane and then shooting the Okay, you know what? They're not the most creative things. Now, these sections are not optional on most planets. Like, you have to help these SatSacs out a lot. Video games are fun, and I love them very much. Look at how much fun I'm having. Wow! But once completing the story-based missions, it gives you optional missions as well. Of course, all you really get is money and some unique items, and unless you like this crap, I don't recommend hanging out because you really don't need them. On top of that, the game also has 5 quirk comic minigame thingies that you gradually find throughout the game, and you have to get through them to move the story along. They're just little platformer minigames that aren't too terribly hard, and pro tip, punch everything that moves and shoot stuff. But you only need to get through the episodes to move on, so don't sweat it about getting all the collectibles unless you're a little panicky 100% completionist. Just be an underachiever and do the bare minimum like the rest of us.
What's up, people? It's Carney Gears. Are you feeling me, robots? I'm feeling you. I see the future, and what do I see? Robots going crazy across the galaxy.
Okay.
Okay, so if you played the second game, then all the extra stuff Up Your Arsenal offers should be really familiar. Similar to the Crystal Fields in Going Commando, there is a sewer crystal pipe place thingy labyrinth on planet Aquatos where you can collect crystals for money. Of course, the amount of bolts you get from doing just normal stuff in the game is kind of extreme and freakishly bizarre, and you can't explore all the pipes without the gravity boot, so don't feel pressured to explore this place unless you really want the goods and have a thing for bacteria and raw sewage. I don't know, man, it's your life. Another way to get cash and just is around for kicks is Annihilation Nation, a battle arena that pops up like twice in the story and that's kind of it. So check it out and maybe pop in before beating the game because it's sort of kind of worth it. Real talk though, this show just straight up murders people. Like, what the heck, guys? You just barbecued this poor man. Like, how you getting away with this? Also, there are big platinum bolts and trophies chilling in baby hidden parts of most planets, so keep an eye out. You don't need them to beat the game, but yeah, it's a trophy for you crazy folks who need a sense of purpose in life, and the big bolts let you buy special doodads in the menus like new skins for Ratchet. Also, they completely got rid of the ship sections in the game, so don't worry about flying around or anything like that. Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. Real talk, the nitro launcher is kind of overpowered to level that crap up. Why is this so dang catchy? Like, what the hell? The rockets that glow red are the only ones that'll try to hit you when free falling. Having passed Ratchet and Clank game saves will get you discounts at certain vendors. The charge boots are still a side item in this game and they are worth getting. There are cheats that you can type in this game. Links below for cool dumb stuff. Just destroy everything all the time for extra bolts. Also, not really related to the game, but hey, my video. Did you know Dr. Nefarious also voices Andrew Ryan from Bioshock? Like, I found this out recently and I don't know, that was a little neat little tidbit for you. There you go. Clank has sections in the game again and I don't know who even cares. Don't forget, you need to be in close enough range to use your bots and the monkey falls all the bananas. Also, Clank, go die in a hole, you fuck. So while Up Your Arsenal is just an orange rehash of Going Commando, it did fix and enhance already great mechanics, and this is a game that future games build itself on. And most people see this as the last real Ratchet and Clank game on the PS2, and it didn't disappoint. And I hope this basics beginner's guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Ratchet Deadlock came out in 2005 on the PS2, and everyone was like... The game was met with good reviews from critics, but kinda stumped most Ratchet and Clank fans. What was once a fun action-adventure series got really hardcore and mega edgy and felt very polarizing for most other games in the series. While the game was fun to play for the most part, it was one of those change isn't bad, but change is, well, just look at this. This is not what I expected. And why does Ratchet Head look like a bad fan edit? Oh, you think I'm joking? Just look at this! And because of how weird this game got with the edge factor and drastic design changes, most people don't really count this game in the Ratchet and Clank universe. Heck, even the developers saw it that way by leaving this game out of the Ratchet and Clank HD collection, the ding-dongs. Of course, this game is more of a spin-off since it lacks the Clank part, but I see that more as an upgrade, wouldn't you agree? But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So once again, you play as Ratchet, and after the events of Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, the gang is suddenly attacked and kidnapped by a group of beefy robots and taken to a galaxy far, far away. After waking up, the art design shifts like crazy, and you find yourself imprisoned in a mega, super, pretty sure this is illegal, gladiator-like TV show called Dread Zone. A TV show geared towards kidnapping heroes of other galaxies and making them fight to the death for all the lovely fans. And the merchandise. Ah yes, capitalism, the real killer. You soon meet a shark dude named Gleeman Vox, the CEO of Dread Zone and token bad guy. He informs you it's fight to win or be killed by Dread Zone's nifty little shock explosive collars. And if you somehow manage to survive all of the show's challenges, then you will be set free. Ish. Maybe. Kinda. Kind of unclear. So it's all up to Ratchet and, well, these guys are in the game too, to find a way to escape Vox's killer game show without having their little heads blown off. Now, like I said, a lot of people don't really count this game as part of the Ratchet and Clank official canon. Be real, you really don't need to know much about Ratchet and Clank to get into this one because it really does kind of act as a spin-off game. Just know that Ratchet is a well-known hero and he has a few friends. If anything, this game just references past games for the jokes rather than the plot. Jokes. Very, very fine-tuned jokes. Of course, the story is bare-boned. Ratchet just fights other top gladiators, and yeah, killing sure is fun and approved for all ages, and some nerd is gonna die. The real fun of the plot comes from the newscasters with What's-His-Face Dallas and Juanita. These hosts will constantly be heard throughout the game as you play, giving you plot points, explaining what you'll be doing during missions, and having cutscenes explaining the story. Basically, these guys are your bread and butter! Puns, jokes. I'm really trying here, guys. But it's important to listen to the crap they say, even if it gets a little repetitive. Like, guys, I get you can only record so many things, but oh my god!
Run, Ratchet, run! Run, Ratchet, run! Ratchet, 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 run! Ratchet,
So the game is broken up again into different planets similar to the past games, but there isn't that much free exploration anymore. And thank God, because I was getting real tired of explaining basically the same game design 3 McFrickin' times over. Links below for those 3 McFrickin' times. But kind of view each planet with a don't step on the grass signs everywhere. Instead of exploring planets to your little heart's content, you'll be completing missions in order to advance to other planets and eventually bing boom bam, you beat the game. And since this is supposed to be a TV show, you'll be doing a ton of different stuff to please the fans. The loud fans. The obnoxious snot-nosed fans. Why y'all gotta be so violent, my god. But the missions range from killing enemies in a certain amount of time, blowing stuff up, running around with tanks and bikes, spreading love, only using certain weapons for things, hacking devices, getting from point A to B to F to booty, and whatever the development team thought would be a cool idea that day. I don't know, use your imagination, you dink. Now each planet offers something different and keeps you on your toes, and rarely will you be doing the same mission twice. But what's nice is that as long as you complete all the missions on every planet, which is not that hard by the way, then moving on is a breeze and there will be no backtracking. So unless you have a problem with the checklist, you're all good. I'll do it later. Alrighty, so unsurprisingly, this game sticks to the bang bang shoot 'em up gameplay this series is known for, but changes some basic mechanics. Minus the vehicle parts, this game is all shooting all the time. Of course, don't think you're home free. There is still a lot of jumping and there will be some major platforming sections, so get used to falling and timing stuff right. But there are barely, if any, puzzles, cause this is a game show and people came for the carnage, yeah! But all that aside, as you get money, you'll be able to buy new guns as they unlock, and yeah, it's the Ratchet and Clank Clank game, I've covered this in past videos. How the guns work hasn't changed at all, but the amount of guns is noticeably smaller, but way more effective. Who knew Death had so much variety? Now, I can say that all of the weapons are useful. Now, the guns upgrade with use, and even if you don't like certain weapons, I do recommend giving each weapon some equal loving, mainly because some of the missions will limit you to certain guns, and if you're under-leveled, it's been nice knowing you, sunshine. Ratchet, you had a good run, sweetheart. Of course, the game isn't just limited to Ratchet shooting stuff all the time. There will be constant missions where you use vehicles to do stuff, and they control like you think, but just remember, there is a laser beam turret gun that comes with all of the vehicles, and it shoots endlessly. Just hold it down. Just hold the button down all the time. It can literally only benefit you. So Clank is still in this game even though he was completely booted from the title, but he takes a backseat to the action and just talks in your ear the whole time. Instead, you'll be joined by 2 battle bots during the game. Be real though, they should have just named this game Ratchet Deadlock and the Talking Trash Cans or something. But these guys really act as support buds throughout. The game explains how they work, but real talk, anytime you see this thing get all blinky, press it, slam it, take it on a date and hit it. The bots have certain abilities that are mega important. From bombs to EMPs, the Sass Masters will have your back. Now, they do upgrade at Al Station if you have the money. And while they aren't necessary, they are helpful if you want them to bring more explosions to the field. So if you have the cash, give them some love and change their colors, cause oh gosh, you kiss your mother with that color palette? Also, let's get back to the guns for a second. Okay, so the guns upgrade with use, but there are also these useful attachment things called Omega Mods. Basically, you buy an Omega Mod at the store, you pick a weapon, go to the menu, and pick what special ability you want to give that weapon. You can change these things at any time, but one mod at a time on one weapon, so think carefully about what special thing you want your gun to do, cause the damage on a single enemy can vary depending on what you use. The mods can range from lava to acid, disco fever, animal morphing, lightning, and crippling college debt. But try them out and see which ones you like on your weapons, cause you can change them whenever and set all the guns to the same mod if you have a favorite. Okay, so since the game is broken up into missions, after completing each mission you'll get dread points, which you need to open up new planets and all that crap. You do need a certain amount to move on, but over at the Buns Research Division, we have calculated that if you just do all the missions on the planet, you'll have all the points to unlock the stuff that moves the story along. Amazing, I know. Now, if you're feeling feisty, the hub world does offer missions to do and ways to get extra money if you need it. Also, to watch how badly the frame rate chugs with the end zone mission because of how much money you're getting. Pro tip, use the Lightning Omega mod. Buttery smooth frame rate. My poor PS2 is on fire right now. Also, on top of dread points, each world and missions has skill points that you can complete by doing really specific stuff during the mission. There are a ton and I don't even know what they do, honestly. If you like getting numbers, look it up and just go for it, kiddo. Also, are collectibles even a thing in this game? Wait, hold on one second. Who cares? You're here to blow shit up. Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. The wrench upgrades are not a priority. You have guns for a reason. You can change the difficulty at any time in the game's startup menu. The dual Vipers are swiggity swooty. Also, use the shock mod. Just use it on something, anything. Please, just use it. Oh my god, it's very good. Shock mod. It's a little overpowered, guys. Oh my god. Your armor levels up as you complete big story missions, so don't worry about it. Holy crap, there's a lot of explosions. Oh my god, my eyes. Remember to buy ammo every chance you get, but then again, enemies drop ammo like crazy, so I don't know. Jump around a lot, you nerd, and use the extra goodies like the charge boots once you get them, because you'll probably forget you have them. Real talk, giant blue beams in the sky are your friend, and if you see one, that's probably your way to go. It's so pretty and majestic. I'm going to name her Deborah. Always let your bots crank the bolts on the ground because you got better things to do, let's be real. This game is meant to be played a few times over in challenge mode. Don't panic if you can't afford something your first time. There's more money and more stuff in a second playthrough. Don't forget there are vehicle healing pads in most missions. Don't be afraid to go back and take a nap on them for a little bit. The game has a big co-op mode that's pretty fun from what I've heard. This game also came out in 2005 on the PS2 only. Good luck finding people to play it with, guys. So while Ratchet Deadlock was an extreme deviation from the series and tried really hard to be taken seriously with all that edge, at its core, it's a really fun game that a lot of people kind of dismissed because of how different it was. And it's a real shame that more people didn't give this game credit in the long run because my gosh, it was a blast to play. But in the end, it's just a good game no one really gives a crap about anymore. And even though Insomniac themselves kind of want to forget about it since it's really never mentioned later again in the series, for those who did play it, really got some mileage out of it. And I hope this this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Rocket League came out in 2015, and everyone was like,
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday!
The game was met with extremely positive reviews because it did one thing really, really, really good. Since the game is just soccer with cars, and that's it brought back the good old-fashioned local and online multiplayer that people were missing, and once again made people feel like total garbage when they got the crap beaten out of them by more skilled players. Oh, come on! I just started playing! Yes, the game was simple in design, but was just good old-fashioned fun. And since the game was mega accessible, being crossplay on PS4 and PC, sorry Xbox people, it's on here too, but save the crossplay for the big boys, everyone and their uncle's girlfriend was able to play and enjoy the game while yelling at their TVs in anger and throwing their controllers out the window.
Oh! That's not how physics work!
But anyway, if you're new to this game, here's your basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game.
So normally in these videos I put an overview of the story here, but ayo, Rocket League does not have a story, and it's literally just soccer with cars. So instead I've decided to put this here because why not?
Okay, if you've ever heard or seen anything about soccer, then the basic rules apply to Rocket League. Get the ball in the opposite team's side. That's it. So if you're blue, you go to the orange goal, and if you're orange, you go to the blue goal. Get it? Yeah? Okay, moving on. There aren't any fouls or flags or getting a face full of grass. Nah, man, it's just hit the ball and get it in the goal. Short, simple, and surprisingly very hard because, oh god! But the game really relies on your ability to go fast. There are no power-ups or special doodads the game uses. It's just boost and jump. On the court, there are these little orange and yellow thingies, and they give you a limited speed boost to go real fast, real quick. Be honest, not having boost kind of makes you a sitting duck, so get it like your life and balls depend on it. But all you really need to do is speed and jump to hit the ball. Like really, just hit the ball to the goal while going really fast, and you'll be a pro in no time. It takes practice, don't get me wrong though, but the game isn't exactly rocket science, or wait, oh, maybe, oh god! But the cars don't get as much traction as you like, and occasionally you'll be in a corner spinning for dear life, going whee! But once you get a feel for the cars, it's as simple as go fast and hit the thing. Sonic would be proud. Okay, so hitting the ball can be a baby bit tricky, and aiming is a whole new level of awkward. But there are a handful of things that you should know to make throwing yourself at the ball a little bit easier. First things first, when starting a new game and after every goal, your team will be set back to a starting location on the field. It is randomized, but if you're closest to the ball, just go. Go, 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 go! Hitting the ball first can really put your team at an advantage, so drunkenly throw yourself at the ball and give it all you got if you're close. Now, if you start farther from the ball, just play it by ear, talk to your people, and be ready for the ball to rebound and nab that sucker. Now, speaking of team members, you gotta play nice with the other kids, guys, because you can actually hit your own people if you're not careful. I know it's exciting trying to attack the ball first and show off your big boy skills, but ease up. Learn to pass the ball, for God's sake.
Everyone's just so desperate. Get it out!
Oh, Tyler, that's a good one.
Everyone is gonna be real ball hungry, and you don't always have to be the hero with the champagne corks flying everywhere. Helping assist and setting up the ball is never a bad way to go. A lot of the time, the ball likes to chill in the corner, and bumping that sucker to the center for your gal pal to hit it in is 10 out of 10 good stuff. Remember, guys, teamwork makes the dream work. Also, they don't call this game Rocket League for nothing. You can fly, and it's terrifying when people do it, and it's terrifying if you manage to get yourself in the air, and I'm 90% sure it's devil magic. Controlling the car in the air takes practice, but if you just do a jump in the air without traction, then boost, you can fly. This is more of an advanced thing, but if you time it just right, a lot of the times you can hit the ball straight out of the air if you possess the power of God. So while the core objectives are pretty simple, the game does reward you for doing stuff during the game, and you can accumulate points for just doing whatever. Basically, the game rewards you for playing good. Things like centering the ball, taking the shot, driving on under the influence, saving the ball, hitting the ball in the airish, it's like 10 points, good luck, assisting a goal, somehow by the grace of God scoring a goal, and even losing. Now, points aren't just for giggles. You gradually gain ranks like going from rookie to semi-pro, so you know who you're going against and to see who hasn't seen the light of day in like 6 weeks. On top of that, after you play enough matches, you'll be rewarded little doodads that you can customize your cars with. They are given to you at random, but now you'll be able to play the game while looking like a total weenie. You got your little hat, a little flag, and look, you even have a piece of bread as an antenna. Look how cute this is get. Also, you can have the skulls of my enemies! And on top of that, finish it off with a little gloss finish and looking all fly in the field. Yes, sirree. And speaking of cars, you'll have a variety to pick from, and just know that the cars do control differently, like turn radius, hitbox, and the force of your car. Basically, what I'm saying is don't just stick to the pretty ones. Try each car out and see which one best fits for you, because they don't tell you exactly what each car does best. Regardless, you'll find that you probably suck at using all of them. Now, while Rocket League does have local multiplayer, the bulk of the time you'll be playing it online. Unless you like spinning around in circles and not doing anything, then hey, power to ya. But the game has several modes to engage with either buds or random strangers who occasionally might throw out a racial slur, but hey yo, it's a big boy world. The most ideal game is standard 3v3, but there is also 4v4 chaos, which is a total train wreck and crazy hectic, but there's a bunch of other types of matches that you can select that the server will look for. But enough about that, let's talk about teamwork, okay? So when you're in game, it's really important to communicate and talk to your teammates whenever possible. If you have the resources, kidnap some strangers, train your dog to hold a controller, or force some friends to play at gunpoint for those maximum pro strats. You can use text and voice chat in-game, although I personally recommend using Skype or some third-party thingy, cause if not, then every single player can hear your muffled mic and barely make out what you just said. That was good! Now, if you're curious as to who is kicking your butt, you can check who is who at any time by hitting the top left bumper. And assuming you just want to play with all your buds and not some random creepy 12-year-olds, then you can always just make a private match in the main menu. Now, if you're feeling like playing like a big boy, you can choose to participate in ranked matches, which is where a lot of the real challenge is. Playing ranked is basically who has the biggest wheels competition, and after a certain amount of matches, you'll be ranked up so the world knows that you're really good at rocket car soccer and nothing else. Nothing wrong with learning the hard way and getting the crap beaten out of you by playing against people, but if you want to take things slow, you can. There is a practice mode available that I do recommend using to try new cars, random moves, and playing offline against bots. Practice mode will allow you to mess with a bunch of settings and all that jazz, so you can really get into the flow, and trust me, it's a great way to learn how to fly, which is always cool to see. But Rocket League is all about thinking ahead and learning the right timing, so relax and slow down. Jumping into matches blindly if you are just starting out will just end badly, so I cannot stress this enough. Just practice. Practice. Then you can score sick goals like this!
Why did that?
Oh, it went right past me. Oh, I missed it! I flew right under it. Oh my god, I am missing this ball left and right. I don't know anything I'm doing in this game. Oh my god, help me, I suck. Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. If you go fast enough with your boost, you can blow people up.
Oh, that's his little boy.
I killed him.
You're not imagining it. Different fields are different sizes. Also, this one is my favorite. Using ball cam is super important, but no, switching between normal view and ball cam will help you get a better view of the field. Don't be willy-nilly with the boost. Try to conserve your boost for the right moment. Try to predict where the ball is going rather than where the ball is, like just stock it. If that makes sense. Basically, just look into the future. Rocket League is constantly being updated with new stuff and modes and even some tournaments. You can also buy a ton of neato stuff with their DLC pack, so if you have the money, go out and treat your cars, why don't you? You get a big amount of points for losing in a game. Don't be that ding-dong that leaves if it's obvious you're not going to win. Be a good sport and finish the match. We're all here to have a good time. Want to see some advanced moves? Links below for all the cool stuff. The ball is really bouncy, guys. Either hit it before it touches the ground or hit it as it's falling back down. And the most important rule, take the shot, you nerd! While Rocket League is just really soccer with cars, it's just good old-fashioned fun that you can enjoy with anyone. This is one of those games that really emphasizes the phrase, easy to play, hard to master, because even though the game's basic gameplay is simple, my god, can you get a lot of mileage out of this thing. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Life is Strange came out in 2015, and everyone was like, The game was met with polarizing reviews at first, ranging from great to meh at best. Being an episodic game that was gradually released over the course of a few months, the game started off with a promising story and gradually opened up into time-traveling hipster lesbians in space with awkward dialogue.
Ready to fucking thrash. I'm so hardcore.
I'm just gonna leave that here. Someone was paid to write that. But Life is Strange took the interactive story approach and added its own little twist with the time travel elements and stood out because of its more, youthful setting and plot. I mean, I'm gonna be real, guys. They had a demographic in mind when they made this.
A really gay demographic. A really
really gay. I mean, hi guys!
There she is!
It's obvious that Don't Nod had a certain type of audience in mind when making this game. Perhaps folks who happen to be a bit more interested in rainbows than most people. I love a bit of rainbow, me! So Buns, perhaps somewhat misguidedly, invited me, Anima, to contribute to this illustrious video. Gird thy loins, ladies, gentlemen, and beyond, because life's about to get strange.
Now, for the record here, we're gonna try really hard to keep this video spoiler-free, but considering the game is all plot, forgive it if it's a tad, just a tad spoilery.
But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about it.
So you play as Max, an 18-year-old student at Blackwell Academy. She's just your normal teenage hipster. She likes photography, her music, her pale pastel colors, along with long walks on the beach, hot tubs, and the sound of rain, and has horrible visions of the city's impending doom. You know, just girl things. But one day after class, she encounters her old friend Chloe being shot to death by the world's most aggressive white boy, and suddenly discovers the power to reverse time. Because reasons.
Try not to ask too many questions, okay?
But after saving Chloe, they realize the advantages of her time travel abilities and try to find the answers to Chloe's girlfriend's disappearance, and why God suddenly wants to smear Arcadia Bay like marmalade. Along the way, you'll meet snitches, emo wannabes, doobies, white dudes that make you feel really uncomfortable,
irresponsible drinking, morally grey decision.
You want me to do what?
Cringy dialogue.
Symbolism, the wrath of God, property damage, and people who need to mind their gosh diddly dang business. Now, Life is Strange's story covers a wide variety of stuff that's more than just time travel and can deal with some pretty intense things. While the game has strong fictional elements, it tries very hard to ground itself in reality and deals with relatable situations. Of course, the story tends to zigzag a lot, ranging from crazy white girls to spooky animal spirits that may or not be there to super secret, very illegal drug rings. And while the game doesn't always elaborate on the things it brings up, the core story will kind of take you on a roller coaster of emotion and gosh guys, I play games to have fun, not cry at my TV screen. What the f***? So the game is mega heavy on the story, but it's an extremely linear experience where you'll basically be moved from zone to zone, where stuff happens, you do the thing, and it's a very customizable conveyor belt of excitement, sadness, and regret. It's not the most expansive game, that's for sure, since you're limited on what you can see and do in certain moments. And when I say limited, I kinda mean it. The game is broken up into 5 episodes, and while progress and gameplay mechanics from each episode are carry over, you're not coming back, kiddo. Be careful, because the whole game was one massive point of no return. Once you leave an area, you're gone, son. Now, there are open areas to explore, and if for some reason you're lost on where to go or what to do next, Max does keep a suspiciously detailed journal on what's going on around her and has the most descriptive inner monologues I've ever heard. And she will always mention hints on where to go and what to do in order to progress the story.
Must protect my precious so Max never has to chase it down again.
Is this chick for real? But feel free to explore all the areas you can, because Life is Strange is designed around interacting and discovering certain things, so get nosy, you dink.
Speaking of getting nosy, Max is a photographer, so you play the role of a questionably pervy observer, capturing snapshots of the characters' lives around you and stooping so far as to press your dirty little hipster face into their garbage. It's best if you get super into it, because this is basically the whole game, so if you're not into that kind of stuff, you're gonna have a bad time. Maximilian has these abilities: 360-degree movement. Not a huge deal, as you won't need to be doing parkour anytime soon. You basically move around like a normal human being, with the exception of Max's wildly flailing arms and questionable expressions.
Now, since the game is all about screwing with time and space for bad things to not happen, Max has been given the power to rewind a brief section of time at any moment. Of course, it stops working just conveniently for the plot, but hey, whatever. But this is Life is Strange's key mechanic. Rewinding time allows players to take advantage of the choice feature, having a brief moment to change their immediate decision, in addition to allowing players to experience all dialogue options with everybody. That means you can be a total jerk without the consequences. I like this game a lot.
Say goodbye to the typical RPG reload bullshit to see what so-and-so has to say about whoever the Feel free to listen to the whinings of insane old people and intellectually challenged jocks as often as you want. The world is very detailed, with lots of notes, posters, graffiti, pregnancy tests, and gives players a whole lot to immerse themselves in. The detail gives extra dimension to the characters around you, and basically Max is a creep. It's wonderful.
Okay, so since the game is all story, everything revolves around choices. This seems like a loaded decision! I don't know what to pick! The goal of Life Life is Strange is to experience it, embrace it, and there's no such thing as a right or wrong choice.
Max, while somewhat moldable, is really nice and a pushover, so generally speaking, you align as good and don't really shit on people's lives very often. The mostly linear narrative does not devalue the emotional impact of the choices you make. The characters are basically archetypes, with varying degrees of psychopathy, but well suited and nicely written.
For the most part. Now, the quote-unquote consequences of your choices can vary. Some are small choices that change basically nothing, but hey, it's your story, you do what you want, you nerd. And then there are major decisions that will change how people treat you later on. You can tell when the big choices are happening, when the game literally just stops and stares at you to pick. Take your time, relax, and just know the whole world is judging you regardless of what you pick. Now, real talk, don't stress about making the right choices. It's best to go with your gut and do what you think is right rather than what you think the game wants you to pick. But I swear to God, if you hurt any animals in this game, I will personally hunt you down and murder you, you little— Anything Max learns or physically gets a hold of, she keeps, even after rewinding, which means she can respond uncannily well to NPCs around you and feel like God. And it's really important to remember this, guys, because on top of keeping crap, Max herself never moves when rewinding, it's just everything else around her. God knows why no one questioned why she can teleport, but it's whatever, it's a video game. But everything else revolves around trial and error.
Max is clumsy AF and ruins things beyond repair a lot, so the rewind powers help fix stuff like spilling water on something you need to read, or rewinding out of sight if you need to be sneaky.
Alright guys, gameplay. You take a few steps, then you rewind. Then you take a few steps, then you rewind. What?
Always just let things go to crap first. See the outcome and then adjust to something to create a different outcome. And bing, bang, boom, you did it. You saved the world. Here's a cookie. But you can tell if you learn something new with this little obnoxious butterfly saying you saw something important.
Occasionally, there are multiple ways of solving puzzles, so if you fancy extra headaches, be sure to insert everything everywhere all the time. Max is a photographer, so collectibles revolve around taking shots of her environment. Her journal offers a guide on what to take, and the players will sometimes have to instigate certain events to get particular angles or compositions. One example being to encourage a skater boy to perform a trick and fail miserably, allowing Max to acutely capture the precise moment of his suffering. It is important to note that Max will also scribble down her thoughts on various characters and events. Her journal has interesting stuff about the characters she meets, with anecdotes ranging from fearful to downright saucy. If reading isn't your thing, you're at least guaranteed a good spot of cringe, so strap on your reading glasses, shaka bra, and get on it.
Okay, so here are a few tips and things you should know before you get started. Failure is not an option! No, really, there is no failure, guys. It's just, hey, can you rewind and do something a little different? Okay, thanks, bye. I don't even think they programmed the game over screen. Be sure to check all the info in Kate's room in episode 2 for reasons, for non-sketchy please, guys, just do it, please, for the love of God, for me. Check your phone often for new text messages because there's always people messaging you, and also so you can feel guilt-tripped by your mom. Save Elissa, for God's sake. Very important. Must do. Have to. You ruin the whole playthrough if you don't. The game will let you skip crap you've heard before, and I recommend hitting that button when you see it because, man, these guys can drone on and on and on. Water Lisa once, for the love of God, just once. This action will have all the consequences. This plant will save the world.
If you're a paranoid completionist type who will lose sleep over missing a blade of grass, be sure to check each area thoroughly because, as previously mentioned, once you're out, you're out.
So while Life is Strange really tried to stand out and create an interesting world with complex characters, at times the story can fall under the weight of its own ambition. And it isn't the most stellar game to play, but that doesn't mean it failed at the things it tried to do. Life is Strange is different and will keep you interested the whole time and will give you major feels at the end. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Guys, I have a theory! Samuel's a squirrel!
So Bloodborne came out in 2015 and everyone was like,
Hey, Paul!
The game was met with crazy good reviews and was basically the only PS4 exclusive people cared about since it was really the only good PS4 exclusive at the time. Oh, Knack, you sure did try though. But the game was created by From Software, the masochist masterminds behind the Souls series. You know, the games everyone tells you are really hard and they are better at than you because they beat it blindfolded while sitting on a bed of nails only using this Bop It as the controller. But even though Bloodborne doesn't carry the Souls name, its design was heavily based off the Souls games with just enough gameplay, blood, edgy, and gothic changes to stand out from its predecessors. But because it was one of the first mega exclusives for the PS4, this acted as a lot of people's first From Software experience. But the game still brought that meaty challenge that every Souls veteran loves to brag about on Reddit threads. Now, baby disclaimer, many people will claim that a lot of the fun and challenge that comes from this game is the fact the game doesn't tell you that much. And if you like playing blind and learning the hard way, why the heck did you click on this video, you nerd? But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know shit about this game. So you play as some poor sap, aka the Hunter, who has found their way to Yharnam, a city that is being terrorized by beasts and is suffering from some sort of disease breakout thing because someone forgot to take their cold medicine. Shortly after arriving, your poor little Hunter butt has a blood transfusion and you're shoved into the Hunter's Dream, a place where a fully grown doll flirts with you and a dude in a wheelchair encourages you to go out and kill stuff for the lulz. So off you go to kill beasts and hopefully somehow pass through the Hunter's Dream. Along the way, you'll meet doggies, angry people, blood, oh my god. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Now, From Software games are known for having very deep but vague stories and lore. Most of the plot is in the background, so don't expect clear motives for the crap you're doing. Most of the story is told through NPCs you meet along the way, the occasional spooky cutscene, and the environment, which is just full of detail. Of course, personally, I think Yharnam needs a good power washing, but hey, old Victorian Gothic super sad Nemo works well too. But there's a lot of neato stuff that is worth looking into, like the mysteries of the Healing Church, the history of the old ones, and why every freaking character makes terrible life decisions. This is all your fault, guys! Look what you did! Now, if you've ever played Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, the design of the game should feel very familiar. It's just everything looks like it belongs in Hot Topic. But the world is kind of designed like a maze where you gradually explore branching paths that intertwine with each other and discover lampposts so you can teleport back to the Hunter's Dream and flirt with your girlfriend. Best waifu, let's be real though. But the Hunter's Dream acts as the hub world where you can level up, buy items, teleport back to lampposts you've unlocked, and zhuzh up your weapons. But you'll be here a lot, so just take it all in and relax. Does this chick even blink? Hello? Hello! Now, things are gonna go down like this. Explore and kill enemies, get blood echoes, the game's currency, somehow manage to find your way to the big boys, kill the big boys, get a crap ton of blood echoes, and then you do the whole thing over again until someone puts you out of your misery, or you somehow beat the game. Either one could happen. Chances are you're gonna rage quit a few times. God! Look at that! Look at that! So Bloodborne is very challenging since your deaths send you back to the last lamppost you were at, you lose all your blood echoes and have one chance to get them back where you left off, and the fact that this game will punish the crap out of you if you look away for, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds. But out of all of that, in my opinion, the toughest thing is figuring out where the heck you're supposed to go next. Alright, just beat a boss, gotta go check it out, and well, there is a semi-natural level progression. If you take your time and kill stuff, a lot of the time you'll have no idea where to go. 1 second, I'm dead. Alright.
Question, where do I go?
Some of the time, bosses do have dead ends, but chances are the way forward is a place you pass, so back up that booty and turn around, sonny. The game is also full of shortcuts, and just know if you haven't seen a lamppost in a while, and you're about to come into what you think a boss area might look like, cough cough, a giant open area perhaps, cough, there's a 90% chance there is a shortcut somewhere nearby that will lead back to a lamppost. Find it, make a mental note of it, tattoo it on your butt or do something, and just make sure it's open before you go face the boss. It's normally an elevator, a ladder, a switch, a door, something, anything. It's just make sure it's open before moving on, okay? Ta-da, you did it. And while it's important to grind and get blood echoes to level up, being a weenie to live another day is not a bad way to go if you're just exploring and heading to face a boss again. Okay, so gameplay-wise, Bloodborne is fast, bloody, and I'm dead. Now, it should go without saying this game is challenging and you're gonna die. Quite often, actually, but hey-oh, that's the fun part, right?
This is supposed to be fun, right?
But the gameplay revolves around you getting really aggressive, and this game will reward you for getting up in there. Whenever you take damage, a part of your health will get all yellow, and you have a brief window to get your health back if you bring the pain back to the enemy. It's payback time, boys. Be aggressive. Be f***. Now, Now, there is a time and place to blindly swing your weapon around for dear life. Keeping on your toes and rolling and jumping around the enemy is key. And know that when locked onto a dude, you'll be all swish swish, and when you're not, you'll be all roly poly oly. Learning enemy attack patterns and being patient will get you really far, and knowing when and when not to lock on. Now, you'll get a few choices of weapons, and we'll get into the deets of that later, and while there are a ton of playstyles, you'll most likely be using one weapon and one gun. Now, the guns sound cool, but in reality, they act more like pea shooters or just water guns. Don't expect to deal too much damage with these things. They are mostly used to stun enemies. And listen, this is kind of important. If the enemy is sorta kinda maybe your size, if you shoot them in mid-attack, you'll hear this weird sound from the heavens. They'll get on their knees, and you need to run up and show them how lovely your hand looks inside of them. This is called reposing, and real talk. Learn this. It's kind of a lifesaver, and it takes down enemies fast. Short, sweet, and literally inside of the point. Of course, the most important rule of reposing is don't forget to be yourself and have fun. Holy crap, Mom! Did you see what I just did? Okay, so there are a ton of items in this game that you'll be picking up, and you'll probably have no idea what they actually do. Literally everything in this game starts with the word blood, because you gotta stick with the theme, and let's not forget about the aesthetics. They are very important. Now, I can't go through everything, but the item description will typically help you out if you're not really sure what something does. Huh. Okay. What does it do? Am I having fun yet? But bullets and blood vials are the goods you're gonna want the most. Now, blood vials, the healing items, can be bought and are dropped often by enemies, but not in every area. So here's an annoying thing. If you run out of blood vials, you gotta go back to past places and just hit a dude and farm him. And you're gonna be doing this a lot, guys, just FYI. Good specific places to do this, links below, but I do not recommend buying them that often for obvious reasons. Now, you can only have 20 blood vials and bullets on you at a time, but if you get more than that, then it automatically goes into your storage bin, and when you die, you'll be automatically given whatever is in the bin. So, like, get as many blood vials as possible. Same thing with bullets, and bullets are bullets, and they go pew 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 and things die, yeah. Now, if you just want to buy junk, beating certain bosses and enemies will gain you badges that unlock stuff at the Skeleton Fountain Party store, so check it out often for new stuff. Moving on to the sharp thingies, though. There are less than 30 weapons in this game, and when you start, you'll get the choice of 3 to pick from, and the rest are found or bought later on. Each weapon has 2 types of attack modes and a bunch of different attack patterns that are suited for different playstyles, and you should try them out and blah blah blah. Listen, I'm not your mom. Go pick a weapon and get used to it. Chances are you'll be sticking with it for a while. People in the comments, go yell about what you think is the best weapon, because Lord knows if I suggest something, you'll all poop your pants simultaneously.
Low-key, just saying the axe is not a bad starting weapon, and I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Regardless of what you pick, you'll need to level that crap up. As you explore, you'll find ruins and doodads to add to your weapons in the Hunter's Dream. These things increase a bunch of stuff like arcane, hit points, sick beats, and I don't know, just do it and switch them out often for better ones. If you want to suffer, be my guest. You can also reinforce your weapons, but you need specific items and they can be hard to come by, so really only reinforce the weapon you use the most and low-key marry it. Of course, if you run out of some of the less valuable items, you can probably just explore and farm them and you'll be fine, right? Nothing weird or creepy going on around here, right?
What the snick-snack diddly-dack is that?
So Bloodborne ain't gonna hold your hand, but you can bet your sweet bippy I am. The game is just full of extras and stuff that's worth knowing about from the get-go. So here's the thing, there are a lot of bosses that you don't technically need to beat to quote-unquote win the game. Although I do recommend killing all of the dudes for the echoes and the sweet, sweet bragging rights, but you wanna know whose teeth you really need to kick in to technically win? Links below, you filthy casual. But this game has a bunch of extra areas and side crap. For instance, talking and helping out NPCs can lead to some neato items. The number 1 rule of Bloodborne, try not to kill something unless it's obvious it wants to kill you first. Okay, cool, moving on, let's go. On top of that, there are these optional things called chalice dungeons that are maze-like areas to fight random baddies and clear for items and whatever. And, Okay, wow, this is complicated. Okay, you know what? I recommend doing these things here and there, and you can access them in the Hunter's Dream, but geez. Okay, links below if you want to know more what the hecky these things are, because Lord knows I don't have time to explain all this crap. Now, one of the more important things that this game conveniently doesn't like talking about is insight, which is that little eyeball thingy just staring at you. You can get it by getting emotionally traumatized by bosses, killing bosses, or being cheap and using Madman's knowledge. But insight is used for all kinds of stuff, and the more you have, the weirder, and in some cases, more challenging things can get. It can also be used to buy specific items, increase the item drop rate, and to summon in your peeps. And speaking of peeps, if you're having a really tough time, as long as you use the beckoning bell, check the skeleton frat party house, and have one insight, you can summon friends or random people in to fight alongside you. Now, fair warning, it does make bosses stronger, and summons' health are cut in half, but it doesn't really matter because one boss versus 3 swords equals dead boss. Trust me guys, I'm a filthy casual. I play games to have fun, damn it. Okay, so here are a ton of tips and things you should know before you get started. Pay attention, we're gonna go really fast, kids.
To the left, to the left.
No, really, a lot of the boss's blind spots are to the left, so dodging to the left and not backwards is kind of a good idea. Buying hunter's masks are kind of worth it since you can nope out of any situation at any time. Keep your health up, you dink, you got 20 blood vials for a reason. Word on the street is arcane builds are kind of bad/hard. If you're a beginner, love yourself. Treat yourself to a big axe, we all know that's why you bought this game. If you're desperate for some bullets, hitting up on the D-pad will give you 5 blood bullets by using some of your health. Warning, you can only have 5 blood bullets at a time. Sometimes when you die, your blood echoes will be attached to one of the nearby enemies. If their eyes are glowy, go back and take what is yours. Points in strength, endurance, and vitality are never a bad choice. Skill is good for opposing if you're feeling feisty. You can transform your weapon in mid-attack for extra reach. If you see a creepy dude with a sack that isn't Santa Claus early on in game, let him kill you. He'll take you to a good area to grind in. Kill yourself! No, really, kill yourself by throwing yourself at the werewolf. It's supposed to happen. Praise the sun! Oh, it's not in this game. I'm sorry, what? Fear the old blood? Well, that's depressing. Try singling out enemies by using pebbles to get their attention because Lord knows you don't have enough of those. You need this item to open up this gate. There, I just saved you running around for about 5 hours. Talk to NPCs until you exhaust their dialogue and knock on doors with lights next to them so you can tell the strangers about the good news. Want to play with a specific friend? Set your network password to the same thing for jolly cooperation. There is also PvP, and occasionally you might be invaded by a dude, but if you want to know more about online deets, links below. Try not to get greedy and just unload combos on bosses. Pluck and chip at their health a few hits at a time. Unless they're down, in that case just wail on them. Also, hey, want to get the mega look how cool and edgy I am ending? Get all 3 umbilical cords for a weird time. Bloodborne has new game pluses and it gets mega harder each time around. Don't beat the game until you've explored everything. Also, if you want to torture yourself, get the old Hunter's DLC. Don't worry, if you start crying, that means you're winning. So while Bloodborne is not shy about its punishing nature, the constant challenge and depth of this game is kind of the thing you can lose yourself in for days. And although the structure of the game isn't anything new, the change of pace and setting makes the game feel fresh with a downright creepy and dark vibe that will please even the edgiest of edgelords, and once again gives the greatest sense of accomplishment after hours of defeat. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Persona 4 Golden came out in 2012 and everyone was like,
Everyday young life.
The game was critically praised and was the only reason people bothered to buy a PS Vita/PS TV. Oh, you know it's true, guys. Come on, let's be real. But the game was a big success, mainly because Golden is just a zhuzhed up version of the original Persona 4 on the PS2, which was an extremely popular JRPG. And it was so popular, it caused a bunch of spin-off junks like anime series, fighting games, and this, and once again, caused the waifu wars to explode. We lost a lot of good people during the waifu wars. Please let this game die, guys. But the game kept everything people loved about the original Persona 4 and added more content, extra dungeons, and a whole bunch of stuff. Being a game that balanced fun characters, deep combat, and a wacky story, releasing the game again with more stuff is exactly what the fans wanted, and exactly what their wallets didn't. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the protagonist, aka you. A handsome, beefy little transfer student, because of course he is, who moves to a small town called Inaba with his uncle and small cousin for 1 year just to kick back, relax, do student things, solve a mystery, and save the world and kill God with the power of friendship because the Birdman says you gotta. But soon after arriving, someone gets murdered and everyone is kinda cool about it, and coincidentally you get the powers to go inside of TVs. That's actually a weird ultra-dimensional world featuring Teddy, who's just kinda there. What the heck is going on here? But you quickly discover that someone is trying to kill people by using the TV world as their personal kid murdering machine. But it's up to you to find the culprit and put an end to this mystery. And here's the best part. You're gonna have to sit through a 3-hour-long prologue to get what I just told you. Holy crap, how long is this? Oh, God. Regardless of all that, along the way, you'll meet emotionally distant relatives, creepy people, every day's great at your cringy, terrible poetry, desperate dude wives, sexual innuendos, awkward flirting, an endless array of bear puns, how old is Reese again, repeating battle themes, yellow, and reaching out to the not lies. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Now, it should go without saying that the game story is kind of funky if having an actual character named Funky Student didn't already make that clear. Personal fave, just saying. And even though the game's story revolves around murder and can give you major feels, it never loses that fun, upbeat, incredibly vibrant charm. Awesome! People are dying, guys! But it's the characters that carry that Rainbows, Puppy, and Sunshine vibe. As you progress, you'll be meeting and gaining new peeps in the Best Friends Forever group, and you'll quickly find your favorites. You got your angsty comedic relief, you spunky athletic nerd whose voice actor needs to chill out, an ex-Hot Topic crybaby employee, the sexually confused big boy, and... Yukiko. But that's just a handful of the neat casts you'll meet, and minus the overall plot, the game gives you a choice to expand the story to a crazy long degree. And lordy, there is a lot of dialogue.
Defeat in battle.
Local family-run fingers move, and the scion of the invading machine.
Now, the story is a huge focus in this, but the game keeps things interesting, emotional, and even though logic is completely thrown out the window sometimes, the plot is pretty easy to follow. Right, Kanji? Jeez. Look at that cutie. Okay, so design-wise, the game is long as hecky and linear as hecky, but it's up to you how you spend the time you're given. The game is half and half, where it's teen student life simulator by day and dungeon-crawling, darkness-fighting anime kid by night. But the game revolves around time management, since every time you do some big action, like hang out with friends or study or kill darkness itself, part of the day will pass and then you go on to the next day and then you do it all over again, and yeah, it's almost like everyday life. Now, once you get through the incredibly long prologue, you'll have freedom to how you want to use your time. Now, here's how it's gonna go down, kids. Someone's gonna get thrown into the TV world, you got a limited amount of days to save them before they get killed, and in the meantime, you just chill out, get a job, flirt with hunky beefcakes over here. Now, while the game gives you a decent chunk of time to save someone, I do recommend taking a few days just to kill enemies and level up before saving someone, because there isn't much of an incentive to go into the TV unless someone is trapped in there. The game is also full of special events that tend to break up the monotony of saving your two-faced fake friends. These events are usually a few days long where you get to see the characters pal around and do goofy things, so sit back, relax, and make sure advanced dialogue automatically is turned on because I just burned a hole through my controller pressing next. Okay, so gameplay-wise, all of the fighting takes place in the TV world where you'll be running around dungeons that are gradually introduced as new characters get thrown in. Now, the dungeons themselves are, well, like dungeons. They are randomized for the most part, with chess levels that vary in size and looks, and yeah, dungeons. The goal is to just reach the top and beat the creepy LSD-induced bosses. Ta-da, you did it. Now, occasionally you might need an item in the dungeon to continue climbing levels, but details. You're smart, you can figure it out. Now, there are shadows just chilling in the dungeons, but just hit them first and know the bigger they are, the tougher they are. And real talk, there is no shame in running away from a big shadow.
What you say? That you only meant with.
Now, climbing and starting fights aside, the game is strictly turn-based, and the game explains the basics, kinda, but here's what you need to know. Find the enemy's elemental weakness and kick the living garbage out of them. Most enemies have some kind of weakness to something, so figure it out, use it on the enemy, knock them down, and do an all-out attack.
Should we... All right! Ready or not, here we come! Oh!
This is the key way to win, and depending on who you put in your party, you can do special attack moves together, and they happen randomly. And speaking of party, as you go through the game, you'll get new people, and while there is no shame in picking your favorite waifus, it is important to have members that use different elements and that do not have the same weaknesses. And no pressure, guys, but party members only level up if they are with you, so pick your faves and stick to them.
Also, Naoto is kind of OP, just saying they fixed them from the original Persona 4 and overcompensated. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Naoto's really good.
Now, there are a few extra factors that will make or break your fighting time. First of all, Persona 4, when you boil it down, is a numbers game, and if you're underleveled, you're gonna get smeared across the wall and there's really nothing you can do about it. So always just grind, and get as high level as you can before fighting a boss. Of course, sadly, you can't fight endlessly. SP is your spirit points, aka Persona points, which we will get to soon, but once you run out of SP, SP management is important because it basically powers all your attacks that matter, but eventually you'll run out, but going home will max it out for the next day. Now, after most fights, you'll engage in a card minigame, aka Shuffle Time. Now, it's a little jarring at first, but Shuffle Time is how you gain personas and little bonuses. Personas are your main source of attacks that come in all shapes and sizes, and yeah, let's just leave it at sizes. But the best way to go about it is to always try to sweep the deck and pick draw another card, because then it'll cause a chain reaction. You'll sweep the cards over and over again until you manage to get 5 million yen and become the ruler of the universe. So outside of the TV world, you gotta deal with your social links, who are peeps you can hang out with either from work, school clubs, or people you made randomly, and for some reason love bearing their petty problems. I'm looking at you, Chubby Cheeks McGee, and your pasty white dude advice helps better themselves in some way, and oh my god, senpai noticed me! You can also romance people if you get close enough to them and listen. I don't want to start World War III in the comments, but Rise is best girl. Now, there are a lot of social links in this game, and chances are, if this is your first time, you're not gonna make friends with everyone, and that's okay. And social links don't always level up the second you hang out with them. Occasionally, it takes a few times. That's a bunch of bullcrap, and you know it! Of course, you won't start off being hip and cool with the youth. You're gonna start the game off lazy, dumb, cowardly, and emotionally dead. You have a series of personality stats that you can increase by doing certain tasks, and some social links can only be accessed if you have high enough stats. Now, these tasks can range from reading a book, insulting people, studying, stuffing your face, and yeah. Knowledge is probably the easiest to rank up though, since you're asked questions in school. And I do recommend a guide for this because 1, reading is a terrible invention that needs to be destroyed, and 2, you're not gonna know the answers. Trust me, I know you think you're a big smarty pants, but you're definitely not gonna know them. Now, leveling up stats does take time out of the day, so be sure to balance increasing stats with hanging out with people, because making friends is the key to leveling up personas faster, and better personas is the key to smacking the daylight out of enemies. And you see where I'm going with this here, kids? Manipulate your friends to make yourself more powerful. Now, personas are a tricky mistress, but fusing personas is ultra important. In the Velvet Room with Funky Grandpa, you'll be able to combine personas you get in the card game mentioned earlier. While you can match willy-nilly, keep in mind looks and level aren't everything, kiddos. Before you hit the make the thingy button, make sure to check the persona's weaknesses and abilities. Some abilities can be transferred to other personas, and real talk, persona abilities will make or break you, so read them carefully before going for it. You can also register past personas you've gotten so you can access them easier later on and look up what personas make better personas. Oh god! Alright, so Golden may be a linear game, but boy is this thing huge. You'll be able to explore to your heart's content, and about halfway into the game you'll get your little scoots. You can ride your scooters around town, but it's mainly used to get access to new areas so you can dink around further. And there are little side quests that you can choose to do for items, but they can be tedious and kind of odd and take a few days, and well, hey there, little fella, what's going on? On top of that, Nanako is gonna harass you about some garden, and while it's not necessary, I do recommend getting down and dirty because some of the veggies are great SP items. Now, extra bullcrap aside, the game is rather expansive, and while most social links are just for the personas and getting the feels, some aren't and are keys to extra endings and areas. I'm not gonna go into spoilers, but just know maxing out Marie is important, and so is Cabbage Man Adachi. Hanging out with Marie is like eating glass and listening to reject MCR songs, and Adachi is a little too enthusiastic about making you dinner, but it's worth it, I guess. Now, this is something I think you should know, and this is by far the worst part of the game. Occasionally, when a new person is thrown into the TV world, you need info on that person to unlock their dungeon, and then you're forced to ask people around town information you already know. Sniff them out, you dumb bear! What are you good for? I honestly can't think of anything that's helpful for this, so just look it up. Like, really, save yourself the trouble. Make it easy. It's not satisfying if you do it without a guide. It's just talking to idiot NPCs anyway. Just treat yourself. Also, real talk, look up a dialogue guide in December just saying if you don't do this, this is gonna mess things up real bad and you're gonna have a terrible time, and I will personally knock down your door and shove my foot right up your ass. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Take direct control of your party when you're in tough areas and against bosses, because Lord knows you can't trust these ding-dongs. Guarding will save your life, especially when bosses do their charge up, get ready to suffer attacks. You can go back to dungeons you have beaten for some extra goodies. 10 out of 10 would recommend. If you see one of your party members at the gas station, hang out with them so you can get some new abilities. The game is kind of forgiving if you play on normal. If you die, you just start at the last floor you were at. With that being said though, save often and make sure to have save increments because you never know. Don't forget to buy new armor and equipment and sell all the adjuncts to the mustache man. Also, stock up on revival items and go homes to escape from dungeons. Don't go against bosses unless you have full SP. Be careful with personas weak to light and darkness because it's an insta-kill. You can be Mr. Steal Your Girl and date multiple people. Please don't. I am under contractual obligation to say Black Frost is a good persona and that you should try to make him. This message has been brought to you by all the people that wouldn't shut up about him in my Twitch chat. The fox can give you SP if you give him the money. Love the fox, pet the fox, be the fox. Golden hands are great for getting a lot of experience points. That is, if you can kill them before they run away. If you start hearing a weird rattling sound and get warnings to not open chest, please don't. And if you do, set your system on fire and throw it out the window. Try to hang out with people in your immediate battle party for max friendship, butt-kicking power. This game never ends, and they should have called it This Isn't Even My Final Form the Game, because oh my god. Look up a guide to get the true mega put a cherry on top of it ending. That will probably take you like 20 hours to beat. Good luck. Also, New Game Plus is a thing, and all of your personality stats carry over to that. Enjoy selling your soul to this game. I used to be a beautiful person, you know. So while Persona 4 Golden is just a beefed up version of the original Persona 4 and can be a tad self-indulgent, the game was one of the best exclusives and one of the main sellers of the PS Vita. And because of Persona 4's massive success, it really solidified itself as its own franchise instead of being a part of the Shin Megami Tensei series, which was kind of a good thing since Shin Megami Tensei fans poo-poo piss over Persona anyway. And even though Persona 4 has arguably stayed a little too alive for its own comfort, the game has created an extremely passionate community that cherishes all the hours of fun this series has brought and is currently awaiting their Lord and Savior, Persona 5. That is, if we ever see it. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Dark Souls 2 came out in 2014, and everyone was like, the game was highly anticipated by the niche Dark Souls community at the time. Being a direct sequel of a game known for being hard as hecky and gave everyone that I'm a superior gamer ribbon, fans were so ready to have their souls beaten, crushed, and killed over and over again, because who doesn't love feeling like a big boy gamer, am I right? Of course, when the game did release, while it was critically received, Souls veterans did take notice of some of the shortcomings. Since the game wasn't directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, Dark Souls 1 director, the game felt lacking in that twisted imagination sector. You know, that weird atmosphere and monster design that makes you wonder what kind of drugs From Software is on? Oh my god! But it didn't stop the game from being good, it just held it back from really surpassing the original and shooting it in the face. Now, for the record, I will be covering the Scholar of the First Sin edition of the game. While I have played and beaten the original Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin is really the most recent and relevant version you can find. Also, dumb graphics. And guys, friendly reminder, this is for beginners. And I know half the challenge and quote-unquote fun of Dark Souls is playing blind, but if you want to piss yourself out of frustration and learn this game the hard way, why the heck are you here? But anyway, if you're new to this game, here for basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the cursed undead, some sad sack who, after having a big dramatic pity party in the rain, decides to travel to a far-off distant, possibly in the past future, fallen kingdom of Dranlaic. I don't know, you go through this massive hole portal thingy. But you travel to the land to find a way to somehow fix the curse and harass the nice, harmless people living there. Totally, completely harmless. Soon after arriving, though, you stumble across some red grannies who are having an AARP meeting, and they just kind of insult you for a bit, then tell you you're gonna die. And I feel personally attacked right now. Of course, then soon after, you meet the Emerald Herald, who informs you gotta get great souls and surpass the old king because it maybe might sort of help in some kind of way. But Lord knows there's nothing better to do around here. Oh, and there's that pesky rekindle the flame thing again, because life is an endless cycle of death, fire, darkness, and eternal suffering. What, too real? Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Souls stories, while very interesting and lore-heavy, are never the forefront of the game. It never gives you obvious context as to why or who you're fighting. It's just fight the thing, you ding-dong. And while Dark Souls 1 and 2 stories do interconnect in a way, by no means do you need to know the first game's story to get into Dark Souls 2, because the story is just kind of chilling on the side over there. But it's what you expect, really. You got your lords, castles, terrible life decisions, dragons, knights, and gaping anuses. But most of the story is told through item descriptions, little mumbles from NPCs, details in the environment, etc., etc. Subtle storytelling is subtle, very good from software. If I could condense a story into one statement, though, it would be never ever trust your wife, ever.
A message brought to you by Buns.
Okay, moving on. Okay, so design-wise, Dark Souls 2 doesn't really go with the big chunk of a world that kind of stacks on itself and is all convoluted like Dark Souls 1. Nah, man, instead, you have a series of branching paths to pick from the start, and after exploring all those paths, the game gets a lot more linear, and then not so linear, and then ta-da, you beat it. That only took like, what, 15, 20 hours? Oh. Now, the world is very, very big, but you'll be on the lookout for bonfires, aka checkpoints that 1, make all the enemies you just killed come back to life when you rest at it, and 2, can teleport to past bonfires. And then you got all this other junk on the side. I don't know, read the things. Now, and being Dark Souls and all, you're gonna die. Of course, it's a little part of the game's design, and death is a mechanic, I think. This game is testing my will to live, I'll be honest. But as you kill enemies, you'll get souls, the game's currency, and you'll be able to spend them at Majula, the game's main hub, where you can buy items, armor, weapons, rings. Oh my god, there's a cat! And you can talk to the Emerald Herald, who will level you up in exchange for souls, after talking your ear off for a good hour. Okay, we get it, lady! But you'll be traveling back to Majula often, but it ain't that bad. I mean, just look at this view! But here's how it will go down. Explore, kill, probably die, kill some more, find a boss, go level up, and you do it over and over again. Ta-da! Welcome to Dark Souls, you scrub. Now, when you're out and about the world, it's important to be very, very thorough in exploring and try to prioritize finding bonfires and shortcuts back to bonfires, aka look for doors, devices, levers, above all else before doing something really, really risky. Get ready to suck it, bucko! But it's important to take in that risk versus reward mindset, because if you die, you lose all the souls you were carrying, and you have one chance to get them back where you last died, or else you lose them forever. So like, no pressure. Also, Dark Souls 2 loves traps for some reason, so be mega suspicious of everything always, and don't blindly run into things, and trust me, if you see a ton of items or treasure in a big, innocent, open place, don't trust it, ever. Or any nice-looking place for that matter. Now, while the world has a lot of paths to go down, just know that if you've reached a dead end, chances are you need to turn around and explore another path that you can find the entrance of in Majula. Just so you know. Oh god. Okay, now gameplay-wise, Dark Souls is all about taking it slow, planning ahead, and then panicking and trying to run around and then being killed at the last second. Gosh dang it! But really, regardless of what kind of build you're going for, and we'll get to those soon, taking things slow and trying to take on enemies one at a time and even running past mega tough enemies is probably the best way to go, because being overwhelmed is usually how you get killed the fastest. Oh, yeah, no, that's totally fair. Yeah, of course there are a few things you should pay attention to avoid breaking your TV. First of all, backstabbing is a neat thing and highly effective, who knew? But just so you know, guys, when you go for backstabs, make sure it's on that 1/3 part of the back rather than right behind the enemy, because for some reason that doesn't count. Now, staying on your toes and blocking is important, but you see that little bar thing? Yeah, that one right there. That's the let you do stuff bar. And just FYI, you can't be a coward forever, so maintain your stamina carefully and don't always have your shield up, you baby, because your stamina doesn't regenerate as fast and you kinda need it. Also, let's talk about bosses. So these guys are the real targets, because you need 4 great souls to unlock the rest of the game, and you know you killed one when you reach one of these broken bonfires right after. Bosses are tough, yes, but no, stay frosty, be patient, positioned and memorize the attack pattern. And I've noticed most bosses have some sort of trick to make things easier, like levers outside of boss rooms and the use of the environment to your advantage. And guys, I'm gonna level with ya. While Souls veterans will claim that Dark Souls 2 is the easiest of the series, which I kind of agree with, the game is still pretty challenging, especially for a beginner. So, if you're having a really tough time and aren't that crazy I gotta show off my hardcore gamer skills, death to all scrubs type, boss guides can make all the difference when it comes to enemy weaknesses, because let's not forget, games are about having fun. And this is not fun, and I am not having fun right now. So when you start the game, you have to pick your class, which just determines your starting stats and items, and once you get going, you can choose what to level up in. Okay, mage, knight, cleric. Now this is the starting class for me! Now listen, there are a ton of ways you can build up your character, but just know you do need a certain amount of stats to wield and or have certain abilities. So if you get a cool thing that you might like, see what all you need to wield the thing and put in points accordingly. Also, if you want to know more about starting classes and builds, links below. Now, I can say Dark Souls 2 is a pretty balanced game, so don't panic too much about where points are going. And hey, if you get all regretty with your build, you can recollect your points at the old lady's hut if you have the Souls Vessel. Also, just saying, vigor, endurance, and vitality are a-okay good stats to throw souls into, and if you want to know more about that info, check the links below. Yeah! Builds aside though, weapons is a thing that hits the enemies after all, and the game is gonna throw a ton of weapons at you. But because there are a ton of weapons, there are a ton of movesets, and it's best to try out everything you get to find the moveset that's right for you. I'm feeling real good about this. And once you find your preferred weapon, it's best to level them up at the blacksmith you can find around the world and in Majula. And I don't care if y'all poop yourselves in the comments for me saying this, because I know y'all have your crazy Souls preferences like being naked with a ladle, but I highly recommend getting the fire longsword here when you start out, because it's good, useful, and you can use it for about half of the game, and also it's on fire. I mean, come on. It's on fire! Now, Dark Souls 2 is materialistic as crap, and you'll be needing and using items along the way. Note that if you're not sure about something, then the item description will typically help you out for the most part. But Estus shards, branches of yore, and keys are very important. The branches are needed to pass people who decide to take naps in front of important things, and they are incredibly inconvenient. And Estus shards are used to increase the amount of uses of your Estus flask at the Emerald Herald for health. And keys, well, because keys open stuff. Now, human effigies are also kind of important, but not necessary unless you want to summon and reverse hollowing, aka that thing that makes you look like beef jerky and plucks off some of your health every time you die. Summoning in NPCs, oh ya peeps, does make the game a lot easier though, and it's basically easy mode for bosses. But you too can be summoning today if you have this thingy that you get from this guy. So go out and do some jolly cooperation, kids. Oh, and you can be invaded by players. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Almost forgot. Summons aside, though, as you explore, you'll meet people along the way who have quest lines, and depending if you do certain things for them, you'll continue to meet them in the game. It's complicated, though. And while I do recommend doing these things, they can get tricky to get right. So if you see someone cool, you might want to look up exactly how to continue their quest line. Also, you want to be a part of the big boys club? You want to sell your soul to some ding-dong? Well, covenants are the thing for you. Covenants can be found all over the world and let you have access to certain things like PvP areas, armor, a sense of purpose, and just whatever. I don't know, it varies. Again, not necessary, but before committing to one, you might want to see what all the covenant does, so links below. But avoid this one. Just don't do it. Unless you hate yourself. Then again, you might hate yourself, so I don't know, go for it, I won't stop you. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Find and talk to the Emerald Herald the second you get to Majula. She's gonna be staring off into the sunset dramatically. Hit the rock on the well for a quick and easy Estus shard. Head towards the Forest of the Fallen Giants first, so like this way, guys. Make sure to talk to NPCs until their dialogue starts repeating, and most of the merchants, after exhausting their dialogue, heads back to Majula, just FYI. Buy life gems from this chick when she's at Majula, because she sells an unlimited amount, so stock up and break the game. Weapon risens are good stuff, but use them wisely. There are invisible walls throughout the world, and you can open them by holding down the select button in front of them. Don't forget to equip and switch rings for your situational needs, and also also for that bling bling. There are 2 ways to get into the Lost Bastille, just so you know. Because you can travel between bonfires, you really won't think twice about taking the long way to areas. With that being said, make sure to revisit this path and talk to the Miracle Lady after you defeat the area it leads to, because it continues the whole rest of the game. Be wary of Hole, and don't try to go down until you can talk to this dude about a ladder, because fall damage is very, very much a thing. You should probably hang on to some boss souls so you can make some boss weapons. Pro tip, you're looking for a bird lady. If things get mega dark, light a torch at your bonfire or use this item. And with that being said, burn the windmill for God's sake! Also in this area, run. Just run. Hug the wall and go for it. Just run. It ain't worth it. Praise the sun! Even though Solaire technically isn't in this game. Want to make a huge game even bigger? The DLC areas are hard as heck and will make you want to cry. Have a good time, guys. The game has a ton of extra bosses, so be sure to check out what all the game has. When you get this ring, be sure to go back and revisit these big doors around the world. And once you get a thing from this big dragon you talk to, go back and check out the creepy trees of the Forest of the Fallen Giants. There, just saved you hours of not knowing where the heck you're supposed to go. Now get good, you casual. So while Dark Souls 2 is considered a step backwards when it comes to design and atmosphere, the game still delivered a fun, complicated, and challenging experience. Dark Souls 2 helped expand the Souls formula further and made it less of a headache for new players to jump in and enjoy the game. And even though the game is seen as the easiest in the franchise, on its own, it's a great game that will still test your patience time and time and time and time again. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Dark Souls 3 came out in 2016, and everyone was like, the game had high expectations and was highly anticipated by fans because people wanted new bragging material to obsess over, and oh my god, it's only been a few weeks, guys, jeez! Being the supposedly closing chapter of the Dark Souls series, you know, those games that are known for being really hard and determine your entire quote-unquote gamer skills and separate the boys from, well, the boys. It's a game, guys, calm down. But everyone was eager to see what last crushingly difficult and patient testing tricks good old Miyazaki had up his sleeves. And being a game kinda developed alongside of From Software's Bloodborne, the game cranked up the challenge in new areas, focusing on speed and aggression and introducing new mechanics, and it gave a familiar but brand new way of playing Dark Souls. And then not so new. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here for basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the nameless, accursed, unkindled champion Ashen One, or Bob, if you're boring. Some poor schmuck who has been awakened and pops out of the ground since the Age of Fire is once again starting to dim, and you find yourself in the land of Lothric, a big old spooky place that has very much seen better days, and it's all up to you to find and kill the Lords of Cinder because they bitter as crap about this whole fire linking nonsense, and you're the only one dumb enough to kick their pants back in action and somehow manage to save the world. Well, save probably isn't the best word to describe it. Not get worse? Yeah, that works. Honestly, it just kind of depends on what ending you get. I mean, let's face it though, this world is ugly and sad as hell, so it doesn't really matter. But along the way, you'll meet 50 Shades of Grey, reject Bloodborne enemies, people on fire, you died screens, another gosh diddly dang poison level, exploitable AI tracking, a crap ton of enemy ambushes, soup, another gosh dang skeleton level, Miyazaki, I swear to God, Dark Souls 1 nostalgia, and patches. Now, the first rule of Dark Souls is that the story is never shoved in your face. Although Dark Souls 3 is probably the most forward the lore has ever been, but then again, not necessary to know. It's dark, it's spooky, everyone's lives are kind of terrible, yeah. Interesting, but on the sidelines. But you really can coast through just fine, even though you'll be major confused as to why Chungus over here wants to barbecue you. But then again, I don't like to ask that many questions. I'm sure he has personal problems that I'm not aware of. But if you're a crazed Dark Souls fan, the story does tug at your heartstrings and punches you in the face with nostalgia, so smile wide and take it like a man, bucko. But the story is there, and it's the kind of thing that sparks a massive amount of lore videos, so if you're too thick to understand it, you should be just dandy. Okay, moving on. Now, Dark Souls 3 is a lot more straightforward when it comes to where to go and what to do compared to past games. While you have free roam technically, the game is pretty linear up until a few areas, where it's like, hey, what's over here? And suddenly you're in a whole new area, and you can trot along and mind your own business, la-di-da-di-da. Oh my god! Layout aside, the goal is to find and kill the 4 Lords of Cinder, who are, for the most part, pretty easy to get to. And you know it's them when suddenly you start dying a lot. You know, I'm not so sure this is worth it. Now, the world is full of nooks and crannies and little doodads, but be thorough. Taking your time and checking crap out can get you mega OP real fast, and finding shortcuts around the world is crucial if you don't want to constantly be running from point A to B to... Where the hecky is my Cooking Mama copy? Shortcuts are everywhere though, like levers, elevators, ladders, and yeah. But since Dark Souls 3 is more linear, just know you do need certain items and or need to do certain things before moving on. Like putting out big tower lights for some reason, beating some bosses before moving forward, you know, the basic stuff. And just baby heads up, there are 2 paths that lead to 2 separate areas, here and here, just so you know. As you explore though, you'll be on the lookout for bonfires, aka checkpoints that can teleport you to unlock bonfires and send you to the Firelink Shrine, which is your main hub where everyone just stands around looking miserable. Oh, cheer up, you bunch of babies. It ain't that bad. But at the shrine, you'll be able to talk to NPCs, upgrade your weapons, and get up and close and personal with the Firekeeper, who will level you up in exchange for souls. And yeah, call me Ashen One, baby. I've been a dirty, dusty boy. All that stuff aside though, it's a Dark Souls game. Dying means something because you lose all your souls, the game's currency, and you are sent back to the last place you rested at, all the enemies come back to life, and you have one chance to get your souls back when you die, or else you lose them forever. And stop me if this is sounding a baby bit familiar. If you played Dark Souls before, it's literally the same thing. Everything just looks a lot more depressing than usual. Just always be cautious, pay attention to the environment, and don't be afraid to run through and away from crap.
Run.
Oh God. So exploring the world is all the same, but Dark Souls prides itself on having a wide variety of customization and gameplay styles, so you can be the prettiest and best girl in Lothric. When starting out, you can pick a class that just determines your starting stats and items, and then you can put points wherever the heck you want. But, and this is a big but, if you're a beginner or just want to have the quote-unquote easy class and get made fun of for not being hardcore enough, go with the Knight. Like really. The game caters to the Knight build like crazy, and most, if not all, enemies and bosses can be taken out with a big sword to the face. If you want to go mage or cleric, and yeah, you can put points into those stats and you'll be able to do the thing. But you do that and I'll just be over here swinging my big massive sword around having fun. Class aside, the gameplay is based off of stats with weapons and abilities, so if you want to try something out, make sure your stats can handle it there, big boy. Now, regardless of what you go with, and I'm sure everyone can agree with me on this, you have to stay on your toes and roll like crazy, and make sure you get used to it.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
God damn! The enemies are mega fast in Dark Souls 3, so no fat rolling, tubby, or else you gonna die. Rolling in and around enemies typically gets the job done, even though your first instinct isn't to throw yourself at the sharp things, but it's effective to say the least. And speaking of hitting hard, sword arts are the new jazz that can really help you out in a tough situation. Depending on the weapon you have, if you hit the right attack buttons, you can do massive attacks and smear your foes across the wall. It does use up some of the blue stuff, but lordy is it cool. On top of that, most of the big beefy boys, if they are kind of your size, can be taken out the quickest with either backstabs or parries, which is just basically swinging your shield in mid-attack and stabbing them in the face, or just getting behind the dude and stabbing them in the not face. Try to get good at it fast, because you'll need it, and it's probably the most effective way to take out some of these dudes. Now, Dark Souls 3 cranked it up to about 11 with the weapons, and there are a ton, and I mean a ton of weapons to choose from. Be real, it's kind of overwhelming, but try them out and see what move style is for you. Keep in mind, different weapons have different sword art, so try them all out and see which one impresses your girl the most. Now, in Firelink Shrine, you can talk to beefed up Santa, and he will level up your weapons in exchange for items and souls that are everywhere in Lothric. Enemies drop items like crazy, so if you need stuff, go on a killing spree. Now, if you're low-key dating your weapon, you're gonna have to level it up, but be sure to level up weapons that attack differently in case you need to change up your playstyle or something.
Oh my god, this is so much better.
And speaking of items, there are a few things, while not necessary, that'll make your time in Lothric a lot less freaking terrible. The item description can help you out a lot if you're stuck, but there are Estus shards, undead bone shards, and then people's ashes if this world wasn't already chipper enough. But the Estus shards increase the use of your health flask, which you kinda need, and then buffed up Grandpa can take care of that for you. The bone shard can be burned at the Firelink Shrine, and it makes your Estus more powerful, and you also kind of need this. And then the ashes can be given to Smelly Grandma for more stuff, because who doesn't love stuff? Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. These special extra super duper items that are really important though are embers. Now embers can be found around the world and even bought in a few areas, but use them wisely. They are used to increase your health like crazy, but if you die, you can kiss that sweet, sweet health bar goodbye. I didn't even know her name. On top of that, they allow you to summon in other players for jolly cooperation if you can find their summoning signs on the ground. Summoning in Randesia buds or NPCs can make all the difference when it comes to bosses, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. While you do have the extra dude power, it does make bosses noticeably stronger, and then if your summons get killed, you're left with a really pissed, very much alive, really overpowered boss. In some cases, going alone can make things easier, so try to see what all you're going up against before you resort to summons. Multiplayer works both ways though, and you can be invaded randomly by players, and they will not rest until you have a halberd shoved up your butt, so beware. Remember guys, it's not about the destination, but about the people who murdered you along the way. But if you're down for a good old-fashioned duel, red signs means you're ready to get all medieval style and fight to the death. Now, the world is also full of groups you can join for special perks, and they can range from stuff and stabbing stuff and purple stuff. And listen, covenants all have different ways of getting in and different perks, so if you want to know more about those, links below, so you too can join a really messed up family. Also, what the is she holding? As you're dinking around Lothric though, you might come across people just chilling. Now, pro tip, don't hit people who are just minding their own dang business, you monster. But NPCs are either merchants who you can talk to and send them back to the Firelink Shrine, or NPCs who, depending on if you do the right things, will continue to show up in the game. Now, NPC merchants or not have quest lines, some more obvious than others. To say the least, they are tricky. Like really, really tricky. I'm pretty sure I failed all of them my first blind playthrough, but they aren't necessary. It's just something that's kinda there. But if you're a crazy I gotta save my boo person, to ensure that you don't mess up, you might want to look up how the quest lines go, links below. Also, Dark Souls 3 doesn't have a plethora of extra bosses, but they are there, and they are worth going up against for the items, endings, and screaming about it on the internet about how it only took you like 2 tries. I get it, you're really good at Dark Souls! Keep in mind, you only need to kill 4 Lords of Cinder to unlock the final boss, and besides bosses that are blocking the level progression, everything else can be considered optional. But to make sure, check out those links below if you want to do the bare minimum and say you got scale anyway, because holy crap, some of these extra bosses are annoying. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Use the dragon pose you get after the Consumed King here to get to the super secret area. Don't put the thingy in the thingy when you get teleported back to the Lothric Hall. It literally initiates a second boss fight after one of the boss fights. Go spend your souls first and then come back later. Hit every chest before you open it, and get ready, sonny boy. Give the Firekeeper eyes for the extra endings. Get rid of leeches by using the torch. Fire bombs are bae and great for the first area, and also if you want to be a coward. Praise the soup! Most enemies drop their armor set. Crank up that luck or use these to make the drop rate in your favor. The bridge acts as a ladder when you cut it, just FYI. When fighting Yorm, run past him and get the sword storm right next to his throne. The sword art kills him in like 5 hits, easy. Bait enemies and take them on one at a time so you don't get overwhelmed. The claw thingy is used to summon in more peeps, but use it with caution. Hidden walls are everywhere, so be sure to swing at everything like a madman. You can exchange your Estus flask for more blue Estus at the blacksmith if you use a lot of magic. Get or buy as many keys as you can, very handy. Rings can make all the difference, so switch them out depending on what's going on. You can exchange boss souls for weapons at the Small Fry King on his throne. Drop down stab attacks are your friend. Be sure to study boss attack patterns. Remember guys, slow and steady always wins the race. Purple players are wild cards. Be careful. I got my eye on you, bucko. Broadsword is good. I mean, I can't complain. It's a good sword. I recommend it. If you feel like you messed up your build really bad, there is a way to recollect your points, links below. There is new game pluses, so be sure to explore and fight everything before starting a new journey. Dropping certain items in this nest on top of Firelink Shrine will give you better items. Oh my god! So while Dark Souls 3 doesn't do a heck of a whole lot to shake up the design formula and arguably did some funky stuff like getting rid of poise and making things more linear, the series concluded in a great way. And did anyone else get kind of teary-eyed during the final boss? No, just me? Okay. And even though Dark Souls can be difficult to get into sometimes, the constant challenge, deep combat customization, and immersive atmosphere helps Dark Souls 3 prove that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, because boy do people love getting killed. I deserve that, and I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Overwatch came out in 2016, and everyone was like, the game caught everyone off guard and was kind of the byproduct aftermath of Blizzard's failed experimental game Titan and... Wait, Blizzard made this game? The WoW people? Really? Wow. Okay, yeah, this is definitely out of their field. Wow, this is unexpected. So, since the game was created by the online behemoths themselves, people were very interested in this new arena experience, which was basically just Pixar gone wrong, gone hardcore, gone sexual. Of course, when Overwatch did launch, it was received with overwhelmingly positive reviews. Being highly addictive and going for that good old Team Fortress 2 structure, the game brought back the easy-to-play, hard-to-master competitive scene, and once again made everyone salty as crap. God damn it! I hate this game! God damn it! Get it! But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the colorful cast of characters once known as the Overwatch, a group of highly skilled heroes formed as a countermeasure to stop the Omnic, a group of work labor robots gone rogue, and it's all up to the Overwatch to fight for the sake of humanity and save... Wait, why is everyone shooting each other? Huh? Wait, what the heck is going on? Y'all are on a team! Oh god, they shot Mercy! Yeah, so... Well, there's technically a detailed plot with characters' backgrounds and events and yada yada yada. It's not 100% featured in the game. You like online movie shorts and little bios? Well, that's where the story is, guys. Ranging from assassination attempts to government corruption and then gorillas on the moon, Blizzard has created a unique universe that can deal with some pretty heavy stuff, even though the cute factor is through the roof with this design. I mean, come on guys, just look at it. This stuff is bringing back the waifu wars. It's too cute. I don't know what to do with all this.
There can be only one waifu. Waifu Wars 2016. Only the best waifu can win. Pre-order your ticket.
No, shut it down, guys. Turn it off. Shut it down. Shut it down. But just FYI, guys, by no means will things be explained that well in the actual game. But don't think the places you're fighting or the things your characters are saying and doing are totally random. No. In context, everything is a part of the story, just not so much the constant fighting, you feel? It's kind of like here's a bunch of cool characters in interesting places with real backgrounds, but instead of focusing on that, just hold down this shoot button and then piss your pants when you get play of the game. Of course, occasionally it's really funny to see people play all the same characters and then it punches the lore right in the face.
Yes, this seems fair and accurate.
But even though it's not in your face, the characters' personalities do shine through in what little story there is, with little quips to each other about the current map you're on and then referencing events from the online shorts, and it works. It's cute. The general vibe of the game is very rainbows, puppies, and sunshine, upbeat with a focus on fun and the memes. Oh god, the memes. But hey, if you want to know the real story of Overwatch, links below for all your viewing pleasures. Alrighty, so Overwatch is all about that gameplay. Now, the game is an online multiplayer battle arena with... Wait, hold on, no, it's a first-person shooter online... Okay, hold on, I gotta look this crap up. Well, whatever you want to call it, you shoot and kill other players as a team in a single location, complete basic objectives until one team wins. Short, sweet, and eat May. Now, things are really rinse and repeat, simple but complex, and I'm getting real detailed, I know. See, Overwatch gameplay is very much once you learn it, you got it down, because while there are a bunch of heroes to pick from with unique abilities, powers, and dumb haircuts, there are no power-up menus, no special items, or weapons. Nah, man, you go with what you got through the whole match, and the characters are locked with their abilities. Now, assume you're gonna play like a normal person, quick match is the way to go, and you'll be entered randomly into a random map with a random objectives, randomly with random people, randomly. Now, design-wise, you're gonna die. But for reals, while you're out and about shooting and trying to complete your objectives, which we will get to soon, at one point or another, you're gonna die, and you are sent back at your base after a few seconds. It's kinda repetitive, but pro tip,
try not to die, guys.
Minus being sent back to your base, there is no real death penalty, except for being made fun of by the players in chat.
You know, words hurt, guys.
But being up in the action will help your team out more than you know. Now, get to know the maps, and remember the layout, and there isn't a ton of maps right now, but they are varied and incredibly different from each other, but for the most part, easy to remember, and also pretty well designed. Good job, Blizzard. But there are a lot of nooks and crannies to hide and maneuver in and around entryways, but try to keep in mind, some maps only have one way to go forward in a few areas, and try to be around the action as much as possible, and not try to outmaneuver everybody and end up getting lost. Being sneaky when fighting and using the layout to your advantage is a lifesaver, and don't blindly run out into the center without a game plan, guys.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Gosh dang it. Now let's talk about the faces of Overwatch, the heroes, aka the Buns and Thighs Community Club.
Yeah, buns and ties.
Now, when you start your match, you can pick any hero you want, and you can switch to any hero at any time as long as you're in the spawn area. But let's talk details, okay? There are currently 21 heroes to pick from, and holy crap, we got variety with the looks and play styles. You got your offense, your defense, your tanks, the ones we don't talk about, and the support. Now, none of the heroes play the same, and it's important to try out everybody's abilities and attack styles. But just don't think because someone is a support or a tank, they can't bring the pain. Of course, it's always a good idea to stick to what you do best, but everyone can kill everyone.
Epic.
You'll quickly find your favorites, but don't get too comfortable, bucko. Put some spice in your hero life, if you know what I mean. There is no arguably best overpowered character. The game is designed for you to shake things up on a whim, and every hero has a counter to their abilities, which basically means, no, you can't play Bastion every time, because if someone has a Genji, you're gonna see, yeah, there, that's exactly what's gonna happen. You died.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
The point is, it's important to quote-unquote get good at a variety of heroes, and not just stick to Reaper all the time, because you're definitely not as cool as you think you are there, buddy. And just pro tip for all you funny people out there, yes, you can have a team of all the same characters. Should you do it? No. Don't do it if you want to win. Trust me, you're just gonna get yelled at for being those people. Now, when you're out and about for a certain amount of time or dealing a lot of damage, your hero will be able to use their ultimate, or ult if you want to sound like a real gamer grill. Ults are the strongest and most powerful attacks and abilities, and every character does something different, be it turning into a tank, reviving killed party members, stunning the ground, and in a few characters' cases, hitting a button and then everybody dies. Here's the thing though, save your gosh dang ult. Don't be too trigger happy with these things. Using them at the right moment instead of using them the second it pops up is dumb, and you're dumb for doing it. Now, be sure to listen to what other players are saying, because everyone announces their ult with a big old song and dance and catchphrase, and that's when you poop yourself, scatter, and then panic for about 10 seconds.
It's time.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm!
Now, if you played your little heart out and did mega good, you might get play of the game at the end of the match, which is basically just showing off that cool thing you did. I don't know, you did good, here's some confetti, you didn't win anything, now let's get on with our lives. Okay, so here's the big one people tend to mess up a lot, the objective. Any Overwatch players know what this is? Because it sure don't feel like you do. Be real, some of this is explained in the tutorial, but it's long and you kinda got better things to do, let's be honest. Everyone knows you're a real gamer who don't need no tutorial. Oh god, how does this game work? But in every match, there is an objective your team must complete in order to win. You hear that, guys? Win! That's why you play these types of games, right? And guys, this is really important. Kills do not determine if you win or lose. They just help you stop the enemy from reaching their objective, okay? Kills do not matter in the long run. Until it does, because I just got kill of the game and I am really generally proud of that. Mom, look. Look, Mom. But there are 4 modes so far that happen randomly, and your team is either attacking or defending. And I'm gonna get really technical with this crap because over at the Buns Research Division, we have discovered that people don't seem to quite understand how you win the gosh diddly dang match. The first is escort, which means the attacking team must stand next to a moving truck thingy and get from one side of the map to the other before time runs out, and the defense just needs to stop them and run down the clock. That's it. The second is assault, which there are 2 points on the map, and if you're attacking, you need to go on the active point and stay there until you capture it, and the defense just has to make sure the opposing team stays off of their point. The third is a hybrid, where one objective is capture the point and then escort a car. Not too complicated, I hope you're all staying with me. And the last is control, where there is 1 point on the map and the teams fight to stay on it for the longest, and the first team to reach 100% wins, but you have to win twice in order for it to count as a victory. There, now you know. And what are we gonna do? Let's say it all together now, ladies. Stay on the point. Matches can end mega prematurely if you attack or defend the point well enough. And listen, no one cares if you got sweet kills to jump around the map, la-di-da-di-da. out with your 6 strats and whatever. If someone is not on the objective, you might as well be in a corner pooping your pants. I can't stress this one enough, guys. Do not, and I mean do not, be a lone wolf killing willy-nilly. You're not cool. No one cares. If you ain't a team player, we all hate you. Attacking and defending the point is how you win or lose, so get on the point and stay there. Now, keep in mind, certain characters are better for attacking than defending and vice versa. Like Bastion and Grumpy Santa are better for defense because they are just kind of chilling in one spot most of the time, if you feel. When it comes down to the wire, though, if anyone on the opposing team is on the point, it will set the game into overtime, and that's when you need to start killing for realsies or running back and forth on the objective and praying the other team does not fill you full of bullets. Remember how he said you should save your ult? Well, that's probably a good time to use them, kids. Now, Overwatch is a multiplayer game, and you're gonna be online with people. They can be fun people, they can be really dumb people, but it's teamwork that makes the dream work, guys, and it's important to communicate. If you can, get your friends to play with you at gunpoint or something, because being stuck with random people can go really south really fast. But if you do get stuck with a bunch of random people, hopefully this will help. The following multiplayer etiquette lesson is brought to you by AOL Dial-Up. Mom, please don't pick up the phone right now. Number 1, have a diverse team that Tumblr would be proud of. When playing with random peeps, it's important to have a team made up of each class. From pink-haired beef lady to funky fresh roller skates beats and sushi kawaii desu swordman, make sure you got all your bases covered. And if someone suggests, especially if they are a more experienced player than you, that hey, maybe you should play a support role or switch or something, I don't know, anything. You switch! Number 2, communication is key. When things get hectic, it's best to keep your buds updated on what's going on. You have a series of commands you can use to tell people the status of you and your ult, and a nice voice chat to talk to your lovely, amazing teammates. Of course, if you're not very social, you can always just use the game's text chat to tell people what's up, and hey, even make some new friends along the way. Oh my god. Number 3, protect the weak. Now, this applies to everyone and not just the big boys. Some players have way less health than others, so don't always be on the lookout for yourself. Always defend your healers, guys. They are fragile, smooth creatures that need to be protected. Remember, kids, a healthy team is a winning team. A message brought to you by Buns, and they shot Mercy again. Gosh dang it. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Playing with a group gives you extra experience bonuses, so make some friends, guys. Oh, stop crying, it's not that hard. After gaining a level, you get a loot box full of little doodads with skins and voices and little poses and I don't know, it's just stuff. It's like a really disappointing Christmas, you guys. Levels just determine how experienced you are and who you get matched up with, so don't worry about it too much. Don't get all cuddly with your team. Stay grouped but spread out in case some ding-dong uses their ult and then everybody dies. You can chill out on the payload and put stuff on it. Get creative, you guys. You got infinite ammo, use it, but remember to reload before jumping into the action. Some characters have 2 weapons and 2 forms of attacking, just FYI. Check the character details to see what all your character does. When you get killed, you can see the status of your killer's ult, so you can be prepared to shut him down later. There are little healing packs around the map. Know where they are because they don't change. When moving the payload, you need 3 people around it if you want to move it at its maximum speed. If you're getting killed a lot, you should probably switch characters, but then again, you're probably getting killed a lot because Blizzard's matchmaking is kinda poop. Or then again, you could just be a really bad player. Either or. Kill the support and the snipers first. They are weak little babies, destroy them. You can always practice with characters in other game mods if you don't feel like dragging down a team. Blizzard is constantly updating and changing the game, and in the near future will open the game up for competitive play. Try to be aware of what's coming up because it could affect you and your crappy playstyle. Oh, thank God. Minus a few character abilities, if you can't see them, they can't see you. Of course, with that being said, it's hard to tell where fire is coming from, so keep an eye on your health just in case. If you want to shake things up, the game has a brawl mode with new rules and challenges each week. Some characters' ults and attacks can clip through walls, guys. Remember, it ain't scummy if it's winning. Bastion never ever gets play at the game ever. It's never happened at all. Don't even bother. Totally useless. Not possible. Science can confirm it is impossible. Cannot happen. No. So while Overwatch definitely came out of left field from the nerd lords themselves, the game proved to be incredibly fun with its unique design and colorful world. And even though the game can get mega repetitive since there isn't a plethora of maps or modes, the game never becomes stale because everyone has a story or some dumb bullcrap experience that will continue to fuel the internet meme pain train till it explodes. But Overwatch is a game that Blizzard is determined to keep alive for a very, very long time because heroes like this should never die. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts 1 came out in 2002 and everyone was like,
Wake me up inside. I can't wake me up inside. Save me.
The game was met with positive reviews and proved to be one of the best games on the PS2, but was really an oddball of a concept. Being a combination of Disney and Final Fantasy and an original plot, people were kind of skeptical if the game would even work because, well, I don't know, you tell me what looks up in this picture. But the game's director, Tetsuya Nomura, managed to capture the style of Final Fantasy and the magic of Disney, and the game just worked by some stretch of a miracle and became one of the most beloved games on the 6th generation, and to me personally. When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, so baby, I love this game so much, guys. And for the record, guys, I am going to be covering the HD Final Mix versions from the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 collection released in 2013 trademark, currently available on PlayStation 3 trademark, because it is the most recent and relevant version, and also this one can skip the cutscenes. Praise be to God! And I know what some of y'all are thinking. Hey Buns, haven't you covered this game before? Well, yes I have there, nosy viewer. And it was my first video, which is total crap, so why don't you mind your own business because I'm righting my wrongs. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Sora, a young, handsome, short leotard-wearing teen whose hair knows no limits, living on an island with his best friend Riku, aka guess who's gonna get a baby bit problematic later and is totally just friends platonically with Sora, we promise. No, really, guys, they're just friends. Trust us, guys, it's not gonna happen. And then there's also Kairi, aka the girl. And that's kind of it. But after trying to create a raft, the island is attacked by Heartless, the main antagonist of the game, and you are soon separated from your friends. You get a massive key to beat people over the head with, and eventually meeting up with Donald and Goofy, who inform you that the key will help save the world in some way and help them find King Mickey. So off you go to explore the worlds, fight Heartless, and hopefully find your friends. But only Riku and Kairi, because these other guys. But along the way, you'll meet water that isn't water, but is also water. Light, terrible camera work. Puppies, built, parents you hear from once and then never again. Rated E for edgy, the power of friendship. Weeb hair, all your Disney nostalgia shoved into a game. Space whales, and oh my god, Dad? Uncomfortable dialogue. Subtitles are only around because of Donald, and okay, you know what? From an outside perspective, this all seems really dumb, I know. Having Donald and Cloud in the same game is borderline uncomfortable, but trust me when I say it does work. Now, Kingdom Hearts' plot is entirely original, and even though there are tons of Disney and Final Fantasy characters, no, you don't need to know a single thing from those franchises to understand what's going on. Although it does help make things a lot more whimsical if you do. Ooh, hello, oh god, no! Oh, turn it off! Can't stress this one enough though, the plot is incredibly important in Kingdom Hearts, although it does like to make up some of its own rules and pull crap out of its butt a lot, and well, you like darkness because we got lots of darkness. The point is, suspend your disbelief and you'll be fine because things get weird. Like, yeah, that's a thing, and yeah, that's also a thing, and okay, you know what, no, I'm cutting it off here, stop. This is just awkward. Now, most of the plot is explained in cutscenes, and it's pretty straightforward, at least in this game, but as wacky as the concept of Kingdom Hearts is, it delivers the feels, and is rather emotional in certain situations, creating a new type of Disney magic.
And you wish upon a star.
Alrighty, so what the heck do you actually do in Kingdom Hearts besides looking dumb with your big banana shoes? To simplify it, the game is a real-time action JRPG with semi-open worlds if you want to get technical and sound super smart about it, but once you get past the tutorial and all that crap, you're gonna gradually unlock new worlds in a baby linear fashion, hang out with some Disney characters, fight some Heartless, kill a few bosses, check out Danny DeVito's steam and hot goat legs, and then lock a big massive hole in the world with your key, then you move on. You know, just normal game stuff. But you do enter many Disney worlds in order to progress the story, from Alice in Wonderland to Atlantica to Weenie Hot Jr. to Agrabah. You got a variety of worlds to unlock and beat, but it's not as simple as just go here and kill the stuff. Each world is unique in design and switches things up, and often the game gets funky and requires you to do certain things, from collecting items, activating switches, killing enemies, puzzles, talking to specific people, and then my personal favorite thing, running around for hours not sure what the frick frack you're supposed to be doing. The game has no real mission list or or objectiveless or nothing. Nah, man, a lot of the time you'll have no idea what you're supposed to be doing. Like, what do I do? Where is this? Where am I? How did I get here? Oh, God! Are you hitting on me? And while cutscenes or conversations with characters will point you in the right direction, it's not as often as it should be. Now, when exploring, Sora has the option to examine things in the world and interact with stuff. Do it. Always. Always interact with everything at least 2 times. This includes hitting, pushing stuff, giving items to things, and just whatever. Go nuts. But that little question mark that pops up on your head has all the answers, so pay attention to it. But you know you're making progress when the world changes or cutscenes happen, so pay attention to what people are saying, okay? Okay. On top of that, explore every nook and cranny of each world, and often worlds require backtracking and will change stuff depending on what's going on, so get to know the layouts of the world. Now, the worlds aren't as big as you think. They are mostly made up of a few big, open, interconnected rooms, and that's really it. Of course, there are shortcuts that you can unlock, or if you just want to speed stuff up, just throw yourself off a cliff and you'll be somewhere else. It's great, would recommend it. And it's not just backtracking in areas. Even after locking a keyhole, you'll be able to return to any world at any time to access higher level stuff, get items, and even move the story forward, and yada yada yada. Check out that semi-open world level design, guys. Direction may be vague, but hey, if you're lost, you can always just look up where to go next. This game has been out for a while, guys. The internet is your friend. Alrighty, so gameplay-wise, Kingdom Hearts 1 can kind of be boiled down to press X to win. Of course, the game is a lot more complicated under the hood. Well, you can just hit things and wail on people with your big-ass key. Being an RPG and all, the game is still based off of numbers and abilities. Killing enemies gains you experience, which makes you stronger and unlocks more abilities as you level up. And you could equip abilities to your heart's content as long as you have the right amount of points, and then you can press X in a totally new way. But seriously, abilities are important if you want to have better attacks, perks, better means of moving around, like dodge rolls, guards, and eventually flying. Abilities aside, as simple as the attacking is in this game, it does require a certain amount of timing, like jumping and attacking at the right moments to block enemy attacks will save your life, and is the key to quote-unquote getting good. But the jumping... oh god, the jumping. The game is going to require you to be jumping around an ungodly amount of time, and you're going to get a close-up of Sora's perfect buns a lot.
Oh yeah.
But, most of the worlds will make you jump in order to progress, and it can get really frustrating, just FYI, because I'll be honest, the jumping is kind of crap. On top of the abilities in basic combat, though, you have magic, which is gradually unlocked as you complete worlds, and you got stuff like Thunder, Cure, Wind, Stop. Stop! Now, magic is limited and uses these big blue bars here, so be sure to use it wisely. Now, even though you can easily get magic back in a few ways, running out is a really, really bad time. Gosh! I'm rolling, I'm rolling, I'm rolling, I'm dodging, I'm crying, I'm crying! Now, using the magic is as simple as hit the button and do the thing, but you can make little shortcuts in the customization thingy for your quick magic needs, and I highly recommend this. And pro tip, just put Cure in the X spot and then arrow somewhere else on that thingy, and then some type of attack magic. I don't know, you pick what you want, it's your kind of game, you do your own thing, that's great, but just put the X where the Cure is and you'll be just dandy, I promise. So, Kingdom Hearts 1 has a lot of fluff mechanics that you're gonna have to use at one point or another, but are kinda meh in the end. So, here we go. The following is cool stuff in Kingdom Hearts 1 that failed to meet expectations and is definitely not as important as the game makes you think it is, but you bet your sweet Bippy it's gonna show up everywhere in the game and shove it in your face. Brought to you by Square Enix. Give us all your money or else we'll kill your family. So, most of the game you'll be joined by Donald and Goofy and different Disney characters depending on what world you're in. You can choose your party at any time at a save point, but just know they're totally useless. And before someone starts complaining that I just insulted their favorite waifu for some reason, your teammates are more support, if anything. They can't really kill, they can't really function, they can't really do anything but heal at terrible times or not at all. Thanks, guys. Great timing there, Donald. Never worry too much about them either. If they die, they die. But real talk, never ever give them items unless it's right, and I mean right before a boss. If you're desperate, I recommend going to the game's customizing settings and changing their AI, but even then you're not safe. Besides your main party, as you progress, you'll gain Disney summons you can use in battle to help you out and for a limited time in exchange for some magic bars. And, be real, you'll forget about them. Listen, while they can be useful in specific situations like Tinkerbell's health and Bambi's items and mostly for bosses and you probably won't use them because most of the time it's just faster to swing the key for dear life and you'll win. But if you like long sparkly animations, go for it, they're alright. And the worst thing in Kingdom Hearts 1 that you can't escape is the gosh dang gummy ship. When traveling to a new world, you have to fly the gummy ship from point A to B on a linear track, and, well, to be frank, it's awful. Like, just straight up awful. Like, please tell me someone got fired over this. All you need to do is not die and you win. It's as simple as don't get hit, but it goes at a snail's pace. Wow, check out this epic space adventure and check out these 6 strats. Wow! The game makes a big old song and dance about you getting special items since you can build ships if you wanna, but it's awful. Like, God help you if you go into the gummy ship menu. It's like defusing a bomb. Oh God, I hit the wrong button. Now I'm stuck on this darn thing. I need to get out of this freaking menu. Oh God. Let me out. Let me out of the darn thing. Let me out. I want to see my family. Just really don't bother touching the thing, guys. You don't need it. You do get a warp drive pretty early on in the game, so just use it any chance you get because, Okay, let me just tape down the chute, but I'm gonna get someone to drink. So as you get more powerful and explore, you'll gain more items and keyblades. Now, don't just ditch keyblades for the newest, latest, and greatest and the most aesthetically pleasing ones you get. Oh, finally! Read up on what each keyblade does, because having more magic bars here, or more critical attacks there, could be more effective. Now, healing items are kind of straightforward. You hit a button and ta-da, you did it, you use the thing. But just make sure you have some on you at all times. But besides those, you'll be collecting a ton of random items from enemies and chests that you can synthesize with the little Google McMoogle people for really good items and the occasional weapon. Some of the items can be really obnoxious to get, but it's worth it, I promise. And if you want to know what all you need, links below to get your cuckoo on. On top of that, around the world are little symbols called trinities that you can trigger for items, pathways, and money!
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind.
You gradually unlock what color trinities you can use, so keep track of where they are so you can revisit places and get the goods. And some are used to access areas to progress the story, so like, you know, that's kind of important. And keep in mind, you can only use trinities while you have Donald and Goofy in your party, just FYI. Also, when it comes to extra stuff, Kingdom Hearts has got you covered. The game has a plethora of extra doodads and totally optional crap that you don't need to do, but you should totally probably do it. The first is the Colosseum area in Hercules World, where you can fight Heartless and people for items, Keyblades, experience, and crappy trophies. More matches open up as you progress through the game, and you can get some pretty high-level stuff, so be sure to check in often and then cry because of you-know-who. Or not, if you've never played this game, that's okay, but you know who I'm talking about, ladies. Now, there are also torn pages around the world that you need in order to complete Winnie the Pooh's book world in Merlin's house. Now, like I said, totally optional. The world is mostly mini-games, and you get some decent items out of it, but you mostly just hang out with Pooh. I mean, that's kind of neat. Of course, every time you hang out, he gets thrown or launched into the sky for some reason, but it's cool to watch. Like, there he go. Whee! And the last totally optional, but you should definitely try to do it thing, is collect all 99 Dalmatians around the world, and then you can return them back to their home in Traverse Town for goodies and magic upgrades. And if you want to find all the pups, links below, because according to the game, around 3 pups are shoved into a chest for some reason, so get going, because air is kind of limited in those things.
Right now, there's an animal who needs you. Your call says, I'm here to help.
Alrighty, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. When you start the game, you get a choice of picking and throwing away a weapon, and according to many internet sources, pick the shield and give up magic. Or don't. Honestly, it's not that detrimental. Do what you want. Also, in the beginning, you get to pick a few answers to 3 questions. Pick all the middle options or the first. Or don't. Honestly, it's not that detrimental either. Or is it? No, just kidding. It's not. You'll be fine. Just pick an answer. Go for it, kiddo. You can fight people on the island if you wanna, but you don't need to. Also, Riku can go choke on his own Palpoo fruit if you ask me. You can only open chests when there are no enemies around, so if that thingy's red, no chest for you, sweetie. Be sure to switch out your equipment with newer, better stuff to max out your stats. Ability points are not a done deal, so no ability is permanent and you can switch stuff around at any time. Equip limits in your abilities for special strong attacks, and low-key strike rate is pretty good, just throwing that out there. And don't forget about shared abilities in your group, because you will need them. You might come across these really weird mushroom Heartless in certain areas randomly. Don't attack them, but play their little magic game for really rare items. But kill the little purple ones, because screw those guys. Death isn't much of a penalty, but remember to save often, you dank. There is no autosave. Go clockwise when you first get to pick worlds and make your way around it. Atlantica is technically optional. Just throwing that out there. Stock up on items as much as possible and save better items for bosses if you can. Getting killed a lot? Go grind and explore past worlds. Doesn't hurt, and hey, you might find something cool, you scrub. The game has a bunch of fun extra bosses, but they are pretty high level stuff, so make sure you're... back to Aerith in the second visit to Hollow Bastion Library to get Kiragra. Very useful. You need certain Disney party members in some of the worlds to access some stuff. If you want to get back to Monstro's World, fly manually to Halloween Town because the game will never give you what you want and you need to trick it into sending you there. Haha, this is what I wanted all along! After beating Agrabah, head back to Traverse Town Accessory Shop for a little thingy and also to avoid a plot hole. Only use power-up items on Sora and no one else. They don't deserve power-up love. So, while Kingdom Hearts has some weird design quirks and it's just kind of confusing to look at sometimes, the fact that this game works as a concept is a miracle. You don't see oddball games like this often, and it may not be perfect, but by making the Disney worlds accurate and unique and giving the game that Final Fantasy depth, Kingdom Hearts is that type of game that just grabs you and really makes you feel the magic, even after years, and I mean years later. And I'm getting a little teary-eyed just thinking about it. Oh, this is some good stuff, guys. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII came out in 2008 on the PSP, and everyone was like,
I was honest with you, and I was nice to you, and I opened my arms to you. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me?
The game was highly anticipated and reached critical reviews. Being a prequel to the massively successful and kind of overrated Final Fantasy VII, you know, that game, Crisis Core expanded on minor characters from the original and made everyone lose their minds because holy crap, Final Fantasy VII is back, guys! Signal the fires! The game came out during that weird time Square Enix was giving Final Fantasy VII a bunch of side content. From a full-length movie to a really emo edgy spin-off game, Crisis Core was the cherry on the cake and was thought to be a sign that the Final Fantasy VII remake was indeed coming. Of course, that proved not to be the case until about 7 years later. Why are you like this, Square? But even though 7 is considered one of the best JRPGs of all time, Crisis Core didn't disappoint and is deemed one of the best prequels and games on the PSP. Mainly because the game holds your heart hostage through the whole thing, because big spoiler reasons, but let me just say that it's I'm suffering. This game really hurts a lot, guys. Give me a second. Oh god. Oh, here they come the waterworks. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Jak Fair, the best thing to happen to Final Fantasy, a young optimistic soldier first class working for Shinra's private advanced military sector called, well, Soldier. Shinra isn't very creative with names, guys. But all Jak wants is to become a hero and do his job well, because he's a good boy who goes to sleep on time and eats his vegetables. But after being dispatched to Wutai to do a thing, Zak's mentor, another soldier first class Angeal, disappears out of nowhere. Not sure what the heck he's going on, Jak is assigned to find Angeal and another missing soldier first class Genesis because they be doing shady crap together. Oh, and also Sephiroth tags along with you too, because this is a prequel before he goes all crazy and starts murdering people. Ah yes, this is much more familiar. But it's soon revealed that Angeal and Genesis are out to destroy Shinra, and it's all up to Jak to help find a way to save his former colleagues while still protecting his soldier honor. And, well, things get a lot more complicated than that, obviously, but you know, gotta keep these things a surprise because of reasons. But along the way, you'll meet Squat Poop's mentally challenged fruit, a buffet of feathers, pretentiously poetic monologues, over-the-top action that'll make you go, oh shit! Romance.
You've got mail.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe she's gonna murder everyone else later. Copy and paste enemies. Not Axel from Kingdom Hearts. Awkward flirting and embracing your dreams. But check out that booty, though. Now, while Crisis Core ties in heavily to the original Final Fantasy VII, it's not 100% necessary to know Final Fantasy VII's story to understand what's going on. The game, however, assumes you do know, and won't really explain who or what things are, and often kind of relies on your nostalgia for some more impactful moments. Oh my god. That bench was in the original game. Regardless, the main thing you need to know is that the Shinra Electric Company is a massive monopoly-like organization that gets its energy from the life stream, the planet's life source. And not too many people are happy about that, but Shinra doesn't give a crap, and they have two quote-unquote protective groups that they own to take care of their dirty work. That would be Soldier, the enhanced military people, and then the Turks, the secret agent-like group that just stands around in suits looking really cool. But even if you know the Final Fantasy VII story, some things are kind of unclear, and personally, it just feels like parts of the main story are missing. Either it be missing scenes or general information. Some things, I don't know, are just like, wait, what? What about the dude who... Wait just a a darn second! Back up! What is going on? But overall, the plot is cohesive and emotional, and while characters' motives are a little unclear with some corny moments here and there, Crisis Core delivers some great character development and really complements the original Final Fantasy VII, giving more detail to the world and characters and will make you burst into tears by the end. Oh, it always gets me. I'm sorry. Woo! Yikes. Alrighty, so while Final Fantasy VII was this massively long, awe-inspiring, expansive, customizable, open-world JRPG that let you explore to your little heart's content, Crisis Core does none of that. I mean, the game is still very much a JRPG with the swords and over-the-top hair, and yeah, but design-wise, things are rather linear, to be honest. You constantly move from one area to another to progress the story, and often all that's required to move on is just go here, kill the thing, or interact with a dude-outer person, run from point A to B to watch Jak click-clop his way through pathways, but it's not that bad of a view, I'm not complaining. And or hang out with Flowers McGee over here. Hello. Of course, as linear as things are, the game does give you some leeway. People make it kind of obvious where you have to go in order to progress the story, but you have the choice not to do it right away and defy the system, man. The game is full of extras and side content that can only be accessed then and there if you decide to dink around for a little bit, and if you want to see everything, you have to be thorough, guys, because points of no return. Ah! Hey lady, calm down. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Relax, it's not that bad. You literally scream after everything I say. It's annoying. Actually, how'd you get in my house? What are you get out. Oh, come on, don't cry. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, God. No, please, no, put it down. No, please, put down the gun! Deborah, no! Anyway, points of no return are a thing. Crisis Core is full of points of no return, and there is no point in the game where you get some airship to come back to areas. Nah, man, once it's done, it's done. So when the game gives you freedom to walk around, use it. Oh God, hang on to what little freedom you have. It's more precious than you know. Of course, most of the game you'll be sent on missions by Shinra to investigate parts of the world, and eventually things kind of streamline from there. Each area acts as its own level, and occasionally you need to activate switches to continue or kill specific enemies, and yeah. But like I said, the game does make it painfully obvious where you're supposed to go. What does it mean? It doesn't hurt to talk to people though either. They chatty as crap, but often people will give you items and important information that are the key to progressing and unlocking side content if you wanna. So stand back, ladies, and let me show you how it's done.
Then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a bing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clearer to a couple niggas that I always wanna.
Now, you're going to be spending an awful lot of time fighting, and it's really the main focus of the game. Now, you only play and command Jak throughout the entire game, and as you walk around, you engage into battle randomly, and you enter combat mode. And get ready to hear this about 10 billion times.
Debating combat mode, 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 activating combat mode, debating 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 combat mode.
Now, the gameplay is real-time action, and you have a series of attacks and abilities you can equip in the menu, and if you click the attack, ta-da, you'll do the attack right then and there, and then voila, you did it, you killed something, congrats for murder. Now, you can run around and dodge to your little heart's content, and just pro tip, always dodge. Enemies will typically signal before they do a strong attack, and being the fast, slim hottie that you are, you can dodge most, if not all, big attacks. Now, the basics of combat are explained pretty well, but being a JRPG and all, the game loves its numbers and stats. Abilities either take up MP or SP, so you can't spam attacks left and right. And depending on what you have equipped, whether it be abilities or items, Jak will do more damage per attack, or have higher defense, yeah. It's really what you make of it, to be honest, but basically, the higher numbers you have, the better, so make sure you keep an eye on all this. Now, Jak does level up and get stronger over time, but it's not the typical just kill stuff and you gain experience. No, Crisis Core has an incredibly unique system called the Digital Mind Wave, or DMW for short, and well, yikes. Just yikes. To give you an idea as to how unpredictable this thing is, the creators put it in the game because they love pachinko machines. No, really, this is a thing they admitted, so God help you. Basically, every now and then, the system will spin either the same character or number, and depending on what you get, you either level up your overall stats, your abilities, or use a limit in combat, which is basically a big strong attack or buff that helps you out like crazy, and you do have to watch the animations every time, but lordy is it satisfying. But but they are completely random. But hey, maybe if you believe hard enough or wish upon a star, they will happen often because they really affect if you win or lose, or if you're crazy overpowered throughout the whole fight.
Oh yeah, this seems a little unfair.
Be real, the DMW looks very complicated, but no, you have no control over it in the slightest. You gain more character limits as you progress through the game, and if you complete certain side quests, then you can add more people for better limits. But when it comes to actually controlling the darn thing, it ain't gonna happen, kiddo. The thing has a mind of its own.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Now, limits are the most useful, but during battle, the DMW gives you little perks. They're kind of subtle about it, but it gives you things like magic not costing anything, all your physical attacks are critical, or everything you hit gets down and funky. To the buffs it gives you and use the crap out of them when you can because they are time limited. Now, outside of combat, the game is just walking around, no jumping or nothing, so don't worry about it. However, the game has a really bad habit of bringing in random gimmicky game mechanics. They tutorialize them, maybe give you some practice time, you do the thing, and then it never shows up ever again. I'm not sure why they do this, but don't panic about them because half the time you can mess up like crazy and the game will be like, okay, you tried, here's your ribbon, you did it, claps for Zach, now let's get back to the actual game. You hope you had a good time, kids! Now, having good attacks and beefed up stats are the key to beating the crap out of people. Abilities like magic and physical attacks come in the form of materia, some of which you can buy and some of which you can pick up while you explore. But you can only have a certain amount of materia equipped on you at a time. Now, all that stuff aside, it's really important what materia you pick because they do level up the more you use them, assuming the DMW behaves like a good boy. But just have the materia that works for your playstyle and not just pick the most quote-unquote powerful attacks you have. And also just throwing this out there,
Thunder is really overpowered, personally, just saying, because you can spam it and it also goes through anything and it's really fast. Also, you have a crap ton of ethers, you just keep going and going and going. That's how I got through the game and I'm doing just dandy, kids!
What's neat about materia, though, is that you can fuse them together to make newer and better materia and have the coolest attacks in town. Beware, evildoers! Fear my power! Fusing materia is very important, and in order to fuse more powerful crap, you do need to mix leveled up materia for the best effects. Now listen, I'm not gonna cover all the recipes, there's an awful lot, and I'm not exactly the best at fusing myself ever since the incident, but I don't recommend fusing willy-nilly because you don't want to waste those beautiful, sexy, gorgeous rocks you got there. So links below for the full materia fusing guide. On top of that, you can use healing items during battle, and you can buy items in the menu at any time as long as you have money, which you'll totally have money, trust me. And the game store is totally broken. If you just load up on ether somas and potions like crazy, then you never have to worry about running out of MP or SP. Ever. You can for reals buy an endless amount of items at any time. Like, there it is, it's right here, in the menu. At any time. Always. So don't any of you complain about running out of anything because I won't believe you. So just stock up, kiddo, and get killing. Now, the main story of the game will keep you on your toes, but Crisis Core has a crazy amount of optional side missions you can choose to do at any time in the menu as long as you're at a save point. Doing missions can help you level up, gain better materia, and as stated earlier, gain you more characters for the DMW. He's gorgeous! More missions open up as you go through the game, but don't worry about order or nothing. Some of the missions can get really, really hard, don't get me wrong, but you can pick whatever you want in any order, and everything will be all fine and dandy. But it is a baby bit intimidating having so many options. Oh my god, just look at this thing, it's holy crap. Oh god, it keeps going! Now, the missions themselves are always the same with just different enemies and locations, although occasionally you get some story bits in a few missions, but overall, yeah, everything is just kind of the same. A little baby bit tedious, actually. All you have to do is find either an item or a certain enemy on the map. And pro tip, the enemy or item you need to get is the only thing you can see on the map when you're not in combat mode. Hello. Now, some areas are kind of linear with tunnels and stuff, so you can't see a whole heck of a lot, but keep your eyes peeled and don't forget to check your map. And most of the time, the thing you need is gonna be at a dead end or something. Now, missions are the key to unlocking some extras in the main game, so links below for the mission guide, because Lord knows I don't have time to explain all this crap. I mean, just look at this thing. God. Now, I'll be real, Crisis Core can be beaten at a pretty low level if you man up and put your big boy diaper on, and chances are you're gonna pass most of the side content, and with that being said, the game is designed to be replayed several times over. New Game Plus is totally a thing, and if you're one of those crazy, I gotta have all my materials because I have a rock fetish kind of people, New Game Plus is where you'll have the most luck. Don't panic if you don't have everything leveled up by the end of the game. Trust me, you're gonna be just fine. I'm a pro. Some stuff is only available during New Game Plus though, so if you're down to cry over and over and over again and sell your soul to this game, you'll be able to max out everything. Oh yeah, and you also have mail. It's in the menu and you get little notifications while walking around, and you can read stuff people send you, and, well, it's mail. You can't reply, and people just kind of send you whatever, and it's not needed for anything at all. I don't know, it's kind of cool if you like reading. That's something. Although some people can get kind of creepy in the letters. It's a little uncomfortable sometimes. Okay, so here are some tips and things you should know before you get started. Hitting enemies in the butt gives you critical hits, so get behind them and get going. The materia hunting missions are a must, so get on them for a little spunky surprise. Eventually you'll get items that increase your chances of gaining certain character limits. Links below so you can spam healing wave and break the game. The higher the DMW wave, the better, so try to go into bosses with a high wave by doing random missions or fighting lesser enemies beforehand. Keep your health up, as in not down, as in don't die. Do it. Make sure to switch out your equipment for the latest and greatest crap, and depending on what you need at the time. Don't be afraid to use remedies. If you have any status ailments, you can always buy more. Make sure to heal after every fight in the menu, because Zach has got to take care of himself. He's the most beautiful child in the world. Please take care of my son, guys. I'm begging you. Use a Phoenix down before you die in battle, but be sure to use them wisely if you get them. Thunder is overpowered. This is your PSA again. You know, just saying. It's good, guys. I'm just gonna throw it out there again. It's really good. Also, Assault Twister. That's pretty good. And Barrier and Regain. There's a lot of good materia, guys. Just try stuff out. The game sends you to your last save if you die. So try not to die and save a lot. Voila. And last but not least, make sure to have a box of tissues with you at all times, because it gets pretty rough. Wait, God, not the music. Please don't play the, God. Don't do this to me, Square! Ah! So while Crisis Core deviated from the structure of the original Final Fantasy VII, the game still delivered an incredible experience in a familiar but unique way. Square created the story that needed to be told and expanded on some of its more important missing elements from the classic Final Fantasy VII. Crisis Core may not be perfect, but it is a worthy prequel that showed the pain and suffering of some of our favorite characters, giving us a real perspective on the franchise and letting us know that the price of freedom is steep. And it's also a really good game, guys. I'm just throwing that out there. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Bayonetta 2 came out in 2014 on the Wii U, and everyone was like, watch out for my body rolls, watch out for my body rolls, high kicks, this is how we do it. The game was a direct sequel to the critically acclaimed Bayonetta, and Bayonetta 2 managed to surpass the praise of the original, but the game's mere existence was kind of a miracle. Although Bayonetta 1 was sorta successful and was created by the action hack-and-slash queens themselves, Platinum Games, my beautiful baby whom I love very much, no one was willing to help Platinum Games publish a Bayonetta sequel except for Nintendo, of all people. You know, family-friendly Nintendo. Oh yeah, and Sega kind of helped too, they did their part. But Nintendo publishing the game was really out of nowhere, and let's be real, Bayonetta really does stick out in Smash Bros. If you ask me. But even though the series switched consoles and publishers, Bayonetta 2 was just as bright, wacky, and sexual as the original, and really tweaked some of the more frustrating parts of the first, and proved to be one of the best games of the year. But it also had that butt thing going for it, so how could it lose, am I right, ladies? But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a few basic tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the lovely, sensual, powerful, totally not an offensive, over-sexualized stereotype that people will complain about even though she was designed by a woman, Bayonetta, a great character. But after the events of the first game, Bayonetta is just chillin' when suddenly her Umbran demon hair friends from Hell, or rather the Inferno if you want to get technical and obnoxious about it, start to freak out and cause Bayonetta's Umbran sister, or best friend, or her gal pal, to lose her soul as it's taken to the deep parts of the Inferno. And it's up to Bayonetta to find a way into the Inferno to save Jean and tame the Umbran demons again before... Well, actually, no, that stuff is kind of put on hold to go up a mountain, Fergan, Schmigan, Wigan, or whatever, even though Jean is technically down the mountain, because that's how heaven and hell works, apparently. But I always knew the entrance to hell would be in Europe. Regardless, along the way you'll meet every city on fire, tubby Italians, no realistic physics whatsoever, Black Santa, low-budget cutscenes, devil magic, but like hairier, Moon River, wider than a mile, dead daddy issues. Big stone baby faces, a gangster G squirrel boy who you almost crush with your killer bubble butt, and then there's some dude with an anus for a face who's after you, and you got the eyes of the world with time travel or some more weird wacko over the top crap and an evil Barbie, and well, it's all what in God's name is going on, good lord? Look, to be blunt, the plot is kind of all over the place, but that's not the point of the game. It's more of a background for all the crazy stuff that happens and to show off the vibrant characters. However, you do need to know Bayonetta 1's plot pretty well if you want to have a single clue what's going on and who 90% of the characters are. And just how the world works for that matter. Like who the Umbran Witches and Luma Sages are, and why the stone baby faces are after you, and why Luca is the most thirsty person on the face of the earth. Oh, shit! Just don't expect a whole lot from this plot, but it's kinda fun, it's kinda messy, it's got the bright colors and massive explosions in scale, and Bayonetta is really the star of the show, and that's all that matters if you ask me.
Milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn.
You go, girl! Now, design-wise, Bayonetta 2 is much like the original, but with a lot less fluff and a lot more hand-holding. The game is divided into over 10 chapters that you gradually unlock. Each chapter you move from point A to B fighting monsters, running around collecting little doodads, the occasional action set pieces, and when I say occasional, I mean a lot, interactive switches, quick-time events, and then using your hair to summon the power of Hot Topic to consume your enemies through gruesome death animations. You know, just girl things. But things are rather linear if you want them to be. Each level can be summarized into kill the things with your button legs and keep moving forward, but the game does give you some wiggle room when it comes to exploring. Each area has extras hiding in the corners of the world, and if you're looking to beef yourself up and fight the good booty fight, attacking and interacting with everything can get you some good stuff. And just FYI guys, if you think you can't jump to something, you can probably jump to the thing. Oh come on, don't be a sissy, just go for it! You need to believe in yourself, believe in the Ace of Spades! Go! But basically, if you see anything that's not nailed to the floor, just attack the crap out of it until something cool happens. I guarantee you, it's kinda already sometimes works. The levels themselves are not that complicated, and just know if there is some massive action set piece that blows up half the city, then you're probably going the right way. Now, you engage into fights when you enter certain areas, and you can't be a coward and butt flip away. Nah, man, you have to fight all in any fights you get into in order to get out, sonny boy. So fight like a real woman. But basically, fighting and moving on is your bread and butter. You get that one, guys? Because I'm a bread, you know? Or a bun, if you will. Because of jokes. Or humor. Actually, this is to address all those weird people who thought I was a Twinkie for whatever reason. Like, God's sake, guys, bun is in my title. I thought it'd make sense. It's not Super Butter Twinkie, it's Super Butter Buns. I am obviously a bun. I am not a Twinkie, for God's sake. Do not compare me to that cream-filled sponge. Have respect for me, goddamn. Now, while you unlock each chapter in a linear fashion, when in the chapter select, you can pick whatever mission you have done and do them again for the mun-muns, or items, or score, or to watch that clip of Bayonetta spreading her legs like cream cheese on a bagel. Lordy, it's getting hot in here. Whew. Oh, yikes. Basically, for whatever reason you want, I don't care, but I do recommend going back whenever you can for money and items, since it'll make future levels a total breeze. I never said I was perfect. So, like I said, Bayonetta 2's gameplay is all about that sweet, sweet, epic, bootylicious action. I'm saying too much stuff about butts, good lord. But the gameplay is incredibly similar, if not identical, to Bayonetta 1's gameplay with a few minor changes. So to give you the lowdown, the combat is all about combos and timing. Bayonetta has a ton of combos to string together in order to bring the pain. It's fast, it's hectic, it's over the top, and it's kind of cluttered and could possibly give you a seizure. Oh my god, what is that? And if you've ever held a controller or had a slap fight with someone before, attacking really isn't anything special. Heck, button mashing can get you really far if you panic enough. But yeah, it's a platinum game with kicking and punching and shooting combos. Also, water is wet, my voice is bizarre, and video games are for losers. But the real secret to victory is dodging and timing, kiddos. Witch time is back, which is the ability to slow down time if you dodge an attack at the very last second and unleash hairy hell on your enemies, featuring a really purple tint. Pretty sure it'd be grape flavored. But witch time is crucial to all fights and even winning some of them, and you can't just dodge willy-nilly thinking you're a cool kid hoping it triggers witch time, because it ain't gonna happen, bucko. Unless you have this item available
available now for only $420.69.
But it's best to pay attention to your enemy windups and attack sounds and to time it just right, so dodge with purpose. Of course, that can become a little difficult because all the enemies are over-designed to high heaven, and keeping track of what's going on, let alone where your thick thighs are, is a little tricky.
Oh god, where am I? What's going on? There's so much crap in the screen. That's not my butt!
On top of that, after you do enough damage, you get the option to do either a torture attack or an Umbran Climax. Insert sex joke here. Now, a torture attack will insta-kill one enemy, but an Umbran Climax is an overpowered mode to kick the crap out of everybody. Now, unless you're going up against like 1 or 2 dudes, torture attacks are kind of crap now, and Umbran Climaxes is where it's at.
Insert sexual humor here again.
Now, you don't have to use Umbran Climaxes right away. You can save them for when you enter Witch Time, and just, well, it's, I don't know, you just wipe the floor with people. It's nuts. Here, I'm gonna just play this clip because it's cool. Yeah! Whoa! Go for it, girl! Yeah, you just do it. Die. Look at that beauty. Look at all that purple. Look at all that death. Yeah! Now, Bayonetta also has some running abilities that sometimes pop up in baby platforming areas, so remember to use them often. But most of the time, it's just used to speed through areas if you don't want to take your sweet bippy time and enjoy the beautiful rustic European scenery. Oh my god! Now, occasionally the gameplay is shaken up a bit and you get like a walking tank or a war horse, but the gameplay is almost the same, and the game will give you a basic tutorial, so no worries about that. You got this, kiddo. I believe in you. Pats on your head. Now, not necessary to beat the game, but I'm sure someone will care about this because you're petty. But every fight, every chapter, every McFrickin' action is graded with scores and trophies, and if you fight the good fight, you get good scores. And if you fight the bad fight, the game makes you feel like crap about it.
Boo! You stink!
But just don't get hit and explore every area to fight all the fights and get a decent trophy at the end and feel validated about yourself for once.
I finally have a purpose to live for.
Okay, so kinda lied. The scores are a little bit important. The game doesn't have an experience system, but instead you level up and get better items and buy better attacks with halos at the gates of hell, which is the item store. And go figure, the better you do in fights, the more halos you get, which means more bling bling, better moves, and then you can have chainsaw strapped to your feet. You can also get halos by destroying things in areas if you're feeling really feisty and have a thing against small businesses, because Lord knows I do, they've had it too good for too long. But halos are the key to becoming stronger, so just so you know. On top of that, there are little items hanging around in every corner of the game that you can collect to eventually recipe together to make consumable items. You got your green health items, yellow shield invincibility, funky fresh disco fever powers. Magic boost, etc, etc, etc. But it's best to have at least some items on you in case you get desperate, and you can always make and use them whenever you want in the menu. But, you know, you got quick commands, you can customize it if you like speed. Consumables don't affect your score now, though, so feel free to shove all the lollipops up your butt and taste the rainbow. Of course, if you're interested in cutting to the chase, you can always just buy items in the store, and there are big items hiding in chapters if you do certain things, so keep your eyes peeled, honey boo. But real talk, if you have crazy good reflexes and dodge everything, you can get through this game without using a single item if you're feeling beefy and have something to prove to yourself. You can also buy new weapons for Bayonetta when you have the Mun-Muns, and while the quote-unquote damage of weapons kinda stays the same, each weapon type switches up Bayonetta's attack combo speed and type, depending if you have them on her arms or legs. But it's best to try out different combinations for your preferred form of demon witch fighting, and you can always just switch weapons on the fly mid-combo if you're feeling like it.
And high-key, just gonna recommend the swords on the hands because, like, well, it's swords and the range is nuts, dude. Let me tell you. Also, they look kinda nice, but the Umbran Climax with the swords looks like a freaking attack helicopter. Let me tell you. Look at her go. Look at her fly. Fly, 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 Bayonetta, fly!
So while you can get through the game with the bare minimum, you do have many chances to beef yourself up along the way. As you walk around, you'll come across these weird purple portal thingies, which lead to optional secret combat challenges to get the goods. The challenges can range from kill the dudes in time, try to get people the smooch, don't get hit, use one combo to try to beat the dudes without breaking your controller. Gosh dang it! But assuming you win, you get special items that can really help you later on. Now, there are also collectibles and stuff like that, go figure, and if you care, you might notice crap is super expensive in this game. Like, because... yikes. But if you like getting collectibles and all the doodads, I got news for you, you're not gonna get everything the first time. Keep in mind, Bayonetta 2 is a pretty short game, and it is designed to be replayed over and over again for either better scores, money, collectibles, or the fact that the Wii U doesn't have that many good games. But if you have any interest in some of the better items, you're gonna have to replay this game at least a few times. There are also extra bosses hanging around if you go looking for them, and well, you like sticking your fingers in boiling water? Good, because Bayonetta 2's extra bosses are the thing for you. Alright, so here are a bunch of tips you should know before you get started. Combos are the most important thing when it comes to getting a good score, and air combos are always the way to go. The game got rid of those random QTs that happen out of nowhere and give you an anxiety attack, so feel free to enjoy the cutscenes for the most part. But when these prompts pop up, hit it, smash it, like it, favorite, subscribe, do all the things, hit the button, get the real money, kiddo, you got a family to feed. You can buy accessories at the Gates of Hell for special abilities to make crap way easier and for the aesthetics, don't forget. When you beat Chapter 8, you can buy the Platinum ticket for a ton of Halos, which unlocks a really, really bad time featuring Chocolate Rain, my husband. Be sure to visit the Gates of Hell before each mission and any chance you get because they get new items all the time. And don't forget to skip the cutscenes when you enter because good God, guys, I got crap to do. Protect the booty, love the booty, worship the booty, and treat it with respect by not dying because it does lower your score. But don't sweat dying too much because the game has a pretty decent checkpoint system. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Try not to die. You want to get all the Halos in Chapter 14 if you use the Gaze of Despair and do the punch, 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 hold combo. You will get massive moolah to break the demon economy. The game does give you the option to use touch controls if you want them. Please don't. You can keep combos while dodging if you just go with the flow and hold down attack buttons while dodging, go figure. For the best game experience, make sure to turn down all the sound except for the music and enjoy.
This song.
So while Bayonetta 2 didn't do a whole lot to deviate itself from Bayonetta 1 and arguably hit a lot of the same notes, the game did fix all the problems with the original and made the spirit of the game even more colorful, exciting, and not appropriate for all ages. But the game is from a place of love and you can feel the passion with just how over the top and wacky things get. And while the game isn't exclusive to the Wii U, Nintendo didn't let their family-friendly reputation dilute one of the most outrageous heroines in a long time. Heck, Nintendo even embraced Bayonetta style by giving her Smash Bros. Love, thank God, because just look at them buns, guys. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts 2 came out in 2005, and everyone was like... The game was highly anticipated by fans, and once it was released, people were not disappointed. Receiving critical praise for basically doing everything better than the original Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts 2 raised the bar since it added more action, gameplay, magic, feels, flair, and more goofy into the mix. But even though it's considered one of the best games in the series, Kingdom Hearts 2 was the start of the Kingdom Hearts conundrum, and if you're a fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. After Kingdom Hearts 2's release, people quickly realized that crucial information to the game was actually told in what was assumed to be a spin-off game on a completely different system. And people were like, oh no. Soon everyone got the first glance of Square Enix and Tetsuya Nomura's awful, terrible habits that plague us still to this day.
Oh God, why?
Kingdom Hearts 2 may be one of the best games, but it did begin the confusing pain train. Of course, that didn't keep it down. I mean, who cares? You got a hot anime boy flying around, killing darkness, being harassed by pretty-haired creepy people with a duck sidekick featuring Jesse McCartney. What more could you want from a sequel, honestly? And for the record, guys, I am going to be talking about Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD from the 2.5 collection, now available on PlayStation 3, because it is the most recent and relevant version, and also because it's just so darn pretty. I mean, look at all this HD! Dang, that looks good! But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as some blonde, angsty narcoleptic who just bums around his town doing dumb stuff for hours trying to obtain the mighty watermelon or something, and then being confused since everyone wants a piece of that blonde booty, and then you have erotic dreams of some guy with banana shoes along with seeing things that may or may not be there, but no one will ever explain anything, ever, because all your friends hate you, and yep, that's the whole game. Oh, what, that doesn't sound fun? You want to play a real game? Well, me too, bucko. Gosh, why is this so long? So Kingdom Hearts 2 has a confusingly long prologue that you're just gonna have to deal with. Sorry, kiddos. But after the obnoxious tutorial with Chungus, that's kind of important to introducing gameplay and characters and sets up for some big plot points later on, I guess. The real story begins. Once again, you play as Sora, a handsome, optimistic lover boy whose hair could sink the Titanic that wakes up from a year-long coma in the care of the mysterious Diz, aka this game's version of Anonymous. But after waking up with your friends, you realize that the things you did back in the previous game didn't mean a whole heck of a lot, except for killing that one dude who wanted to consume the world in darkness. But other than that, yeah, no, nothing's changed. The Heartless haven't gone anywhere, and a lot of the villains from the past games are back, and, well, at least you tried, guys. But realizing that their journey is not over, they discover a new threat has emerged called the Nobodies and their masters, Organization 13, which are basically shells of people that have lost their hearts to darkness and are little snarky gossip girls who mean business.
Bad girls. What I want, yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's right, I said it. Live the life you wish you had. The sugar, spice, and everything. But bad girls, like it's tough. Don't you wish you could roll it up?
But it's all up to Sora and his friends to jump from world to world in order to find the organization's true motives and to save the world from falling into darkness. Again. And for Sora to find his friends. Again. And to kill a beefed up silver-haired guy. Again. Okay, you know what? Fantastic story right in here, Nomura. 10 out of 10. But along the way, you'll meet screaming, heat-resistant ice cream, puberty, a ninja mouse with a taste for vengeance, what's cooking good looking, juvenile delinquents, weird close-ups of Jafar, like seriously, what is up with this? Silver spandex, clashing art designs, Sora, Donald, and over-the-top takedowns that are just so dang cool. This bitch, property damage, furries, fashion, friendship, and last but not least, don't forget about that
Darkness. 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 Darkness.
Darkness?
Darkness.
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 Darkness. Darkness.
Darkness.
Darkness. Darkness.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, Kingdom Hearts 2 brings a lot of new stuff to the table, but in order to understand anything plot-wise, you need, and I mean need, to understand the plots from both Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Either play them, watch them, read them, or shove a copy of 1.5 up your butt, I don't know, but you gotta know them or else you're gonna be beyond confused.
What's going on?
Of course, assuming you do know the past games, some parts are still kind of funky and will be a little confusing up until the end. Regardless if you know what's going on or not though, Kingdom Hearts 2 really does deliver the feels and expands the Kingdom Hearts universe by uncovering a lot of details and questions from other games, as well as introducing new concepts and characters, and, well, it's just fun, guys. It's got action, twists, turns, ice cream, nostalgia, love, and also really, really emotional music. Oh god, there it is. There's those tunes. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, I need a minute. Excuse me, guys. Woo. Alrighty, so what do you actually do in Kingdom Hearts 2 besides assault people with an oversized key? For about the first few hours, the game is rather linear with a questionably long prologue. But when you get control of Sora, things quickly open up and the real game begins. The game is semi-open world where you get a selection of Disney worlds to pick from as you gradually unlock them. You got worlds from Mulan, Steamboat Willie, Johnny Depp of the Caribbean, Tron, The Nightmare Before Breakfast, The Lion King, Aladdin, and much, much more. Now, each world has drastically different things to do and complete once you get there, ranging from go here, kill the thing, find the thing, talk to the thing, seduce the thing, do a mini game with the thing, or just go from one point to another. Okay, yeah, I know I'm being blunt, but that's because each world is truly unique in order to complete and move on to the next one. Often new mechanics are introduced in each world, so don't expect the same thing twice there, sonny boy. But normally though, you just fight some Heartless, maybe do a mini game, watch a few cutscenes, maybe get hit on by your favorite organization member. Mine is Zigbar if anyone's curious. And then fight a boss or two at the end. Bing bang, you move on to the next one. Of course, where Kingdom Hearts 1 kinda failed in the sense of direction, Kingdom Hearts 2 slaps on that big boy diaper and holds your hand through the whole thing. The game will constantly give you hints at the start of anything in these objective bars and within cutscenes with characters, so things are mega clear and you will never ever get vague instructions. And if you have no idea what to do for some reason, just talk to any NPC. They will literally scream at you what to do next. Now, when it comes to the world designs themselves, things are much more easy to move around and explore in. The worlds are still divided into big, open, interconnected rooms, but assuming you find the maps, which you totally will because they're in these massively huge chests that you can't miss, then you'll be able to see entrances and exits just fine, and getting lost really isn't a thing. Long gone are the little nooks and crannies that were impossible to find in Kingdom Hearts 1. Thank God. Most, if not everything, is easy to find and is out in the wide open now, so if you're looking for a chest or something, trust me, you'll find it. Now, you can revisit and leave most worlds anytime if you want, and if you still have big stuff to complete in a world, there is this little glitter thing that will circle over it in the map, and you can always check the objective list prior to entering the world. Now, you should know that not all the worlds are mandatory. Of course, the game won't really tell you which ones, but I do recommend doing every single world for the items, abilities, and experience. But just so you know, Atlantica is optional. Here is your PSA, kids, that Atlantica is indeed very, very optional, and it can be very avoided. You don't have to do this to yourself, guys. Don't even open the gate. Don't even touch the thing. Don't even look at the thing. Unless you're going for 100% completion, which in that case, power to you, my dude. Good luck. But just, oh God, don't do it, please. Oh, it's definitely not worth it. Just run. Run, kiddo. You can do it. Go, save yourself. Oh, God. Okay, so gameplay-wise, Kingdom Hearts 2 takes Kingdom Hearts 1's combat and kicks its face into the curb, beats it, stabs it, takes all the money out of its wallet, and then sets it on fire. Basically, it's better. Now, the basics are still there. Pressing X a lot is still the main way to win and isn't that bad of a strategy, but there is a lot more variety when it comes to how to take out enemies, which you engage with as you walk around the areas of the world. And I don't know, they're just kind of everywhere. Pick a direction, you're guaranteed to run to something. But Kingdom Hearts being a JRPG and all, your skills are still based off of stats and abilities. You gain experience when you defeat enemies, and eventually you level up your overall stats and unlock new abilities, which you can spend points on to equip them. Now, you should know that points can be moved around, and you can equip and unequip abilities whenever you want, but abilities are super crucial, so you can do stuff like this, and oh God, not that, what the f***? Basically, abilities are what make you do the cool moves and make you look like an attack helicopter half the time, but having decent timing when attacking can block other people's attacks, and yeah. Just learn to move, jump, and time those attacks for an easy win. So just read what the abilities do, and if that looks all fine and dandy, 10 out of 10, would flip in the air again, go for it, kiddo. But things get a lot more vibrant than just abilities. Similar to Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, you have the option in normal fights, and especially boss fights, to do reaction commands, which can help turn the tides of battle and/or are necessary in order to beat some dudes. My advice? Hit it. Always. Hitting triangle when it tells you to can literally only benefit you, so unless you like getting smeared across the wall, just slam the darn thing. Don't ask questions, just do it. It's kind of important.
Orange smack! Oh, it accepts! Oh! Harper right into our laps! And knocks down Bray Wyatt!
Now, contrary to Kingdom Hearts 1, the game reduced a lot of the obnoxious platforming to just the average jumps here and there if you feel like it. But now you have more agility than ever, and using your agility to dodge attacks is beyond helpful. And we'll get into more details about those abilities soon. But speaking of things that are quote-unquote helpful, Donald and Goofy are back and are going to be your little sidekicks through your whole journey. Similar to Sora, you can equip and change abilities as you see fit, but other than that... boy. Look, Donald and Goofy are more support if anything. They are not really there to kill the dudes. That's up to Parachute Pants McGee over here. But they will do what they can to keep you alive. However, never ever give them items unless it's right, and I mean right before a boss. And I said this back in my Kingdom Hearts 1 video, but they still didn't fix it. Oh, for God's sake, Square! I can't trust anybody with nothing. Now, depending on what world you're in, you can switch out your party members for specific Disney characters, and that's where things get interesting. You have the option to use these things called limit commands with certain characters and even Donald and Goofy, which is a thing that unleashes a strong magical attack to bring the pain and also to show off all those pretty, lovely particle effects. Now, limits are pretty useful for the most part, but just know, 1. All character limits are different. 2. It will use all of your magic, which is not a fun time, let me tell you. 3. Limits look like reaction commands to the common eye, so turn off auto limits in every character's abilities and always select the limit from the command menu. Get ready to suck it, Buck! Ah, shit! How to use limits has been brought to you by the triangle button. The triangle button. Oh crap, I didn't mean to hit that. Oh yeah, and there's also just normal magic because limits kind of count as big magic, but you know, you get new spells as you go through the game, along with upgrades, and it's as simple as click the button and then you do the thing. It uses up MP, which is this bar, and after you run out, you can't use magic for a limited time. And I don't know, it's there. I recommend Reflect because it's really good, and maybe Thunder and Fire, but that's kind of it. Also Cure, you know, so you don't die. I don't know, have fun, figure it out, you got this? Okay, so here's some more combat stuff because Kingdom Hearts 2 shoved in so many mechanics, good lordy. But the most powerful tricks in combat revolve around a thing called Drive Forms. Drive Forms are a special ability Sora can do that switches up his attack pattern like crazy for a limited time to unleash sparky hell on everyone, and it makes you look very fashionable while doing it. Such style, such grace. Oh, he's gorgeous! You gradually unlock new drive forms as you progress through the game, and they are super helpful in any fight. You got Valor, Wisdom, Limit, Kawaii, Master, Anti, and Final. Each form is different in both power and style, and you'll quickly discover what each form excels at. Now, drive forms can be used for the most part all the time if your drive gauge is high enough, and they are the go-to I want to finish this fight faster and take a nap strategy. However, minus Limit form, every drive form will consume either one or all party members in order to work, which means when you use a drive form, you'll most likely be alone. Now, while you can have Disney members in your party and sometimes it's mandatory to have them, I do recommend just having Donald and Goofy with you at all times, because in order to use Valor form, you need Goofy in your party, and if you want to use Wisdom, you need Donald, and it's just... This game is weird. Of course, like I said, you don't need to use anybody for Limit form, and personally, just saying though, Limit form is kind of my favorite. I'm just gonna throw this out there because holy crap, Sonic Grave is incredibly overpowered, and you're kind of invincible when you're using it, and every hit gets you health, and wow, oh wow, does this thing do damage. You in a pickle? You in a snag? Is anyone else getting hot in here? Just do the Sonic Grave if you know what I mean, kiddo. Drop it. Another thing that uses the drive gauge, though, is the summons. Yeah, those are back. But you find and get them as you progress through the game, but summons kind of work like Limit forms, but last way, way, way longer, and are incredibly forgettable. I know like 4 people are gonna yell at me about how Chicken Little is the best thing 5 ever, but honestly, it just depends on your playstyle. Can you get through the whole game without using them? Yes. Should you try them out? Also yes. You never know what you may find, kiddo. You could get the hots for Stitch, who knows? Now, I did mention agility powers, and leveling up drive forms is how you unlock more movement abilities for Sora, but it's kind of tricky and very grindy. Each drive form has an ability attached to it, like high jumps, dash slides, gliding, or air spinning, but in order to get those, you have to gain really specific experience while in that drive form. So it's like you want to slide on the ground like you lathered up in butter, well then you gotta kill nothing but Heartless in Wisdom form for about 6 hours, and you only get 1 point of experience for each Heartless you kill, and oh boy, am I having fun. Be real though, there is no organic way to get these abilities. If you want to zoom across the map, you will need to grind in order to get them. I'm sorry guys, I know it's tragic. And real talk, you need these abilities against harder bosses and to access secret areas because yikes. So if you want to know how to level up each drive form specifically, links below because oh man, I'm still going for it. Now, combat is a big spicy collection of new stuff, but Kingdom Hearts 2 brings back everyone's favorite ugly, blocky waste of time, space, attention, energy, the gummy ship, which is totally pretty fun in this game, not gonna lie. When traveling to a new world, you gotta open up a pathway first in the mini-map in order to land, and you'll engage into what is essentially Galaga, but prettier, but also kind of uglier. All you gotta do is pick a ship, shoot all the things, and not die, and the game will do the rest. Like, seriously, it's an on-the-rails shooter. Just attack anything with a target, and you'll do fine, kiddo. Just shoot, bash, wish, bang, bang, boom, go, go, go!
Get low when the whistle go.
But what's nice about this whole thing is that once the pathway is open, you never ever have to do it again. Isn't that something? Granted, you can always redo any gateway and play extra modes and challenges if you wanna. Heck, you can even build ships, which is actually pretty fun now, but redoing levels only really unlocks more ships and items so that you can do harder modes, and then suddenly 20 hours have passed and you've completed absolutely nothing but feed this endless cycle. Oh god, what is my life? Now, gummy ships are kind of their own little thing, but when it comes to the little things in the world, that's what really makes the difference. As you explore and complete worlds, you'll get new items and keyblades that are more essential than you know. Oh, I'm feeling it! With drive forms being a thing and all, you'll be able to equip a number of keyblades to your person, and each keyblade is unique and has special effects on Sora. Let it be stat boosts, or critical attacks, more experience per hit, disco dance powers, magic element boosts, you know, just special effects and stuff. Now, while damage and magic is important, having the right keyblade for the right occasion can make or break you, so be sure to read specifically what a keyblade can do. You also get gear that just helps out with stats, so just be sure to switch out stuff for better stuff, and if you want better stuff, you can collect a bunch of items from the worlds and enemies, and you'll be able to synthesize new, hot, fresh stuff if you talk to the floating Muppet people. And just FYI, to get the best stuff, you gotta go through them. They hold all the secrets. Okay, so as I mentioned, not all the worlds are mandatory, but Kingdom Hearts 2 has a ton of side content that is pretty worth your time, either be for the items, story, experience, bosses, or spending time with a diabetic, mentally challenged bear.
What? It's kind of fun. Anyway, extra content is everywhere. Like, technically, most of the worlds you complete, you will end up revisiting at some point, and while the mandatory ones are kind of obvious, some areas only open up after completing certain things, so make sure to be thorough. AKA, the second visit to the Tron world is kinda cool, so you might want to look into that. Of course, the most notable extras are the Underworld Coliseum, Winnie the Pooh's Book World, and the data battles. The Underworld Coliseum lets you fight rounds of heartless enemies with unique challenges attached for them for new items and junk, so if you want good strats to win those, links below so you can collect all dem balls.
Balls, 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 balls.
Now, Winnie the Pooh's Book World is back again with new mini-games so you can be a real gamer grill. But of course, in order to do all the mini-games, you need to collect the missing pages around the world. Now, Pooh's World is literally just to get neato items, so take what you need and get out. But the most interesting extra thing that they added, and exclusive to the Final Mix version I might add, is the data battles and the Cavern of Remembrance. While completing worlds, you might come across these weird portal thingies hanging around where you can fight semi-kinda hard extra organization members for the lulz. But after they are defeated, if you have high-leveled movement abilities, you can fight them again, but like mega super duper kill me now kinda hard. At the end of the Caverns of Remembrance, which is a whole new area on its own, but it does let you fight beefed up versions of all defeated organization members. Now, these guys are totally optional, but you need to be pretty leveled up to take them on, but once you defeat them all, you can kiss your parachute pants goodbye and fight the boss that literally broke my soul and caused me to get crippling depression. I love video games so much. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started.
They're gone! Are gone!
All are gone?
It's photo. The word is photo. It's confusing, I know, but the word is photo, and this part is dumb, and this is your PSA that this part is very dumb, and the word is photo. You're welcome. Contrary to what the game makes you think, you only have to do like 2 job mini games on the second day in the prologue. Please be lazy. I'm saving you a lot of trouble. You don't have to do that much. Most, if not all, boss fights will only end at the end of a combo, so try to make it quick, bucko. And just FYI, one shot of magic counts as the end of a combo. Be sure to save a lot and have save increments because there is no autosave. But there is a continue button if you die, so don't panic. There is a checkpoint system. There are these little shiny crowns you can collect around the world for puzzles. I forgot. These things suck. Never mind. You can challenge these optional guys just hanging around the worlds if you want special items and doodads. Look it up because I don't have time to explain all their garbage. It's different for each one. Reflect Guard and Arrow Recovery are the abilities you need to learn because they are the best. Leaving a world while in a drive form will automatically refill your drive gauge when you land again. Pretty handy for grinding. Make sure to stock up on health and magic items for those risky and last resort moments. Some bosses may have this pop up if you die. First of all, hit it and then get ready to slam that triangle button for dear life. To level up super fast near endgame, use the Gullwing Keyblade, get to critical health, make sure you have experience boost turned on, and then kill nothing but nobodies, and then watch that level soar. You can switch out party members on the fly in the command menu if you're getting really tired of Donald's shit. Using drives gives you full health and magic automatically, and you are completely invincible when switching to a drive form, so use the awful load times to your advantage, and also some limits make you invincible too, so keep that in mind. Use any and all power-up items on Sora and Sora alone. No one else needs nothing, you hear? To unlock all the data battles, be sure to beat the game, and the game will give you the option to save your data, so just do the thing. Don't use this Keyblade in the last world, because anti-form is bad, as in it sucks, as in it's not good, as in why is it in this game, as in God help you if you ever get into anti-form because there is no going back. Limit commands that have yellow text will use all of your magic, just FYI. And last but not least, people, don't forget to get up on the Hydra's back! So while Kingdom Hearts 2 proved to be an outstanding sequel and surpassed everything from the original, it really was a sequel designed for people who are willing to accept the bizarre and spread out storytelling that Nomura just loves to beat people over the head with. Of course, even if you are super confused through the whole thing, Kingdom Hearts 2 is still one of the best games on the PS2 because of its over-the-top vibrant action, gameplay, and wacky attitude. And also dem feels. Dem feels, man. This game made me who I am! And the HD release of this game just shows that it has indeed aged well and stands the test of time. Yes, even Gooby. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Resident Evil 4 came out in 2005, and everyone was like... The
game was critically praised for its fast-paced action gameplay, creative level design, and for the fact that Resident Evil 4 took everything from the past games and burned it to the ground and drop-kicked it straight into hell. Yes, RE4 is considered one of the best games ever made, and for a lot of people, the only good Resident Evil, because it took the series into a totally, yet very appropriate, new direction. Contrary to the previous game's tone and pacing, RE4 was an incredibly self-aware game that realized that the RE universe and plot was kinda stupid. So lo and behold, RE4 hammed it up to create a campy, fun, action horror game for the whole family. Originally planned to be a GameCube exclusive, a deal that lasted a whole 7 minutes, Capcom eventually showed off their masterpiece as much as they could, porting the game to the PS2, Wii, iPad, whatever the heck a Zebo is, the Xbox Easy Bake Oven, PS4 graphics calculator, and the almighty glorious, better in every way, shape, and form, the PC. Of course, RE4 is seen to many people as the peak of the series, and Capcom has struggled to replicate its mass appeal ever since. But to be fair, they did set the bar really high. I mean, let's be real, you got monsters, snappy comebacks, action so tense only a butter knife could cut through it, and don't forget buns of steel, so of course it's gonna be hard to top. I mean, come on, my god! But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as the handsome, beefy, tall glass of water with a dumb haircut, Leon, a former police officer of Raccoon City. A few years after the events of the past games, Leon is sent on a mission to rescue the president's daughter, Ashley, who has been kidnapped by a secret cult located in a creepy part of Spain-a-Palooza. I don't know, they don't actually mention what part of Spain. Let's just have fun with it, guys, okay? Improvise! But once Leon manages to reach one of the villages, he realizes that something ain't quite right with the people, since, you know, everyone's a bloodthirsty old people zombie, sponsored by Depends, the adult diaper, who craved that sweet Leon booty and won't stop until he's smeared across the wall. Oh god! But it becomes really obvious that the people aren't just a bunch of randos trying to get their Jesus on and spread the word of God. But events quickly escalate, and it's soon revealed that the cult has a lot more in store than just kidnapping some basic-ass white girl, and the fate of the world might be at stake. Because, like, zombies and stuff, you guys know how these things go. And it's all up to Leon to find out what the cult plans to do and stop them, while making sure that Ashley gets out alive. Oh, that's a darn shame. But along the way, you'll meet accents, Bigfoot's cousin, 50 Shades of Dirt, decapitation, screaming, trolls who just need a good hug, white people, explosions, a red-dressed woman who has no idea what being subtle means, Call of Duty fans, fruity midget men, fashion, spicy foreign hotties, Ashley getting kidnapped, Leon being snarky, Ashley getting kidnapped, Leon thinking he's cool, Ashley getting kidnapped, Leon getting killed, Ashley getting kidnapped, the game over screen, and then Ashley getting oh wait, no, she is dead. Oh, shit. Now, you should know that while certain characters and references are in RE4, no, you really don't need to know much, if anything, from previous games to understand what's going on. If anything, this game acts as a very, very, very soft reboot, although knowing past games does make RE4 a real doozy because it's like Whiplash with the pace change, good lordy. Think of RE4 as that wacky, fun uncle that slips you booze and nobody's looking, because while the game does have some quote-unquote serious moments, the overall vibe and plot is just a crappy zombie sci-fi film with Shorty McFruity Boo here, and the plot is by no means complicated. It's just used as a backdrop to throw Leon into weird and exciting situations like this, and this, and oh, come on, get up, you big baby, it didn't hurt that much. Long story short, story is fun, you're a dude with a gun, bang, bang, shoot, shoot, zombies be everywhere, Ashley belongs in there, God bless America, the story is not that important. Moving on! Okay, so design-wise, RE4 is a semi-linear open-level, objective-based action game. Basically, it tells you what you need to do and where to do it, and then you do it. Ta-da! But Leon keeps in constant contact with Ingrid, who will keep you up to date on your objective. And pro tip, the objective is always just find Ashley and get the heck out of there. But of course, stuff normally doesn't go according to plan. But while the world is semi-linear in design and new areas open up as you progress the story, you do have the option to return to past areas and backtrack to a certain degree, and in some cases you may spend a considerable amount of time in one area that loops in on itself or has different paths. However, know that RE4 has tons of points of no return, so if you see something cool, Nito, you better deal with it then and there, or else you'll never ever see your boo ever again. But yeah, you can move freely around the levels, but when it comes to the levels themselves, the game constantly changes things up, but your objective is normally just go from point A to B, or kill the things, or keep the villagers from giving you the suck, or whatever the f that is! Now, while the game is constantly throwing curveballs, you can expect the same rinse and repeat formula. Something goes to crap, Leon calls tour guide Barbie, she tells you where to go, you make your way to the massive red dot on your map, maybe have to find like 2 items to open a door, fight a bunch of dudes, action set pieces, solve one of the many McFrickin' puzzles, kill a boss, get to your location, and then something else goes to crap because Spanish God hates you and you gotta do it all over again, oh boy! Overall, pretty straightforward. But while it is obvious where to go, most areas do have places to explore, but items are needed in order to progress to certain areas of the game. And while most of the necessary items are in the immediate area, make sure to be thorough and don't leave areas until you have explored everything and found all the goods. Also, interact with everything. RE4 is really obnoxious with button prompts and will shove them in your face, so if you see anything that you can lift, pull, yank, lick, sniff, shoot, push, or make out with, I don't care, do the thing. It's probably important. Now, some of the game's curveballs and unique events can be really freaky and panicky and really tense, and I didn't sign up for this. You can't make me, Dad! But often gameplay is shaken up for specific events, so be ready for new situations all the time. And I'm sorry if I'm being really vague, I'm trying to keep this spoiler free, but you got this, guys, I believe in you. But if you're having trouble for whatever reason, be sure to read these notes just chilling in areas. They can be pretty insightful sometimes on how to solve or beat things and tend to foreshadow future encounters.
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test.
The environment is also sketchy as crap and full of traps and little surprises, so I'll just be blunt and say, keep your eyes out for weird stuff on the side of trees and the ground and hope you don't have a bad time. But just a reminder, everything is trying to kill you! But I have faith you'll pay attention to what's going on around you. No pressure. And also puzzles! RE4 loves them puzzles, either it be jumping around, moving shapes, finding out your favorite color, or just good old-fashioned counting. Now, they are all different, but for the most part easy to solve, so don't worry about it. They are just for the most part common sense stuff, so you got this. Unless you're stupid, and stupid people don't upvote my videos, so you might want to think about that for a sec, kiddo. But if you're super mega lazy and don't give a crap about your gamer honor, links below for those puzzle tips, okay, good, awesome. I'm actually kinda dumb, don't tell my parents. I looked up half the answers. Okay, now RE4 is very much all about that gameplay. You like guns? Well, good, this is a big boys game after all, because while you progress through the game, you'll be able to bang and pew your way through tons of enemies and grandmas and grandpas. But yes, shooting is the main way you'll play this game, and you'll have a plethora of weapons to buy and unlock. And we'll get to the gun details soon. Now, for the most part, shooting is rather simple. Just aim and pull the trigger and BAM! They did! But for some reason, Liam becomes crippled when aiming, and you can't move. Mine is just swinging your gun around for dear life, hoping you hit something. You think they would have covered moving and shooting at the same time in police training. But the moving really isn't an issue. Most enemies move at a snail's pace anyway, and if you just run and get some distance between you and the enemy, then you should be able to mow down dudes no problem. And real talk, don't be afraid to run past dudes to get some of that sweet distance between you and the enemy. It's more helpful than you know.
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Okay, so while shooting is how you take out the dudes, it's best to keep in mind that this is still technically a survivor horror game, which means you need to conserve ammo, kiddo. And don't shoot willy-nilly. Not in this economy, guys. We are on a bullet budget because got news for ya. If you run out of ammo for whatever reason, you're kind of screwed. So be sure to just stay calm, relax, take a deep breath, and shoot with purpose. Now, there are a few things that you can do to conserve ammo. When enemies start getting in your face trying to give you the smooch, you have a knife that works the same as a gun, but it can only do little sweepy sweep moves, but it does do decent damage, and it is good for shaking off dudes if you like stabbing. Also, when shooting certain enemies, they can be stunned for a sec, and you can run up to them, and you should get a massive button prompt to roadhouse the European out of these liberals. Go for it, 10 out of 10 would recommend. Now, enemies can be real bullet sponges sometimes, so try to aim for their heads, but just FYI, enemies have a thing for not dying when they're dead, and sometimes grow a demonic pasta head that is just bad news for everybody. So just keep aiming at their heads and just shoot anything that moves. Remember, they ain't dead until they dissolve into fart juice. On top of that, the game constantly introduces new enemies with unique abilities and specific weaknesses, so be aware of your surroundings because the environment can be the key to killing the dude. Now, while shooting the guys until something happens can be pretty effective, if the dude ain't dying, chances are they have a weak spot somewhere on their body. So keep your eyes peeled for weird looking stuff on their bodies and then go for it. But again, keep your distance. I know it can be kind of hard when you're shoved into a broom closet with some of these guys, but just don't panic. Back up. Just get out of there. Kiddo, run!
I really hate these guys.
Okay, so like I said, RE4 is a heavy gameplay experience, and there is a lot of hot, fresh challenge and mechanics the game throws at you. Once again, the mission is just to save Ashley, you know, everyone's favorite bundle of sunshine, but you find her pretty early on in the game, and that's where things get fun. Once you meet up with Ashley, she's gonna be by your side about 80% of the game, but the catch with her is that if she dies, it's game over. Say hello to the world's longest escort mission, kids, but be real, she isn't that bad. Ashley will follow you around like a lost puppy, and you have a series of commands to keep her out of trouble, and more importantly, out of your gosh diddly dang way. Give me some personal space, lady, jeez! But it's best to keep Ashley away from the action as much as possible and clear the area of enemies first, since she has the endurance of a Pringle, and a gentle summer's day breeze could tear the poor girl in half. But you have the option to make her follow you, make her wait where she is, or my personal favorite, make her hide in a dumpster where she belongs. But enemies will try to pick her up and take her away, and if they manage to leave the area with her, it's also a game over. And while the dudes move rather slowly, it's best to just keep her out of the way in general, since all Ashley can really do is just stand there like a big dope and practice her white privilege. Now, occasionally you'll have to protect Ashley while she does some stuff, since she's small enough to reach certain areas that Leon can't. And just pro tip, if Ashley is being taken away by dudes, yes, you can accidentally shoot her and she will die, and it's really, 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 really awkward. So no joking around with that thing, kiddo, because remember, guns don't kill people, Leon kills people. Now, Ashley is pretty easy to handle for the most part, but she is not the most obnoxious thing in this game, let me tell you. I pray to God you have fast reflexes, because RE4 has tons of random QuickTime events that make me want to poop my pants every time. Listen, these things are kind of all over the place, but they are incredibly punishing if you mess them up, and lordy, these QuickTime events are quick, so be on red alert all the time and get ready to slam them buttons. Holy shit! The most I can say is expect a lot of QTs and bosses, but also cutscenes. Yeah, no movie time for you, sweetie. There is no relaxing ever. Never put your controller down, because RE4 doesn't really care if you like to eat wings during cutscenes. You gotta be ready every second all the time, or else you're gonna get all panicky and cover your controller in sauce, and then get an early game over and miss it anyway. Ah, gosh dang it! Okay, so like I said, guns. There are lots and lots of guns and items that you'll need in order to survive and bring the pain. And it's important to have at least one gun of each type, so try not to load up on nothing but Nerf guns, okay kiddo? Variety is key. But as you make progress through the game, you'll come across the most amazing, perfect, beautiful, handsome, considerate human alive, the Merchant. My husband, everybody. But go figure, the Merchant is the dude you can buy and sell items with. But it is really important that you trade and buy stuff often so you can see all of his rare things, if you know what I mean. Oh. But weapons aren't the only thing that you need to nut over, because as you progress through the game, you'll come across tons of crap and items that you can use and sell. Stuff like gems, treasures, health sprays, health weed, yellow weed, red weed, and the most precious almighty eggs. Items are literally everywhere though, and are dropped by enemies, so be sure to destroy everything from boxes to glass to barrels, and shoot stuff that is out of reach to collect all the goods, and keep your eyes peeled for anything shiny. Be real though, sell your crap, you hoarder! Those pretty rock gems are gonna keep you company at night, but if you get items that seem like they could be a part of a set, hang on to them until you can combine the items and then sell them for the big bucks. Also, try not to get crushes on your weapons, because selling old weapons to buy better new ones is the way to go, so I'm sorry kiddo, you need to let her go, it's time to move on! You can also purchase upgrades for your weapons, but I recommend not going overboard with this and only upgrading weapons as needed, because again, you'll probably be ditching them for better ones later down the line. But if you want to know the best upgrades and the best weapons and how to get all the best gear, links below, because someone is gonna yell at me about what gun is the best. You'll just think you're so clever, don't you? But with that being said, just saying, the shotgun is really freaking good and it's my best friend. No, really, just hang on to this and upgrade it, because oh my god, it just blows right through dudes. Is it legal to marry a gun? Probably in West Virginia, and if that's the case, goodbye my people, I am gone! But you know what? Selling and using items and weapons are pretty straightforward. Sell useless crap, switch out weapons often, eat weed if your health is low, but let's talk talk about inventory management, an informational segment brought to you by Buns. Look, you just can't shove all the crap up your butt and call it a day. RE4's inventory takes constant care, and if you have OCD, get ready to suffer. Think of the rule, if it fits, it sits, and each item takes up a certain amount of spaces in your inventory, and you have to constantly move things around to squeeze in all your essentials. Basically, this is the reason why you can't hoard weapons, but just be clever and make sure to rotate things around so that everything fits. It's like a really satisfying round of Tetris. Also, you should know that you can stack ammo and combine herbs to make Ultra Mega Weed Plus Pro, trademark, in case you need to free up some space for the collection of grenades that you'll never use in fear you need them for a boss that will never come. Don't think I don't know you guys. And real talk, always invest in a bigger case once it becomes available in the store so you can be ballin' big time with the fat stacks. Now, RE4 has a plethora of secrets and extras that are just hanging around for kicks. One of the most noticeable extras are the shooting ranges that you might come across a few times while you progress through the game. But you can put your shooting skills to the test to get the big bucks and to make it rain. Daddy needs a new pair of rocket launchers. Let's do it, yeah! Now, these things are totally optional, but it's best that you do any shooting range you find right away, because again, points of no return, guys. Get it while it's hot, you feel? There's also little blue medallions hanging around in earlier parts of the game, and if you shoot most of them, you can unlock a neato pistol early on. So I don't know about you, but I like free stuff, so go for it, kiddos. It's worth trying. Now, if we're talking bare basics here, RE4 is a pretty straightforward game that can be beaten rather quickly with a decent amount of effort, and if you have the reflexes of a god. But with that being said, though, the game is designed to be replayed multiple times over to unlock extra modes, costumes, secrets, and side content featuring sassy Miss America. Most of the secrets open up after you beat the game once, but some of the other minor secrets you can get your first time around if you just travel back to areas that Ashley wasn't originally with you in, so you can get all the goods and maybe see her die. I don't know, that's always pretty satisfying to watch. Now, if you want to get the full story of Resident Evil, I do recommend doing Ada Wong's campaigns once you beat the game, since it's its own thing where you can run around as a sexy Asian woman who don't answer to no one shit. But yeah, her thing is worth doing. It's cool. Not to mention, if you beat them, you get to unlock all the extra costumes and play hardcore dress up with Ashley and Leon. Some of the costumes have unique powers though, so if that sounds interesting, links below for all the fashion tips. There's also a few types of new game pluses and modes, one being professional mode, which is just super duper extra hard I hate myself mode if you're looking for a challenge and something to prove. And there's also new round, which acts as a standard new game plus, and you play the game again with all of your past equipment. And over at the Buns Research Division, we have discovered that the more cool stuff you have, the funner the game will be. So go out there and have some fun, you wacky kids, with your technology and your video games and your murder. Go out there and kill something. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. If things weren't already obvious, if you're unsure of what to do, Leon literally tells you what to do with stuff if you just examine the darn thing. Don't waste bullets breaking boxes. Your knife can do that easy peasy. And be sure to always swing twice at boxes and barrels because of reasons. The game map shows you way more than just your objective, so be sure to check it often for extras and little secrets. Silence is your friend, and it means you're safe and you can be your fun and fancy free self, but once the creepy beat drops, get ready to pucker up because it means enemies are nearby. When you upgrade a weapon's ammo capacity, the gun is fully loaded with free ammo, so use that to your advantage, you freeloader. Flash grenades are a thing, a very useful thing. Don't be stupid and use them, you dingus. You can shoot dynamite out of enemies' hands for some good old-fashioned fireworks. Yay! Make an effort to purchase the treasure map from the merchant when you get the chance. It's a solid investment 10 out of 10. If you're walking around and you see a dog in need, help that doggo or else we aren't friends anymore. While there is a checkpoint system, be sure to save a lot of the typewriters because you never know. Who needs keys when you have a gun? Yeah, America! Shoot the locks, that's what I'm trying to say. You can shoot locks. Don't forget that you can push down ladders that enemies use and move big bookshelves to hold off dudes from breaking into places. Yellow herbs raise your max health, so chow down and make sure to keep up your health, kiddos. The rocket launcher is a one-shot weapon, so be sure to use it wisely. Shoot the water at the edge of the boardwalk for a big, awesome secret. Go on, do it! Nothing bad will happen, I swear. Why would I lie? It's not like people did this to me and I'm bitter or something. No, never. Trust me, it's fun. I'm still upset about it, you pieces of crap. Learn to do quick turns since it's a lifesaver because rotating around takes days. Oh my god. Just so there's no confusion. Yes, in order to switch your weapon, you have to go into the inventory and select the weapon every gosh diddly dang time. You'll get used to it though. Now, there may be an enemy that could cause you some serious trouble near the end, and I won't spoil it, but thermal scope. It's gonna say that thermal scope. It's in the freezer room.
You're welcome. The crows in this game feed on money and grenades for some reason, so kill all and any you see to collect the goods. Only upgrade what guns you use, kiddo, and think carefully about what gun attachments you really need, because if you can aim just fine, why are you putting money into accuracy, you dingus?
Choices.
So while RE4 shook up the Resident Evil formula to a crazy degree, the changes and innovation that RE brought were so appealing to the masses that this game is still talked about and enjoyed to this day. And because of that, the game has been released on everything, and I mean everything. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. And even though Capcom has really struggled to make a game as fun and successful as RE4, at least they make sure that their best game is available to everybody. And let's pray to God RE7 is not crap. RE4 may be just one out of the series, but for most people, this is the game that set the standard for survivor horror and just darn good game design in general, because who knew you could have so much fun while screaming and pooping your pants, am I right? But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Final Fantasy 15 came out in 2016, and everyone was like, the game was incredibly anticipated by fans since Final Fantasy 15 has technically been in development for, yes, the big number guys, 10 gosh diddly dang years. Originally announced as Final Fantasy Versus 13 back in 2006, a weird side game a part of the Final Fantasy 13 universe in some way, but not totally connected, and okay, I don't know, it's kind of confusing. Anyway, Final Fantasy Versus 13 eventually became the butt of a bad joke since people were convinced it was never going to see the light of day. But lo and behold, they were kind of right, because it took a really long freaking time for this game to come out, good god. Of course, around 2013, Final Fantasy Versus 13 was shot in a field somewhere, and Final Fantasy 15 was announced in its place. While the game did take story, character, and gameplay elements from its predecessor, Final Fantasy 15 was a whole new game that focused on the bonds of friendship while fighting for a common goal, featuring hot, sexy anime boys, as compared to whatever the hecky Final Fantasy Versus 13 was going for. The world may never know. But after tons of changes, tweaks, rewrites, demos, full-length feature films, a lifetime original specials, anime, musicals, and a mountain of trailers later, Final Fantasy 15 finally came out to a pretty warm welcome. While the game didn't deliver on all of its promises and fell short in the story department, people quickly fell in love with the main cast and world, and Square proved that they were willing to make a game that once again made the Final Fantasy name resonate with all of its fans, new and old. So they made the game adorable as hecky. And baby disclaimer guys, this game has a lot of extras and lots of updates coming, so don't expect every nook and cranny of this game to be covered because oh my god. So if I missed something, it's probably because Square Enix patched in like a whole other game's worth of content while I wasn't looking, because that's becoming a thing now. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Noctis, a handsome young emo who is Prince of the Kingdom of Lucius. Now the game is set during a tense war between the technology-driven and we like being jerks for no reason Niflheim and the magic-based Lucius, the last kingdom to wield and hold the power of the almighty crystal, aka a really powerful rock. But things start heating up between Lucius and Niflheim and the old dude showdown seems inevitable. So Noctis and his pals, Prompto, Ignis, and Gladio, go mega incognito to find and marry off Noctis to Luna Freya of Tenebrae, a childhood friend of Noctis and the world's oracle, aka the chick who talks to the gods because she's just so pure and cool and pretty. No, really guys, she's just so great. I mean it, just get a load of all that white. She means business. But soon after leaving his home, Lucius is attacked by Niflheim, and Noctis is left without a home to go back to, so he sets on a quest to regain the powers of the old kings in hopes of becoming strong enough to fight back Niflheim. Hope you're still with me guys, I know this is a lot. And it's all up to Noctis to travel the world with his bros and find a way to reunite with Luna Freya with enough strength to uncover the mysteries of their enemies and hopefully reclaim his throne as the rightful king. But not until after you have a massive bonding road trip across the country with your bro friends, spending the night under the stars, taking pictures, going out to dinner, talking about your feelings, and well, there's other stuff that happens obviously. Actually, things get a lot more complicated down the line and eventually get really dark and tragic and emotional and sad, and you know, there's a lot of lore and you know, but that's all spoiler stuff, guys. Just look at the pretty boys. Everything's gonna be okay, we promise. But seriously, it's best you don't know some of the finer details because it impacts the story later down the line. It's just best you don't know. But along the way, you'll meet hotties, bulletproof hair, the great outdoors, fedora tipping, lots and lots and lots of driving, this cat, incredibly blatant product placements, black, oversized chickens, particle effects, inflation, getting lost for hours, really aggressive oversized chickens, step on me senpai, repeating dialogues, feels, insurance claims, the gun show if you know what I mean, seductive voices, wasted potential, nice doggies, more black,
Nice legs, Daisy Dukes, makes a man go. That's it.
food porn, big doggies, wow that's pretty, gamers in real life, me in real life, animal cruelty, style, fashion, and really hype music. Goddamn. Now, I should probably answer the big question for some of you before y'all non-Final Fantasy fans implode from information overload. But no, you do not need to know anything from past Final Fantasy games to understand Final Fantasy 15. Just so you know, kiddos, while Final Fantasy games share the same name and have similar themes, concepts, gameplay, and hot sexy characters named Sid, unless the game shares the same number, you do not need to know diddly crap from other Final Fantasy games to play them. But and this is a big but, you do need to do some homework in order to understand Final Fantasy 15 to its fullest, so you better buckle up, sonny. Now, while the boy band adventure is pretty straightforward, Final Fantasy 15's main story and overall plot is kinda vague with the details, and it feels like it has missing important information when it comes to certain characters and the world, because it's actually not in the real game. Yeah, that's the kicker. See, if you want to understand what the hecky is going on and why you're a hot dude who is covered in glitter and can transcend time and space while keeping his porcupine hair so perfect, then you need to watch two things. The first and most important being Kingsglaive, a full-length feature movie that introduces you to the 15 universe and explains the showdown between Lucius and Niflheim right before they blow Noctis' home to high heaven.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows, everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
And then there's also Brotherhood, a free online anime that acts as a backstory to how Noctis became friends with the Backstreet Boys, cute doggy fat kid pastry hunky daddy edition. It's short, sweet, and worth your time because of reasons. Seriously, check it out, it's really cute. The game also offers a baby lore guide before you start, and I recommend just reading through this thing so you have all your bases covered and there's no confusion.
And on the third day, God created the Remington bolt action rifle.
But although the lore is heavy with a vague story, the plot still delivers enough heart for you to get the feels when things do get real. And be honest, the quality time with your buds is where the real story is. Just chilling, exploring, gazing into each other's eyes, checking out their hot, sexy butts, you know, just bro things. Okay, so like I said, boy band adventure and the Batmobile, the best friends forever group. Now, it should be obvious that Final Fantasy 15 is an open world action JRPG, and most, if not all of the content is in the open world from the get-go. And I mean the get-go. Like legit, you watch a few cutscenes, Florence in the Machine breaks down your door and kicks you right in the gut. Big Boob McGee here says, hey yo, what it do? And then bam, you play in the game. But during your adventures, you'll be exploring the mass land of Eos, and lordy, there is a lot of stuff to do. From exploring dungeons, infiltrating forts, killing the local animal population, locating the tastiest cup of noodle for Gladdy Daddy, collecting weird crap for this bitch, or just good old-fashioned looking for the powers of God to smite the earth with. But the world is at your fingertips, and it's best to just take things slow at first and explore. Smell the flowers, find some treasures, accept a few hunts, cook some food, flirt with a chicken, you know, just guys being dudes. But the fun never ends in Eos since it's frickin' massive and the perfect summer getaway. But keep in mind, all this stuff is considered optional. It's an open world after all, so you can do everything you want and play it your way! Yeah! Woo! Basically do whatever the heck you want, I don't care. But while it is an open world, the quote-unquote main story is broken up into a series of missions and chapters, and they should be your top priority. Likely you can do everything at your own pace if you're slow, but basically the red missions are what you want to do first, since the main story is what unlocks more of the world and the neato stuff, and it's where the coolest things happen to be. Like this, and this, and this! But the story missions is where the game becomes a lot more structured and objective-based, either it be taking out a demigod, finding one of the king's arms, fighting a salad monster, or just being shoved down a corridor for 2 hours in the dark with no weapons. I'm not bitter, Square. It's a lot of new stuff all the time. Of course, if you're having trouble with 15, it's a kind, gentle lover, and it'll hold your hand through the whole thing. Most, if not all, quests and missions have levels and marks telling you where to go, what to do, what level you need to be at, the type of underwear you should be wearing so you don't get beaten to an anime pulp. So why do
don't want to hear any excuses that you didn't know there was a giant monster there, guys. You have one job, read the thing! Oh, for God's sake. Now, the game isn't all open all the time. Roughly near the end of the game, things get really linear, and, well, I won't spoil it, it's pretty straightforward, but the gameplay slaps you in the face with a bat, and there is a massive lore dump with a section that can just be described as ugh. But again, just keep reading the directions like a good little boy, and nothing bad will happen, and you'll be a full-fledged, pimped-out prince in no time. Of course, you should know that the game will warn you before you enter long linear sections with these dialogue boxes saying, well, hey there, how's it going there, handsome? Things gonna get kinda weird. You sure wanna leave the great outdoors? Things gonna get funky, Noctis. You sure about that? Now, you should also know that even if you are in linear sections, yes, you can return to the open world whenever you like at rest points once you unlock Umbran's past memory ability. You know, it's the dog with the pissed off eyebrows. Now, I should add that the game really wants you to beat it since the final mission recommended level is 45, so you can go back and dig into the real meat of things. And I'll be honest, the main story isn't even that long, so beef yourself up, go out there and save the world, you handsome man! Victory awaits! Okay, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. So, gameplay-wise, Final Fantasy 15 is fast, flashy, and more importantly, pretty! Now, it should go without saying that if you have no idea how to do the combat, play the tutorial, you dingus. It does its job, it's fine. But yes, Final Fantasy 15's gameplay is all about that real-time action, and it's good old-fashioned hit the thing until it dies. Now, you have a series of weapons to pick and choose from that affect your overall attack pattern, and that stuff is kind of important, but we'll get to the details of that later. But the biggest crap in the combat is the warp. Since Noctis channels the power of the almighty rock crystal thingamaboob, he has the ability to warp in and out of battle and to hit enemies from far away. Now, the warp is pretty straightforward. Look at the thing, hold down the button, and then screw physics. You're there, kiddo. And yeah, the warp is a great way to hit dudes and chain attacks and all that jazz, but its real use is to nope out of fights to catch a breather. Noctis has like asthma or something, and it's important to warp out of fights when you can to regain magic, give your boys healing items, get some of your health back, or to just stare off into the distance admiring the sunset. And then throw yourself back in to bring on the Prince of Pain. Let's go! The point is, the warp is important, so use it, you big nerd. And speaking of other things that you should use is the dodge. Okay, let's get one thing out of the way first that will save you a lot of frustration down the line. Hold the buttons. The prompt is gonna make it seem like you have to tap it, but no. You have to hold it. And a matter of fact, you hold attack 2 and the warp. And well, just hold down the gosh dilly dang buttons, guys. God. Tapping it doesn't do jack crap, trust me. I've been burned too many times before by this thing. But dodging and parrying attacks is what can give you the upper hand, so be sure to not just wail on people endlessly and take a breather to hold down the dodge button before you get slam jammed. Just stay on your feet, kiddo, get into the fighting groove, and try to pay attention to the enemies. Oh god, I can't see anything! Now, your bros will be fighting by your side for basically all of the game, but for the most part, they are totally automatic and you got little control over them, so they'll be kind of doing their own thing. The only thing you really have control over is their techniques, which are special little moves you can equip and use once you have enough of this green bar. And it's as simple as click the button and then you do the thing. And get ready to hear the same lines over and over and over again.
Oh, hi there, opening.
But techniques are great for turning the tides of battle and can do a buttload of damage if you have the right ones equipped. So be sure to try out the ones you get and then stick to your faves. Now, real talk, I can't cover every little detail about the combat, and most of the other things are covered pretty well in the game, so don't you worry. But let me just say this. Yes, you do get summons as you progress through the game, but 1, you can't control when you use them, 2, they are random, and 3, they look cool as hell. For reals though, most of the time summons just show up as a last resort if you're not doing so hot, and they are totally out of your control. So the best tip I can give is cross your fingers, you get the purple sparky pop-up, hit the button, and then enjoy the show. Okay, let's take a break from the combat and crap, and let's talk about the things that really matter. The Bromobile featuring food and fun, trademark. So your main way of exploring Eos is in the hot, sexy regalia, which you'll have access to at the start of the game. Now, the car is ideal for heading to new places, and you'll be able to use auto and manual control. Auto is kind of the default setting, which lets Ignis take the wheel so you can just sit back, relax, and take in all the sights while you head towards your destination in style. And then there's manual, which is what you think, where you can just take the wheel and do whatever the hecky you want to do.
Now, you should know that the car is kind of on a guide track when-in manual, and going four-wheeling in the wild is a lot harder than you think. It's kind of like your mom telling you no. But the car just gets you to places on the roads, and you'll be doing a lot of exploring in the wild on foot, or on the Big Bird Chocobos, which you can rent after beating Big Boy here, and you can call and ride your feathered horses all day long if you wanna. Now, you should always rent them out as much as you can, because they are great for getting around faster, and because they're just so darn cute. I mean, look at these little stupid chickens. Oh my god. I want 10. But while dinking around, Dios, doing what dudes do, you'll come across either inns or camps all around the world. Now, there is a day and night cycle, and it's best to not travel at night, since that's where things get mega spooky and the big bad boys come out to play. The point is, don't travel at night unless you need to, or unless you really just hate yourself for some reason. I don't know, man, it's your life, you do what you want. But the camps and inns are your safe havens at night, and when you kill stuff and complete missions, you'll gain experience, which makes you stronger, tougher, beefier. But in order for you to gain experience and raise your levels, you need to rest at inns or camps, and you see where I'm going with this, kids. Take a nap once in a while, you ding-dongs! Of course, there is a difference between inns and camps. Staying at inns can multiply your overall experience for the day, which is great for leveling up. But camps is where Ignis gets saucy and makes you din-dins.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
So on top of Ignis blowing out your taste buds, the dishes you pick give you combat buffs for the next day, like increased health and strength, gaining more experience per fight, defense against status ailments, cup noodle mode featuring
The ultimate flavor experience.
just whatever kind of buff you really want, honestly. Now, what you eat can make a huge difference between life and death, so it's important to always be on the lookout for ingredients in missions and parts of the world, since Ignis unlocks new meals as you gain more ingredients.
I've come up with a new recipe.
Now, there are little fun extra things that aren't necessary, but are cute as hecky and way more fun than you think. The first being fishing. Since Noctis has the hots for fish, around EOs are fishing spots to catch fish for ingredients and other stuff, and it's just a fun little mini game to pass the time if you want to bring out your inner 75-year-old. It's casual and relaxing, can offer a good challenge every now and then, and holy crap, I've been playing this for 17 hours straight. Listen, guys, I don't even like fishing. My butt is officially fused with my chair. I can't move. Please help me. This isn't how I wanted to die. I just wanted to catch a fishy. Help me! Please! So Ignis does the cooking, Noctis does the fishing, and Gladios makes his game rated T for too hot 5 me. And Prompto likes taking pictures. Every time you rest, you can look over the pictures Prompto took that day, and sometimes taking the time to get a pic in the world can give you experience. And, well, besides that, the pictures don't do jack crap. They're just kind of there to collect, but gosh dang it, I just had to bring it up because it's just so darn fun. I mean, look at all these adorable ones I've collected. They're just having a good time, you know, just chilling out and doing their thing, and they got this one and this one. Oh god! Okay, so back to the combat kinda. Listen, Final Fantasy 15 is a JRPG, so your skills are still gonna be based off of points and abilities. There's just a lot of numbers all the time, alright? But as I mentioned before, XP is mega crucial for making yourself stronger and hotter, but you also get AP, which are points you can use to unlock new abilities, techniques, and just stuff, to be blunt. Word on the street is that you should invest in the gaining more AP abilities first, so you can be drawing in points faster to afford the more expensive ones, but as you do what you want. Look around, see what you like, and dump points into whatever suits you. Oh baby! Also, let's talk about stuff. So Noctis can have up to 4 things in his arsenal at all times, and he can switch between weapons on the fly, and again, they switch up your fighting style and damage, and there is a ton of weapons to work with. You get things like short swords, lances, big metal slap paddles, shields, guns, and your feelings.
I get it!
So you can pick and choose whatever the heck you want, but just know that different weapons affect enemies differently, and in some cases, they can affect you. As in, like, suck the life out of you. Please use the royal arms responsibly. So be sure to switch up what you use for the most impact, and speaking of impact, magic. Okay, so the magic of this game is kind of funky, and it's actually just a ball of hoodoo voodoo crap that you just throw at the enemies for a fresh, sparky surprise. But while exploring EOS, you'll come across these little pools of magic that you can absorb to create magic bows to equip to your person. Now, the magic fusing is a whole convoluted mess of stuff, and there is a lot of recipes and items to make better magics and doodads, and certain magics can do certain things, and blah blah blah. It's there, and it can be extremely helpful in both leveling and just barbecuing dudes with ice, so links below for the full magic guide. But just so you know, be careful with magic, because while it is powerful, it can hurt your party as well, so I recommend not setting Prompto on fire and use magic with caution. Oh yeah, and there's also outfits. There aren't a ton right now, but they can affect your stats and stuff, but other than that,
they're more of an aesthetics thing, you know? So if you're not digging the whole My Chemical Romance look, you can change it for the true Final Fashion 15 experience. Okay, so while 90% of the content in this game is really considered quote-unquote optional, and while there is a massive amount of content I can't completely cover, there are some pretty neato extras that you should know about. Now, remember how I said you should really prioritize beating the game before doing everything? Well, yeah, you should beat the game, you dingus, because the best extras only unlock until after you see the credit screen and do that thing Noctis and his friends were supposed to do. What was it again? You know, like, fight the naked dude on foot? Yeah, that one. Okay, yeah, do that thing. And like I said, kiddo, calling Umbra is how you get back to the open world. So don't panic, kiddo. You're not trapped in the final mission. You can still go back and level up. You won't make my mistake. But some of the better things to do is, one, the extra dungeons. Similar to the ones you come across in the main story, there are a bunch of dungeons you can explore to unlock new items, do some minor story stuff, or if you just want to get totally and completely overwhelmed to the point where you can't even see yourself on screen anymore. Oh, this is so much fun. Now, real talk, each dungeon offers something new and tend to have catches to them, and the super extra difficult dungeons behind the spooky doors do require keys, so links below for all the dungeon guides and locations. There's also Empire forts. Now, infiltrating forts outside of the story kinda offers the same things as dungeons, but instead, you just go all incognito and stealth this crap up and stab a dude! It's fun, I recommend it. And then there's stuff in Altissia, you know, the most eye-candy place in the whole game, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Oh my god, my eyes! But Altissia has the Totemonstro, which is the monster battle arena you can place bets on to win prizes and stuff like that, and, well, it's essentially gambling with a dash of animal cruelty, so hope you're feeling like a big boy. And pro tip, always place bets on the dudes with the highest level, even if the odds say otherwise, because daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Come on, let's get going. I want to... Oh god, they found us. No! And the last and my personal favorite extra is the airship. Now, if you want this thing, which you totally do, let's be real, you gotta beat this mission and then you just talk to Sid and your car can frickin' fly with a touch of a button. It's a great way to get around, obviously, and it is used to access super secret areas, and you do have full control of it when in the air, but just so you know, if you do crash it, it is game over. So buckle up, fly safe, and enjoy the sights. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. The Regalia is a Walmart on wheels, and you can buy items from it for some reason, so do that if you have to. You can run forever if you turn on the stamina bar in the settings, and right before the stamina bar runs out, you stop, then run again to refill it, and then boom, you can run fast forever. Ignis's regroup technique is a must-have and a serious lifesaver. Like, literally, just make sure you guys stay as a group and hold hands so you don't get lost. You'll be collecting a lot of random treasures, but be sure to save some treasures like the Oracle Ascension coins, but pound the rest to get that money. If you're one of those obsessive people, links below so you don't throw away anything important. If you don't want to travel in a car every time, there is a fast travel for past discovered areas. Just be ready for a really, really long loading screen. Always switch out your accessories for new and better ones, and for specific situations. They are more helpful than you know. Some dungeons only open up at night, so just hang out till things get dark and have fun walking straight into a meat grinder. Oh, video games are my passion. Camping isn't the only place to get food. You can get num-nums at restaurants around the world for buffs as well, so be sure to try out every place to see what they got. Take the time to check out the yellow marks on the map for some great items and treasures. If your damage numbers are blue, use a different weapon. You're doing jack crap to hurt the enemy. It's like sneezing on them. Be sure to check out all the stores you come across for some neat key items and to buy new soundtracks to listen to in the Regalia. Gas is a factor. Don't run out of it, it's really awkward. Just fuel up when you can, okay? You want to be a real man and fight all the monsters? Links below for the optional bosses, and get ready to go. Oh my god! You can customize the car and your birds if aesthetics are really important to you. If you see a weapon store, always check them out to see if they have new stuff, and always buy 2 of the same things at the store. One for you to use, and the other for your bros, so y'all could be matching twinsies. Take the time to upgrade the engine blade. Find all the parts, do the thing, it real good. You are invincible when you trigger a technique. Use it to your advantage to avoid big attacks. Your overall health can be reduced if you are hit in a critical state. Use an elixir to raise your max health up again, and with that being said, stock up on as many elixirs and as potions as you can. You're gonna be using a lot. That should do it! Watch your MP meter carefully so you don't go into stasis and turn into a sitting duck. When fighting the salad monster, when the game tells you to regroup, don't leave the area. Go towards the red arrow thingy in the back. There, I just saved you from pulling out your hair. Real talk, guys, this part is bullcrap. It was really annoying. It took me a long time to figure this out. When fishing, only reel in when there isn't a tension bar on screen, or else your line is gonna break.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
There is a New Game Plus mode if you feel like playing the game again with all of your junk and super beefed up abilities. Like I said before, Square Enix has promised to update 15 in both story and gameplay, so try to stay up to date on future DLC and other content they decide to throw in for the lulz. And last but not least, Chapter 13 can suck my big, buttery, fat d. So while Final Fantasy XV fell short in more than one area and was stuck in what seemed to be an endless development cycle, the game still ended up being an incredibly charming and fun experience because of its focus on friendship featuring the best boys around. And even though 15 isn't the best Final Fantasy, the game did rejuvenate some of the love people had for the series and prove that Square Enix has still got it and managed to create the foundation for many Final Fantasies to come. And real talk, I'm really excited for Final Fantasy 16 in 2058. It's gonna be great. We may always wonder what Final Fantasy Versus 13 was going to be, but at the end of the day, it's kind of a miracle that the remnants of Versus are still alive in this game. And well, I'm just happy this game even came out, because my eyes have been blessed. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better, so please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep came out in 2010, and everyone was like, the game is met with positive reviews, but also with a lot of raised eyebrows, since people were convinced the teaser for this game was for Kingdom Hearts 3, since it was cool and mysterious and at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 with a lot of dirt so you know it was real. Anyway, lo and behold, it was just Square Enix up to their normal bullcrap again, because Birth by Sleep actually turned out to be a prequel to Kingdom Hearts 1 on the PSP of all things, and people weren't particularly happy about this at first, and it made the quote-unquote Kingdom Hearts official canon even more confusing, since incredibly crucial installments to the series had already been put on the Game Boy, high school smartboards, those refrigerators with touchscreens, you know the ones I'm talking about, McDonald's kids toys, a single swallow with an iPhone strapped to their head, and the Nintendo DS. So putting yet another game on a random system of the day just added more speed to the endless Kingdom Hearts pain train. It's almost like they're doing this on purpose. Of course, even though this game was on the PSP, it didn't stop Birth by Sleep from being one of the best Kingdom Hearts game around, mainly because of its innovative and satisfying gameplay and its gut-punching story, featuring the greatest character to ever touch this garbage plan mess of a series and who I love very much, and it gave me hope in my life again because they're just so selfless and brave and beautiful. Yes, you know the one, guys. Terra, who did nothing wrong. And for the record, guys, I am going to be talking about Birth by Sleep Final Mix from the Kingdom Hearts 2.5 HD collection, now available on PlayStation 3 and eventually PS4, because it is the most recent and relevant version, and because my big-ass man hands can actually play this one without getting carpal tunnel, because holy crap, that thing is tiny. But anyway, if you're new to this game for some reason, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as these three nerds, a group of aspiring Keyblade masters under the care and training of their attractive mentor, Master Ericus. 10 years before the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1, featuring Banana Shoes McGee, you are quickly introduced to Terra, a tall, handsome, young, power-hungry dude who totally doesn't have the hots for darkness and might be a little problematic later, Aqua, a perceptive, brave young woman who I would totally murder someone for, and Ven, a kind-hearted, oblivious narcoleptic who starts the game off in a coma, featuring totally not the bad guy, Master Xehanort. Seriously, no one picks up on this, it's kinda concerning. But after Aqua and Terra are tested to become Keyblade Masters, Ericus tells the two that the worlds around them are under attack by dark creatures called the Unverse, and he sends them off to investigate. But Ven, completely not aware of what's going on at all during every second of every hour of every day, is told by a mysterious masked boy that Terra is in trouble, so Ven sets off on his own journey to follow Terra in hopes to help in some way, shape, or form, but not really. It doesn't really explain what kind of trouble he's in, you know, he just goes for, okay, you know, whatever, you just have to deal with it. But the three Keyblade wielders set off on their journey to stop and find the source of the Unverse, while still keeping hope in their hearts to fend off the darkness and whatever Master Xehanort is planning with his spooky, young, hot, rude, dark apprentice.
That really all you got?
Gosh, what is up this guy's butt? Holy crap, why is he mean? But along the way, you'll meet Oversized Barbie, foreshadowing, Sleepy, Grumpy, and the one we don't talk about, Obese Lizard, staring at the sky for no reason, Not Roxas, totally for realsies, I promise, Awkward Dialogue, Dirt, Spandex, Sass Master
Daxters and the whole fabulous crew. Indecent exposure. Brain damage. No, seriously, I know it's confusing, guys, but it's totally not Roxas. If you play the other games, just deal with it. It's gonna be explained. It's not Roxas, I swear. These buns, if you know what I mean. Captain, just suck my big fat ass. An actual talking trash can. Balls. Squids in space. Starburst in every flavor. My precious baby boy who I love very much. Weird inner monologues and lots and lots and lots of keys in all the right holes. So yes, Birth by Sleep is the prequel to Kingdom Hearts 1, but unlike every Kingdom Hearts game with its totally perfect story that doesn't make me suicidal, you really don't need to know the other games in the series to get into this one. However, I highly recommend knowing the series in advance since Birth by Sleep assumes you do know the other games. Preferably these ones in this order just to help you out, because they really don't explain why you beat people up with a giant key or why Mickey Mouse is suddenly edgy and ready to kill, but most of the emotional moments and references rely on your feels and knowledge from the previous titles, so it's just best you know stuff before jumping in for maximum crying. Birth by Sleep is also a pivotal part of the Kingdom Hearts story and introduces tons of plot elements that affect essentially all of the other games, so it's best you pay attention to what's going on even if all this stuff seems like total gibberish. Now that stuff aside, since you play as 3 characters in this, they each have their own unique perspective on the story while they're out there and about hanging out with Disney characters, fighting darkness, solving problems, making ice cream, and beating up Peter Pan, and, is that fruit? But yeah, in order to understand the whole plot of Birth by Sleep, you gotta beat each character's story so things don't feel like it's missing huge chunks, and to explain why Terra isn't just a sack of bricks with a dumb haircut, and why Ven will literally die if he isn't loved enough. So if things feel like they aren't making total sense at first, it's probably because they are answered somewhere in another character's story. And while you can play each character's story in any order you want, don't do whatever you want and play in this order for the most cohesive experience, okay? Okay? So do that, and have fun pulling out your hair and drowning in your own tears. Oh god, this game hurts. Okay, now like I said, you're gonna be playing as Rocky, Blueberry, and Jesse McCartney. Now, they each have their own story where different things happen and whatnot, but after a fun little tutorial under the stars, you'll be able to pick your character of choice and play their story from start to finish. And if you want to jump into a new character, you gotta start a new game and pick it all over again. But just a reminder once again, play in this order! I don't want to hear any lip about it, guys. I don't care if you want to play as your favorite waifu first, just do it for story's sake, God! Now, even though you play as different peeps and you come across and experience different things, the overall structure of your adventure into despair and sadness is essentially the same for each character. Similar to other Kingdom Hearts games, you'll have a series of worlds to explore that gradually unlock as you complete whatever the heck you need to do there. You got worlds like Snow White, Disney Town, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, and Lilo and Stitch, but just like the first 15 minutes of the movie, you know, only the space stuff, the cool stuff. Now, once you're beamed up into a world, your objective becomes pretty clear, either through the story, with NPCs talking and dialogue boxes, or this little objective bar that shows up 24/7 telling you everything that you need to know always. Okay, hold on, what? But each world offers something different and have unique features, so stay on your tippy toes and be sure to pay attention to the bar of wisdom at all times. But more or less you'll be doing the same things, like killing all the unversed in the area, escorting the slowest person alive, collecting items, triggering traumatic flashbacks, fighting more dudes, going from point A to B to
Somebody tell me how I got so
and then finishing off the world by slam jamming a Disney's character's face into the curb or fighting possessed demon unverse who just need a good beating. You know, just Disney stuff. But after all the mandatory stuff is complete in a world, it's big, boom, blinding flash, and bam, you move on to the next one. And they do make it painfully obvious where you're supposed to go next.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Now in worlds, you do have the freedom to explore and do what you want, but Birth by Sleep's worlds, 1, are just a series of big interconnected rooms, 2, they don't have that many extras or things to interact with, and 3, are bare as crap.
The guests were just starting to enjoy themselves.
Oh, this is awkward. They couldn't put NPCs on the PSP, could they? So since you're not going to be overwhelmed with stuff, it's best to be thorough when you are in the world, since most of the things you can explore can be found your first time through, no problem. And even though you'll be visiting the same worlds in each story, certain characters only have access to certain parts of the world, so things stay fresh and interesting, and you don't feel like you're just revisiting the same crap over and over and over and over again. So if your character won't let you enter a certain place, it's probably because you ain't supposed to go through there, so stop ramming yourself up into a visible wall, guys. Turn around, for God's sake! Now, what worlds you decide to visit when is up to you, but I recommend just going by what the recommended level says when hovering over a world so you don't jump straight into an anime meat grinder.
Having got a lot, I don't need a lot, talking's only a part. Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time.
Seriously,
Seriously though, if you feel like you aren't doing so hot, you can always just revisit past worlds at any time for items, leveling, giving Snow White's hair a good sniff, or just taking a nice stroll in the park to sit back, relax, and reflect on your life choices. Dear Diary. Okay, so the design of Birth by Sleep is pretty basic and devoid of all life, but the real meat of the game is in its combat. Now, Kingdom Hearts being a JRPG and all, your skills are, once again, based off of stats and abilities, and you get stronger, sexier, and sleeker as you defeat enemies. It's an anime game, guys. They gotta make it complicated with the numbers and all. This stuff is the law. But yes, Birth by Sleep is very much combat focused, and to water it down, it's as simple as hit the thing until it dies and then explodes into little goodies, you know, just like in real life. But to break everything down, you have a base attack that's just good old-fashioned Keyblade swing, and you can use this forever, technically. But the fancy stuff revolves around the command deck, which is a series of special moves / magics and items that you can equip to smack the living crap out of enemies, but like with a lot of sparkles and love. Now, you can only have a limited amount of commands equipped on you at a time, and they do have cooldowns, so you can't just spam the same stuff endlessly, as cool as that would be. But there are a ton of commands, and you can equip whatever the hecky you want. You got dashes, magic, flips, whatever the hecky this thing is, spins, really big magic, things that halt time and space, stuns, burst moves, and attacks that just blow stuff up. Now, customizing your command deck is all up to you. Do you want a good variety of magic and melee, or to load up on stuff that just takes out groups of dudes, or nothing but the confetti command? I don't know, it's kind of fun. But it's best to always try out new commands and switch out old stuff with better stuff, since you're constantly getting new moves. Of course, think carefully, because what command you use in combat will affect what command style you enter once this bar is filled up after hitting the dudes. And command styles are the bee's knees. Oh, she's so pretty. Basically, they cover you in glitter and give you a big damage buff while changing your basic attack pattern for a limited time. They cool, they useful, they flashy, they kinda broken, and it's why you need to think about what you put in your command deck. See where I'm going with this, guys? So, say you use a thunder command and you want to give the enemy a little zap zap. Well, once the bar is filled up, you will most likely go into thunder surge mode, where you can just spam lightning hits, and then at the end of the mode, you'll be able to light up the whole area and fry everything within a 5-mile radius. Now, there are lots of style commands, some based off of elements and some based off of melee stuff, but you got ones like this, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. But these things are a lifesaver, so be sure to bring the pain when you are in them. Seriously though, guys, these things will rip through people. It's kinda nuts, like, holy crap, I am actually on fire! Another thing that's kinda beyond useful are the shot locks, which is literally a button you hold down, you spin around until you lock onto a bunch of people, hit the buttons it tells you, and then everything dies. Shot locks are the most powerful thing in the game, and while you need to have a certain amount of focus for them to be effective, use them as much as possible, since you are invincible when using them, and again, guys, everything dies! Now, you can unlock new types of shot locks throughout the game, but more or less they kind of do the same thing, so pick your faves and then stick with it. And personally, just saying, the ones where you zip across the rooms are pretty cool. I recommend those. They're fun. And last but not least, we have the D-links, aka the dimensional links, or the diarrhea links. Okay, look, I'm only talking about these things out of obligation, but the D-links give you the commands of characters and let you do some neato stuff depending on which one you use. But you really don't need them, and real talk, it's just faster to clear out rooms with normal attacks, but give them a try. You never know what you might like. I mean, you get help from Pete. You know, that's kind of cool. You know, you got some other ones. Okay, like, seriously, who uses these? Honestly, I know, like, maybe 2 people. And if you are one of those people, leave a comment, that's great. But I guarantee you you're lying, because I don't use them. I don't know anyone who else who uses them. The load times are god-awful. Who has time for this garbage? Seriously, just use Magnet. Holy God, they suck. Okay, there, I said it. Why are you in this game? Okay, so commands are pretty necessary to vaporize everything, but they affect more than just the combat. Listen, you're gonna get a lot of commands, and I mean a lot. Now, in order to get better commands, you can either find them, buy them, seduce the right person for them, unlock them, or meld them, you know, just like how Grandma used to make them. Oh, I can still smell them. Those are the good old days. Oh God, Grandma's dead! Now, melding commands is what it sounds like. You just take 2 leveled up commands, smash them together, add some magic hoodoo voodoo sparkle crap, and then bam, you got yourself a stronger one. Of course, the catch is when melding, you have to add an item to the fusion, and that will cause a passive ability to be attached to the new command. And in order to gain that ability, you need to level up the command by using it in combat. Are you guys sticking with me? I know this is a lot, but are you writing it down? Because it's going to be on the test. Now, the abilities you gain from melding and leveling up commands is super important, since they are the things that make you stronger and can make the difference between
life and death, so it's important to meld with purpose and real talk. Doing it willy-nilly can only get you so far. There are a ton of recipes and you'll need them, so links below to get the abilities and commands that really matter. Now, you might be wondering, hey Buns, what are your favorite commands? How do you play this game since you're so flawless and majestic and perfect at Kingdom Hearts, obviously? Well, you guys, everyone is going to be taking a liking to different commands, and you can do what you want, but these are the ones that are total must-haves. The following segment is commands you should totally maybe kinda have if you value your life and don't want to suffer through this whole game, because some commands are complete poo-poo garbage. Brought to you by Buns. I like to think I'm good at this game, but someone is gonna say otherwise. So once you have all 8 command slots unlocked, always have at least 2 heal commands, cause dying is a bad thing, a magic that makes you enter the command style you like, magnet to deal with lots of enemies and if you like to party, and any type of mind command since I'm lazy, and to top it all off, the best and most perfect commands, fire and Thunder Surge, because yes. Now, combat commands are the most important thing in the game, yeah, but you also get agility commands that give you new movements like rolls, counter blocks, or zipping around in your giant parachute pants. You can also meld these abilities, and it's important to switch out stuff for better movements since not getting hit to not die is a thing, so get to know and use these since they are way more helpful than you think. Oh yeah, and let's not forget that this is a JRPG, and when you kill stuff you gain experience, which makes you level up over time. So if you're feeling kinda squishy and the licorice body jerk jumpsuit dude is giving you a hard time, you can always just take the time to kill enemies, level up stats, get better commands, meld whatever the heck you need, and then come back and show the big dingus what's good. You are hot, but I hate you, holy crap! So honestly, if you get the combat of Birth by Sleep down, the game is a total cakewalk with a dash of anime bullcrap, but there are tiny things that can make a difference if you care. The first being consumable items. Now you'll have a ton of items that you can buy, unlock, mix, bake, saute, flambe, and all that jazz, but they give you an extra edge in combat. Like commands, they take up a slot in your command deck, and most of the items just give you back health and other stats if you don't feel like using cure like a normal person and enjoy drowning yourself in potions, you freak. But besides being a potion alcoholic, there are also ice creams. Now, ice creams are totally optional, but when exploring and fighting around the world, you might come across these little plum-shaped unverse that drop ingredients every time you hit them. Kinda weird how much stuff is squeezed in that little body, but they're fully loaded, so go ahead and smack the living crap out of them before they disappear. But if you have the right ingredients, you can make special items at the shop in Disney Town with the demonic creepy duck triplets, and the ice creams help raise your odds of activating certain command styles. So if you like diamond dust like me, you'll get really into shoving nothing but fudge pops right up your Again, these are completely optional, but they can be useful depending on what you prefer. But seriously, shovel the ice cream up your butt. Now, you should know that you don't get any accessories in this game. No fancy gear, no pimpin' outfits, no rocket boots or tutus, as cool as that would be. All you get is Aqua's short shorts, Terra's accordion pants, and Ven's 8 billion layered shirt that I could get lost in for days. Literally, the entire game revolves around commands, so you don't have to worry about equipment, except your keyblades. Now, you do get new keyblades as you progress through the game, and they each have different stats and specific little abilities, and some of them are kinda ugly, but none of that really matters. Just switch them out when you get new ones, which is always. Seriously, don't forget to switch them out. This is your general PSA to just go for the new and improved model always. Yes, please do. Always remember, just do the thing. I forget all the time and it always messes me up. Just go for the better one, so just switch them out for God's sake. Now that's what I'm talking about! So, each character story is roughly about 15 hours long if you just blow through the main story and don't ask any questions like a good boy. But if you want to stretch out the playtime of Birth by Sleep and complete a thing called the Trinity Archives, then there are a ton of extras just waiting around the corner. Also, some of them might really kill you, so that's fun. But before we start talking about death and suffering and pain, let's talk about the happy stuff. So you got your normal mini games and collectibles like stickers, which are just hanging around the worlds that you can collect and arrange in Jiminy's journal for points so that you can unlock powerful commands. So that's a thing you can do, and it's pretty fun if you like putting stickers on things and being 4 years old. And then there's stuff around the worlds that you can do, such as Aqua's Vegan Ball, Terra's Drag Race, and DJ Ven's Wet n Wild Experience, which are mini games that you can return to after beating them in the main story, either for the points or just for the lulz if you're feeling it. There are also these unverse symbols hanging out in certain areas that you can engage with to do unique challenges, so those are a thing if you want to strap on your big boy pants and prove yourself to absolutely no one. Of course, the most fun, useful, and vibrant extra in the game is Mario Party Disney Anime Monstrosity Edition featuring Pooh Bear Out for Blood. So the command board is an alternative way to casually level up and gain new commands, board game style, and I won't go into the details of it since the game explains the rules pretty well, but you just break down the basics of it. You just set the money that you need to reach
stage to end the game, and then you get as much money as possible and kill anybody who gets in your way. Now, you unlock more boards as you go through the game, and the thing can get pretty tense, but again, totally optional. You can go through the whole game without touching this thing technically, but if you do end up playing it, you play to win. You play for me. You play for honor, because I am not going to lose to a diabetic, mentally challenged bear! Of course, if you want a real challenge to test out your fancy sparkle skills, the Mirage Arena is where it's at. So the Mirage Arena is a place to fight optional bosses, take out waves of enemies, do more speed racing, and command board extreme! So basically, it's just a hub to do extra hard challenges in to get abilities and medals, which you can spend at the Kupu place so you can get the things that really matter. Look at that. I spent time on this. I spent time getting this piece of crap. So worth it. But the Mirage Arena can be some pretty high level stuff, so it's best to come prepared and be ready to panic. God, please don't hurt me! Now, if you care about the story, which you should, Birth by Sleep has some of the best secret bosses, endings, and sections, but in order to access them with ease, you need to collect all of the Xehanort reports and beat all 3 character story on the Proud difficulty or higher. Technically, you can unlock this stuff through standard mode, but that requires a lot of bullcrap, and I got stuff to do, so just bite the bullet and get goodish. Now, once you have the extras unlocked, if you're going for the long haul and want to take out the real tough extra bosses, don't use Terra. Look, I'm not dissing the perfect buff boy in his stupid pants here, but because of his move style and his crap block, he just isn't ideal for extra hard bosses. Just invest most of your efforts into Ven or Aqua because they have way better mobility than everyone's favorite whale on roller skates. Now, seriously, while they can be kinda tough to unlock, the post-game extras are worth the pain, and the difficulty is nothing you can't grind out, so man up, start leveling, and go out there and get overwhelmed by the emotional ending that is Birth by Sleep, which has a really, really impactful story that'll just get to you, and oh my god. Oh god. Oh, this is not acting. Oh my god, I'm actually crying. What is wrong with me? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's hot in this room. Ah, this ending's good, guys. Just beat the game. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. So reaction commands are still kind of a thing in this game. You know, it's like a poor man's QuickTime event, so just pay attention to the buttons it tells you and then do the thing. It's not that hard. Make sure to save often since there is no autosave, and make sure to have separate saves for each character's playthrough, because if you overwrite those, you're not getting it back. Use your block, guys, because timing is everything, and so is not dying. So yeah, use your block. Real talk, you're gonna be grinding in this game, so it's just best to stock up on random commands and then just meld things to get tons of abilities faster. So just take the time to kill some dudes and have fun. Remember guys, if you die, retry means you do the fight over again, no questions asked, but continue puts you back into the room you entered before jumping into the fight. Don't make my mistake. Don't use cure commands when you're going up against the optional Oriole Licorice Jerkwad. Use potion commands instead and then scream because you're probably gonna die anyway. Take the time to get the ability XP Walker. Look it up, meld it. It's literally just free experience. It's perfect for lazy people. All you gotta do is walk around. Ta-da! I know I kinda crapped on D-Links, but they do restore all of your health when you use them, so if you're desperate, use them as a backup last resort heal. If you are playing on Proud mode, you do need to complete the sticker album in order to unlock the super secret passage. You know, the sad one that they added in this version. The command board is a great way to unlock some early game shot locks and commands, so it's worth looking into. Every now and then there might be a sequence in space where you use your Keyblade hoverboard. Just attack everything that moves, don't forget to dodge, and let loose. As cool as they might seem, I don't recommend melding and equipping the elemental dodges because they don't give you invincibility frames, and that's a real quick way to getting killed real fast. Of course, with that being said though, the normal dodge rolls and cartwheels are broken as hell, so use them as much as possible to not die and to get around town like a complete idiot faster. Y'all thought. So, while Birth by Sleep really wasn't the game people wanted it to be at first, since we've been thirsty for Kingdom Hearts 3 for over 10 years, Birth by Sleep did turn out to be one of the greatest additions to the series, and somehow managed to stay its own contained story, and my, what a story it was. But on top of that, Birth by Sleep did redesign the franchise's combat and set the stage for the future of the series, so even in the darkest of times, the particle effects and the bright, flashy animations will always reign true. And Aqua's perfect face, God bless. And the fact that Birth by Sleep has now been been ported to HD makes this game a total must-play for any Kingdom Hearts fan, even if they are 90 years old by now. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Persona 5 came out in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, like me!" The game was beyond highly anticipated, and a lot of people got hurt during the stampedes when it was released in America, since Persona 5's development has been what the kids called troubled, since it was originally set to release in the winter of 2014. Oh, how naive we once were. It was delay after delay, followed by endless snarky "this game is never gonna come out" memes, but even through all of the pain and suffering, Persona 5 finally came out to overwhelmingly positive praise. Since this was the first Persona game on the next generation of consoles, both PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, there was a lot of expectations prior to its release, but the game managed to keep the deep story quality and intricate nature of past Persona games while improving in many areas and pushing the series forward. Being a part of the Shin Megami Tensei series as well, Persona 5 stayed true to its roots while introducing new ideas, gameplay, and themes. Basically think a 100-hour-long Japanese Red Sly Cooper with hormonal teenagers running around, and then strap a manga onto that, and then ta-da, you got yourself a video game, kiddo. Oh, it's so pretty. But Persona has quickly become Atlus's most popular series due to the previous games in the franchise and its countless spin-offs that don't make a whole lot of sense, because it's like, what the heck, you guys, calm down, we don't need all this. Who asked for this anyway? Oh my god, do you people have no shame? That slowly paved the way for Persona 5's grand entrance, and my, what an entrance it was. But the game was indeed worth the wait, and people finally got a chance to immerse themselves in this fresh, stylish world with the new kids on the block, and also copyright claims by Atlus, because spoilers will actually kill you now, apparently. Oh, lordy. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know shit about this game. So you play as the protagonist, also known as Joker, a quiet, handsome, but secretly a mega sass master high school student who begins his second year of school in a district in Tokyo called Shibuya, a vibrant, bustling city in Japan that has been experiencing a weird phenomenon called mental shutdowns that cause people to go just straight up crazy and homicidal and/or die. But other than that, it's a lovely place. But after being charged with the crime of being a good person, the protagonist is sent off to live with his new guardian and probation officer, a coffee house owner named Sojiro, a precious, beautiful man that needs to be protected at all costs. But once you're in the city, you receive a weird needy app on your phone that allows users to enter a thing called the Metaverse, an alternate dimension that allows people to enter the hearts of those with twisted desires, aka people who have some serious issues and are so cartoonishly evil that the only way I can describe them without my poor mother having a heart attack is with this lovely illustration courtesy of the Bible. These are terrible, bad people, guys, just saying. But eventually, the protagonist and his friends discover through the help of a talking cat thingy who insists it isn't a cat, but is totally very much a cat, that if they steal the treasures in the hearts of the trash people using the awakened powers of their personas, then it will cause them to repent for their sins and crimes. So the friends you meet along the way, NyQuil, Kanji 2.0, Hollaback Girl, Artfot, Angry, the Splatoon Chick, Pink Poodle Puff, and the Trash Man, band together to form the Phantom Thieves, established troublemakers and fighters for justice who steal hearts and make the living carnations of evil pay for their crimes, mainly because they can, but also because there's some weird existential pressure from the powers beyond in your dreams that for some reason also want you to steal hearts, because like the end of the world or some crap like that, and I don't know, just roll with it. And complete your rehabilitation, because those colors look awful on you, oh my god. And it's up to the Phantom Thieves to expose the evildoers of society and help uncover the mysteries of the mental shutdowns, while still hitting those books and not getting thrown in jail because you're supposed to be a good boy who goes to bed on time and eats his vegetables. And come on, guys, you can't be doing all this illegal crap. You have one job, stay in your freaking lane, because Joe's gonna be pissed if he finds out. But along the way, you'll meet juvenile delinquents, yo mama's curry, being treated like the spawn of Satan, Spandex, the YouTube comments section, breaking and entering, really shady stuff, art, lots and lots and lots of knowledge, black magic, people bursting into flames because of emotion, good boy, lovely boy, bad boy, and actual boy not being able to say the word girl power, hacking the system, a long-nosed velvet gremlin who just wants to help, good sportsmanship, bathing with old men, ow, whoa, you just, yikes, extreme data usage and people who won't shut up, being subtle, beans, injecting coffee straight into your eyeballs, trippy power fantasies, getting lost, everybody,
Edgy Muppets, your tax dollars at work, being screamed at to go to bed at gunpoint, loving and supporting correctional officers, sushi, pancakes, red, and some stuff that you'll never see it come back. This song is good. Now, a few things you should know about Persona 5 and just Persona games in general is 1. The games are not directly connected to each other. You do not need to know anything from past games to enjoy Persona 5, since it's a new story, new everything. It has nothing to do with this, or oh god, this. The only thing the games have in common are some themes and general scenarios, as in high school life with some weird supernatural element featuring personas and killing God with the power of friendship. Ta-da! The second thing you need to know is that Persona 5 is incredibly story heavy, as in like deep fried chocolate shake heavy, with a major focus on characters, and also the fact that it's super duper mega ultra long. This game is at least an 80-hour experience full of twists, turns, action, mysteries, tears, joy, and hot people. So get down on that knee and pop out that ring, cause this game requires commitment till the very end. But besides that, Persona 5's plot does not pull any punches and deals with many real issues that affect society and individuals. The game does have dark stuff, granted, but it still maintains this attitude of rebellion, keeping things grounded but still upbeat, which helps create a deep bond with a vibrant and expressive cast of characters. And also it has some weird wacky anime stuff, since this is a Japanese game and it needs a certain amount of what the hecky to make it not a massive downer the entire time, so there's that. But Persona 5 does feel like a slice-of-life anime mixed in with sneaky thief action that just makes you want to buy a leather jacket and shove a boot up someone's butt. It's kind of intoxicating, and hey, what you looking at, What, you want fight? You want go? You want go? Of course, regardless of the overall plot, Persona 5 does let you choose the tiny details, giving you the option to expand the story and characters at your own pace, since there are so many people and things to get to know in this world. And if you want to be a massive ding-dong throughout the whole thing and ruin stuff, the possibilities are endless. Oh my god! But because there are so many options in this contained story, chances are you won't have the same experience twice. But for your first time through, it's best to just take things slow, follow your heart, sip some coffee, trust your friends, and take down the heathens of society. Let's go! So to explain what the hecky Persona 5 even is, the game is a story-focused, turn-based, dungeon-crawling JRPG with a dash of The Sims and a high school graphic novel. Basically, the game is split between two types of gameplay, where it's the average high school life, hanging out with friends, doing jobs, and getting verbally harassed by everyone by day. And then the Phantom Thief, hard infiltration, sneaky, stabby, doing the Lord's work by night. Now, because of the game's story, the whole thing is rather linear, and the plot moves along on a day-to-day basis, but how you spend your time during the day is up to you, since certain actions take up a chunk of time. Rather it be fighting shadows in the depths of some geezer's heart or feeding your plant named Deborah, time management is kind of important. I'm serious, that take your time thing in the corner is not messing around. Now, the game will try to ease you into the groove by holding your hand the first few hours, but eventually it'll be up to you if you succeed as a Phantom Thief. So here's how it's gonna go down. The group will pick the heart of some scumbag to infiltrate, also known as palaces. The game will give you a deadline to complete the palace and change the heart of the target, and if you manage to do so in the given time, then it's smooth sailing from there. The plot moves forward, and you're free to do whatever you youths do these days, and then bada bing, bada boom, the world is a little less awful, and then you move on to the next one. But if you don't manage to complete the palace on time, you're an awful person and God hates you. And also game over, so no pressure. Now, the palaces themselves are these dungeon-like areas with several floors, puzzles, enemies, and a ton of unique qualities, like secret passageways, booby traps, one of these things is not like the other things, special code words, and a lovely art gallery brought to you in live Technicolor. Oh god! Now, none of the palaces are alike in setting, but how you complete them is all the same. All you gotta do is secure the infiltration route by reaching the top floor where the treasure is, fight the boss, and then get the hecky out of there as cool and as undetected as possible. So, because time management is a massive factor, listen very closely. Once you are able to enter a new palace, you better beat that crap ASAP. For reals, dedicate a few days to just go to the palace and make progress. Clearing the palace is your top priority. Don't give me any lip on it, guys. I don't care if you want to slurp down weird fluids all day and get stepped on. You got a heart to kick in the teeth, just do it! Now, don't panic about it too much. The game does give you a reasonable amount of time to beat the palace, but at the same time, you know, if you run out of time, that's really awkward and bad.
Don't do it, okay? Anyway. Now, because the palaces are all different and reflect the heart of the target, it's kind of hard to explain in detail how you get to the top without the forbidden spoilers, but figuring out where to go and what to do is pretty straightforward. And learning how to reach the top is all part of the Phantom Thief fun, featuring terrible repressed feelings and emotional trauma. But if you want to reach the top with ease, you'll need to explore every nook and cranny of the palace, leave no stone unturned, no wall unlicked. You have this nice little map, use it! But also interact with everything from statues, bookcases, paintings, air vents your thunderflies can fit in, because a lot of the times in order to solve puzzles or progress to higher floors, you'll need to find stuff or activate switches, so it's best to just rub up against anything suspicious looking.
Well, hello there, handsome. What's good?
Of course, this is made really easy with the third eye ability, which literally lets you see anything you can interact with at all times. Now, this thing has no limit, and real talk, you might as well just have it taped down the whole time if you don't mind playing in the dark and or using the Braille version of the game.
Man, I sure am digging this fun and interactive gameplay. Ow, God! Ow!
Just trust in the third eye and you should be fine. Other than that, the puzzles are pretty logical. Just pay attention to what the characters are saying, make sure you have all the items you need in that palace, and cross your fingers you don't have brain damage, and you should be all good. Remember, water is wet, a catchy likes pancakes, and 2 + 2 = go to bed! You did it. You passed. You got what it takes, kid. Now go get 'em! But if for any reason you are confused on what you're supposed to be doing, the game will literally tell you in the corner, hey-o, here what you do. It's kinda hard to miss. Now, once you manage to secure the infiltration route, you'll have the option to send a calling card to the target. Of course, warning here, once the calling card is sent, you are expected to fight the boss right after, and once the boss is beat, you can no longer return to that palace. Ever. So, what you should do is 1, make sure you're a nice beefed up boy ready to fight and stab people with your feelings, and 2, get all of the goodies and treasures out of the palace right before it's blown to high heaven. Now, bosses themselves are pretty straightforward. They're just beefed up normal fights with a few gimmicks and some weird outlandish stuff. Nothing you can't handle, and don't forget easy mode exists if you're having trouble there, big boy. But you'll be able to do this thing in some boss fights where you get this prompt to send off party members for a few turns to mess with bosses to give yourself a massive advantage. So, when you get the option to send off a dude, just give that button a little tippy tap and send somebody off you don't need. Could be someone with low health, could be someone you hate, I don't know, you do you, but always send someone to do the thing. You kind of need to do it. I'm not really sure why it gives you an option, but whatever, I'm not going to question it. Just hit that yes button. Alrighty. Glad we have this talk, alright? You go, girl! But once you beat the boss and the palace is cleared, any time remaining from the deadline is now turned into magical, pure, holy, totally not illegal teenage lifetime. But also maybe some illegal stuff on the side.
Oh, gosh dang it, guys!
This is why I recommend beating the palace ASAP, because this is the time you can use to mess around, spend time with friends, run in circles for hours, do side missions, hit some balls, and just wait for the story to progress to the next target. Okay, you get it? Use your time wisely, alright? Moving on to shooting people in the face. So when infiltrating palaces, it's not just figuring out how to get to the top, but also fighting your way there. Since you're a phantom thief and being subtle is kind of a thief thing, minus the whole screaming and catching on fire stuff, the palaces do have security limits, and it's important to walk around carefully and avoid being spotted by enemies and the occasional camera, because the higher the security rate gets, the tougher the enemies. And if you max that thing out, then you get kicked out of the palace for the day, and it's really embarrassing, so try to not get caught. But staying undetected is pretty easy with the third eye ability, since you can see the places you can hide and dash to, and when hidden and making out with a wall, you'll be able to easily ambush enemies and begin combat in a smooth, sexy, actually cutthroat style. Getting the jump on enemies is super important though, and it is best to be patient and take your time for them to come your way instead of blindly running at them, banging pots and pans and yodeling, and then you get ambushed. Speed can be the enemy sometimes.
How could this happen to me? I made my mistake.
But once you do get combat started, this is where things become a lot more thoughtful. The combat is standard turn-based, you know, each action is a turn, you hit a button, you do the thing, you stick your big boots in, you stick your big boots out, you do the hokey pokey, and you take your gun out. But yeah, turn-based combat. You get stronger the more experience you get, you got physical attacks, magic, guns, buffs, debuffs, lots of numbers, and those weird commands no one uses because whacking people in the face is surprisingly effective. But all of your powers are determined by your personas. You know, the name of the game. The
the powerful spiritual manifestations of your inner self. Of course, the main character has the ability to hold and use several personas because video games, but now we'll get to the details of that later. Now, getting good at personas combat is based off of understanding strengths and weaknesses. Every character and enemy has a weakness to some type of attack, and if you find and use that attack, then the enemy is knocked over and exposed. Now, most of the time it is some kind of elemental weakness, so it should go without saying that if it is a new enemy, just start throwing different flavors of magic at it until something happens. I don't know, I find it pretty effective. Now, when you knock down an enemy, you get one more turn to do whatever, whether it be healing, attacking, checking out on's butt, guarding, or in some cases, using a baton pass where you can give your turn to your ally. And then you have like this little high-five bro moment. It's great. But you can technically make one turn turn into like 5 turns if you keep knocking down enemies, which is what I highly recommend. So the cycle continues forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and you won. You did it. Now, if you manage to knock down all the enemies, which is what you should be aiming for, then you'll be able to do a hold-up, and this is your chance to do a few things. 1, an all-out attack, which is a flashy move that does a ton of damage and has a high chance of ending the fight right then and there, followed by aesthetics overload.
My eyes are burning and I don't care. Oh, this is cool.
2, you can ask the enemy for money or an item, you frickin' no-good, lazy-ass, punk-ass motherfucker. Or 3, you can talk to the enemy and try to convince them to join your persona pack. This is kind of important, just FYI. Now, this is kind of easier said than done because convincing shadows into thinking you're a cool dude is a little complicated since each demon has really weird standards. Truth be told, the right answers aren't exactly obvious, so the best advice I can give is just pay attention to what the demon is saying and look in the corner to see what kind of personality they have and try to answer something relating to that and give them the old razzle-dazzle. So if it says timid, then you should be nice, but if it says irritable, show them who's the boss and take no crap. But try not to give into some of the demon's advances. They may want that hot Joker bud, but stay strong and know who you are, and do not give into temptation.
I've been really trying.
Oh, Lord. Woo-hoo. Oh, boy.
Now, I can say if you want money and experience, sometimes it is just easier to do an all-out attack and finish the fight, but it really is up to what you need at what moment. But gaining as many unique personas as you can is pretty important, so think carefully. Very carefully.
I said carefully! Put it down!
Now, eventually you'll get into the flow of battle with the weaknesses and the magic and the funky fresh beats, but let's talk about the thing that separates the men from dorks who dress up in thief costumes and beat up adults with the power of Satan, and that is SP management. The following SP management segment is brought to you by insert title later. Hold on, wait a second. Now, SP is your spirit points, which is stuff you need to use your persona abilities that aren't physical attacks. You know, basically every major helpful attack under the sun. And once you run out of this stuff, you're essentially useless, and the only way to get it back is either with items and some abilities, which we'll get to soon, or leaving the palace to come back another day. So with all that being said, it's best not to spam magic attacks endlessly. I know I said use magic to help find enemy weaknesses faster, but use your JRPG elitist brain for 1 second. Moderation is the word of the day. Just try to use your standard attacks a lot since those don't take up anything, and learn to call it quits and get the hecky out of a palace when you're running low on this stuff. It's like phantom juice. If you run out, it's a bad time, and all you can really do is just challenge the enemies to a dance-off or something. Of course, you're not going to be doing any of this alone. Throughout your journey, you'll gradually gain new peeps to join the Phantom Thieves. Now, while the protagonist gets all the cool bells and whistles and has the ability to have several personas at once, everyone else is basic as hell and only gets 1. Now, each party member is different with specific abilities and magics, but since you can only have 4 people in your party at once, it's best to have elemental variety and one character that can frickin' heal people so you don't get smeared across the wall and ruin the tapestries anime style. Now, don't panic too much about who is in your party since members level up regardless if they are in battle, so you can switch them out whenever. And can I just say that you couldn't do this before, and oh my god, this is such a welcome change. I literally leaped for joy when I found out that everyone levels up the same. Do you know how much I suffered before this? Oh my god, that freaking bear would just stare at me endlessly. What do you want? What do you want from me, Tenny? You have dead eyes, it's creepy! I digress. But feel free to mess around with different people and see what party works best for you, so you can form your own knockoff Power Rangers with nuclear motorcycles.
Now, infiltrating palaces is all fine and good and a part of the story, but what you do outside of them is way more helpful than you know. When you have free time in the real world, there are several things that you can do to expand the story and characters to your liking, and borderline break the game if you manage your time well. There are several characters that you can hang out with in this game to get to know and build a deep, meaningful, and a little questionable relationship with during the day or night. And the more you do so, you will level up a thing called their confidant with a specific arcana card representing their friendship power. These used to be called social links, but they changed it to sound edgy for some reason. Now here we are with me struggling to pronounce the word confidant right. Oh my god, I've tried it like 3 times in this take. Anyway, I digress. Now, leveling up confidants isn't just for bragging rights and crying your eyes out once you get to know these deep, complicated, and really attractive people, because certain characters give you special perks the higher you level them up and create deeper bonds. And you'll know you leveled them up because you get some neato card sung and dance telling you what kind of prize you just won. And also the voice of God telling you that this person is important. I did it! Now, the perks that you get from leveling up confidants are outrageously good, from massive experience bonuses, being able to buy really good, possibly very illegal items, switching out party members mid-fight, getting buffed out the wazoo, the ability to seduce demons on the spot, and even giving you more time during the day to sit naked in old man stew or whatever kids do these days. I honestly don't know what you guys do anymore. I don't get out much. The point is, friendship has never paid off so much, even though a lot of the time people just complain about their petty problems and occasionally get really creepy. Oh my god, what's your damage, kid? Now, I can't cover what everyone's confidants do. There's an awful lot, and leveling these things up are technically optional, and you're not going to be able to max out them all on your first playthrough, that's for sure. But I do highly, highly recommend getting to know these losers, since they have the most useful perks, so you can just take the game and snap it over your juicy thighs, because I am a god now! So, even if you think the person is a total stick in the mud and the most boring person alive, their perks are really worth it in the long run. Remember, guys, manipulate your friends into liking you so you can fight the man, you dirty, dirty crime boy. Of course, getting people to like you isn't as simple as talking to them and sticking your tongue down their ears. Most confidants require you to do and have specific things to even get the leveling started, such as getting a job somehow connected to the character, being at the right place at the right time, having fat stacks, doing side missions, or the most common one that normally is a tad problematic, socially awkward, dumb, heartless, inefficient, and a massive diaper-wearing coward and no one wants to be your friend. But other than that, your hair looks great, so there's that. So yeah, you have personality stats to manage as well, and a lot of the time in order to start or progress confidants and do certain things, your stats need to be at a certain level, and this is where the real time management begins. There are several activities that you can do to raise your stats. You got seeing movies, going out to din-dins, playing them video games, working the night shift, not being stupid in school, shoving books up your butt, and watching DVDs at home in private where no one can see you ever. And the list goes on and on and on. Nothing weird happening, we promise. And if you want to know the best places to level up stats, links below to become the coolest, prettiest, and most aggressive boy in school. Now, most of these activities do take time out of the day, so it is important to balance leveling up stats while leveling up confidants, so you don't accidentally turn into a perfect being with no friends. Now, stats are like a guaranteed thing where they will level up for sure when you do stuff, but confidants are stubborn. Often, they will only level up on certain days of the week or after certain events, or if you make a wish upon a star that someone is willing to talk to you today. Please, oh please, I'm just crossing my fingers, hold my breath, just level up for once this time. No! Luckily, the game does tell you if a confidant will level up before dedicating time to them, but still, sometimes these guys just won't budge. Let me love you, gosh! Normally, if you hang out with people that won't level up, that does raise the chance of them being able to level up for realsies later down the line, but it's hard to tell half the time, and you really shouldn't waste your time on stubborn people, because most of the time they just stare blankly at nothing. Why are you guys like this? Hello? Anybody in there? Hello? Of course, nothing in life is harder than hitting on dem ladies, and yes, you can romance most female characters in this game if you max them out and put on your suave phantom moves. And also, yes, you can date multiple people if you really hate yourself and don't mind cougars, you insecure jerk. Now, there are many lovely ladies to date in this game, but I'm gonna make who you should date a really, really simple and easy process, because we have spent weeks and months going back and forth, spending countless hours in federal funds to get the proper intel and research. And after having 4 members of the Buns Research Division die from thirst and malnutrition, I haven't showered or spoken to my family in years, and I may have left the bathroom sink on, but none of that matters, because the code is cracked, and we have the only thing that is worth giving a crap about in this game, the most flawless, beautiful, charming girl in Persona 5. Yes, the winner of the 2017 Waifu Awards is... But if you want to max out a lot of the people, which you should, links below for the full confidant guide, so you too can convince people you're not some weird, socially inept, soul-sucking criminal with a leather fetish. Now, confidant perks and grinding till you burn a hole in your phantom jeans are not the only thing that will make combat easier. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, what really determines if you win or lose are your personas, aka a skeleton in the mariachi outfit, gnome people, a cheetah in a thong, and okay, you know, I can't say this one because kids might be watching, but we all know what this is. Please take this game seriously, okay? Now, like I said, you get personas by convincing them to join your party during fights, but because you're the chosen one on high, you'll be able to fuse and create better and stronger personas in the Velvet Room, or in this game's case, the Naughty Boys No Prison Zone that's very sad and depressing and dreary and... Oh, I missed the pimpin' ride in Persona 4, not gonna lie. Now, you'll be able to access the Velvet Room in a lot of places all the time, but it is important to fuse personas as much as possible, since the personas you gain in battle are normie as crap and lack the firepower, if you know what I mean. But the Velvet Room has a plethora of ways to make and bake personas, and the game does cover most of the details. You got normal fusion, advanced fusion for nerds, you can strengthen your personas by letting them eat each other for the lulz, or you can turn your personas into some type of item, you monster, and then there's network fusion, which just lets the power of the internet transform your persona into whatever. Oh dear, I deserve this. Now, there are a lot of options, but just know that making personas is recipe-based, but you can fuse willy-nilly if you wanna and make God knows what and live out your weird stuffed animal decapitation fantasies.
This is the Peter Police! You're going to jail!
But don't worry about fusing and losing personas, because you can always buy past personas you've had in your party here, in case you're missing a dude in the recipes. Alrighty, you got it? Cool. Now, it's one thing to fuse a high-level persona that can blow a hole in the earth, that's all fine and good, but remember that the combat is based off of strengths and weaknesses, so try not to make stuff with the highest level, but rather personas with the best abilities and resistances, because that's what really matters in the long run. But because there are so many personas, I can't say which ones are the best, and I know if I do, y'all just barbecue me in the comments, because y'all's personas are so much better, I know. You played all the games and beaten every single one on hard mode and have a copy of SMT Nocturne shoved in your mouth as we speak. But when it comes to what you're looking for abilities-wise, try to fill in the elemental gaps your party doesn't have. Like if you're aware Ryuji can use lightning and fry people alive, then you probably shouldn't worry about fusing a persona with lightning for the time being. You see where I'm going with this? I mean, lightning is called Zio, technically, and actually, why the heck are they even called names like this in the first place? For realsies, God. Like, I know what they mean and everything, and I know it's for, like, Shin Megami Tensei crap, but why? Why? I like the Final Fantasy approach, where it's just called what it is. Like, fire is, you guessed it, fire, not Agi, and I'm just a dumb American and words are hard. I feel bad for you poor first-timers. You gotta relearn all these things, like what the hecky does that even say, or what does this do, It's just weird names, like, yeah, I can't even say that. I don't even know what that says. I'm dyslexic. You know what? I digress. Just read the descriptions. They will tell you what stuff does. But if you want the full Persona Fusing Guide, links below so you too can make the most jacked up Mothman around. But what good is a Persona if you're stuck beating people with your bare boy hands? And like any game, you'll have weapons and accessories which can make a massive difference in combat. Now, you can get newer and better gear a few ways. The most common is to just straight up buy the thing at the airsoft store with your local grumpy hottie gun enthusiast, with the creepy, eerie music playing in the background. It's not suspicious, we promise. But at the store, you'll be able to buy weapons, protection gear, accessories, yeah. Now, the store gets a ton of new stuff all the time, and while you can get by most palaces without the latest and fanciest stuff around, it is really important to invest in new gear when you can, since not dying is a little crucial. But stuff can get expensive, so if you're tight on cash, first of all, sell your crap, you're gonna get a ton of it and you don't really need it. And second, try to invest in your current party's weapons and protectors above other things, since those get the most use. Also, you can really neglect guns for a while, since those are mostly used to just knock down enemies, not so much deal damage, so you don't need to buy a frickin' cannon or anything. You can always find equipment in palaces and treasure chests that you can use right away, or you'll get gear that just needs a good old rub-a-dub-dub in the tub at the laundromat, and you can spend time there to wash out your dirty gear to get some pretty cool stuff if you're lucky. And the last thing that you'll be using in combat are consumable items. Now, these things do a ton of stuff, like protective barriers, some magic attacks, healing, big boots buffs, giving you more SP, Hey, bringing people back to life, and will you look at that? It's a nice little description. Interesting. But you'll be able to get items in palaces, you can purchase a variety of them at certain locations, and you can even make some. It just depends on what you need. But take the time to invest in revival, health, and SP items as much as possible, since you're gonna get the most mileage out of those. Everything else is just items you're gonna hoard and then forget about until the final boss, and then use them all out of desperation all at once. Oh, come on, guys, we all know it's true. I'm calling you out. You really think I wouldn't notice? Now, besides brainwashing people and making out with a hamburger, Persona has a ton of optional extras to make your experience in Shibuya unique. Now, minus palaces and some confidants that level up on their own, everything else in the game is technically optional, but you should really do all the things that you can, even if it means spending time at a bar with a middle-aged chick that wants to lick your toes. But besides that, the biggest optional thing in Persona 5 is a place called Mementos, a randomly generated dungeon with lots of floors, enemies, and dark spooky spirals courtesy of Hot Topic. But early on in the game, the crew will be able to enter Mementos whenever, and the place acts as a side mission zone, where you can fight enemies for experience, complete quests, and gain new items while slamming that gas pedal of the Cat Anus busmobile. Now, you'll be able to find and accept missions from Mementos while hanging out in the real world, and Mr. Creepy McClung here will harass you to go after targets, and the missions always involve finding a target somewhere on a floor, and then you just kick the living garbage out of them, and then you get some story about how they didn't know stabbing people was wrong, and then you get some experience, and then a pat on your butt from your boyfriend, and then you move on. Ta-da, you did it! Now, there are a lot of missions to find and accept since they are kind of everywhere, and sometimes leveling up confidants are connected to these missions, but it's best to just take whatever comes your way, since you can get some decent stuff while exploring Mementos. But you don't need to do missions while you're down there, since Mementos is like 60 floors deep and only allows you to progress lower as you go through the story. It is best to just explore and unlock more floors in your spare time a few times a month, so you stay nice and limber between palaces. But warning here, yeah, Mementos is technically optional, but you should really try to reach the bottom of it before the game ends, so try to fling yourself down those stairs as much as you can. Persona 5 has also embraced modern gaming in the smallest way possible, and there are some baby tiny online features that are just there. And truth be told, I kind of forgot these were here until someone just reminded me of their existence, since they don't really do anything. But you can check to see what other players decide to do that day to give you a good idea of what you should be spending your time on, whether it be going to palaces, working on confidants, or sleeping, which happens a lot actually. Now, because Persona 5's story is denser than my inner thoughts, just to give you a heads up, yes, there are a few endings, and if you're not careful, you could accidentally end the game like 20 hours prematurely and miss out on a ton of stuff, and then you get sad because sad things happen. It's very unfortunate. Now, don't panic. As long as you save when the game tells you to save, you shouldn't have to worry about missing out on stuff. You can always go back and reload it if you mess up. But if you want to avoid cutting your time with the Criminal Crew short, when given a very specific option, and you'll totally know it when you see it, if the game asks you if you're really sure about there, sonny boy, think about your life choices, then you're about to do something dumb, and it's a really bad time, so try not to be a snitch, alright? And also remember, kiddos, you are a phantom thief, and fighting the man and breaking the rules is kinda your thing, so even if someone offers you an easy way out, know you are a strong, independent crime boy who don't take handouts from no one, because if you do, then it's also a bad time. Don't trust anyone for realsies, everyone in this game is out to get you, but trust your friends and all should be fine and dandy and not end everything in disaster, alright? Coolio neato, moving on. But besides Mementos, online stuff, and the fate of humanity, the world is your oyster, whatever the saying is. I don't know, just do what you want to do, okay? I recommend exploring the city and interacting with everything when given the chance, since there is so much to see and do in this never-ending behemoth of a game. Oh god, please release me, this thing is so long! But ultimately, how you spend your time is up to you, and discovering all the options this game gives you is all part of the fun. So I want you to tighten up that turtleneck, shove that cat in your bag, and go experience the real Shibuya and all of its gritty and dangerous glory, because it's being run by nothing but terrible people. Alright, yeah! Fun times, let's go! Woo! Okay, so here are a ton of tips and things you should know before you get started. SP items are a must-have, and the doctor sells SP adhesive accessories. Get these as soon as you can. You need these, guys. Nothing else matters. Just do it, especially for the final area, because holy crap, you're gonna need SP items. Stack up, kiddo. Hostage situations happen sometimes, or rarely, or never. Honestly, I'm not really sure why this is in the game. It's very infrequent, but who knows. Just don't worry about it. Call the Thieves Guild for help and you should be fine. Buy as many books as possible. Some are for leveling stats and some are used to unlock new areas to hang out at, but most confidants take you to those places later down the line anyway, so try to focus on the books that increase stats above all else. The assist button in combat saves time if you already know the enemy's weakness, and it's really useful. Just tap it, guys. All the time, every fight, always. I love you.
Red enemies indicate tough fights, so try not to get ambushed by them, guys. You'll probably die. But try to fight every enemy you come across to ensure proper leveling. And if you feel like you're getting the crap kicked out of you, use better personas, switch out some party members, and get some new gear. That stuff works wonders. You can increase the bond with your confidants at the shrine if they're being stubborn and you're getting really tired of their shit. If you want to take down the Reaper with ease and level up fast, head down to Mementos during flu season and keep leaving and re-entering the fight until the Reaper has despair, and then just guard and wait for him to die. And then ta-da, you get some decent experience. Holy crap! If the area is red on your map, it means you have not explored it yet. Fix that, alright? Everything needs to be explored, top to bottom. Squeaky clean, thank you. Maxing out confidants will allow you to fuse special high-level personas of that arcana, and also you might get some lovin' on Valentine's Day.
Reminder again that this game is indeed very much rated M.
Yes, you can pick and choose how you respond to people. Try not to be a jerk about it, guys. You are trying to get people to like you after all. Try to buy as many gifts and doodads from the stores and second-hand shops when you can, because they can come in handy. Get a job. Just get one. I really don't care what kind of job you get. Some applications are in the subway.
Please go for it. Get a job, treat yourself.
Read all of the messages you get on your phone because some of them are tied to Mementos requests. And also just read the messages because you can get some of that sweet, sweet character and story development. If you're scared, an all-out attack or negotiation won't do the trick. If you have an enemy held up, just ask for an item or money and the fight will end and you'll get some experience anyway. Yusuke and Ryuji are the hardest physical hitters in the game. Try to have at least one of them in your party to bring the pain. Be sure to make lockpicks in your spare time. Having at least 4 or 5 of them on you at all times doesn't hurt. Also, watching this guy get uncomfortable in class is pretty fun. Just Google the school answers, guys. You probably don't know the answers anyway, and you're definitely not as smart as you think you are there, Chungus. You're not going to impress anybody with this, trust me. Plus, you really need those knowledge stats, so just do it. Or use the online stuff the game gives you to get the answers. I don't know, links below, don't be stubborn about it, okay? You can buy some nifty items at the vending machine and the smoothie shop on certain days of the week. Make sure to have a few save increments just in case you mess up, because this is a 100-hour-long game, guys. Janking up a save is like cutting off a limb, so please be careful. Hit that auto-heal button like every time you are outside of battle. Just tap it. Just give it a little hit. Go on. You're gonna have to do it a lot, so make a habit out of it. Because if you don't, I'm gonna shove that controller of yours right up your butt. Always make finding safe rooms in palaces your first priority when exploring, and always save when you are in them. Protect the main character at all costs, because if he dies, it's game over. Everyone else is expendable. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. You got like 6 friends. You really don't need that many, let's be real. Also, with that being said, guard the main character if you have the slightest feeling you about to get nuked by an enemy. You can decorate your room if you wanna. That is a thing in the game, yes. Check out my hot ramen. Yeah, that's all me. That's all bun. That's 100% unfiltered fun. Think very carefully when your party members get new abilities, because since you have limited spaces, once they are replaced or thrown away, they ain't coming back. Exercising in your room just levels up your overall HP, and it's very useful if you want to get buffed out, but if you're good at the gameplay, you won't really need it. But for reals, guys, try to get money, and if you get a red option in negotiations, click on it, alright? You're gonna get bank. Remember, guys, light and dark attacks are an insta-kill in this game, so be very wary when using personas that are weak to those. If you think you're getting close to the end, you're not. Please remember to go outside, guys, do some stretches, drink some water, talk to somebody, anybody. It's a long game. New Game Plus is totally a thing that carries over your money, items, social stats, and a few other things, so you can go through the game again and cozy up to everybody with no worries. The game also has some neat DLC items and personas you can dump your real money into, like me, who has been staring at the Catherine outfit for 7 hours now. You bet your sweet bippy I'm gonna empty my wallet on this as we speak. Oh my god, they're so cool! So while the wait for Persona 5 was extremely long and it felt like God was testing my patience with all these delays, rarely do you get games that feel like they were worth the wait. But sometimes miracles can come true. And the fact that Persona 5 is one of the longest games in the franchise that improved its presentation and gameplay to such a massive extent, it really did become the next evolution of the Persona series, and showed that JRPGs aren't just for smelly anime nerds who do that dumb Naruto run in the hallway, but rather an expansive, story-driven, complex, turn-based life simulator game with tons of attitude and killer tunes. And because Persona 5's world is so intoxicating, it really does make you wonder if Persona 6 will singe off your eyebrows, but for now, people are going to be able to relish in the tiny fun details hidden in every corner of this game, and wait for the inevitable spin-offs it will create. You know they're coming, guys. We all know. But Persona 5 sure is one hell of an experience, and who knows, people might actually end up creating their own Phantom Thief gangs that dress up in masks and pleather and attack old people at night because we don't go outside much anymore and the lines between fantasy and reality have blurred. I haven't seen the sun in 5 weeks, guys. But I hope
help this basics beginner's guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance came out in 2012, and everyone was like,
What is this?
the game received positive praise for sticking to and enhancing the Kingdom Hearts winning formula, but I can't say that fans were exactly happy with the mere existence of this title. Since it had been almost 7 years since the release of Kingdom Hearts II and Birth by Sleep and Recoded were a thing, people were convinced the next game in the series was going to be Kingdom Hearts 3. But no! Nothing is ever that simple for Square Enix, because instead, Kingdom Hearts 3D happened, and this is where God started to test my patience. Amazingly, not Kingdom Hearts 3, Dream Drop Distance continued the really fun trend of putting super important and crucial story installments on the random system of the day, which happened to be the 3DS. But the game being on a new system was just the start of the Kingdom Hearts story pain train going at max speed, heading straight into plot hole hell, because while 3D was praised for its fun gameplay, creative systems, innovative movement, and is deemed one of the better games in the series, it managed to take an already convoluted story and made it even worse by introducing so much crap that it made even the most loyal fans question why. Why?
Dream Drop Distance is the final stepping stone in the story before Kingdom Hearts 3 takes place.
Oh yeah, what about 0.2 Birth by Sleep, my dude?
Yeah, what? Dream Drop Distance dives a little bit more in depth when it comes to focusing on the true antagonist of the entire series, touching more upon the true Seekers of Darkness, who coincidentally we've been fighting against from the very start. Little did we know, 2 remasters, one sort of remaster yet newish sort of thing, one mobile game, and one re-release later, we still don't have Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes, hello people, I got the big Kingdom Hearts boy to help me explain this game. Be impressed, guys, we're dealing with an expert here. But for the record, we are going to be covering Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance HD from the Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts HD 2. Chapter Pro. Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh my god. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue. Now available on PlayStation. Now available on PlayStation 4, because it is the most recent and relevant version that borderline makes the original 3DS version obsolete, since you can play at 60 FPS, and it's really pretty, and you can hold a real controller, and has more relevance to the story, and hey, put it down, cynical! No, it's still got some use!
But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game.
So you play as these 2 lovable, wide-eyed bro friends. You got Sora, the main protagonist of the series, who has gone through puberty a whole twice and has gotten progressively stupider throughout the games, but God love him in his heart of gold with a smile that won't quit. And Riku, a tall, pale as crab, broody, problematic boy who has a weird relationship with the power of darkness and may or may not have crippling insecurity issues, but keeps insisting that this time it's gonna be different. The heroes, everybody! Taking place after Kingdom Hearts 2 and Kingdom Hearts Recoded and all this other crap, the 2 Keyblade wielders are summoned by Master Yang Sid, since Master Xehanort, the series' main villain, is believed to have regenerated his original form, and the forces of darkness are at it again. But before dealing with something actually important and jumping on the obvious threat that's right in front of us, Master Yang Sid insists that Sora and Riku complete their Mark of Mastery exam and prove themselves as true Keyblade masters in the most unnecessarily difficult test he could think of.
Remember when times were simple and clean and a Mark of Mastery exam consisted of 2 anime pals hitting balls of light around a room? For someone like Ericus, this was enough of a test to determine if a Keyblade wielder had finally moved on to the status of Master. However, Yen Sid is kinda like that one English teacher you hated because they give you an unnecessary amount of homework that would cut into your precious after-school gaming time. Yeah, that's basically Yen Sid. For some reason, Yen Sid sees it fit that both Riku and Sora must haul their booties through the sleeping realm and seal the keyholes of New World so that they will awaken from their slumber. I mean, even though we've sealed multiple keyholes in the past, defeated variations of Xehanort, almost taken down every single gat-dang member of the Organization 13, and saved many worlds from eternal doom, apparently for Yen Sid, this just wasn't enough.
But it's all up to the boys to prove their mark of mastery by reawakening the sleeping worlds and to stop whatever the heck Master Xehanort has planned, since apparently killing the guy 3 times doesn't actually do anything.
Because you guessed it right, wrinkly old Xehanort is back for this edition of Kingdom Hearts along with all of his other counterparts that we defeated. What in the name of roast turkey is going on here?
I don't know, it's some retcon crap. But it's whatever, you need a villain for Kingdom Hearts 3, I guess it's fine. It's all good. I'm not bitter or anything. It's not like they can't kill off characters in this series. No, it's why do you like this, Nomura? But along the way, you'll meet confusion, narcolepsy, Dr. Eyebrows telling you that you ain't shit, bright colors, Axel but not Axel, but high key is still very much Axel, evil guy monologues, knockoff Pokemon, Vertigo, Riku looking super mega ultra serious because of feelings. Spinning around at the speed of sound, Sora making friends with anything with a pulse, terrible life decisions, Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Mickey, oh god, wow, particle effects, enemies that look just plain adorable, omnipotent Ellen DeGeneres, new clothes that are just new clothes, we totally pinky promise swear, designed by Tatsuro Nomura, respected character designer of series like Final Fantasy, trademark, don't worry about it, shoes are still really big though, ghost thingy, sorta kinda not really, yeah, war flashbacks, total boss bullcrap, exposition, and Xehanort featuring the musical guest, the tall, dark, and handsome silver-haired kids.
Hi, my name's Katrina.
And my name is Hugh.
I'm Sarah. I'm Emma.
And I'm Joan to you.
Now, obviously, Dream Drop Distance story is kind of the center of controversy considering how much it tacks onto the Kingdom Hearts plot, but if you ignore that, this is not one of those games you can casually slip into because it expects you to know and accept all the other game's plot to understand what the hecky is going on. You need to know who these people are, what this does, what's with all the black coats, not these guys because Square Enix doesn't even care about them anymore, but why these dudes are pissy and why everyone is after Sora's tasty gams, etc, etc, etc.
Now, Dream Drop Distance is self-aware and knows that any newcomer to the game won't have a single clue what's going on, as this is the final step before Kingdom Hearts 3. Obviously, a lot has happened since the first game. Dream Drop Distance introduces a Chronicles section, which allows you to revise on the story and lore of all of the previous Kingdom Hearts titles. To be honest, the Chronicles section does a really good job at explaining everything that transpires within each title. The only problem is, if you're not into reading something that is the same length as a damn Harry Potter book, then this really isn't for you. Trust me, there is a lot of reading to do if you want to get involved in the Chronicles section. My suggestion to you guys would be to just play through the other games if you haven't already, that way you can get a first-hand experience. However, even if you are a Kingdom Hearts nerd, the lore of this game will still make you lose your mind.
Like seriously, break out a notepad or that Microsoft Excel or something, because even the main characters have a hard time keeping up with everything.
Huh? No idea. What? Huh? What are you talking about? What? Who are you? What? Huh? What do you mean? What? Why are you here? What? What are you saying? What? That doesn't make any sense.
It's a lot to take in, guys, but if you just turn off your brain, there is still a fun game in here regardless, and although DDD's plot may be flawed in more ways than one, it still maintains that Kingdom Hearts spirit. Just going from world to world, experiencing all the Disney vibes and stories, getting to know all the new characters, and Tron Legacy for some reason. Wow, that's unsettling. But for reals, it's a story of getting to know one's heart and elaborates further on past characters from the series and relies a lot on references and specific moments for that woo-hoo-hoo-hoo surprise factor and builds up for a big emotional payoff in the end. And this game really does set the stage and raises the stakes for the Grand Slam Smackdown Showdown in Kingdom Hearts 3. So with that being said, this game's story is very necessary to know if you want to be like the cool kids and actually understand where the hecky this freaking series plot is going, which is right off a cliff. Let's go! So to break down what you'll actually be doing in this ragtag Best Friends 5 Ever final exam, like past Kingdom Hearts games, Dream Drop Distance is everyone's favorite oxymoron, linear open world. Yes, it does make sense if you think about it, thank you. But you'll be traveling from Disney world to world, such as the Funk Back of Notre Dame, Fantasia, Pretty Little Liars, and Disney's B-movie lineup, since Square Enix is saving the cool and relevant worlds for Kingdom Hearts 3. Anyway, but in those worlds, you'll be completing objectives, fighting Dream Eaters, clearing areas, and beating the crap out of a boss or two, and smashing Disney characters' faces in, symbolically destroying your childhood. And then you get a bunch of story stuff with cutscenes and the dramatic music with omnipresent characters, and then you move on to the next one and you do it all over again until you win. Ta-da.
Like most Kingdom Hearts games, apart from Kingdom Hearts 1,
Where the hell do I go?
Kill me! The objective within each world becomes pretty clear. By paying attention to cutscenes, character interactions, and the information bar, where you have to go and what you have to do is laid out clearly. Areas are actually a bit larger on scale for Dream Drop Distance compared to other Kingdom Hearts games, so you might find yourself getting lost here and there. Just make sure to pay attention to your minimap and try find areas that are marked with question marks, as they indicate areas that you have not been to yet.
It's all very straightforward stuff, but objectives tend to vary from world to world since things are shaken up with all the fancy settings. You got navigating labyrinths, life cycling for your life, finding hidden thieves, saving the environment, and then fending off a dinosaur in France on the back of a wagon. You know, just doing things. But of course, we did say you'll be playing as both Riku and Sora, and Dream Drop Distance has a very unique system to deal with each character's story and their adventure, and that is the drop system.
Drop it.
You like timers in your games? You like going into a coma in the middle of a fight? You like being forced to switch your characters for no gosh diddly dang reason other than the fact that God hates you? Well then say hello to the frickin' drop system! So yeah, Dream Drop Distance is a very standard Kingdom Hearts experience. If you played the past ones, it's a lot of rinse and repeat when it comes to its structure. But instead of completing each character's story separately, like in Birth by Sleep or Chain of Memories, in Dream Drop Distance you are given a certain amount of time that you can play as either Sora or Riku. But when the clock hits 0, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you're gonna be knocked straight into nap time, and you're gonna play as the other character and continue where you left off. And this is fun. This is very, very fun.
Give me more time!
Never have I feared a clock more in my entire life. Now, don't panic too much if you ain't the most punctual person alive and have a fear of countdowns. There are ways to postpone and avoid dropping altogether, and we'll get to those soon. But you should know that even though you'll be switching between characters often, Sora and Riku both have totally different stories and objectives in each world. They never cross or share the same crap because of plot reasons, because there's like 2 versions of each world and a dream within a dream, and you know, plot. That's just how it is.
In fact, the world layouts can be completely different for Sora compared to Riku, and vice versa. As an example, Praxis Paradise for Sora will have you running through a theme park, whereas Riku's Praxis Paradise is completely different as it takes place entirely within Monstro. This keeps the worlds fresh when visiting them as both characters, as you'll constantly be exploring areas that you otherwise wouldn't be able to access as another character.
Now, you will be visiting the same world, but know that the worlds are broken up into sets, and while Sora and Riku can be in totally different worlds at the same time doing God knows what, you do need to complete each set of worlds on both characters before the next set unlocks. So even though you may hate dealing with spiky head brain dead McGee over here, you do need to complete stuff with him if you want to see more of broody beefy boy, aka technically the main character, but the game will never admit that anyway. Now, best advice I can give is to just learn to balance the 2 anime boys. Since there are easy ways to avoid dropping altogether, it's easiest to just complete a character's world story in one big push, then just switch to the other guy and let him do his thing, so you can simply move on to the next world at the same pace, since you can drop at save points and the world map. So with that being said, really tried to avoid dropping randomly, guys. It kinda sucks. Now, once you beat an area and kill the boss and blow up that world snooze button to high heaven, and everything is all fine and dandy, you'll be able to go back to past worlds whenever, either for the items, activities, grinding, or hitting up that sexy emo turtleneck man over there. I want you to end my world, baby. Now, before we jump into the gameplay within the world, you gotta get into the world first and unlock it using the dive mode, aka a little mini game where you simulate falling to your inevitable death at the speed of fast. Now, you need to complete this when entering a new world for the first time as each character, but the dive mode is pretty straightforward. All you gotta do is complete the objective you are given and reach the end gate alive without having your eyes fried in your fat head with all the blinding colors, and bam, you unlock the world for good. Congrats.
Of course, each dive for each world is different when it comes down to the objective you need to fulfill in order to open the exit gate. Some dives will put you up against the boss, whereas others will have you collect a certain amount of points within a time limit or by the time you reach the end. There is also a point system that rewards you with a rank and sometimes even an item depending on if your score corresponds to the requirements of that rank. Within each dive there is 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. What both characters do within each dive is usually different from one another. For instance, if Sora dives into the grid, he'll verse a boss, opposed to if Riku dives into the grid, he has to achieve a certain score before the time runs out.
So the best advice I can give is to use all the abilities you are given, aim for the big things, don't forget that you can slow down to avoid getting smacked, try not to stand in the middle of beams, and know that when fighting a boss that their weakness opens up after certain attacks, so just be patient and wait to bring on the bro pain, yeah! But look at that, yeah, you did it, you beat the thing, you made it into one of the many vibrant Disney worlds. Now, Dream Drop Distance gameplay takes the standard Kingdom Hearts real-time action abilities-based combat that we've all come to know and love, and throws in vertigo and melting physics right in front of your eyes because it is fast.
Now, if you've played a Kingdom Hearts game in the past, then you'll be familiar with the core mechanics of the combat. Spam X. No, seriously, that's all you have to do. Just spam X.
I got you, fam!
Okay, so it's a tiny bit more advanced than that, but you get the general idea. You have your basic attacks that you can utilize by simply pressing X. This will swing Sora's Keyblade and will begin a combo on an enemy. Guard as well as dodge roll are your defensive abilities, with Guard doing what the name suggests, and same goes for dodge roll. You dodge by rolling. Simple, right? Jumping is also a thing in this game and can be used to evade enemy attacks and perform aerial combos by attacking in mid-air.
And particle effects out of your neon shorts till everything catches on fire with magic and love. It's all very familiar, and of course, the game being a JRPG and all, you get more powerful the more experience you get, which determines your strength and abilities and your thingamaboops and your doodly dads, and yeah, is stats, numbers. Have you tried smacking the thing with a key? Because that tends to work out pretty well, guys. Now, attacking stuff is simple, but Dream Drop Distance ain't got that fancy long title for nothing, specifically the distance part. Because in order to utilize the combat to its fullest and quote-unquote get good, you gotta use the flow motion system, which is literally just throwing yourself at walls and poles, and the power of glitter shoots you at enemies till everything dies. For reals, you can really only get so far with a normal stabby stab combat because flow motion does a ton of damage and can be used basically anywhere as long as you have something to push yourself off or interact with. It's fast, it's powerful, it could possibly give you a seizure and is a little disorienting, but it gets the job done and you should use it as much as possible. Just slap those walls like no tomorrow, guys. You got nothing to lose because fighting in a vast open area is like pulling teeth and feels like you have sandbags strapped to your banana shoes since this game's combat relies on that speed.
Flow motion is also used to launch the two dweebs around the maps to get to certain places. Because flow motion is the brand new shiny mechanic that Nomura clearly came up with during an experimental night, the level design of Dream Drop Distance is based around using flow motion. Throughout worlds, you'll come across rails, poles, and other objects that flow motion can be used on. Flow motion also has a big part to play in combat, as when flow motion is activated, Sora and Riku can utilize a few different flow motion based abilities. Now, truth be told, flow motion is slightly overpowered, and if you were to stumble across a Kingdom Hearts MLG Lord, one would cringe at the thought of continual use of flow motion abilities. But you know what I say towards that? F*** 'em. Use the ability known as Shock Dive, my boys. That's all you have to remember. Just spam it. You'll be known as a true Keyblade master in no time.
Basically, what I'm saying is try to get into the flow of things. Mash that like button, guys, please. I have a family to feed. Now, on top of flow motion and your standard attacks, similar to Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, which you can learn all about in my Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep for beginners, now available for only watch my freaking videos, gosh dang it. Dream Drop Distance brings back combat abilities which you can unlock and equip in your command slots to do a variety of special attacks.
You got moves like Blizzard Edge, Blitz, Strike Raid, Sonic Blade, and other familiar commands. But on top of that, Dream Drop Distance also introduces a host of new commands as well. Magic also falls into the command category just like Birth by Sleep. Oh, and one other thing to note is, just like Birth by Sleep, there are commands that can only be used by a specific character. Riku has access to commands like Dark Break and Dark Aura, and Sora has access to commands like Salvation and Ars Arcanum.
Now, there is no special leveling or stuff like in Birth by Sleep. You just equip it and bam, you can do the thing. That's it. No special leveling or mixing or nothing. You can pick and choose what you want though, and what best fits your playstyle, since combat commands are kind of what make or break you, and you should really always be adjusting and switching out stuff for better commands. But the one thing that I totally recommend for every big, small, or kinda brain dead player, use Balloonra. It is a great magic that is kinda broken and everyone should totally invest in it.
Wait, hold up. Did you just say Balloonra?
Yeah, it's pretty good magic. I recommend it.
Balloonra? Oh, so what, now you gotta tell them to play it on easy mode? Play with the helmet on? have their mom spoon feed them rice pudding? Bloonra is like a baby's first ability. It's busted as crap. I thought we were teaching people how to play the game, not shove their thumb up their butt.
Well, I mean, the video was called For Beginners, Jared. Need I remind you that you agreed to this?
And they're gonna stay beginners with the crap baby tips like these, you goose-legged whale fart. Some people actually take this game seriously and don't cheese the combat. Do you even know how to play this game without Bloonra?
Well, excuse me, you ding-dong. Why didn't you go make a video about how I'm about to beat your face in with this 2.8 case?
Oh, you wanna go now, dude? You wanna square up?
Bring it on, you New Zealand shrimp nugget! Ah!
And let's not forget how you actually win anything in this freaking game. Reality shifts, which is a necessary mechanic that you can use in the worlds and in fights. Basically, when you're out and about doing your thing, you'll get this flashing prompt doodly bop thing that lets you enter the reality shift, and you have to complete a baby minigame to do stuff, and a lot of the times, it is used to progress levels and even finish most fights. So it's kind of important, just FYI.
Now, depending on what world you're in, the reality shift minigame will be different. For example, Traverse Town's reality shift is known as Slingshot, which allows you to fling enemies to the ground, creating an AoE attack. Whereas Country of Musketeers reality shift is known as Wonder Comic, where you have to push the analog sticks in the designated direction. Personally, I didn't find myself using them too much because, you know, Shock Dive is OP! But there are certain boss fights throughout Dream Drop Distance which forces you to use them. Reality shifts also don't use a certain resource, so you can activate them at will whenever the reality shift prompt hovers over an enemy.
So if you notice a thing ain't doing something or isn't dying, it's probably because you need to do a reality shift to beat it instead of panically running around with a big dude that wants to munch off your face.
Oh my god!
Now, you're not going to be fighting alone and have to deal with the traumatizing guilt and inner thoughts, because throughout your journey, you're going to be accompanied by spirit dream eaters, aka Sherbert Muppet plushie toy pets with dead eyes full of rage. But yes, these guys are going to act as your support and backup attackers throughout the whole journey, ranging from giving you heals, buffs, blocking the camera with their huge rainbow ass, helping with normal fights, item drops, special abilities, and massive attacks that make you a god that slam everything within a 10-mile radius. Now, for the most part, you don't control spirits directly. They kind of do their own things, and don't worry about them. They just kind of like derp around and flail all over the place and somehow manage to help you in combat in very, very odd ways. But yeah, they can be used for special attacks, but you can't spam them endlessly since they build up over time, so it's best that you use your special attacks at opportune moments, like in boss fights or as a last resort, because the Mega Slam Jam moves economy is rough right now, guys. Please use with caution. Of course, big FYI, y'all, you can't control these guys directly, but they may become glorified punching bags for the enemy, and if your spirit is knocked out and put into a critical state, do not ignore them and let them die.
Dream Eaters that die in combat die for good, so for the love of Sora's zippers, save them at all costs. However, when a Dream Eater dies, it drops a specific material depending on what Dream Eater actually died. But like, do you really want to be a crazy Fruit Loop maniac that kills innocent and, you know, slightly cute dream creatures for the sake of materials? Well, I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Now, unlike past games where Donald and Goofy were borderline kinda useless, your spirits do more than just help you in combat now.
Dream Eaters level up by simply gaining XP from enemies, as well as petting your spirits in the spirit menu. What you really want to focus on is buffing these dream babies up with LP, which stands for Link Points. This is a sort of currency used to unlock special abilities, commands, and items on the Link board. Each Dream Eater has its own set of Link Points that it will gain over time when using it in combat or by training it within the Dream Eater minigames. There is a different Link board to each Dream Eater that will have its own layout of cool themabobs to unlock. Each node on the board will require a certain amount of Link Points to unlock it. However, though, some nodes might require the Dream Eater to be a certain level before you can purchase it, or require you to link with that Dream Eater a certain amount of times. Now, you might think by purchasing a node and unlocking an ability, it means that you get to keep that ability forever, right? Well, not entirely. Things like commands, support abilities, and items you'll keep forever. However, abilities that boost stats like HP boost, cure boost, attack boost, magic haste, and so on and so forth, you will not keep forever. Rather, you'll actually have to have that specific Dream Eater with that ability unlocked in your party to have that ability active on either Sora or Riku.
But of course, different spirits hold different abilities, and while some spirits unlock as you go through the story, most of the time you'll be making them using recipes and items you pick up around the world in a really messed up animal easy bake oven kind of way. There are some technicalities around this obviously, but it is really important to get all the spirits you can to get access to the best abilities, such as Second Chance, Kiragra, One
once more, and literally stuff that kills things and keeps you alive. And if you want to know where to get all the things that you need to make all the Hellspawn Beanie Babies, links below for the whole recipe guide, because I'm trying to keep this video at a decent length this time, and oh my god, there's a lot of stuff. Now, leveling up spirits and getting abilities is one thing, but you can do little mini games to make your spirits more powerful and, more importantly, happy, because they're just so cutely woolly. Oh god, never mind! Now, of course, this being a JRPG, the game is going to throw a lot of doodads and stuff your way with weird names that don't make a whole lot of sense. As mentioned before, you're gonna get a lot of recipe items while dinking around, so be mindful as to what enemies drop what. But other than that, there are a few items that will make your journey a lot easier and less deathy, if you know what I mean. So, first things first, when one of your boys heads off to Sleepy Time Junction and you switch characters, depending on how much stuff you did as that character, you'll get drop points to spend on little perks for the next character.
These perkerinos will most certainly help you out. When you drop, the relay bonus menu will pop up, and here you can spend your drop points you collected as the previous character on some sweet buffs and sometimes even items and commands. These perk buffs include attack gain, magic gain, and defense gain for the most part, but you'll notice more perks and other cool shit pop up as you progress through the game. You can also select what level of the perk you want to buy, and the level scales up to 3. The higher level you purchase, the better effect you'll get out of the perk. Keep in mind, these perks only last until you drop and are not permanent.
Basically, you do a lot as Riku, then you can share the love to Sora, and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until both of you die in a hole! Gosh, what is up with me today? Alrighty, so back to basics. Consumable items are a thing, and you got the normal ones: potions, mega potions, stuff for status effects, whatever the hecky this is, elixirs, etc, etc, etc. They keep you nice and juicy and not dead, so keep that in mind if you're desperate. But you'll most likely be using the cure commands the second you get them, but it's whatever, that you have these things too, just in case. But you can always buy anything that you need from the Moogle Mafia people hanging around in the various parts of the world. Whether it be consumable items, command abilities, stuff, things, recipe goodies, essentially anything you've already unlocked or found, because if you want it, they got it, because these guys are freaking loaded. It's actually a little concerning. But you'll remember when I said that dropping randomly kinda sucks and makes me eyeball that shotgun in the corner of the room for sweet release. But yeah, having control of the drop gauge is sort of ideal, and this is made very easy with the godsend of an item, Drop Me Nots. God bless. Obviously true to their names, these things add more time to the drop meter and borderline break the system, so you should always have these on you at all times. I cannot stress this enough, guys. You can exploit the hell out of these. In fact, please exploit the hell out of these. I encourage it. It's for your own sake. Bun seal of approval, please God. I have dropped literally one hit away from killing a boss. Learn from my mistakes. Just equip the darn thing. Holy crap almighty, don't fight me!
A friendly Buns reminder to always have Drop Me Nots equipped to your commands. Thank you.
Now, there are no accessories or armor or nothing. You kind of have to go with what you got, but throughout the game, you'll be gaining new keyblades, which can affect your overall stats and have little special perks, and yeah. Basically, you're gonna get new ones all the time. Some have more magic, some have more strength, some are horribly disfigured, and some do more critical attack. Just read the descriptions and use your think box, alright? But it's best to just go with the keyblades that have the best stats, aka the newest ones you get. So with that being said, here's your PSA to switch out your freaking keyblades when you get new ones. No one wants to see you walking around with that gross, outdated piece of garbo you got going on there.
What even is that?
Now, the main story of this game is pretty straightforward and will show you what you need to do. Complete the worlds, fight the dudes, and get an A on that exam like the big boy that you are. But don't worry about the game requiring you to do a bunch of weird stuff at the last second in order to win, unless you like spinning around the poles for 3 hours at a time. But to each his own, I guess. But of course, Dream Drop Distance is full of extras if you want to see all the dream and the drop and the hotties. The first and most obvious extra are link portals. When walking around, you might notice these little bubble-like thingies just chilling and minding their own business and trying not to look cool. But link portals act as either little mini challenges, special fights, the ability to redo harder versions of a boss, or hijacking someone else's spirits for a limited time, because gosh dang it, sometimes you just need to get away from it all and meet new people, you feel. Now, like I said, these things are totally optional, but assuming you're in the mood, completing link portals gives you a variety of prizes and items, assuming you complete the challenges and/or bonuses, like blocking a certain amount of attacks in the given time, or taking out everything using your killer thunder thigh wall kicks, or hey, fight this thing, you ding dong, etc, etc, etc. So I do recommend doing link portals when given the chance and when you're ready, since the perks on them can be pretty good, and also for that 100% completion trophy for all you crazy people out there. Now, one of the other side goodies hanging around is a tournament-like thing in Traverse Town called Flick Rush, and it's where you can fight...
Oh god, they brought the cards back. Okay, you know what? Cynical, take over. I'm out of my element here. Math is hard. Come give me what's like Sora's hair or something, alright? You got this, boy. I believe in you. Toodles!
Okay, so Flick Rush, more like Pokemon Chain of Memories. Here you can enter 3 of your Dream Eaters into a tournament to face off against 3 other Dream Eaters. The idea here is to draw a higher value card than your opponent. Doing so will activate an attack towards them and break their attack as well. Just like Chain of Memories, you can also stack a total of 3 cards to make a high value, so it's hard for your opponent to counter. Just like attacking, to pull off a successful guard, you need to make sure your value is higher than your opponent's. If your opponent attacks you while defending with a higher value, you will then be able to use your Dream Eater's special ability. The focus here is to defend as much as possible so that you can utilize the special abilities of your Dream Eaters. And to keep in mind, you can only have 1 Dream Eater on the field at one time, but you can switch between your 3 whenever you want to by pressing L1. Before you enter the tournaments, it would be wise to take a look at what sort of team setup you want. Quite a lot of strategy can be put into the team setup, as it's also a good idea to think about weaknesses as well. Upon winning tournaments, you'll be rewarded with Flick Rush tokens that can be used at the shop just outside. With these tokens, you can purchase strong commands and Dream Eater toys. There isn't anything available in the shop that you otherwise couldn't get anywhere else, but if you're hunting for a specific command, then this can be the fastest way to get it.
Okay, Buns back on! Now, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance actually has a real New Game Plus mode this time after you complete the game, which carries over your spirit stats, and recipes. And that's kind of it, but it is designed to help you get all the doodads and trophies and to make high challenge runs easier. But don't think there is much hidden in the New Game Plus. It's just kind of doing its own thing over here. Don't worry about it. But speaking of challenge, and amazingly we are talking about this near the end of the video, but whatever. Like other Kingdom Hearts games, Dream Drop Distance once again has difficulty modes that can test your 6 skills and can change up some of the gameplay limits. And surprise, surprise guys, playing the game on hard mode makes it hard, and if you beat that hard mode, then you can unlock even harder mode. But I'm not really sure what to tell you at this point, just pick at your own risk, alright? It's a weird time regardless. But let's be real, if you're new to this game, just play on normal. It's not too hard, not too easy, you'll be just fine already. Until you get to the end of the game and suddenly there's a massive hole in your wall from throwing your controller across the room. Oh my god, I f***ing hate you!
Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started.
The Windmill, Sonic Blade, and Spark Dive commands are pretty neat, and some other ones as well. Just look into them, guys. Try some stuff out. You never know what you may like. Just FYI, guys, the Dream Drop Distance story is technically 1 playthrough long, so don't panic about overwriting your saves if you're playing as Riku or something. Sora ain't going anywhere. It's all one big mess of a save file. But with that being said, make sure to save a lot.
But like, don't save over your saves, guys.
Yeah, don't end up like this loser!
There was like 38 hours on that save file and I just saved over it. I just saved over it. Oh my god! Oh yeah, staggering sucks big time in this one, just FYI. Not too sure what to tell you to try and avoid it. Try not get hit. Good luck, Godspeed, don't die. Oh look, you died.
Reminder that you can change your spirit's name to anything. Have fun, boys.
Make a huge effort to get second chance once more. They are actual lifesavers. Just a reminder.
The floor is lava, guys! But seriously, if you just flow motion up against the wall and then jump, you'll frickin' ascend. So keep that in mind when you're on the lookout for chests and other things. Break time is a really neat ability that has a variety of health benefits, such as filling up your health link or drop gauge. And dabbing. I already made a dabbing joke, and I'm not gonna do it again because y'all get 1 dab joke per video. That's just kind of the rule, but I just wanted y'all to know that this thing freaking exists. Yeah, it's a decent ability, alright? Y'all thought I was gonna take the easy way out on this one, huh? But you thought I was gonna, like, do all with Sora dabbing? No. I photoshopped Quasimodo dabbing because none of y'all saw that freaking coming, alright? Uh-huh. Suck on them apples, nerd.
If it has a target on it, you can hit it and something will happen. Have fun, swing good, break you do you.
You want to be lazy and get some shady XP for your spirits? Just start up a minigame and then get the hecky out of there and bam, you got something for nothing. You getting your pretty boy butt kicked a lot? Then just go frickin' grind. Go to it. Get on it. The whole world is your oyster or clam or whatever. I don't know, fish metaphors. Just be properly leveled, alright?
FYI, you can drop whenever. In menus, in combat, in the world map. You have all the power.
Be mindful of restarting battles if you die, because for some frickin' reason, you'll start with all your commands on cooldown, and all you can really do is just run around the room for about 15 seconds pooping yourself. Also, have at least 2 healing commands on you at all times because cooldowns are indeed very much a thing.
You want the ultimate flashy, bling bling, you did good Keyblade? Just go defeat Julius in Traverse Town after you complete the story. Lord knows why the game gives you the coolest Keyblade after you beat the game, but whatever, enjoy it.
Try to drop before boss fight so that when you come back, you'll have all the time in the world to beat the dude. Or just use a drop me not if you're desperate, I don't know, either one works. If you feel like you're missing stuff, you always have the journal in the menu that's telling you if you're missing chests, minigames, spirits, your will to live, basically anything you need. The boss fights near the end are total bullshit to be blunt, so with that being said, don't hit the thingy in the final boss. You'll know it when you see it, but it is a reality shift thing. Just please do not hit it the first time. Only hit it when the floor is purple, or else you're gonna have a bad time. If you want the special happy good boy ending with all the closure in the world, get the gold letters that spell out secret message unlocked, and that's it. Now enjoy the secret
But what about the questions at the end?
What about the questions at the ending? It's just lies anyway. It's been freaking 5 years since we've seen that. Does it even matter anymore? Does Square even care? Do I even matter? Does any of this even matter?
Dream Drop Distance is a good game, guys. I highly recommend it. So, while Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance may have been a polarizing installment in the Kingdom Hearts series and definitely needlessly complicated an already complicated plot, the game did stay true to its roots and added more unique mechanics, so the series once again created a fun and fancy-free gameplay with all the Disney vibes shoved right up your holes. And although Dream Drop Distance kinda killed the series for some people, it made sure that when this saga does end, it's gonna end with a bang for us longtime dedicated fans that just want some freaking closure already. Because what other series drags out its installments to build up for a epic climactic ending game for 10 fucking years? It's been over 10 years since Kingdom Hearts 2 came out, guys, just a reminder. But to Dream Drop Distance credit, it's got some great moments, lots of fun, emotional development, and is very much worth your time if you call yourself a true Kingdom Hearts fan, which is essentially turned into a martyr badge at this point. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Nier Automata came out in 2017, and everyone was like... The game received critical reviews and even sold way over expectations, but its positive reception was more than just an "Ayo, we made a good game with the sexy robot people, snaps for us," but rather was more of a redemption story for the game's director, Yoko Taro, the man with a plan who pisses off half of his fans. But seriously, Yoko Taro is that one director Square Enix keeps locked up in a broom closet half the time, and is the odd mastermind who wears his OC on his head cause he's shy that is behind the cult classics Drakengard 1, Not You, 3, and the original Nier, which are games that can only be described as weird, sad, really sexual, repetitive, frustrating, and with questionable design choices, but with really great music, so it's all good. But despite Yoko Taro's talents as a story writer and dedicated followers, his games never had the best luck when it came to reviews, since his past titles suffered from low budgets, limited resources, and not so great development teams. Stuff was a little polarizing to say the least. But despite the original Nier coming out in 2010 while underperforming in the US, and with Drakengard 3 in 2014 being a critical flop, the fact that Nier Automata was even greenlit to come out into the West was kind of a miracle. But Automata would not meet the same fate as its predecessors because Kavya and Axis game got the boot and the Godsend Platinum Games was brought into the ring. Yeah! So Yoko Taro was in charge of a team famous for its fun gameplay, energetic battles, outrageous moments, and having a decent frame rate. Oh my god, it's like watching a slideshow! What is happening? Where am I? So with all the pieces in place, Yoko Taro created his most praised game yet. Being an indirect sequel to the original Nier, Automata managed to create an intriguing, complicated world with strong philosophical meanings, combined with tight fluid combat, massive boss fights, unique storytelling, iconic characters, emotional impact, and really cute moments. Would you look at that? But Automata showed off the best of both worlds and helped Yoko Taro reach his true potential to create an instant classic that made everyone poop their pants for about 0.7 seconds because of reasons. And for the record, guys, I am going to be covering the PlayStation 4 version of the game, mainly because the game was originally developed for the PlayStation 4, and the Steam version is what the totally serious PC Master 8 calls, quote-unquote, problematic. Their words, not mine. But anyway, if you're new to this game, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game.
Nier Automata takes place during the 14th Machine War in the year 11,945. You play as 2B, the main character in Yorha and...
Hey, what the hell's going on? Oh my god, what? Hey, you're that Nier Lord chick, yeah! What's your name? Pepsi Vicodin, yeah!
Pepsi Vike? It's Valkyrie Aurora.
Okay, whatever the heck your name is. Just get out, alright? This is my time to shine. I know what's going on. I know video games.
I'm sorry. I think I know a little bit more than you do about Nier.
You'll just gravitate towards this stuff, don't you? Okay, fine. You want to help out, then go for it. But you gotta drop the voice.
What do you mean, the voice? This is just how I talk.
Listen, I can't compete with the soft, smooth lingo you got going on here. You want to work in comedy, kid? Then you gotta step it up. Put some pep in your steps. Start yelling. Punch something! Yeah! Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about!
A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
JK, it's the Earth in the future. You play as the tall, pale, and pissed-off Yorha units, a group of advanced combat androids whose sole purpose is to fight the endless machine lifeforms that have taken over the Earth because aliens, yes aliens, invaded a long while ago and wanted to show off their brand new spanking terrifying tanker toys and wiped out a good chunk of humanity in the process. But as a last defense, the Yorha units and other androids were made to fight the good old fight in a grand old-fashioned bolts versus buckets punch-out, because the last of humanity ended up taking refuge on the moon and have been chilling on their big rock town giving orders to do all the dirty work and nothing else. And this war has technically gone on and off like 14 times and hasn't really changed all that much since the start. You know, you'd think they would get better with this over time. Makes you wonder what they're doing up there. I digress. But it's all to the Yorha units 9S, 2B, and A2 sassy sauce to help fight off a new advanced machine threat and to hopefully save humanity by ending the war and solving the mysteries hidden deep within the desolate world without passing out from emotional trauma and in the process maybe discovering some stuff about themselves along the way. Sounds simple, don't it? Yeah? Wrong! Because you're actually gonna be attacked.
But along the way, you'll meet
gravity,
amputation,
the internet, your geometry homework out for vengeance,
become as frogs,
the exotic animal population,
robot racism,
symbolism,
a friendly gathering of like-minded people,
hardcore parkour, the color brown,
good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy,
not giving two flying
confusing voices,
become as logs, the happy hippy-dippy land of tomorrow,
topping over monarchies,
dirt, and you guessed it, more dirt,
a reference you won't get,
looking both ways before crossing the street, John Butt, the sin bin,
old reliables, the adult diaper,
become as gods, recycling, leather, fashion, and oh my god, oh god, is that what oh god, they're doing the same!
Although some people may tell you that you absolutely have to play Yoko Taro's previous games in order to enjoy Automata, this is not true. The Nier and Drakengard series has a lot of lore for you to enjoy, and it does all eventually lead up to Automata, but you don't have to play any of the other games in order to enjoy Automata. There are subtle hints here and there to previous characters and events that you'll only understand if you have played Taro's other games, but it's not a requirement in any way.
But it does make stuff way more impactful if you do.
But if you want to learn more about Nier and Drakengard, you can go to www.watchmycontent.com. Thank you.
Very subtle, Sophie. Good job. But simple setup aside, Nier Automata's story is a lot more complicated under the hood and is a baby bit confusing if you're not paying attention on both a plot and philosophical level because Yoko Taro wants to make you suffer. There's a lot of stuff brought to the table early on, and you may ask yourself, why? Like, why do the Yorhas have emotion if they aren't allowed to use them? Or what's the deal with the black boxes? Or why does everyone run around with blindfolds on their face? You're gonna hurt yourself, sweetie! So you might be left in the dark for a little while, but know that all the answers are there if you look close enough, cause Nier's story gradually and naturally unfolds into a weird existential experience full of twists, turns, revelations, and crying. Lots of crying. It's a story with a palpable, somber vibe, mixed in with goofy quirks, hot dudes, cannibalism, aggressive redheads, and helping robots with their relationship problems.
Although the game is cute in its own strangely endearing way, Automata's charm lies in the way that its story unfolds. Yoko Taro is known for his unconventional style of storytelling, which is definitely present in Automata as well as his previous works.
Now listen, this plot is all about the surprise and little gotcha moments that will beat you over the head into submission until you taste the color gray, so I won't go into details. But just so you don't only play 1/3 of the game and call it crap because it's only like 10 hours long, you thick-skulled Neanderthal, know this. Nier Automata requires multiple playthroughs or routes as different characters in order to get the full story and to see all the things, from punching a tanker robot to death with its own arm to learning how Microsoft Paint was created. Know that there is always more. So when you reach a quote-unquote ending, please do not eject the disc and toss it into the sun and hope it hits some random stranger across the world. Ow! Just play the game again and something different will happen, I promise.
Now, the game's first and second playthroughs, aka Route A and Route B, are very similar at first glance. It follows the same narrative, but lets you experience different playstyles as well as allowing you to see certain scenes from a different perspective through the eyes of someone else.
Like Route B is all about happy-go-lucky beep-boop short man's POV, while Route A follows an emotionally distant mop in a wig. You get the idea, okay? But please, do not panic too much about stuff becoming repetitive in Route B. There are some neat things that you'll totally want to see, even though you're technically playing through Route A again. But it's all good, because you get to relive through all the trauma with a lot more context. But when it comes to the third playthrough, or Route C, that is a continuation of Routes A and B, the beginning of the second story arc, if you will, as in stuff you haven't seen before at all, aka the other half of the game. And that's where stuff gets real. Not to spoil anything, guys, but it is kind of important to know to get the full story effect and your money's worth. But if you decide to really explore the depth of Nier Automata's story, hopefully by the end of the whole ordeal, you won't be scratching your head and wondering what it means to be alive, because this is a story that is intriguing, keeps you guessing, and makes you ask the big questions, while blasting those big feels tunes in your ears and making you wish that everyone could just live happily ever after and stop freaking attacking each other and stop fighting! You're tearing his family apart!
Oh my god, are you okay?
Oh, this music is really good! So yeah, Nier Automata's got some tricks up its sleeve when it comes to telling its story with the Best Friends 5 Ever crew, but when you're actually in a playthrough, that's where things become a lot more straightforward. So to break it down for you, Nier Automata is an open-world hack-and-slash action JRPG with a focus on side missions and being yourself while having fun. But seriously, like most open-world games, you'll start off each playthrough with some loud, bombastic, dramatic, cinematic action sequence to get into the groove, with a ton of explosions, exposition, and screaming. Then soon after that, you'll get access to the open, desolate world full of grass, sand, jacked-up wind-up toys, empty buildings, and other things. Yeah, and that's where things get going.
The game is mission-based, which means that in order to progress the story and discover more of the world, you'll have to complete your main scenario quests. The game is very clear about what your current objective is, and it's also very clear in telling you what missions will progress the story further, either through cutscenes, data transmissions, or character dialogue.
You have my thanks.
But you'll definitely know when you're on the main story track and when you're on the side quest track.
But honestly, most of the time you'll be using the map to get to where you need to go, since you got these nice big markers saying, "Hey yo, this is important." The map tells all, children. Seriously, it's pretty self-explanatory. But the main mission is what you want to focus on for a little while, and normally here's how it's gonna go down. You'll head to the destination on your map, talk to an NPC who clearly has something better to do. They'll tell you the situation, you get the deets, and then you head to where you need to go. Rather be collect the doodads, ruin some robot's birthday, passing down information, invading steampunk Dismal Land, kick some butt, take some names, and do some good old robot mass destruction. Followed by some changes in the world and getting some more story bits, which unlocks even more of the story, and down the rabbit hole we go. And then you do it all over again until you win and learn the truth about your meaningless existence because you're actually just a glorified hairdryer. Alright, yeah! Woo! But these story missions tend to have a lot of variety, and the game likes to shake things up. From casually sand surfing in the desert to fighting a naked pretty boy in a big hole, things will constantly keep you on your toes. Of course, a lot of the things are just normal open world stuff, since most of it can be described as go from point A to B to and destroy all the things. But fair warning, the game does like to mess with your expectations and tends to do some wild crap that you'll never see it coming. What the? Oh my god, the wrong game! The wrong, turn it off!
If you do manage to lose track of what you're supposed to be doing to keep the main story rolling, you can always just hit the start button for some sweet hints. Or you could just visit an access point and check your emails.
Now, a lot of the main story missions last a long time and tend to lead directly into other main missions and can drastically affect the open world by creating and unlocking totally new areas. And I don't remember that being there. The point is, know that there is more than meets the eye, and before you start exploring the big, brown, depressing town, make sure to make some progress in the main story, since later down the line, you'll be able to quick travel to certain points on the map, assuming you clear and activate the big vending machines around the world, which makes exploring way easier. And also, it cooks your 2B unit at the perfect temperature.
tasty.
But even though you should make progress where you can, the game won't force you to do anything outside of story stuff, so the world is yours to mess around in. You can run in circles for hours, seduce a pack of wild moose, catch some fish, blow yourself up in the bunker for a quick fireworks show, do some totally not mind-altering side missions, flirt with Beefy Boy over here, murder some robot children, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, even though you'll be playing through the game multiple times with new characters and new story parts, know that the mission structure essentially stays the same, and some missions are just straight up repeated in general, but hey, it's whatever, who cares? You get to do this stuff again. Yeah, you're doing amazing, baby!
One very important detail that you should know is that your items will transfer over from your first playthrough to your second. Everything from your weapons, items, and shiny new boots to your level, skills, and undeniable dead fish-eyed charm will carry over from one route to the next one.
So with that being said, it is important to explore the world thoroughly before you move on to the next playthrough, since it can affect how hard or how easy stuff will be later down the line.
It's gonna be bad, alright. And this brings us on to the gameplay of Nier Automata, which if you compare it to the original Nier, is a vast improvement. Of course, this is no real shock with Platinum Games behind the wheel, but how exactly does this supposed improvement function whilst playing?
What the? Oh my god, it's all day with you people! What are you doing here?
Oh, hey Buns, it's me, YouTube's premium muscle boy, Clems. I've made a few of those Nier videos and just thought it'd be okay if I dropped in.
Okay, yeah, you know what? No, one is enough. It's time to go, rubber gloves!
Oh, okay, but don't forget to check out my YouTube channel, Mr. Clems.
I ain't having it today. There's only room for one funny haha person in this video. Come on, get out, shoot!
I do videos on Yoko Taro games and other niche JRPGs titled. Please subscribe, I'm so lonely.
As we were saying, gameplay-wise, Nier Automata is a hack-and-slash JRPG with a dash of bullet hell shooting. So of course, being an advanced 500-pound android killing machine who can run on sand and high heels, you're going to be causing a lot of carnage. So the combat is all about speed, combos, dodging, countering, an endless amount of particle effects, and blowing your holes wide open to get the job done and to get a pat on your head from the commander. But the melee combat is pretty straightforward, and to be honest, you can just button mash when it comes to basic combos, because as long as you're making contact with something, you're bound to blow it up somehow. But honestly, the hack and slash isn't what's gonna win you fights, but rather everything else. Listen, you're not much use in a fight if you're constantly getting hit by the big slappies.
Automata's dodge system is very slick, which allows you to abuse implement dodging into your attack strategies. It works similarly to Bayonetta, in which where if you manage to dodge with expert timing, you'll be rewarded for it. For example, you can follow up dodges with dashes, special attacks, or pod attacks. You can even cancel a dodge with another dodge. The timing of the dodge isn't all that complicated. It's all about checking the enemy's eyes to see when they're glowing red.
In fact, snappy movement leaks outside of combat, and often you'll be expected to maneuver around areas to reach certain points and to escape while not dying. But you'll be doing a lot of running around in order to get where you need to go. You'll be wall jumping, dashing, sliding, gliding, and believing that you can fly.
This is a PSA reminding you that fall damage is the thing. Please do not belly flop to your death. Thank you.
Now with all those things, you should focus on getting into the flow of combat and just your general movement, so always be moving and please remember to evade, evade, evade. Woo! Yeah! Drop it, 2B, let's go! On top of the melee stuff though, you'll be accompanied by the best bud support pods throughout your journey who have a variety of functions. The biggest of these functions, or the default setting if you will, is the ability to shoot high velocity super bullets whenever and however long you want. These pods have no chill, but seriously, there is no limit on the default shooting, and a lot of the times you're gonna be required to use long-range attacks to get the job done. So the best way to maximize damage is 1, aim at the thing you want to kill, and 2, get some duct tape or something and just tape down the shoot button. I'm not joking, guys. There is no downside to this thing. You'll be amazed at how fast things die when it's being stabbed while constantly being shot at with light Nerf balls. It's kind of seizure-inducing, but boy does it work! Now the pods do have a lot of secondary features, most of which can be attached in the menu, and we'll get to the details of those later. But one default feature is the big mega screw you laser that just poops on people, which should be used as much as possible. Lord knows why the Orhas haven't won the war yet, cause these pods don't mess around. Seriously, how haven't they won? But the hack and slash crap with the pew pew pure is only one side of the combat, because the other half is lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of shooting. And balls.
Balls, 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 balls.
So yeah, something you'll inevitably have to do is shoot crap and not get hit by the endless amount of jelly-flavored balls that will constantly be thrown at you. This also applies to melee combat, but oh boy, is it cranked up to 11 here! Now, a good chunk of missions you'll have to enter these bullet hell sequences in the Android airplane mode, where it's just shoot everything that moves until the game tells you to sit down, shut up, and watch some cutscenes with the Too Cool for School crew. Now, these flight segments are set on a linear path, so they are actually straightforward, but just remember to, again, tape down the shoot button. You have a melee to beat things with. There's a big boy missile cooldown attack that can do a lot of damage. That's kinda neat. Don't forget to dodge and phase through solid metal, because that's how physics work. And these color balls go away from shooting, and these colors go away from melee attacks. And when you mix it all together, you get the repetitive shooting sound that has penetrated the inner parts of my mind that keep me awake at night, and the connections have been realized. Oh my god! Ah! Of course, the shooting doesn't end here. Oh no, kiddos, because then we got shooting but wider, because, you know, it's the future. The future!
So when you're controlling 9S, as well as during certain segments outside of its playthrough, the game requires you to do a hacking minigame. The difficulty of the minigame will vary depending on what it is you're currently fighting. There are many different variations though, so it won't look the same way over and over unless it's a big story segment like a boss fight. But you will be hacking an awful lot to get stuff done.
Or just using it non-stop on enemies because it's kind of OP and it makes everything explode. But none of that really matters. Just know that when you're in, and the objective is to just destroy the important black shapes that are spamming nothing but balls, because that's all that anything does in this world ever, and it's really... No! Turn it off, guys! Joke's over! Joke's over! See these things! They're everywhere! Seriously, all you can do is move and shoot while hacking, so always be doing that. Now, the minigame is randomized for the most part, so good luck picking up on a pattern, but the best tip I can give is learn to rotate around the targets and dodge that way. Then it's just a weird game of cat and digital ball mouse where you're drunkenly swinging around for dear life. You ain't gonna catch me, suckers! Okay, so normal combat is a big old bag of chaotic robo-violence, but try not to get caught up in all the action, because under the hood, Nier Automata is a JRPG, which means you get more powerful the more experience you gain, followed by lots of numbers, doodads, menu stuff, things, and L'Oreal white hair dye. Now, Automata's RPG elements are kinda hard to mess up, but if you play your cards right, you can easily break the game between your strong, beautiful, glistening, delicious hands. So there is the obvious stuff. More experience makes you hit harder and lets you take more of a beating. No surprise there. But instead of the little skill trees or leveling systems or wishing upon a star for God to bless you with that holy light, instead you'll be able to equip a plethora of abilities, skills, Genum Jorts buffs, stats boosts, power-ups, and camouflage modes using chips, which you can find and buy all over the world. Now, you can only have a certain amount of chips equipped on you at a time, but it's a basic. If it fits, it sits. You can fill up your sets with nothing but defense chips to become a walking babe tank, or hook up 9S with attack buffs and turn him into a small boy murder machine with a taste for vengeance and apple juice, or you can pick some of the automatic sets that are quick, easy, and useful, or load yourself up with as many speed chips as you can pack and watch that girl go!
Now, when you're just starting out, chips may seem excessive, but the longer you play, you'll realize what total game changers they are. They allow for different playstyles depending on how you want to play the game and what weapons you want to use. Experimenting with chips is a great way to change up the feel of the game, so I strongly recommend doing it, especially some of the support chips like auto attack, auto fire, auto I don't feel like pressing that, auto evade, and auto heal,
which can borderline play the game for you so you can lay back, relax, and admire the view. Yeah. Get a load of that grass. But be real, it's not really your level that will get you through the game, but the amount of garbage that you're gonna be dragging along with you. Okay, just FYI, you're gonna be finding and buying a lot of stuff in this game, assuming you pick up things off the ground like a good android, because even in this post-apocalyptic world, littering is still a dirty crime.
This is the garbage police! You're going to jail!
Now, there are a ton of vendors hidden throughout the world. Some have chips, some have items, weapons, upgrades, and some are just here for a good time. But it's best to shop around, because different vendors have different things, so always keep your eyes peeled. But the one thing that you can never have enough of, and I'm really stressing this because you kinda need it, are healing items. They keep you not dead. Look, you're gonna get hit a lot, whether being drop kicked in the gut or smothered with balls. You're gonna take damage at one point or another, so it's always best to have a ton of healing items. And we ain't talking like 5 or 10 guys, we're talking like 50 plus gamers, as in like a lot, more than what you have on your hands, okay? So just a big number, use your imagination, just stock up, small, medium, large, I don't care, just drown yourself in them. You're gonna be popping them like Tic Tacs when the going gets tough, so just do it!
On top of healing items, you'll also be able to buy different weapons and different materials that you'll have to use to upgrade said weapons. Some weapons can only be bought and some can only be found, so keep your eyes open if you want to find all of them. Some weapons are tied to certain quests, so your best course of action would be to try and gather as many as you can. It's also just fun to have lots of weapons on you, since it makes the combat more varied.
Okay, truth be told, some weapons may hit harder when it comes down to it, but it's all about that sexy attack pattern. Since weapons change up your playstyle, you can be slow and pack a punch, or you can keep it slim and just spin all over the place, but you gotta show them what you got.
Let's go, girls.
But if you're indecisive, you can have 2 sets of weapons that you can switch to on the fly to string together attacks. Or if you just want to keep it simple, you can just beat hot men to death with your fists. It's really up to you, I don't know. Now, like I said, pods also get stuff that you can swap and attach on them if you think the 8 billion light bullets isn't enough. But you got melees, missiles, shields, pointy things, the love and support from your parents that you'll never have, IRL, big AoE attacks, etc, etc, etc. Now, you can always switch up pods' abilities on the fly like weapons, so try to mess around with the god tier rectangles and jazz them up with stuff that works for you.
The world also has android corpses spread throughout it. When you encounter one, you'll get the option to pray for the dead android, and if you'd like to either retrieve the items that they're carrying for a small buff, or repair them to have them fight alongside you until they blow up. Obviously, whichever one you'll want to do depends on the situation, and this is totally optional, but there's no downside to praying for dead bodies.
Oh god, it's angry! So since the game is an open world, the main story mission isn't what you're always going to be focused on unless you're boring and don't like going out on Fridays, because Automata is loaded with optional side content to fill the void in that empty heart. Now, most of the side content can be found simply by talking to NPCs indicated on the map, or by exploring the little nooks and crannies of the world until you find something neat, and you can always check what missions are active by looking at your menu. But extra content can range from anything to helping some snot-nosed kid find his mama, to fighting some cosmic beast that just wants to go back to the way things used to be. It can be big, small, supersized. Just know that there is always something to do when you are out and about. Now, even if you're not a side mission kind of person, I highly recommend getting over your petty problems and doing some at the very least, since you get items and experience for completing them. Not to mention they are the fastest and most effective way of leveling up, since killing random enemies around the world is slow and not worth it half the time, and I got better stuff to do!
Although some side missions are available for multiple characters, some of them are only achievable as a certain character, and therefore can only be cleared during certain routes. It also depends on how far you've progressed the main story, as some quests become unavailable if you're too far into the main story.
So it is really important to not waste your free time and jump on the missions while you can before it's too late. Now, these side missions aren't just for kicks and giggles, but can add a lot more to the story, and even... Are you okay? You seem really excited.
Okay, so Automata, for some godforsaken reason, has a lot of brilliant quests that are not a part of the main story, and therefore they're quite easy to miss. If you're not someone who likes to venture off and explore the available side quests, there are many important things that you will be missing out on. So here's a list over super duper important side quests that totally should be part of the main story but aren't for some reason. Emil's Memories, Anemone's Past, Your Hot Betrayers, 11B's Memento, Amnesia, and Gathering Keepsakes. For God's sake, please do at least Gathering Keepsakes. 9S is so important. I mean, just look at him.
Bum 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 bum. This joke was copyright claim, making it blocked inside of the UK. I'm singing now, so you can watch this. Please, God, find this funny and like, favorite, and subscribe. Thank you. Sandman. La-dee-da. Now, the side missions is where most of the extra content is, like extra bosses, story bits, yeah. But there is one more unique aspect of Nier Automata, a Yoko Taro trademark, if you will, that you will come across at one point or another, and that is the endings.
Don't spoil it!
No, I'm not gonna spoil it. You kidding me? I'm a professional. Alright, hey, put that thing down. No, stop hitting me in the head. That thing hurts from last time. Alright, my words don't speak there real good no more. I can't feel stuff in my noggin. Anyway, just as a heads up, Automata has 26 endings, once for each letter of the alphabet, but only 5 of those endings are from reaching the end of the major routes, aka the important ones, aka the big life-altering endings, aka you haven't seen the whole game until you get those 5 endings, so, you know, get going. But all the other endings can happen whenever if you manage to do certain things in your playthroughs, and this can range from anything. From ignoring directions to shoving a fish up your butt, everything is on the table here. Just like do something wacky or spontaneous. Kill yourself somehow, that normally works a few times. But don't take these endings too seriously, since they're just kind of there to mess with you, and to be honest, you should look at these goof endings as more of a collectible since there are so many, and the game does keep track of which ones you get.
But don't panic, because even if you don't get every single ending on your first playthrough, you'll unlock a chapter select, which allows you to skip to whichever chapter you want to as whichever character you want to go over something that you might have missed out on, like an ending or a side quest.
So you can always go back and experience the game again with all the neat gear and doodads and other things and oh boy. Okay, you know what? You may have noticed that I have been tiptoeing around a very obvious, feature of this game, and I try really hard to make sure I am not corrupting the vibrant youth of today, you know, no cursing, no lewd stuff, all family friendly, all that jazz. But you know what? YouTube is gonna deem this non-advertiser friendly anyway, and gosh dang it, it's been difficult ignoring this whole video, so let's just get it all out of our system at once, alright? Get the kids out of the room now, parentals. I'm serious, it's about to get freaking here if you know what I mean. Just get them out, shoo. Send them off the bed, do something. If you're 10 years old watching this on your own terms, please turn off your PC right now and go read the Bible or something. That means you too, Mom. I know you're watching this, okay? I'm very sorry. It's part of the game. I have no choice. People are gonna get mad if I don't mention it. Okay, we good? Yeah? Nice. Roll it! 2B has a nice butt, that's the joke. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Know that Automata has no autosave system, so always be saving at the terminals and always save before doing something risky like triggering an ending. The camera angle doesn't change your combat all that much, but it can limit your movement to the axis sometimes, so just go with the flow because it will adjust itself. Invest in the upgrades that expand your chipset ASAP from this lady. Self-destruct is a thing that you can do. It does a lot of damage, but it does leave you in a very vulnerable state afterwards. So with that, I don't recommend it in combat, but I do recommend it to make the game sexier. When you get your first few missions from the Resistance camp at the beginning of the game, you might encounter a glitch that doesn't let one of the items you need to spawn, so if you can find something, just reload your save and you should be okay. Remember to use the lock-on as much as possible, gamers, because that mega laser ain't gonna aim itself! Shockwave, auto-heal, and auto-evade are all chips that you should try to get your hands on because they are beyond useful. A lot of the items that you're gonna be picking up are used for weapon upgrades, so be careful as to what you sell, but you can sell machine cores because that's all they're good for, and links below for stuff that is safe to sell as well. But please try saving selling items for Route C as they sell for more. Cha-ching, y'all. Yes, you can fish in this game, and the fish can be sold for the big bucks, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy the waters. What the f*** is that? There are a handful of shortcuts in the game that unblock certain paths leading to certain areas, so be sure to open them up when you get the chance. If you happen to die for whatever reason, probably because you're not healing enough, be sure to go back to where you died and get the chips off your corpse, you loser. You can change the difficulty at any time in the menu, and playing on hard doesn't unlock anything, it just fluffs your ego. So here, have a pro gamer button, you did it. But low-key, easy mode plays itself, and it's a little outrageous, and I'm not really sure what the point of that is, but look, Mom, no hands! You can change the battle strategy for your partner character at any time, but to be honest, it doesn't really make a difference in combat, and you're gonna be doing all the dirty work anyway. If you want to ride the animals, you just gotta get some bait, give them the goodies, and then become one with nature. If a mission or a fight is not going as planned, try switching out your chips to cheese a win. Remember, y'all, risk versus reward. Sometimes you can just stand back and let the pod do all the work, even if it does take forever. And with that being said, be sure to reward your pod buddies by rubbing the touchpad in your controller to pet them. Always pet the pod. Love the pod, because they doing a lot more than your fat ass. Don't forget, on top of healing items, you have consumables that boost your stats and drop rates for a limited time. Around midway in the game, you'll get access to a mobile vendor running around the city, and depending on where they are, they will sell different things. But to stop them, just shoot them and get the goods. If you're looking for some adventure, try returning to older story segment areas of the game for a weird time and possibly some side content and weapons. If you want some extra goodies, try looking into the game's DLC for new outfits, weapons, items, side quests, and the Colosseum, where you can fight to death against waves of enemies, or the Square Enix CEO and snap your immersion in half. Did you guys know that Yoko Taro was self-aware? Because he is! So while the quality of Yoko Taro's games has always been quite a gamble, Nier Automata showed how crucial it is to have a development team capable of meeting a vision to make a fun, fluid, meaningful experience. And because of this game's success, it seems that Platinum Games will be able to continue to do what they do best for a long time to come. But Automata's success was also an eye-opener for many people into Yoko Taro's world and has shined a new light on his older games, intriguing people to dive into this deep, sad, funny universe to help answer some of the questions hidden within the game's story. But no matter which way you slice and dice it, Automata has become one of the iconic faces of the PlayStation 4, and things that are also not faces. Yeah. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Resident Evil 7 came out in 2017, and everyone was like,
yeah! I have the power of God!
The game received mostly positive reviews, and after years of duking it out with the critics and fans, Capcom finally found some footing with their latest installment of that weird gunk stuff that collects in the sink with bad mojo mixed in, featuring dirty people yelling, the video game. Because Resident Evil 7 had the standard RE formula, but it gave it a modern twist to shake up the series once again. AKA, they broke out the next-gen gaming taser and lightning chain the thing back to life. Going from third-person action to first-person survivor horror, Resident Evil 7 was a first for the series, but it also went back to some of its roots to bring you a poop-your-pants-inducing, terrifying family experience. Cause this time you can see your hands closer than ever before. Be scared. But even though the change in perspective was fitting for the horror focus, not everyone was happy with the new approach and the game in general, accusing Capcom of swoozing in to fill the void that Silent Hills was supposed to fill in our sad, nihilistic hearts, you weirdos. People felt the game wasn't quote-unquote Resident Evil enough, cause it checked off too many of those modern horror game tropes. But lo and behold, it didn't really matter, because Resident Evil was one of the first AAA games with full VR support. And surprise, surprise, y'all, anything is scary when you have a toaster strapped to your face and the sensation of a hillbilly making out with your ears is all too real.
Welcome to the family, son.
And for the record, guys, I am going to be covering the non-VR version of the game. Not that it makes much of a difference gameplay-wise, don't you worry, but there are some slight differences, but Lord knows I'll never really know, because there's no way you're getting me in that white hell box since I love myself, and also I have a fat head. I'm not even sure if it'll fit properly. But anyway, if you're new to Resident Evil 7, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So you play as Ethan Winters, a handsome... actually, we don't really see him that much. He could look like this in the beginning for all we know, but the game is in first person, y'all. What do you want from me? Anyway, you play as Ethan, a stupidly determined, over-loyal husband who receives a totally normal update message from his wife, Mia, who has been presumed dead for the last 3 years, warning Ethan to quote-unquote stay away. And being the total smarty pants that he is, decides to do the exact opposite of that and goes looking for Mia at the last place she was seen at, the good old nice warm southern living Louisiana Baker Plantation. I hear their falls are just lovely. But quickly after arriving, it's very apparent something ain't quite right in a creepy house in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, it could be the abandoned TV vans, that's kinda weird, or maybe that dead horse gateway into Sludgeland, that should raise a few red flags, or hey, maybe that tape that shows people getting killed in the house that you're currently in! Nope! Still going? Alright! Well, despite all the warning signs the house is gonna be a bad time, Ethan still somehow dives in head first to find Mia. And after a fun little lover's quarrel, Ethan gets knocked out and is kidnapped by the family. And then he starts to mentally consider online dating for a little bit after some self-reflection. But it soon becomes very apparent that stuff is hella messed up in the Baker Plantation, and there is something much darker and sinister at work in the house. An unnatural evil keeping hold of the residents. A resident evil, if you will, and oh my god, that's the name of the game! But Ethan's limits are put to the ultimate test to escape the demented family's grasp and to help find a way to solve the mysteries of the household in hopes of saving Mia with whatever the heck is up with her. Oh, gotta get me a freak like that, hot dang. But along the way you'll meet receding hairlines, confused people, big boy toys, parental guidance, fragile drywall, angry licorice, Helen Keller mode, good fun omnipresent company, a desperate need for soap, home family cooking, shadow puppets, freakishly real ambient noises. The hell was that? Hands up for Jesus. Who designed this house? Sexual tension. Swamp stank, just terrible. Passive aggressive doors. Bigger, better, stronger bees. Fresh country water. Personal space, screaming, yelling, bathtub socks, and learning what family really means.
There's no joke for this. I just think this opening is really cool. Now, obviously, there's a big fat 7 hanging on the end of the game's title, but fear not. No, you do not need to know anything from past Resident Evil games to understand RE7's main plot. This is a brand new cast, new situation, new funky gunk smells, new everything. Although, even though Resident Evil 7 brings in a lot of new, this is still very much a Resident Evil game and in the RE universe with some connections to past games, even if they aren't super apparent right away. So I can say that if you know the Resident Evil lore already, that's great! Here's a cracker! Congratulations on being that one person, because then certain things will fall into place way easier. But the fun part is discovering the connections to older games, either with the main plot or through reading optional papers, files, and little goodies hidden throughout the area. That adds more background and detail to the whole Black Goo crew.
Hey everyone, Karma got his kids for me. I can't go to challenges right now.
It's a story that is straightforward for newcomers but rewarding for fans, so everybody gets to have a swell time, except for Ethan, who's gonna need a lot of therapy after this. I don't know, try to have fun with it, y'all. But stuff is as deep as you want it to be. You can look at this story as some desperate, dense numbskull trying to get his moody wife back from the in-laws that just need a good shower and a nap, or as a bio-monster mystery to solve because the southern lady on the phone promises answers and a plate of cornbread. But by the end of the game, all your burning questions will be answered in one way or another, like in the DLC Not a Hero, available now for it's free. Check it out. But no matter which way you slice and dice the story, you'll probably end up getting sliced and diced yourself. But you get it? 'Cause he dies. I'm trying to downplay this, guys. He gets his head cut off. It's kind of gruesome. Oh, comedy's fun. Alright, so now you know the setup as to why you're trapped in the Banjo People's Mansion, but how are you gonna make your way downtown without walking too fast? Well, to break it down for you, Resident Evil 7 is a semi-linear first-person shooter survivor horror experience, if the horror in first person was already obvious. Spooky! Now, your main objective is to find Mia and just get the heck out, but the game realizes it needs to pad out its playtime a little bit, and you're gonna come across a few rough bumps along the way, and things are gonna get messy. So to explain how your journey into Willy Wonka's Danko Land is gonna work out, the game is a combination of linear sections, where it's stand here, hit this, run there, with some story, action set pieces, big spooks, and slappy Grandpa Pappy with the love paddles, mixed in with open areas to explore, filled with puzzles, enemies, and traps that require some type of item or a series of items in order to unlock more open areas, which eventually moves the story along so you can see more of this dumpster fire of a situation while fighting some fudge monsters for your dear life, and hooray, you're traumatized! Now, of course, the game is going to keep you on your toes since your objective is going to be jumping all over the place and stuff goes real south real fast, but for the most part, your objective will always be as clear as day in one way or another, mainly because you can check it whenever you're in the menu, and the check on the phone will literally scream in your ear about what to do next. But rather be escaping smelly Grandpa's beaten stick or navigating a tunnel full of pudding, it is important to stay alert and think critically to get out of situations so you don't get your face peeled off by whatever the heck that is, and hey, back it up! Hey, leave me alone! Now, in linear sections, it's pretty easy as to what you're supposed to be doing. Don't die, go here, pick up this, hide for a little bit, and be yourself and have fun. But most of the big objectives will always include finding key items since that's what makes the magic happen. But when you get access to the more open areas, you might feel a little overwhelmed with your options and where the key items are. Now, it is pretty obvious which areas will progress the story, hint hint, the big doors of exotic flavors, but it is important to be mega thorough and explore all the areas to make sure you get everything you need to make this crappy vacation kinda worth it. And then you go, God, why did it get so dark suddenly? Hello? Oh, this is weird. Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck? Now, key items are a must for opening doors and whatnot, but some items are critical to solving puzzles, and those can range from raising bridges, burning shadows into the wall, winding clocks, and then some puzzles don't require items at all, and all you can do is just beat your head into the wall until God blesses you with one of the answers. But don't panic too much about the puzzles. You're a smart cookie, I'm guessing, since you made it this far into the video without having a piss baby temper tantrum. And most, if not all, of the puzzles are logic-based and normally can be solved within the immediate area if you got all that you need. And ding dong, we in business, boys! Now, this is a big FYI. You will be able to backtrack like 85% of the game in order to unlock older areas once you get the right items, so be mindful of locked doors when you find them, because chances are you'll be back. Oh, you'll be back. Because those doors are sexy. Oh my.
like you come here often.
But the best way to make sure you get everything that you need so you don't run around in circles forever like a chicken is to interact with everything. Like for reals, guys, if you got the slightest hunch you can move, open, shoot, sniff, tongue, or punch something, just do it. Cause you might find some neato stuff in the process, am I right, guys? Now, truth be told, the shake and bake smelly zone isn't all that big, and if you feel like you've missed a spot, you can always check your map to help you make sure that you covered everything from head to toe. Leave no door unlocked, no room unexplored, along with looking for, I'm sorry, what? Now, assuming you explore stuff properly, you'll come across tapes which can be used in the TVs, and these things are mega important in the first playthrough since the tapes act as playable flashbacks since everyone has a GoPro strapped to their head apparently, so you can discover some type of information, strategy, or passageway that will help you later on in the game. Now again, these are playable sections, so get ready to duck, hide, and solve some puzzles in the process, but if you're going in blind, you kinda have to watch these things in order to not get bamboozled later on, so always keep an eye out for them, and don't forget to sit back, relax, and enjoy the movie.
Smell shiny and moist and obviously buttery.
Finally some good content. Okay, now in this ragtag, tootin', hootin', aggressive poopin' adventure, gameplay-wise, Resident Evil 7 is, let's say it all together now, a high-velocity lead adventure of death. Ergo, you're gonna be doing a lot of shooting. You like guns? Well, you better, because you're gonna be blowing off heads to expose the delicious gooey center hidden inside. Delicious. But for reals, when you start off the game, you'll have very little to work with weapon-wise, but as you explore more areas and progress the story, you'll get access to more weapons, little doodads, that make the difference between life, death, and a sense of support and comfort.
Oh my god, I'm in love!
Now, I don't think I really need to explain how shooting works. You point, you hit the button, and Steph dies, just like in real life. But the game functions like any other shooter, except for a few things. The first being blocking. By the pure grace of the Lord, barely any enemies in this game have guns, as weird as that would be. 90% of the time, you're going to be going up against enemies with melee attacks, and you're going to be able to guard against most incoming attacks if you block at the right time, assuming you're in kissing distance between you and Sugar Lips. This is kind of important, guys, because Ethan is a delicate little cupcake, and if you get smacked around enough, it's game over.
You suck!
Now, truth be told, if you're good at the game, you won't have to block at all, because the best way to not die is distance, D-I-S-T-A-N-C-E, distance! I don't care if you're shoved into a broom closet with some of these dudes or forced to do the sensual tingo tango, you make that space, you own that space, and then you run away from that space because he just stepped into my zone. Oh, back up! For reals though, most enemies are rather slow, so don't be afraid to turn around and book it, then pivot back, lock and load, and then opt from long. Reminder everybody, the best offense is a good D, being a coward.
A message brought to you by the Clean Pants Society, because shitting ain't to us.
The second combat thing in this first-person shooter game is that you shouldn't be shooting that much. To be blunt, there is a great ammo recession in the Baker house, and stuff ain't exactly coming out the yin-yang, and it's very, very important to conserve ammo as much as possible. And I'm really stressing this, guys. One shotgun shell can feed a family of 4, so it's kind of a high commodity. We'll get into the item details soon, but always be on the lookout for ammo, and don't shoot stuff unless you have to. There are several situations in the game where you just need to run away, sit down, and shut up so you don't get powderized on sight. Back up. No. Now, granted, there will be beef jerky monsters in certain areas, and you should always give them the guacamole when you can. But when it comes to the family, trust me, you'll know when you have to fight, mainly because the game will lock you into a room with them, and it'll be really obnoxious about it. Also, an FYI, when in boss fights, be very mindful of your surroundings, because sometimes stuff in the environment is hell of a lot more effective than your little pea shooters. So when the going gets tough, start panicking and looking around the room for things that can murder people and save your little suburban white butt.
Ah, gosh dang it, it backfired.
Back to bullets, though. The best way to conserve ammo is to just shoot things in the face, since that's the weak point most of the time, and the faster things die, the less shooting you'll need. But certain enemies are weaker to certain weapons, so if you can't kill something, you probably need a specific weapon to light those suckers up to high heaven. Now, one thing to mention is yes, you do get a little dinky knife that can be used in combat to save ammo, but I don't recommend it at all. The knife is best suited to opening up boxes and slapping big bugs around, and that's it, because when in combat, it has to finish its swing animation before you can block for some god-awful reason, and going in for a bear hug with a sledge demon holding a spork isn't the best idea. But as long as you prepare properly, stay vigilant, and ignore all your natural instincts to run in the other direction and take a crying break, then nothing can stand in your way, because you are Ethan Winters, damn it, boring protagonist extraordinaire, ready to take names and kick butt, and there ain't nothing nobody can do about it. Except
that?
Okay, now I've already talked about finding the key items to make your way through the story, but Resident Evil 7 is like one of those stupid farmer, geese, fox, grain puzzles half the time, because you're going to be getting a lot of stuff that you're not sure what to do with. Can't stress this one enough, guys, but items are the key to survival, ranging from healing items, ammo, lockpicks, LSD, pictures of God knows what, maps, gears, and even repair kits for broken weapons.
Hell yeah!
But you're going to be using everything you get to stay alive, since resources are in mega short supplies, so it should go without saying, search everywhere! You're gonna have to look through nook, crannies, lockers, boxers, crates, kegs, barrels, carols, trash bags, body bags, chairs, lairs, high, low, up, down, all around, wombo, pombo, chicken combo, everywhere! Please and thank you. Cause if you don't search around enough, eventually you're gonna get cornered by a boss while simultaneously peeing yourself, and that knife ain't gonna save ya.
Oh, never mind.
Now, some of the items you might come across are only meant to be combined with other items to create the stuff you kinda need. Like mixing gunpowder and chemicals together gives you bullets, and then mixing GB Weebies with chemicals gives you a tasty beverage you dump all over yourself to heal gaping holes on your body. The wonders of Gatorade, everyone. Now, the combining stuff is not exactly rocket surgery, guys. It's kinda hard to mess up, but it is a priority to make healing items and ammo as much as possible, because at the end of the day, not being dead from not dying by making other things dead is the secret to winning. And yes, that sentence did make sense, thank you. Now, a majority of the basic items you need will just be laying around without a care in the world, but you're gonna have to work to get the real goods. At some point in the game, you're gonna come across antique coins. Some are just laying around, and others are stubborn with an attitude problem. But these coins are gonna be used to literally unlock new weapons and special items, like increased health, faster reload times, faster movement, and funky fresh acceleration. The point is, always keep an eye out for these coins to beef yourself up, because they can do nothing but benefit you.
You know what? I got a great feeling about this.
Now, getting items is pretty straightforward, but this is a Resident Evil game, and you can't just be shoving shotguns up your butt. All this stuff has to go somewhere. So, welcome back to SBB's classic
inventory management. What the do you mean I can't just drop items and put them back?
Special Edition. Now, hilariously, the biggest and most difficult puzzle in this game is just managing your inventory, because your space be tiny. More than once will you be mocked and provoked by the not enough space message when you try to strap a rocket launcher to your elbows. I honestly think the game gets a kick out of it, but this is where a lot of the game's backtracking comes from. In every area, there are a handful of safe rooms with a nice feng shui where you can save, get items, and the most important thing, dump your crap. It is mega important you drop off stuff in the boxes all the time, and to be switching out the key items you only need at that moment to make space in your inventory to pick up more stuff. Now, if you do get desperate, you can just straight up delete items from your inventory, but I don't recommend that since items are mega scarce. So I don't want to hear no moaning and groaning about going back to drop stuff off in the box. Now's the time to embrace the minimalistic lifestyle, y'all, because that extra space could save your life. Real talk, though, you should only be carrying the pure essentials with you. Just guns, ammos, healing items, maybe some chemicals, or a lockpick, and a fresh pair of underwear, and that's it. Everything else is just pure poo-poo garbage useless when you're on the move. Now, luckily, the safe room boxes are connected to the same cosmic energy, and anything you drop off in one will be in the other, so you don't have to worry about your stuff being separated. The boxes are strong, powerful beings that understand the need of keeping your items in the same place. Such beautiful sentient creatures.
God, they're majestic.
Anyway, the main thing to take away from this is that your inventory management is just as important as staying alive, because yes, this can of hairspray will banish all the evil in the name of the Lord our God! Die! Okay, between you, me, and the NSA agent watching you right now, Resident Evil 7's main game isn't all too terribly long, and you can blow through the story a lot faster than you think. But don't think that once you beat the game, that's all there is to see. Oh no, 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 because Resident Evil 7 has collectibles, unlockables, side content, and a crap ton of replay value to stretch that playtime out as far as it'll go.
Oh, it snapped! Ah, damn it!
Now, the first most basic collectible is actually something you can get in your first playthrough, and those are the Mr. Everywhere bobbleheads. Throughout the area are little bobbleheads hanging around in low-key areas, and all you gotta do is take them out before they take you out. Try me, but for reals, all you have to do is destroy all 20 of them in the game, and you'll unlock some neato stuff in the next playthrough, so keep your eyes peeled, or just look up the locations. Information down below, because even if you can't see them right away, they can still see you. of the major collectibles like unique weapons, infinite ammo, or bold and brash fashion choices can really only be accessed after completing the game, or by beating it under 4 hours, or by completing the game on Madhouse difficulty, aka I hate myself mode, which can only be unlocked after beating the game. You see where I'm going with this, guys? You want all the goods, you're gonna be replaying this game a lot. So buckle up, strap the George Foreman grill to your face, and melt your eyes out, cause we going to Flavortown at max speed! Now, truth be told, if you don't mind giving up some of that coin and self-respect, you should really look into the optional DLCs, like the banned footage volumes that are a series of puzzles and mini-games with some story stuff sprinkled in, with mind-altering, terrifying imagery that has scarred me for life, or once again, Not a Hero, which gives you some extra closure to some characters, throwing this in here again, cause you know, it's f***ing free. And then there's The End of Zoe, a hefty story DLC that answers some lingering questions after the main game, featuring hillbilly death punches to the swamp people. God bless America. You kinda have a lot of options with how you want to expand the Resident Evil 7 experience, but please know that this is a game designed to be played more than once. So take your time and have fun. You'll experience something new every playthrough. Lord knows I did, and people may be getting shish kebabbed alive, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about the destination, but the journey, and the friends we made along the way. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Some pictures you come across will reveal the location of treasures. Keep them in mind when you get time to explore, and be thorough when investigating the area. If you're really desperate for health, you can just straight up eat herbs by themselves if you have nothing to mix them with for some baby health, but it's better to save them for mixing if you can. Always make sure to mix items and reload your weapons before going into new areas so you're not frantically navigating your inventory while being attacked. Really try to save shotgun ammo for bosses because that's where they're most useful. The jerky enemies can just straight up despawn if you run away or pass them far enough, so if you're not really in a position to fight, just book it. But try not to get stuck into a hallway with them, okay? Okay. Don't forget to rotate items around so you get all those angles, so you don't miss anything important. The yellow pills help you see where items are for a limited time, and I highly recommend saving them for bigger areas to maximize item collecting so you can see all the things. The flamethrower is really only good for swarms of bugs, so try not to let it clutter your inventory when you're home free. If you notice the game is getting awfully generous with items right before entering a big room, you're probably about to get slam jammed, so be mindful of that. Also note that boss areas normally have items laying around, so nab those goods while you can. Use the repair kit on the broken shotgun when you get it. I don't think I really need to explain myself on this one. If you are playing on normal mode, the Magnum gun may look really enticing, but it's best to save your coins for the performance upgrades above all else.
I'm sorry, Deborah, I know the truth hurts.
Around the halfway point of the game, if the item crates start making ticking sounds, you probably shouldn't hit them.
Ethan, you drooling gorilla, why are you like this?
The Madhouse difficulty of the game makes stuff super hard and changes the item locations a ton, so play with caution, y'all. Just a little FYI, everybody. Resident Evil 7's story isn't a total done deal. You got some room to shake stuff up a little bit near the end, but word of caution with this. Remember what you came here for, and everything should be all good.
Hell is for the way you look.
God, what a power couple. So while Resident Evil 7 wasn't seen as a total masterpiece by everyone, the game did take a massive leap into a new direction to give the series a fresh breath of traumatizing air. But the game still kept its Resident Evil identity while reinforcing the idea that the titles are not bound to just one type of genre or design, but rather an ever-adapting and evolving series that keeps surprising people while sticking to the same goals, to make you really want to invest into a power washer and clean out your shower. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild came out in 2017, and everyone was like,
The hills are alive with the sound of music.
The game was praised to high heaven, and you couldn't take 2 steps on the internet without getting bombarded with crying fans, feet-kissing articles, raving reviewers, and people being gross for the first few weeks it was out. Words cannot express the amount of hype surrounding this game. People are willing to drop-kick children to experience the new Legend of Zelda, or as some of the gamers say,
the best game of all time. Gimme!
People were excited to say the least. Originally announced back in 2014 on the Wii U, where everyone's panicking pants drop straight to the floor. The game was ambitious for Nintendo from the start, trying to make Zelda bigger, better, and more cel-shaded than ever before, to leave its footprint on the 8th console generation. A footprint so big that Nintendo had to delay it like 3 times, causing mass hysteria and prayer circles all around the world, and I'm pretty sure somebody broke a window over it or something. What the hell? So the long wait began, and as the Wii U was proving to be a totally non-controversial, well-selling, universally praised system that everybody knew about, including confused grandmas at GameStop, Nintendo's goals for Breath of the Wild started to change, eventually porting the game to make it the official launch title for the brand new sparkling console on the go, the Switch. Oh, that click never gets old. And oh, lucky day, even through the painful wait, the game did not disappoint and kicked off the Switch in fun and fancy-free style. And it was also on the Wii U as well. Being a massive change to the more linear Zelda formula, Breath of the Wild was the definition of open world, with a dash of old and 2-ton trucks of new. The game did manage to keep all of the series' vibes and introduce the world of Hyrule to the next generation of young gamers by absolutely traumatizing them with the amount of stuff to do.
Oh god, it's too much! I'm getting sucked in! I can't see a darn thing! Where am I?
Anyway, while the installment did have its detractors that had some valid points, eventually bringing the hype train to a more reasonable consensus that wasn't trying to run over people, it didn't stop Breath of the Wild from being top dog of 2017, showing that Nintendo does indeed still got it, and that they very much do know how to reinvent the wheel about 9 times over, to suck your money out through a very, very, very expensive straw. But anyway, if you're new to the Breath of the Wild, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So once again, you play as the wide-eyed pretty boy Link, who wakes up from the world's longest, wettest nap in the big bright land of Hyrule. Soon after your retinas dilate to the blinding sunlight and homeless Santa force feeds a tutorial down your throat, you quickly discover you don't exactly remember your past or how you got here. And it turns out through the game's subtle exposition dump, once upon a time, Link was the trusted knight of Princess Zelda, and alongside Hyrule's forces and 4 champions who piloted massive ancient machines called Divine Beasts, prepared to fight a dark being known as Calamity Ganon, just as their ancestors did, cause gosh dang it worked so well last time, but someone lost the instruction manual or something, because despite their excessive preparations, the whole champion crew has a fast one pulled on them, as Ganon possesses all of Hyrule's guardians and Divine Beasts with his devil jelly or whatever, and low-key kinda wipes out the Best Friends 5 Ever team, kills a lot of people, takes over Hyrule Castle, and just smears Ganon gunk all over the place. But by some stretch of a miracle, Zelda survives this with her human punching bag Link and manages to trap Ganon in the castle, but decides to hide Link in a freezer to save him for later to finish the job someday. You know, when he's not a walking piece of jerky. So here you are in Hyrule 100 years later. Ganon is still sealed in the castle, has control over the Divine Beasts and Guardians, and you still a fresh as heck snack. So it's all up to Link to gather as much strength as possible to take back control of the Divine Beast, reunite with old friends, and defeat Calamity Ganon to free Princess Zelda and bring peace back to Hyrule. Cause if you don't, the loud voices in your head are gonna keep bugging you about it.
Link. Link. Boy, what you staring at? Get your ass up and go do something. I did not wait 500 years for you to stare at the camera. Legolas looking at...
But along the way, you'll meet ghost dads, well-meaning death machines, raisin monks, extreme sliding, aggressive rocks, climate change, the color blue. Oh, Claritin Clear. Yes, 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 yes. Physics, selfies, sick beats.
Bend over making me to care both.
Real love, major tests of murder.
Echo, 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 yeah.
Real woman hours, Beeschurger, sugar daddies, reverse cougars, stressful music, delicious nutritious sand, beefy boys, vape nation, professional vegans. Roscoe the ladies' man, animal cruelty, falling, dying, crying, and becoming one with nature. So if you're new to Zelda games, they all kind of follow the same formula with some variety factors. Link is the hero, someone's the bad guy, the world needs saving, and Zelda just be out here craving some good old love and support with everything else in between. And Breath of the Wild brings back this cut and dry type of tale with new charm, tons of references, epic scale, heartfelt moments, and lots of personality. Cause now, through the power of voice acting, everyone can scream about their feelings without having Link talk back.
It's just asinine.
What a time to be alive, y'all.
Now, the story may be a slight departure from the Zelda norm, but it gets the job done while adding to the pre-existing messy dumpster fire Zelda lore that apparently is a thing that I recently found out about thanks to the Buns research division.
You're doing an amazing job, guys.
But seriously, the lore is a cluster.
The more you know.
But the main story is just the tip of this massive color-saturated iceberg. Since Breath of the Wild is an open-world adventure, the story details are in every corner of the game. From how the Guardians are powered by the tears of children and raspberry slushies, to the ways of the Grudo, who don't need no man or fatty carbohydrates, which is an excellent lifestyle video series, by the way, would recommend it. But the story is more specifically hidden in the memories, because most of the interesting stuff is all the events leading up to the actual game's plot, you know, before your friends got murdered and you were thrown into an ultralight pressure cooker. Throughout your journey in Hyrule, there are certain areas that will set off Link's war flashback, showcasing you a glimpse of his forgotten past. These are normally filled with more character interactions, event history, dramatic tension, excessive flirting, and whoa!
Oh, too far back!
But I encourage you to go out and look for the memories to help give you more context to the world, weight to your journey, and pain for your little sad boy heart. Because everyone you ever loved was taken from you in war and despair, making you have to deal with the aftermath by yourself while suffering from amnesia. And not even that fully relieves you from the damage that will forever be stained on your heart from the amount of loss you have experienced. So yeah, the memories are kind of worth it, go get them. But the story is really what you make of it, since all the details are optional. If you want your magical fun Zelda adventure plot, all you gotta do is lift up your big boy trousers and go get it. Cause Hyrule is full of people to meet, places to go, and crazy ladies who want to smell those luscious locks. But if you just want to tune out and roleplay as some psychopathic, mute, tiny blonde man of destruction who blows up goats and eats bees on a quest to become the most powerful being in the universe by engulfing the land in hellfire, then have fun, go for it. But no matter how you choose to engage the story, Breath of the Wild is simple but interesting, with a whole lot of Hyrule vibes to go around. Oh my god, wow. What a Mr. Mans. I could buy a girl a drink first. Wow, he's quite the specimen, I guess. Just, I feel like everything's gonna be okay. I want that fish to fuck. So let's break down what you'll be doing in Breath of the Wild and how you're gonna beat Ganon to death with a spoon. So as I said, the game is a massive open world experience, and that's massive with a capital big. And once you do all of the whimsical, dramatic looking off to the distance, bullcrap, you'll quickly learn the rules of the land through the tutorial, as you are tasked with completing 4 shrines and proving your worth so you can glide your way off this hell zone to the open world freedom down below. So the game does a decent job of explaining the basics in a tough love, kick in the face, frozen toes fashion, but once you get the glider, the real game begins. Now, real talk, you can do whatever the heck you want. It's an open world game, have fun, be yourself, bathe in the sun, cut the grass for all I care, I don't know, just be free. But point blank, your one and only mandatory task to actually beat the game is to just waltz up to Hyrule Castle, you know, that thing, get to the top and defeat Ganon, and then bada bing, bada boom, cue the credits so you switch out the window, we're done here, that's it, game's done, back to GameStop for the store credits, ta-da! There is absolutely nothing at all stopping you from going straight to the final fight after the tutorial. Except for the little tiny fact that Link is mega twink material and is as fragile as my self-esteem, meaning you will most likely get obliterated the second you make eye contact with the castle. So what is a poor gamer to do? Procrastinate! Basically, your real goal is to explore, get better gear, get more powerful, do some missions, beat some enemies, solve some puzzles, get a helping hand, gain some self-confidence, and beef yourself up to have a fighting chance. Granted, it's a big open world with lots to do, but if we are talking bare basics to help take out Ganon, there are 3 main things that will make up the bulk of your journey and your inevitable fight a little easier. So first things first, in this massive open world game, actually seeing the open world is kind of ideal. So throughout Hyrule are large towers sponsored by Ubisoft that need to be activated at the top in order to expose a chunk of the map, so you can see paths, area names, location zones, and Hello? The point is, if you see an orange tower in the distance, climbing the top and slamming that power on button ain't a bad idea, because you'll be needing them to navigate Hyrule properly. You don't need to activate them in any particular order, so just pick a direction, keep your eyes peeled, and get ready to see a whole new world. Now, don't think anything in Breath of the Wild comes easy and you can just climb these suckers with your pinkies out, because sometimes towers can be guarded by the environment or enemies or both, cause screw you, and you'll need to figure out a way to get to the top safely. Very safely. And this is one of the many situations you will utilize the official Breath of the Wild philosophy, shut up, Dad, I do what I want.
What did you say?
Look, this game tells you the rules, gives you the tools, and then it's a free-for-all. It will tell you what to do, not how to do it. There are no bad ideas, only ideas that can go terribly wrong. You understand that mindset, and nothing can stand in your way. Now be quiet, because I need to focus. Now, I'll get to all the details and bells and whistles and secret Link's keeps in his hair, but just know, the only thing limiting you in this game are the physics and Link's bones, and even those can bend like a rubber ruler. But no matter which way you start your journey, rather be neck-deep in what I hope is fudge or off chasing the beautiful wonders in the horizon, the one thing that you'll inevitably come across are shrines, aka trials.
It's a different kind of trial, guys. Shut it down! Shut it down!
Okay, so there are a ton of shrines throughout Hyrule, all with different handcrafted interior designs and unique names so you know which ones are which, like Rusty Oatmeal, Sexy Sinner, Hasty Cankles, and Real Delish, to name a few. Some easy to find, some not so easy to find. Some are only accessible through missions, and some can see you, but you can't see it. But they're just kinda everywhere. And the best way to find a shrine when walking around is to simply listen to your shrine radar beeper and just go in the direction the signal is strongest, and eventually you'll find what you're looking for. Now, you should know that the beeper likes to keep it vague and won't tell you if the shrine is above or below you, so keep that in mind if you're having trouble, but by God, it will let you know if you're close. Trust me, it will let you know. But shrines are the key to increasing your health, hearts, and stamina by receiving spirit orbs at the end of the trials. So, love them or hate them, but you'll need to find that neon orange goodness, baby.
Ah, yeah, it's the good stuff. Woo!
But seriously, because there are so many shrines and I'm stupid, I can't go into details on how to solve all of them. That's what the internet's for if you need some hand-holding, kids. But there are basically 3 types you'll come across, and you won't really know what kind it is until you walk into one, so you can be disappointed from the inside. The first and most common are room puzzles. Now, these can range from all sorts of things, from pulling the right levers, putting stuff in the right place, platforming that stresses me out because I'm afraid of heights, I'm not really sure, connect the dots, setting things on fire, expensive oversized pinball, and these dumb piece of awful eating storm of dumpster motion crap trials. It's a fun game, I promise. Now the catch is, most shrines will require the use of your Sheikah Slate, your bulletproof 4K explosive magic icy hot time freezing iPad with full GPS capabilities. Available now for only $89.99. But you got a magnet that can move around all metals, a popsicle that can create several ice blocks in water, a wizard stopwatch that freezes stuff for a limited time on any object, 2 types for remote bombs that I always forget how to set off until it's right next to me, and last but not least, a camera for all your snapping needs.
There's my baby!
But the slate is what you'll be using to solve not just the trials, but any problem standing in your way, in or outside of shrines, like these trees blocking my view. But again, remember the Breath of the Wild golden rule. There are no bad ideas. All these types of shrines want you to do is reach the end where the funky voodoo man is and get your goodie bag. If you manage to find a way to launch yourself over the puzzle with nothing but a banana, the shaman man don't care either way, so show him your moves and get creative.
Turn down for what?
Now, the second type of shrines are basically the same as the puzzle ones, except the puzzle is just getting into the shrines.
Not what I meant!
But these ones are normally hidden in the environment or require some gimmick to make their fat heads pop out of the ground, ranging from breaking into a mountain, balling up those basins, reenacting Man vs. Wild, or my personal manifested hell, the giant stone mazes that make me poop my pants because I am never getting out of here! Dear Diary, day 34. The walls are closing in. Every day gets grimmer, and I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do next. All my rations are gone, and all I have left are 2 salt rocks that keep attracting hungry deer, and I'm honestly not really sure where they're coming from. But I can't get out no matter how much I try. Whoever finds this, tell Deborah I love her. Tell her those milkshakes are the best I ever had. I'm going to die here. It's all over. It's hopeless.
Oh, come on!
Now, these shrines can often be associated with missions of all types, so don't be shy and start hitting up any hot mamas with red icons nearby to get the missions going. Now, the third and last type of shrines are the Test of Strength, where Link has to duke it out with a walking toaster without peeing his pants, and that's basically it. Now, these fights can range from minor to major, and it's pretty obvious when you're out of your league, because you'll just keel over and die from one hit of its delicious, toasty power. But don't worry, if you don't feel like finishing any shrine, whether it be a puzzle or combat trial, then you don't have to. Just scoot your way back up the elevator at any time, go outside, snuggle into a hotel so you can cry in your bed like the little coward you are! So yeah, explore around, activate towers, complete shrines, do some missions, run around naked in the rain, and be yourself and have fun. That's all fine and good. But the biggest thing that'll help you take out Big, Dark, and Ugly here is freeing the 4 divine beasts throughout Hyrule that can make Ganon weaker in the final fight with their holy beams of the Lord. But the Divine Beasts are a combination of exploration, trials, puzzles, and a swift kick in the mouth. This is the one mission or missions the game ain't gonna be too subtle about, cause it's major story heavy, so it's really hard to miss. But each Divine Beast are located in each major region of Hyrule. You got mandatory water world with your boyfriend, hot times in Devil Land, it's beginning to look like hypothermia, and that one Star Wars planet I can't pronounce. Now, the beasts can be completed in any order you want, but who cares what you want, because my recommended order is obviously much better than your stupid order, alright? So please follow this cool winky winky wonk wonk, all good in the hood, alright? Please don't talk back, shut up. But regardless of which order you do, your goal is to just defeat the Ganon goo that possesses each beast, but it's always a 4-step process. Locate the beast in the region by talking to the head honchos in the town, do something over the top, extra, and sexy to infiltrate the giant animal cracker. Once inside, activate the terminals by solving some elaborate puzzle no one asked for or wanted, then just 1v1 the special prize hidden inside, and bam! The Divine Beast is free, you cry over a dead person, you get some cool stuff, and then you move on to the next one. Oh, happy day. Kinda gave you the condensed version, but these are hands down the biggest missions the game has to offer, so of course you should do them, but it really is just a small fraction of the wild. Oh my, who let the bird in here?
Oh, yeah, sorry, boss.
Okay, moving on. Lord God, there's a lot to do in this game. I literally can't name it all, but you can clear out monster outposts, work in the mines, ride some seals, play with blue fire, invest in exciting new real estate opportunities, matchmake awkward people, enjoy the wildlife, stare at a fire thinking about the incident, talk to a guy named Spinach, check out the mystery melons, get your SSX on. Oh, I can't see shit. Find a dude's fish wife, eavesdrop on chicks to access the black market, take some beauty shots, and challenge people to go fast. The fun never ends, y'all. But you want to do missions? Go start talking to people. You want to find shrines? Go look at a place you haven't been. You want to conquer your fear of heights? Close enough! Just explore and do whatever interests you. Big, small, or just chill. So chill. Just... Gosh, this game's pretty. Now, if you want to prioritize certain missions because you're anal or all this exploring gives you anxiety, then you can always check the menu for quest markers, quest types, and quest details / information. You got main quests, side quests, Johnny quests, and shrine quests, and if your markers aren't telling you directly where to go, the quest information will always give you a general hint on what to do and where, although it can be a tad vague. But if you want some quest suggestions, because of course you do, here are a list of some quality missions that every good gamer should do if they know what's good for them. So just go out there and do something, guys, because there is just God, there's just so much. I'm so tired. It just keeps going. Just look at all that. Oh boy. You know, can you all believe that a cartridge that tastes like expired earwax can pack this much punch? Because I sure as hell can't. You know, it really makes you wonder what Nintendo is also capable of with their little line of nuclear-powered tablets or whatever the heck they shoved in these things. You know what? I don't even have a joke here. Yeah, there's no joke. I know you're expecting some, like, or, you know, something stupid like that, but I'm just kind of in awe that all this can be played on something that I can shove in my pants. Like, can you shove a PS4 in your pants? I've tried, but, like, it doesn't feel the same. I mean, you probably can if you have enough stretch going on, but that's not the point. It's just... Gosh dang, the Switch is a nifty little thing, and I never thought I'd say that in a video, but there you go. You got it out of me. Bun seal of approval, y'all. You know, it's kind of a fun fact about me, but this is the first Nintendo console I've ever owned because I was fed on Sony milk my entire life, so I ain't got no nostalgia strings on me or whatever, man, because I'm a free thinker. I don't know. I don't have an allegiance to these people. I can barely name 4 Pokemon, and I don't know why everyone suddenly cares about this Luigi guy. But look at me now. Now I'm shilling for a system that I honestly thought was gonna crash and burn in the beginning. You know, that's a little big chunk of humble pie, but, you know, the world just be like that, I guess. I don't know. Food for thought. Moving on! Now, Breath of the Wild is a very hands-on kind of game, and because there are endless solutions to mission shrines and taking on angry glow sticks, knowing how to utilize your body is what really makes the magic possible.
Ho, 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 it's magic!
Okay, but for reals, gameplay-wise, Link's got a lot up his sleeves. He got all the basics down. He can run, jump, block, and hit things. What can I say? That guy's a full-functioning Chad. Of course, one thing that allows Link to traverse Hyrule is his ability to latch onto any surface like a big, beautiful, buff suction cup. You can climb any surface outside of Trial, so get ready to get close and personal with the mountains, because you're going to be climbing a lot. The catch is that Link is bound to the mercy of the holy, omnipresent stamina wheel that looms over your shoulder. Now, this thing ain't playing around, and it means business because it's kind of important. Because if this thing runs out when climbing, you're gonna go bald from all the friction on the way down. Just do not let the stamina wheel run out, guys, in any situation. Even while running, just give the thing a break when you can, because watching Link hyperventilate makes you want to take a nap. It's awful. God, get this guy an inhaler! But you gotta pick your battles wisely when it comes to long climbs, so try to cheese the little wall divots where Link can stand for a little bit so you can recover your stamina, and pray to God the game forgets what the word vertical means.
Oh boy!
Now, once you complete the main tutorial, Link will be able to use his glider anytime he's in the air, rather it be in battle, closing target distance, or just hanging around. But the glider also uses your stamina wheel, so always be mindful of your use and how far you need to go, because if you misjudge that crap, suddenly you'll find your little feet dangling over an endless chasm of freshly cooked regretti, because fall damage is very much a thing, and it's time to panic! The green ring of fate also affects swimming, and it don't matter how close you are to the shore, if you run out of stamina in water, you'll be the first Hylian to drown in a puddle, and it's gonna be really embarrassing. So try not to stay in water for too long, okay, kiddo?
Where's that coming from? Hello? It's getting closer, it sounds. Why is it getting louder? Should I be worried? Help! Help!
But base jumping around the place is boring. Who cares? You're not gonna spelunky Ganon to the ground, that's for sure. Nah, the fighting is what people crave, and Hyrule is full of enemies and monsters to take on. From pig trolls, goblin unicorns, thick rockmen, spicy boobs, twinkly toes, obese narcoleptics, and red spandex men who pop out of thin air ready to tell you the good news. Everybody wanna munch on those boyish buns. Now, you'll be fighting a lot, and the combat is good old-fashioned walk up to the thing and hit it until it dies. A message brought to you by Nintendo. You'll do it, and you'll like it. Real talk though, Lord knows there's like 20 ways to kill something. I don't judge. If you want to play it safe, or body slam dudes with your forehead, or have Big Tony take them out, do what you want. But just remember that in this world, it's kill or be killed. Or just peace out when you don't feel like it, that's always an option too. But if you want to look cool and have a fighting chance against some tougher enemies, then you should really learn how to parry and flurry rush. Now, parrying and flurry rush are two separate things that require the same kind of bold and brash timing. Parrying is rather straightforward. If Link is holding his shield up, then you just need to swing it right as the enemy makes contact with his attack, and if you do it right, the enemy will be so stunned by your snappy reflexes and good looks hidden behind your shield that he will fall over in pure awe. Now, this can be used in more ways than you think, so try not to go full Rambo all the time, as it can be much better to wait and reverse the pain with some attacks.
Holy Mom!
Now, Flurry Rush is a little more saucy. All you gotta do is stand in front of the enemy like an idiot, wait for it to swing at your perfectly symmetrical face, then quickly jump backwards or to the side at the last second, then burn your fingers through the Y button so you can enter the Matrix and break the space-time continuum. Wow. But seriously, this is a very useful move in any fight, so get patient and get used to the timing to give him the old razzle-dazzle. Now, if this all sounds too fancy for you, then the most basic way to rip it up is to just hold down the attack button and let Link spaz out until everything is pureed. Warning though, you are very vulnerable while doing this around enemies if you ain't careful, but boy, can it get some boppin' results. On top of normal melee stuff, you'll also be able to shoot arrows, which you can find all around Hyrule. They come in a lovely assortment of colors with special abilities, and they really should be abused as much as possible because... yeah, arrows are pretty good. But for reals, arrows are very useful, and the one thing that you'll be using a lot is Link's knockoff Witch Time ability with less purple.
I said less purple!
Much better. But whenever you're in mid-air, if you aim your bow, time will slow down so you can aim better, shoot faster, and unlock your 8th belly button. It's gonna come in handy a lot, y'all, and it is used for many of the main missions. But one warning, though, is that it does eat up your stamina wheel as well. But even with no juice, you can still glide for a split second once to break your fall. So use it wisely, and make sure you don't do it too high up so you don't fall out of the sky like a limp noodle.
This my shit. All the girls stomp your feet like this. Few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like...
Now, all the basic basic stuff Link can do you'll have from the get-go, but the big game changer abilities are powers you can receive by completing the Divine Beast missions. Wink wink wonk wonk, the reason for my list, y'all. Each Divine Beast offers a special ability that just makes the game easier. You got pure lesbian energy, Big Baby's Boo Boo Band-Aid, Don't Hug Me I'm Scared, and my personal favorite, the Rivali Wail of a Gale. So if you're tired of hiding behind a dinner plate, being kicked around, dragging your thunder thighs through the mud, or just being straight up murdered, the Divine Beast powers should solve your problems. Now, these abilities get put on cooldown when they get used up, so activate your almonds with caution, guys, and try to only use them when you really need them. But you can't teach a fish to fisherman or whatever, because using your abilities creatively is what will get you far, and not just taking pot shots at everything with your stockpile of explosive arrows, which is a totally valid playstyle, I don't judge. But you'll be using your Sheikah Slate in battle, combining gliding with plunging attacks, climbing monsters to reach their weak points, stunning dudes with bombs, weaponizing the environment, being able to use all the stuff possible if you just think outside of the violent carnage box so you can make your true love proud. Yeah, I got absolutely nothing for you guys. This is just a picture of my cat. Isn't he cute? Of course, success does come with some trial and error, because in a world with endless possibilities filled with rainbows and sunshine, many of those possibilities can make you dead. So something that is bound to happen a few times is dying, to the point where you'll think you're missing something important, or you're just really bad at the game, or your mom did lie to you about being special, gifted, and above everybody else because you're her #1 gamer. It's fine. Oh, God. But in a game where you can launch yourself into the sun with your feelings, and Link can be snapped in half over my non-existent kneecaps, dying is all part of the learning process. It is normal, so don't worry. The game's got tons of checkpoints and autosaves all the time, so they are simple slaps on the wrist if anything, but you're gonna be seeing this a lot, so just be ready, cause it's gonna happen. Oh, you bet your sweet Bippy it's gonna happen. Moving on though, look, if you want to go from twink to twunk, you gotta understand one thing. Breath of the Wild doesn't have experience points, no skill trees, no pie chart fluff, no nothing. Get your mind out of the RPG gutter, kiddos, because this is the real world. Link doesn't have a level, Link has capitalism. You want to increase your health and stamina? You need to go collect spirit orbs from the shrines and offer them to the blessed rock mothers. You want to be on fleek with the armor that slaps back? Go find it. You want to beat people into submission with a neon sport? Go take someone else's. You explore, you find stuff, you become God. But seriously, even if you know all the sweet moves where you contort your body into a killer pretzel, if you don't have good gear, then you'll be in a world of hurt and poverty, you smelly loser. Now, everything in Hyrule is up for the taking. Sticks, rocks, crabs, but weapons, bows, and shields are a mega priority when you're scanning the land. Now, there is a lot of weapon variety. You got halberds, curved swords, guardian shields, lightning rods, and people's arms, you know, the normal stuff. But some of them can have different element effects and attack patterns. Like bigger weapons swing slower but hit harder, knocking enemies around, and ice-infused weapons freeze dudes for a limited time so you can get a few licks in. Single-handed weapons hit faster and do less damage but free up a hand for a shield. And fire weapons set things on fire, etc, etc, etc. I'm not really sure why I'm saying this. All this stuff is self-explanatory. I'm pretty sure you'll know what these do, so we're moving on. Now, bows are a little more simple. Some can shoot multiple arrows at once, some just look cool, and others zoom in real close to get up in there. But bows and arrows are just as important as melee weapons since they are crucial to some fights and puzzles. And while you can find the different arrow types around Hyrule, shockingly, they all don't grow on trees and you'll run out fast. So when you get the chance and you got that coin, always be checking out stores and merchants to fill up on any type of arrow they got, but do not rely on all of them to have weapons, bows, and shields because they are under some tough Hyrule seller regulations with a few exceptions. But everything besides arrows are best found in the wild, so keep that in mind. Now, there are some baby numbers involved with weapons and gear, but the rule is basically the bigger the number, the better. The catch is you can't get cozy or attached to anything in this game, and I would say stick to the weapon you most feel comfortable with because it'll always be there for you in the loneliest of nights. No. Hyrule's metal is part steel, part styrofoam, and because of that, everything breaks, as in broken, as in unusable, as in shatters before your very eyes. Stuff breaks fast, too. The durability ranges from Pringle to Buff Pringle, so I can't say get comfy with a weapon type because you really can't. While you'll find weapons about every 5 feet, you'll lose them about every 3. And it really gets fun when you run out of weapons and shields in a fight because your sword bursts into dust at the last second. Ha ha! The only weapon in the game that doesn't technically break is the Master Sword, which you can't even get without making it into the center of the Lost Woods, which is a headache to say the least, along with having 13 heart containers and a kiss from your mother. And even this thing runs out of juice when you use it too much, turning into a glorified toothpick for a little bit, so all that hype around getting it is a little misguided. I digress though. It's just best to hoard as many weapons as you can and try to keep the better ones for bigger fights, even if they suck, because this is better than this. Now, a big thing to note is that you do have limited spaces for weapons, shields, and bows. You can't be hauling a Walmart with you after all, but you can expand it by completing various cult rituals that please the leaf gods on high. All hail! Hail! And I'm being serious, y'all. Throughout Hyrule are little things that you can do to receive Korok seeds, and I'm being vague because they really can be anything, ranging from hitting all the targets, putting stuff back where it belongs, or just falling off a cliff and hey there! But the seeds are supposed to be given to Chungo over here, who does the sacred hokey pokey, and with the proper positioning of the moon and the sun, combines their power and expands the weapon inventory of your choice. Okay, not exactly a blood sacrifice, but there are a total of 900 seeds, as in 900 random tasks ready to piss off every completionist alive. They're just kind of everywhere and hiding in plain sight. There are no missions for them, no markers, no map symbols, no nothing. The only indicator you'll ever get from some of them are these cryptic things hanging around, and who knows what they really want, the little demonic pieces of... Oh dear God, they've been summoned! But if you see anything out of place or uneven or begging to get hit, it's probably a Korok seed. Also rocks. They really like being under rocks for some reason.
10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck!
But who cares about weapons? The game is called Breath of the Wild, after all, not Breath of the Beatdown.
Breath of the Beatdown, Nintendo Switchに来る2020年.
Because it's really not just enemies you'll be dealing with, but rather with your very survival in this harsh, dangerous, unforgiving, beautiful, tranquil, cleansing land. Hard to believe, but fashion is survival rule number 1 around here, because Hyrule is a big place with lots of freezing, boiling, sand-blasting, dry climate that does wonders for your skin, and nothing else. But Link is a soft-bodied little man who is very receptive to extreme temperatures, and if you're not properly clothed when this meter starts crying for help, then your health will start to dwindle down, and your toes will suffer. Not to mention the fashion police don't tolerate slacking, y'all. So it is very important to dress for success by getting clothes that will protect you against the icy hot hell, and help confuse everybody who plays this game, because oh my God, who is that?
Yeah, good work.
Now, the most straightforward way to get the outfits you need is to just go to villages in the harsh climate areas and buy them, even if it's from creepy men on roofs. And voila, capitalism wins again. Now, of course, some of y'all smart people may be thinking, wait, if the clothes that I need to get through certain areas with all my limbs attached are in those areas, how do I survive getting through them in the first place? And ding, 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 this is the golden question, because the only thing more powerful than explosive lava, deadly blizzards, and baking burning sunlight is shoving food right up your ass. So again, the more stuff you have, the better off you will be. And this extends to foods and goodies, which are the key to staying alive while fighting off dudes, Mother Nature, and gravity. Hyrule is a massive salad bowl filled with food for the taking. You got stuff like carrots, fruits, nuts, peppers, mushrooms, grains, and apples. Lots and lots of apples. There's also an assortment of proteins, but in order to get those, you'll need to come to terms with the food chain and take out cute, harmless little animals in the wild. But don't feel bad about it, because the game does like to make their deaths adorably comedic to reduce the guilt factor. See, there you go. No harm, no foul. Whoa, okay. What's with the music going on here? It's getting a little tense. Please, can you ease up a little bit? Please, y'all. I'm fragile. Okay, it's a goat. What do you want me? Please stop. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, well, if you're not feeling very hungry, you always got insects or monster parts, which you can collect from enemies who will just blow up with an assortment of stuff whenever you defeat them. Stews on, baby! But you really can't have enough stuff, so whenever you can, let the sparkles guide your way, since those will help show you some of the more concealed items that you can pick up in the terrain. Now, all foods can be eaten individually for baby health and other effects, but it's best to get your little Chef Boyardee on and flex those cooking mama skills by taking the time to cook at fireplaces to create meals, which can give you a lot more health, along with buffs, ailment protection, stamina, and raw animal magnetism. You can also combine monster parts and insects in the same way to create elixirs for similar effects, but those don't look as good and my fat ass has priorities, but just know that everything in this game can be used. Now, there are a ton of recipes that I don't know and you won't remember, so links down below to get the meals that matter and to give Link something he can really sing about. Now, as long as you don't mix foods with the elixir ingredients, which creates an abomination, then throwing random stuff in the pot can get you pretty far. Usually any ingredient with a meat ain't a bad place to start, but just pick out what looks good to you and hope for the best. Of course, you'll never truly be playing the guessing game with anything, since you can see what properties each item has in the menu, and whenever you pick up something you've never had before, you'll get a quick summary of your new item so you'll know what you're working with immediately. Well, that's something else. Now, if you don't want to do all the fancy schmancy stirring with the spices cooking in order to survive, then there is no shame in being old-fashioned by hoarding as many apples as possible and popping those suckers like Tic Tacs and tanking damage like a champ while being on fire. Apples are everywhere, and they see everything. But you can never have enough, and a gift from me to you, here is the location of my special apple picking spot where you just blow up all the trees and make the sky rain red with the manna of the gods. But even with all the hearty beats in the world, at the end of the day, it's money, aka rupees, that will get you what you want. Or as my dyslexic stupid brain likes to call them, ruples. We like to have fun here. Now, ruples are used for everything. Food, armor, arrows, inns, a good time, and even necessary for some missions. Ruples can be laying around in Hyrule, but they're not that common. Occasionally they will be dropped by enemies or in chests, but the chests normally contain more interesting things, if you know what I mean. Just kidding, never mind. But the best way to get cash is to just sell stuff at merchants. Of course, what to sell is an issue since items are necessary for other things, but stuff like gemstones and cheap monster parts can be found constantly and can be sold for a good price. The catch is not to go all in with just one thing, so always keep some stuff left over in your inventory just in case. But if you take the time to go farm valuable items, you'll be swimming in that bling bling in no time. Alrighty, it's a big game, y'all. So now is the part of the video where structure is thrown out the window, cause I'ma just talk about some of the extra things Breath of the Wild has shoved up its massive gaping holes. So one thing you big boy gamers will never have to worry about is running out of things to fight because of a spooky thing called blood moons. So when the game thinks you played enough or you've killed a lot or doesn't want you to feel like you've made any progress, it will reset all of the enemies you have defeated. Like we're talking gangs, bosses, and guardians. Basically anything that isn't a part of the main story. Yep, that stuff comes right back where it was. This also includes the test of strength trial enemies, so just an FYI for all you gigabrain types out there who remember where these are. But you'll know a blood moon has happened because you won't be able to not see it happening in all of its terrifying, awful, maroon, attention-seeking horror. Oh, it just be like that sometime. But it's not all bad. You'll be able to fight dudes again for their item drop, so yeehaw for capitalism or whatever. I swear to God, guys, you can't keep doing that every time I say the word capitalism. Hey, knock it off, turn it off right now, come here, give me that damn wheel, you little piece of shit. But another way of getting some cool goods are hitting up the research centers, both here and here. These guys as talking trash can create spiffy Guardian armor and gear in exchange for Guardian parts, and these guys will upgrade your Sheikah Slate abilities so you can freeze longer, bomb harder, and find what you're looking for. These aren't necessary, of course, but they are very worth it, so you better do it. Now, if you really want to go all out with upgrades and gear, then keep your eyes peeled for these beefy flower pods around Hyrule. You'll be asked to pay a price for each one you unlock, but trust me, it'll be worth it for the wonders inside. Take me home, mama! So the fairy pods can be expensive to open up, but if you got a lot of monster parts or gems, you can give them your stuff to upgrade your armor to make some bulletproof pants or whatever. So if you're tired of dropping dead from being poked, these are the ladies you want to hit up. Of course, there are only a handful in Hyrule, so be sure to mark your map when you find one so you can make your way back to these beauties. But what's the point of good gear if you got nothing to use it on? And don't worry, because if you're craving something big and brawly, then Lynels, Moldugas, and Dragons got you covered. Okay, now Lynels are good old-fashioned boss fights that can be found in specific areas around Hyrule. But what makes these guys different from the other boss-like dudes is that they ain't playing around. They tough, they mean, they have great hair, and they got range, baby. They do drop some really great stuff, but you better be prepared to get smacked around a little bit, since the best way to get their stuff is to just get good. Yep, we're bringing this back. I don't know what to tell you. Hit the thing, don't die, good luck. Now the Moldugas are another boss type that are a little special strictly because I think they're cool and for the fact that they are only found in the desert. Once again, standard boss fight, they drop cool stuff, get ready to hit things, and use your arrows to stun them. But just be very, very careful with staying on the ground for too long.
Oh, he touched my toes, I hate it!
And last but not least are the magical, humble, really bright, super hard to miss dragons. Okay, so you're conditioned throughout the whole game that you can take on anything, you puny, tiny little man, but not these. They are eye candy and they should stay that way. Now, there are 3 dragons in Hyrule, and they are just meant to farm certain items, so sorry to burst your bubbles, y'all, but no, you cannot kamikaze these guys out of the sky. But if you are looking to get a piece of them, just use your glider to catch their drifts and start shooting away to get their goods. Now, you're gonna be ping-ponging all around Hyrule to see everything, and what better way to see the world
than in your brand new horse! With stylish upholstery, 1 whole horsepower and grass-fed fuel, these hooves of luxury got everything. After all, the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. So come on down and get yourself a fresh new cup of fug.
Yeah! But for reals, you can ride horses in this game, like any wild horse out in the open. Alright, weird looking horse, but you do you. Now honestly, flying around is kinda faster, cause good luck getting Seabiscuit up this thing, but the horses work just fine getting through long hauls, and if you want a horse, all you gotta do is find one, sneak up on it, jump on it, and soothe it till it doesn't want to kill ya. And bam, you're riding a horse. Now, if you want to go the extra mile to make sure that your horse stays your horse, along with naming it, checking out its stats, and having it come when you whistle, then take it to your local stable and register that sucker before he realizes what just happened. There are also some cool special horses associated with missions, so seek those out if you want to get bucked with purpose. But speaking of going the extra mile, Breath of the Wild got even more if you're willing to give up some of that coin for the DLCs, the Master's Trial, and the Champion's Ballad. Now, the Master Trials have a few things, like special equipment and gear, a thing called the Hero's Path where you can see where you've been, Master Mode to satisfy every tryhard's needs, and a thing called Trials of the Sword, a series of challenges where Link takes on a ton of enemies in his underwear in true Fight Club fashion. Now, the Champion Ballad DLC is a lot more beefy, adding a ton of story missions, shrines, and bosses to get the closure that would make a grown man cry, along with even more items, enhanced Divine Beast power-ups, a lobster shirt, and the cherry on top that pushed me to suffer through the extra trials and listen to the parrot's mind-numbing tunes for 3 days straight. Big wheelies. Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. You can fast travel to all shrines and towers that are blue on your map, and you don't even have to beat a shrine to fast travel to it. It just has to be activated from the outside. While in Divine Beast, you'll have a special blueprint map that controls the beast a little bit to solve the puzzles, so it's not just for aesthetics, guys. Please do not forget about it. When it's raining, you'll slip and slide all over the place when climbing, so unless you got a ton of stamina, good luck, because you're not going anywhere, buddy. To surf on your shield, hold your shield up while moving, jump, then hit the parry button, and then you Gucci. Now, you can technically surf anywhere there is a slope, but it's best to do it on sand and snow for that speed. If you somehow manage to launch your horse into oblivion, you can revive them by going here and facing your demons. White-colored enemies of any type hit really hard, so just be cautious when you see one. There is a Rock Mother statue around here that will trade your heart containers for stamina and vice versa once you complete its mission, so hit her up if you need a little more love in your life, if you know what I mean. When walking around in a storm, if your gear is sparking both in and out of menus, unequip it before God smites you. Certain enemies only come out at night, and yes, this is the reason why you're going to be stalked by skeleton men. Even with just a little smidgen of stamina, you can still jump, so if you're close and think you can make it, take a literal leap of faith to make it to where you need to go. You can pass time faster 2 different ways, either by sleeping at inns, which costs money, or by chilling at any fireplace. Heck, you can even make your own fireplace anywhere if you got wood and something to set it on fire with, like a flint. So get used to living outside, cause mama's on a budget, y'all. Don't forget that when you hit a stasis object, it builds up momentum, and once that stasis ends, that thing is gonna fly. Ice don't like fire, thorns don't like fire, explosive barrels don't like fire, and you don't like fire. So if something is in your way, fire comes out to play. Take pictures of every item in case you want to find more using the compendium, which will set your beeper to find whatever. If you see a creepy eyeball on something, just shoot it, rather it be a monster or Ganon goo. The eyeballs are the weakness, and I don't like them, and they should go away. Roasting or freezing any food by itself normally gives it more heart, so no shame in cooking on the go. You really can't go wrong with element-infused weapons, since their properties affect more than just combat. And if you want some really good weapons quickly, go to the upper levels of the Colosseum and nab what you can from these guys. If you see a book that can be read, read it. They normally start missions or have some secret recipes hidden in their pages. Guardian arrows are pricey and rare, but they do pack a mega punch, so use them wisely.
but get your sweet revenge.
It's payback, you bitch!
If you want the fashion police off your trail, then these shops can dye the clothing of your choice, assuming you have the right ingredients. I recommend going full-blown exploring after you get the camera in the main quest. That way you'll have all the tools you'll need to really eat shit. Bomb arrows are great, but they straight up don't work in rain, so don't waste them and don't use them or even have them equipped when you're in the lava lands for reasons. Okay, so while there are 900 some Korok seeds, you really only need about 440 to max out all of your inventory, so don't panic about getting all of them if you just want all the spaces. No fishing rod? No problem. This ain't no Final Fantasy 15, y'all. We have technology. You want fish? There you go! Do not trade Luminescent stones for diamonds, regardless of who's asking. We have done the math, and you're getting scammed, son. If you're gonna dump your first few spirit orbs into anything, it should really be your stamina, cause dying is temporary, but being out of shape is forever. Using Magnesis and the Ice Cube from your Sheikah Slate is a great way to get chest chillin' in the water, that is if you don't mind the swampy smell. Do not hurt your weapons trying to mine rocks, just whip out your bombs and pop those suckers. So the last woods you can get lost in, and the dark forest is really dark, but just light the torches and that should help out a little bit, okay? Okay. If you see a gust of wind, then you can glide on it and get some free airtime. Heck, you could even make your own gust by setting the ground on fire. It's fine, guys. Smokey does not have to know. If you really want to play the no pain game, you can always fast travel warp out of any danger out in the wild. So if you really want to keep your pride intact, just do that. Remember, there is stuff in every corner of the game, so if you see something on the map, you can go to it. And with that being said, this island is kind of neat. If you're not one to be surprised and you want to get down to brass tacks, there is a great online map that basically shows anything you're looking for. Bosses, treasures, shrines, so links down below if you just want to break your immersion in half and strip the game down for all that it's worth. So while Breath of the Wild was one of the strongest launch title games we had seen in a long time, the game didn't entirely deliver on all of its expectations, and some people even saw the drastic change in design as unfocused and messy compared to past entries. But it was also a sign that Nintendo can really do anything they set their mind to. Determined to create a massive, sprawling open world that feels big on a handheld system, even though they took their sweet bippy time, yeah, I'd say they were pretty successful at it. And at the end of the day, Breath of the Wild nailed down the success of the series and showed that even a simple game from the 80s could be capable of really, really big things. And I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Joker came out for Smash Ultimate in 2019, and everyone was like,
You'll never see it come.
This smooth, silky nerd is the main character from Persona 5, a stylish turn-based JRPG created by Atlus and that was met with critical praise upon release. You may ask yourself why this anime leather heathen that makes overweight loudmouths bust a lung live on stream was picked to be a Smash Ultimate DLC character since mainline Persona games have been held hostage by Sony for years. But the answer is rather simple. Sakurai had a loud love affair with Persona 5 during the 1,000 hours it took to beat it, and Atlus has made critically praised exclusives for Nintendo in the past that no one cares about. So with enough connections and favoritism, here we are with Joker, a high schooler by day and leader of the dimension-jumping Phantom Thieves by night, who use their mysterious powers to steal hearts filled with twisted desires to make the world a better place by basically brainwashing people. And it seems he has his sights set on the real criminals. But anyway, if you're new to Joker, here is the total lowdown for people who don't know about this Smash Ultimate Challenger Pack. So Ren, codenamed Joker, is a 5'9", 16-year-old who can only speak about 7 words, who was picked by the big-nosed forces from beyond to be society's little magical rascal. Being a thief and fashion icon, Joker wears a long black coat and mask to help conceal his identity as a normal high school student that secretly wants to overthrow the government. So Smash Ultimate has given Joker a selection of skins to make your time on the battlefield more colorful and sexy. You have Joker's classic trademark copyright all rights reserved Black Phantom Thief attire, a purple tinted skin if the black ain't frisky enough for ya, a full-on blue getup when you want to key out his jacket for something a little more interesting, the pea-flavored one, a pre-blood-stained skin so you don't have to go to the dry cleaners after, your boyfriend's cosplay, and Joker's high school uniform in both black and white, which conveniently also changes his weapon to something a little more appropriate. Now it seems these skins in particular were inspired by all the previous Persona titles' color themes.
You got Persona 4 with the yellow, Persona 3 with the blue, and that's it. Now, Joker is only able to do the things he does because of the manifestations of his inner self, his personas. The first being known as Arsene, a birdman in the top hat that can shoot fire and won't hesitate to kill a child. Of course, Joker does not act alone. On top of his Phantom Thieves friends, he has a humanoid cat sidekick named Morgana that will join Joker in his taunts to show you he means business and to make sure you're not staying up too late. But with Joker's soft skin, sharp looks, demonic entities, and fuzzy feline father figure, you'll be able to dominate the field with style and rated M material.
Plus, you killed a child. Amazing. Mission complete.
But Joker is more than just the pretty face, because he's got moves that'll make you go... Literally. True to his Phantom Thief lifestyle from his adventures in the metaverse, Joker's weapon of choice is a long knife and a gun. Now, his moveset involves using shots, slashes, and his persona Arsene to bully people into giving you their lunch money. Get me! But his total move list includes a gun as gun, which you can combine with jumps for an over-the-head spin attack, allowing you to make shot montages to your favorite songs. And then there's Aha, a spicy projectile that bursts and causes damage over time, so just one snap can cause some serious carnage. A grapple, which can be used to grab opponents from afar or platforms in case you slide right off the thing, you slippery son of a bitch. And then there's Rebel's Guard, a way to defend and reduce damage taken, which also helps fill up your Rebellion's gauge that summons your persona Arsene when full.
Hi, sisters!
Now, when Arsene is summoned, your bullets go blue with power and Aha hits harder and lasts longer. Arsene can also counterattack when guarding, since he's a very no-touchy-feeling kind of guy, and instead of the grappling hook, you get Wings of Rebellion, allowing you to whoosh your way out of danger and dive bomb right into death's sweet embrace. Of course, when it comes to his standard attacks, you can slide kick, stab, uppercut, and bash using your knife. Now, these attacks don't have a ton of range, but if you manage to hit someone with a charge attack, then they will definitely feel it in the morning. But assuming you string together all of Joker's moves while building your Rebellion's gauge, you will be fancy shooting and slashing your way to number one, baby. Take your heart, more like take your life.
Oh! I've been fallen!
But of course, who could forget the Ultra Slam Jam move that you'll never see coming? Joker's Final Smash. Once high on rainbow fuel, anyone parallel to you will be caught in an all-out attack. This is a move used in Persona 5 with all of your pals to finish off your enemies because talking is overrated. A combination of flashy aesthetics, silhouettes, and cornea-burning red, you wail on your foes until they burst into glitter, and not blood because Smash is rated T, damn it, all while Joker smiles pretty for the camera. Now, I'd love to give you all tips on how to actually utilize Joker to the fullest so you can make your friends rage quit. But sadly, I am what the kids call bad. So instead, I'ma stay in my lane when it comes to gameplay advice, since Smash and I have only made awkward eye contact until recently. But if you actually want to know how to play like a pro, links down below, alright? I am not the person to come to for this. But his moveset is very fun, very slippery, and very broken according to influencers. Now, assuming you T-pose on everyone with ease, your victory screen will resemble the battle results sequence from Persona 5. But instead of showing the amount of money, XP, and items collected, you smugly run in circles until your mom's clapping gets more passive-aggressive. But Persona is more than just a single character. The Challenger Pack also includes a new stage called Mementos, which is based off of the labyrinth-like dungeon by the same name in Persona 5. A dark, mysterious place where the Phantom Thieves help the Shibuya residents work through their twisted heart's desires, normally through intense shank therapy. But now Mementos is in Smash, packed to the brim with unique hazards, patterns, chains, veins, and a wheelchair ramp for those kids' broken legs. The stage also includes some of the other Phantom Thieves who will just stand in the background cheering while the yoga instructor sprays her Zen all over the place. It's fine.
It doesn't do...
What? Oh, your toe got me! Now, new music also comes with this Challenger Pack. Selected from the Persona 5 original soundtrack is the standard battle theme Last Surprise, a new upbeat remix of the somber Beneath the Mask, which I officially deem a bop, the iconic Scandalous Wake Up, Get Out There, everyone's favorite boss theme River in the Desert, and Our Beginning, the one you won't ever pick willingly. But that's not all. This DLC also includes Reach Out for the Truth, Time to Make History, and I'll Face Myself from Persona 4, along with Battle Hymn of the Souls, a Rise of the Souls new arrangement, and
Song of a Generation from Persona 3. Now here's a cool thing, depending on the selected music track, the Memento stage will change to that game's color theme. So if you're not feeling all of the red, flip on some Persona 4 tunes and watch everyone swim in that mustard. The tracks also affect the color of Joker's victory screen, but with the added touch of playing the after battle theme from the corresponding game.
Now that's what I call thorough.
Be careful! I sense death!
Excuse me?
But if the standard Smash battles aren't scratching that itch, then you can take your skills to the Spirit Boards, where you can engage in unique battles with special rules to collect spirits from Persona 5. These include all of the Phantom Thieves and the rehabilitation entities Caroline and Justine, along with their master Igor, who helped guide Joker through his journey. While being humiliated by the loudmouth blind bitch in the spirit fights, though, you battle challengers from the existing roster, which best captures the essence of each Phantom Thief, such as Futaba, where you fight Fish Futaba. Now, if you don't feel like fighting these things, because Lord knows I don't, you can now buy spirits from the Vault shop with the in-game currency. So for all you crazy collecting types out there, life just got a little bit easier. And last but not least, if you are willing to dish out some real mega monies on the eShop, you can now download customizable items for the Mii Fighter, so you can make Hunk Daddy Yu from Persona 4 and MCR enthusiast Minato from Persona 3. Both are the stoic high school protagonists of their respected stories, who have definitely seen better days, good god. But if you have a fondness for these absolute units, you can now recreate your Persona power fantasies whenever you like. More! And that about wraps up all of the Persona content available for Smash Ultimate. Persona 5 being included in Smash is a very surreal sight, but this character pack really went the extra mile, capturing all of the iconic Persona 5 visuals and personality to a T, along with Persona 3 and 4 extras that just make this DLC a real treat. But this elaborate collab has helped spread the Persona brand even more, solidifying the series' mainstream status and making the Smash Challenger scope more broad. Broad enough for Sora to be in Smash one day, please Nintendo, I swear to God, I am begging you. But if you are a fan of Smash and haven't played Persona yet, I highly recommend you give it a shot, because hey, Sakurai thinks it's pretty neat. What's up with that? Watch Persona 5 for beginners, you pencil necks. But anyway, the Joker Challenger Pack is available on the Nintendo eShop for $5.99 USD, or it is included in the $25 Challenger Season Pass in case you want to get all the future packs. But I hope this basic rundown helps give the Persona content more context to make your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. So Digital Devil Saga 1 came out in 2004, and everyone was like, the game received mostly positive reviews from the handful of people who actually bothered to play it. After not selling so hot in the motherland, the game ended up catching some traction in 2005 when it came out in the West, giving the hungry hardcore JRPG fans something hunky and mature they could sink their teeth into. Being a spin-off of Atlus's Shin Megami Tensei mainline series, Digital Devil Saga was meant to expand the new depressing ground established by 2003's SMT3 Nocturne. You know, the game you've heard is still crushingly difficult and looks like Persona, but you're not really sure why. But by using the foundation Nocturne punched into people, Digital Devil Saga aimed to create a much more cinematic and accessible SMT entry, while still being true to its gameplay roots. So it threw the paper-thin, atmosphere-driven plot out the window and got down and dirty with cutscenes and voice acting.
Are you sad? What is sad?
Now, the title was ambitious for Atlus at the time, so instead of trying to shove a 75-hour-long cinematic JRPG onto a single disc, the development team had the foresight to split the game in half, with Digital Devil Saga 2 coming out only a few months later. And while Digital Devil Saga 1 is really only the first part of the tale, it didn't stop it from being praised on its own merits as a worthy addition to the SMT series, so it's widely regarded as a cult classic. And it stayed that way because it's lived under Persona's massive shadow girth sense. You know, the other SMT spin-off, but not really anymore. I don't even know what it is. But it doesn't matter, because nothing's escaping that 2-ton tidal wave, let me tell ya. But if you're new to Digital Devil Saga 1, here's the basic rundown with tips, tricks, and heads up. For people who don't know
about this game. So you play as the silent, serious Surf, the leader of the zesty, orange-wearing Embryons, one of the 6 militaristic-like tribes residing in a dark, damp, and dystopic place called the Junkyard. One day, while crying in mud, the Embryons go to investigate the sudden appearance of a giant squid egg in the junkyard, but are attacked by their neighborhood frenemies, the Vanguards. While the tribes sissy-slap each other with bullets and reenact the Matrix, the squid egg gets bored and explodes.
Yawn. Bored now.
Branding everyone with tattoos and transforming them into demons. And this sudden phenomenon causes the Embryons to black out, go psycho, and eat everyone on the battlefield.
Beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up.
After waking up from their food baby nap, the Embryons discover a girl named Sarah in the squid egg, so they decide to take her back to their base before she pokes an eye out with those things. The gang then goes to visit the surviving traumatized Vanguards to figure out why they got these stylish ballin' tattoos, but they quickly discover they can control their demon powers as long as they devour others when hungry. So after coming to terms with their new diet and lost humanity, Surf and the other tribe leaders are summoned to talk to the head honchos of the junkyard at the Karma Temple, where you get stared down for being fashionably late.
Well, he looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him.
The Karma Temple lads don't seem to know what the heck is going on either, but it doesn't matter though, because they are suddenly overwritten by a mysterious entity known as Angel, who says some truly terrifying things.
Alright fam, it's Angel here. So I went to Burger King the other day and I got one of their Big Mac equivalents, and I thought it was really nice, but I thought the bacon was a little bit greasy. But I left feeling quite full. Regardless, so all in all, I think it was quite a good day. How's everybody? How's it going, campers? Oh, hello, babies.
Gotcha! This is a collab episode, y'all. If we're gonna talk about an older JRPG, we're gonna do it right. So I brought in someone who is obsessed with the genre, Mr. Clemps from youtube.com/Mr. Clemps. Like, favorite, and subscribe, please. Now shut up! Cause he's gonna talk now.
Hey there guys, the name's Clemps. You may remember me from season 5 of Home and Away. Look, see? There I am, happy as a clam. I have a burning passion for the JRPG genre, and this passion has not dampened since I was a wee baby child playing Final Fantasy IX in my diapers. It's also ruined my life. I live in a box, I've lost my hair, please send help, getting off topic. This game is definitely what I would consider a hidden gem within the franchise. So when I was approached by the butteriest of buns, on her hands and knees begging me to assist in this mammoth task, well, how could I refuse such a darling friend? Hi-ho, Silva! Okay, but back to the game. Angel tells the leaders that everyone has turned into demons, and the only way forward is to devour each of the tribe's leaders. The one who comes out victorious will ascend to Nirvana, but Nirvana will only open if the tribe has the black-haired girl. So, the gang, composed of Surf and his demonic form Surferoth, Agrilla, the Grill, Heat and his delightfully warm personality, Gale, the human personification of binary code, Cielo, who's just happy to be here, and Sarah, who is actually...
We're not supposed to talk about Sarah. So the Embryons strategize a way to take down the other tribe so they can ascend to space heaven or whatever, in hopes of finding the answers to their new demon powers, Sarah's origins, and why everyone's irises keep doing that thing.
Oh, found them.
But along the way, you'll meet Apathy, my girlfriend.
Scurrying boys.
Destroying your foes with logic and reason.
The 80s comeback.
Rabies gone right. Excessive staring.
Actual vor.
Nocturne assets. Clamps, those are mouth boobs.
They sure are.
Repeating textures. Being extra super duper sad.
Grabby hands.
Carnival cruise lines. Choose fun. Choose Carnival.
Cheekless pants. Ooh, naughty.
Geometry. The color gray. Like a lot of it. JavaScript tutorials. Killer starfish. Overly detailed doors. Sporadic emotions.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's soup.
So there will be thrills, chills, and even tears. I actually found myself caught off guard by how much this story would impact me and reduce me to an actual baby at points. But on that note, emotion is a key theme and mystery within this title. It took me a couple of hours to understand exactly what was going on and why characters were suddenly going through big personality shifts, but when it clicked, I was always excited to see how this would later affect the rest of our cast.
Now, one thing you should know is that while there are other Shin Megami Tensei games that folks will beat you over the head with, Fear not. You do not need to know anything about the series in order to play Digital Devil Saga. It is an independent, easy-to-enter, streamlined JRPG with one brass knuckle on its pinky, but the world is a place wrapped and deep-fried in mystery and seasoned to the brim with foreshadowing, so don't panic if not everything is spoon-fed to you out the gate. It's got more layers than a supreme nacho dip platter, and God, I gotta stop writing these when I'm hungry. But just know, yes, there are reasons for that, and that. But of course, Digital Devil Saga 1 is only the first half of the whole plot, and while the title is a satisfying experience on its own, if you want answers and real closure, then Digital Devil Saga 2, aka Digital Devil Saga Part 2, is where all those loose ends get tied up and thrown into the sun.
Now, the game's plot isn't something which will send you off in every direction. It's a pretty straightforward straight line to the finish. However, you do have the option to throw some spice in the mix with the dialogue options that pop up every now and then. These options can affect later events in the story, but before you projectile spray feces down your leg like a scared puppy, they really aren't that frightening. If you want the best possible results, however, keep this in mind. Whoever coined the phrase first the worst is a big silly plum, because going for the first dialogue option will lead to overall better results. Just don't panic and go for the ones which scream, "I am the goodest of boys." No pressure, ladies and gents.
So JRPG is a term broader than my underwear, so what are you even supposed to do in this sad sci-fi trailer park? Well, the story will guide you along, telling you where to go and who to talk to as you shuffle jog your way from place to place, but the bulk of your journey will involve navigating labyrinth-like dungeons filled with puzzles, traps, and a bunch of people looking for a 3-course meal.
The chicken nice and juicy, we're gonna pass it through.
Oh my god,
this guy
no,
first.
they're cannibals. Now, once you get to your destination, you'll get a few melodramatic cutscenes featuring socially inept fashion icons. You'll fight some demon suckers, and then you move on to the next objective, but with some chill downtime in between to snoop around. You see, in order to battle out the other tribes, the Embryon's bright idea is to go mobile by infiltrating various locations to take care of carnivorous business. So the game will politely lead you to the dungeon, tell you what your objective is, give you a little pat on the head for good luck, and then kicks you down a flight of stairs because that's when it stops holding hands. You'll be seeing the Maribel's ghost town, the Citadel's magical storage units, and the knockoff Dismal Land where you get harassed over the PA.
Maybe if you had as much style as Joker, your game would be popular.
But your goal with most new locations is to just get to where you need to go to continue the story. But the winding, twisting, ass-backwards mazes that fry your wig off are gonna make that a little difficult. And this ain't no case of randomly generated hallways, nah y'all. These are handcrafted dungeons with unique gimmicks that require attention to detail and trial and error to make it through. Think 5-story IKEA, but worse. Which brings me to my favorite segment, Shin Megami Tensei, where the hell do I go? Endurance test. Now, let's hope you're a new gamer that can learn some old tricks, cause you'll come across stuff like the glare of death, toilet tunnels, this mess, and one-way doors that mock me. But most of the time, the key to finding the right path is doing the wrong thing. Now start over!
Alright, so I wish I could show you the labyrinth solutions, but I'm not taking away your chance to sit in the big think chair because every location gives you everything you need to figure things out, even if they're being coy about it. Failure will teach you what to avoid and what order to tackle things in, so it's okay to mess up and run around in a circle for a bit. It's all part of a process, the circle of strife, and through sheer will and determination, you'll conquer any challenge thrown at you so you can bask in the warmth of your giga-brained problem solving. You know, I don't mean to brag, but my IQ's 50, and that's a pretty big number.
Now, navigating the dungeons only really requires you to walk around and interact with specific stuff, but even when you know how the gimmicks work, keeping track of everything can get overwhelming since the hallways can get awfully samey once you're in there. Hello? Luckily, there are a couple of tools to ease the pain. The first being your map, which will show you every nook and cranny as long as you've been there before. And while it's always visible in the corner, it's better to expand it as much as possible to keep track of where to go and to see places you haven't been yet. So be prepared to take 7 steps, check your map. 3 steps, check your map. Turn 30 degrees, check your map. Walk up, God damn it. So try not to get lost, but the map will indicate things you can interact with, like stairs, doors, and switches. But other than that, it's kind of vague. So if you're feeling medieval, actually drawing out paths or making pattern notes can be really effective when keeping track of safe routes. Now, what makes all of these labyrinths manageable so you don't feel like the walls are closing in are the terminals.
I love you.
So these things are scattered everywhere, but different terminals do different things. Larger terminals, marked by these lovely doors, allow you to save, buy new powers, teleport, and more importantly, restore your whole party's health and magic. Now, the smaller, dinkier red terminals that have been exposed to the elements can be used to save, buy powers, and teleport, but not healing. Nah, only the little green ones can do that, and good luck finding them, because they are shy. But when you come across any type of terminal, try to use it then and there for something useful. Yeah, I guess that works.
One thing you'll be needing to remember is that you can teleport between the large terminals, but the smaller ones are a one-way trip to the large terminals. You cannot teleport back to the smaller ones. This means you'll need to make sure you've stocked up on healing items and whatever else you want to throw at your poor unsuspecting enemies before you go on your trip.
Now, what's nice after all of the needless loss of life, limbs, and childlike innocence as you nibble your way through enemy forces is the downtime between locations. During these segments, you can catch up with party members, go into previous dungeons to experience the grind,
or sit back as the soundtrack lulls you into a perfect state of calm. There's no rush during these segments. The game gives you the freedom to do whatever you want to do, like going for a nice, relaxing walk through the junkyard. Like London at 2 AM.
Now, on top of dealing with your Crash Course Cartography class, you'll also be expected to use your demon powers to fight a plethora of other demons to show your demon dominance, demons, cause gameplay-wise, Digital Devil Saga has a turn-based combat system, so when you're walking around, you'll enter battles Alright? You'll enter battle... God, randomly! You'll enter them randomly! It happens all the time, you can't stop it, and it drives me... knock it off! Anyway, you're gonna be thrown into combat a lot when in dungeons, but all you gotta do is attack the enemies until they implode, gain some experience, and then keep on your merry way, serving you a delicious, nutritious gameplay loop. But the combat is where you'll be using your Gigabrain the most in an attempt to master
the press turn system.
A staple gameplay mechanic seen in various SMT titles, the press turn system. It hurts.
Now, the game will give you the gist at the start, but y'all on my time right now, so here's my lowdown. You still got all of the normal turn-based essentials. Each action takes up a turn, and you can spend hours stressing over your options. But demon powers have certainly spiced up the biological warfare.
Because you can throw elements directly at your enemy's face. Such classics like Firaga, Thundaga, and Quake. What I meant was Agi, Zeo, and Terra.
Yeah, that's right.
If you've played a Shin Megami Tensei game, be it a spin-off or otherwise, you'll have a good idea of what these do. The single most important thing to take away from your magic is that a majority of your enemies will hate you for it.
I'll beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch.
The demons you fight throughout the game have a variety of weaknesses and resistances, and you'll need to have a sharp memory in order to make the most out of your battle experiences. Just be sure to pay attention, because one bad move and casting a spell which the enemy resists will result in two things. Number one, you'll actively lose turns and the enemy will have an extra turn advantage, and secondly, you'll probably feel a little silly. We want to avoid this no matter the cost. That being said, if you hit the enemy with a spell they're weak to, then you'll only use half of your turn, allowing for an extra beat rush.
This is how you win, y'all. Well, not really. This is layman terms for beginners, obviously. The press turn system is a little more nuanced than just this, as you can see. So, links down below for how the other rules works, because I'm not explaining all that.
Now, a surefire way for making battles a much easier time for you is to keep an eye on the spells your enemies are casting. Are they throwing Agi at you ad nauseum? Invest in some fire resistance magic. Are they physically aggressive? You should probably take a look at getting a spell which resists physical damage. The thing which makes fights in this franchise so fun is that, sure, whilst you can take advantage of your enemies' weaknesses and make battles a breeze, so can your enemies. One mistake and you'll be eating a delicious combination of dirt and your depleting pride.
You see, y'all, Digital Devil Saga is a little old school. The game expects you to pay close attention to the stats or else you're gonna get beamed out the gate.
Hello?
I'm sorry, what? Game over means back to the start screen, game over, so dying isn't recommended for your patience' sake. One thing you gotta remember though, so you don't get obliterated into a smoothie, is to abuse the half turns whenever you can. Even if it means skipping over party members to get to someone with the right abilities, or stacking your party so hard with voids you create a black hole. Now here's my fat tip of the day. Wanna not drag your feet during bosses? Save like you have OCD, barge into the boss room with whatever you got, throw a bunch of crap at it and see what it does, take some mental notes, inevitably die, and then just readjust your party and abilities to everything the boss is weak to, walk back into the room, and boom! Knowledge really is power.
Success!
But you can't just wail on every enemy group you see with your biggest attacks. Nuh-uh, not in this economy, suckers. If you run out of this stuff, you're canceled, and the encounter rate will actively harass you. So just know, you do not have to fight everything you come across, and it is a good idea to escape basic battles if things aren't going your way. Like at all. We gotta get out of here! But the quickest indication you need to book it is if you start out a battle in human form.
What exactly is human form? Well, it's exactly what it says on the packet. You have the option to transform back and forth from human to demon so long as you're in battle. The benefits to being in human form are, not exactly what I call a long list. Your attacks are limited to guns, which some enemies are weak to, and you're invulnerable to virtually every single spell tree minus the sweet inevitability of death itself. The biggest issue with being in human form is your piss poor damage output. So it's highly recommended to stay in your demon form and go to goddamn town. However, when an enemy gets the jump on you, you're automatically forced into human mode, and I'll be honest, whenever this happened to me, I'd incorporate the Joseph Joestar approach and run the away. Transforming into a demon wastes a single turn, and it's really not worth the trouble unless you're desperate for a good fight.
Also, if I can direct you to this math-looking thing in the corner, it's called solar noise, but don't worry about it. You can barely control it because it changes as you walk around, and the effects of the noise are so bizarre and vague you won't even notice it, so just block the thing out of your mind now. There, much better. Okay, now knowing the combat basics can get you pretty far, but you can only abuse the press turn system if you have the right abilities, and you get those by purchasing mantras at any terminal. So think of mantras as buying ability packs. You browse for the skills you want on the tree, purchase that mantra, level it up, and ability is unlocked. Your mantra can now kill. So once again, we learned the hard truths about growing up. Nothing in life is more powerful than capitalism, because mantras can get awfully pricey, and you'll want to try to unlock everything you can. So to get the best powers faster, just remember to get that coin, babe. Or start a modest savings account, I don't know. But in order to level up the mantra so it unlocks so you can use the powers in battle and beat the game, you need Atma points, which you gain by harmlessly devouring your enemies. Oh jeez, is that really what they sound like?
So in order to devour, it's actually quite simple. You just need to focus your attention on the Devourer skill tree. Grab a few of these moves or have one as default, and you can chow down on any poor unsuspecting demon as if it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Your cue to start devouring is when they start freaking out or when their health points turn red. This is something we highly recommend doing in your playthrough, as devouring not only heals a nice percentage of your health, but it'll also increase the AP you get after a battle, making it so much easier to grind for that mantra you so desperately want to learn.
Now, you'll have a lot of freedom to build your own party since everyone can learn every mantra, so go crazy, go stupid, play how you want. But here are some mandatory suggestions from myself with names I'm a butcher on purpose. Devourer, Ogre, I'm a Silky, War God, got that, that's easy. Basically any magic that starts with MA or ends in NE, Fallen Hero, Calm Spirit, Goddess, Angel, Thrones, okay, Cherubin, Serpapium, Evil God, Spirit Karma, Illusion, and Insane God. So just buffs. Just like every type of buff and debuff you see, like all of them. And every type of elemental void and or drain. But not repel, because stuff like this can happen. So make sure someone on your party has at least one of those, okay? Cool, moving on. Now, the last trick up your sleeve are party combos. You know, the $5 ones at Taco Bell. These are special big moves that take up 2 turns while in combat. The combos are determined by what abilities each character currently has equipped. Like if Surf has blank and Gale has blank, then you can use Blankaga. And oh my god, Clem, so you're supposed to fill this in. But you'll be switching abilities constantly, so just know that combos change a lot and tend to have some of the beefier powers hidden in there. So don't forget about them, cause you probably will, but they can definitely come in handy.
Now, of course, you're going to be leveling up in this game, and you'll start to notice something straight away. Your party members will get automatic stat increases, but you, the protagonist, the demonic Adonis, will get to allocate your stats manually. You put them into anything you like, but my suggestion would be to evenly spread them out between your vitality, agility, and either strength or magic. You can choose strength if you want. It's just a suggestion after all, but going with magic just makes those weakness chains so much more explosive. I mean, would you rather be Gandalf? Or would you rather be this silly sausage who clearly didn't work out at the library?
So as you level up and unlock more mantras, eventually you'll be swimming in abilities that you can switch around in the menu whenever. But each character can only have 8 abilities equipped at once, meaning you better get used to this font because you're going to be in the menus a lot switching abilities around for the most effective party. And just pro tip, be stingy. You're going to be getting a bunch of crap abilities that you'll never use since mantras are a package deal only, so just don't use them. It's okay being boring sometimes. Can't go wrong with loading your party with the safest, most effective abilities you got with some elemental variety. And speaking of party, your party. Not really that complicated. You're limited to a party of 3 in combat, but you'll get access to more of your comrades throughout the game, and you can switch them around in the menu and while fighting. And of course, mantras let you build each member how you want, so again, go crazy, go stupid, but try to use everyone equally, since characters only level up if they are used in combat, unless you have very specific abilities equipped on all of your party members at all times, which most of you won't. So because each member have different resistances and weaknesses, it is best to keep them all beefy so you don't drag your shrimpy comrade into a force fight and watch him get bullied to death. This is embarrassing. Now, during your luxurious time in the junkyard, you can be struck with sudden status effects while in combat. Things like poison, stun, frisky, curse, and stomach aches, cause if you devour too much, you can get constipated apparently. But status effects are almost always never good, and if left untreated, they will, without fail, make things worse. Now, while there are certain abilities that can cure them in a single turn, that uses up precious MP and a space for something useful, so it's best to use items instead.
Obviously, the best place to stock up on items is at shops, which can usually be found in places of rest or near to a large terminal. You're gonna want to remember to stock up on virtually everything that can heal you. Even if you look at the status effect and think, the game thinks I'm the sort of person to panic. How have you know I fought in both world wars and Guess I'll have 10 panaceas, please and thank you. It's always better to go prepared. The Shin Megami Tensei series can be brutal with its status debuffs, and Digital Devil Saga is no different. Now, for the love of all that is holy, please keep this in mind on your first playthrough. The cells you pick up during the game are put there to fill your dirty little pockets full of cold, hard cash. Be sure to sell them whenever you have the chance until you have enough to buy your own pharmacy.
So while the main game is a dense linear adventure where you discover the true meaning of the Hunger Games, there is a handful of extra content that doubles the playtime if you're feeling hardcore. The first being everyone's favorite JRPG trope, extra bosses. These suckers range in difficulty and can normally be found hiding in completed dungeons. Not exactly a must-do since they can be a massive headache to access and they are really just there to wreck your shit. But they're kinda cool looking and you gain experience and items for doing so. So links down below if you want to be that guy.
Now, for all of you out there who are craving even more of this game after you've beaten it, have no fear, because there is a new game plus. Some of the features being the mantra that you've stored away in your cheeks like a friendly rodent will still be ready to use in your new game file. The mantra that you purchased but haven't mastered will also be unlocked. Crack open the best champagne because you'll be able to stay in human form at all times with the optional passive ability. Huzzah! Your levels are reset and your items will be thrown into the magical trash can in the sky. And for all of you long-term SMT fans out there, there's an incredibly challenging, iconic secret boss you can fight, known as one of the most powerful demons in the series history.
Okay, so here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Buy up the elemental magic mantra tree the character is weak to so you get the resist abilities faster, aka make this guy blast fire good.
Critical attacks can give you a half turn, and if the enemy is status afflicted, it raises their critical hit chances.
Okay, kinda lied. Solar noise does do something kinda useful. It can tell you your escape battle chances. Minimum noise means it's harder to escape, and maximum noise means you are likely to escape. Hope that blowed your mind. The brain boys here can be damaged by guns, and they give a lot of goodies if they are killed, but they're kinda hard to kill because they are absolute cowards!
Make sure to keep your health up by healing after every fight in the menu, and try to save MP as much as possible.
Multi-hit magic is great and all, but they ain't worth losing half turns over. Go for single hits if you're dealing with multiple enemy resistances. Please note that Cielo has no elemental weaknesses. He is just weak to status effects, so have fun! The auto button here just makes everyone do physical attacks back to back. It's good for low-level grinding, but it's great for killing yourself if you need to reload. The reason I said get all the buffs is because they last the entire fight and they stack. Unless you get them slapped off, of course, which is soul-crushing, but still, very much worth your time.
If you want to buy Digital Devil Saga, then there are still quite a few options available to you. If you still own a PS3, you can buy digital copies on PSN, and physical PS2 copies are still dirt cheap.
So while Digital Devil Saga 1 never really reached the fame levels of its more charismatic cousin, it did offer a challenging, mature, grim, but accessible experience for JRPG lovers at the time.
With its gripping, mystery-driven storytelling, compelling characters, and a wonderful soundtrack and overall design, will hopefully hook you into the series as a whole. I obviously want to thank Buns for allowing this stinky rat to collab on this video. If you want to watch some more videos which relate to JRPGs or Japanese games in general with a light-hearted twist, then please go over onto my channel and subscribe whilst you're over there.
And even if the game is stuck in the cult classic bubble forever, I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day. Yo, yiggity yo, welcome to the end of the video. This is just the part where... So Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019, and everyone was like...
Mom, can you pick me up? I'm scared.
The game was relatively praised on the critical surface for its fun gameplay and high production value, but when you dive just a little deeper into the depths of the fan circles, it was the definition of discourse. Trust me, I was there, fighting the good fight. The Kingdom Hearts community has always been passionate, to say the least, but when one of the most anticipated games of their lifetime did not entirely meet expectations, reality became the hardest pill to swallow.
It was a big disappointment.
But while the fandom duked it out in the Denny's parking lot and every rando game reviewer fell to their greatest weakness, research, Kingdom Hearts 3 snuck out while no one was looking to become one of the best-selling games of 2019. Even though fans were quick to call out the flaws, after a few minor patches and a DLC that blasted everyone's pants right off into the ER, but in a hot way, the general consensus eventually leveled out to, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 was pretty neat. After a self-admitted too early announcement back in 2013, the game had a rather hefty development cycle due to an engine switch, the series director being yanked in 8 different directions with a company in creative and financial turmoil, and excessive quality control from the mouse. But despite all odds, KH3's marketing and trailers consistently enthused fans and intrigued newcomers with its spectacle and grandeur, successfully fueling the hype train non-stop all the way to release.
This is so wrong!
Yes!
Oh my god, this is f***ing insane! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
So good! It looks so good!
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I'm just so happy!
Wait, you too! Oh my god! Oh my goodness!
Oh yeah, those were the days. Built up to be a grand conclusion to the main villain storyline and a starting point for the hero's next adventure, Kingdom Hearts 3 incorporated aspects of the whole series into one massive modern magical mess because it had 15 plus years worth of interconnected Kingdom Hearts crap to cram in. Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes, y'all, cause this ain't a 3. If we zoom in just a little bit closer, you get aha! baggage. But even if you're more of a carry-on person, the game was still a vibrant Disney and Pixar blowout that showed off the best, brightest, and most expensive aspects of the film for anyone to enjoy. Because God knows newcomers weren't going to be able to follow the original story at all.
I knew it!
But anyway, if you're new to Kingdom Hearts 3, here are a bunch of tips, tricks, and heads up for people who don't know about this game. So once again, you play as the beloved pretty boy with big dreams and even bigger psychological problems, Sora.
Baba Booey.
After the events of Kingdom Hearts 2.8, where we learn the true meaning of Inception and time travel,
what?
The story begins with Master Yen Sid and all of his bug-eyed wisdom gathering up the crew to give them some guidance on how to start the plot. So because Sora didn't do too hot on his Keyblade Master exam,
loser!
The poor boy never gained the power of waking, which is kinda necessary to get anything done. So needing a sense of direction on how to tap into his Gigaheart powers, the gang heads off to the land of the strong and bulgy, the fan-favorite world of Olympus, kicking off the long-awaited journey of a lifetime. Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Don't forget, I can always turn up the heat!
Okay, so after the tutorial in Olympus, where you help God Dad and learn Jak all about getting Sora's needed powers, Kingdom Hearts 3 starts off with the heroes planning out the best way to save Aqua, the lost Keyblade Master who was casually abandoned in the realm of darkness for 10 years, losing her McFrickin' mind.
The darkness in this place, it's getting to me.
Oh. But you'll be okay.
Oh, screw you, rat. But getting her back is suddenly a top priority now, because she happens to be the only person who knows what part of the Bed Bath & Beyond she left Coma Boy Ventus in. But the other problem looming over the boys is how they are going to take out Xehanort, the series' main villain and the dude behind all of the dark shenanigans. The several dudes. Yes, these are all Xehanort in one way or another. Except them. I'm not really sure what their deal is, but the silver-haired kids, along with some of the older pleather pals, have the super best buddies and a little bit of a catch-22, minus the 2, because Xehanort needs to clash his new 13 darknesses with 7 lights in order to complete his grand master plan to conquer Kingdom Hearts. But like, the real one this time. But in order to stop the guy, they're gonna have to fight the guy, which is kind of what he wants, so, oh boy. So, knowing that their fated clash is unavoidable because the organization is holding the Plan B Hearts of Lights hostage, the gang focuses on finding ways to recover their lost friends, gather their resources, reminisce about their old models, and protect the worlds against
darkness.
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 Darkness. Darkness.
Darkness.
Darkness.
Darkness.
But the point of all of this crap is to prepare for the final battle. It's a full schedule, y'all. So Riku and Mickey partner up once again to track down Aqua and their buddy rom-com adventure in the realm of darkness. All while Sora, Donald, and Goofy set off to thwart the new Organization 13 Xehanort Extreme's mischievous plans throughout the various Disney and Pixar worlds, trying to help folks wherever they can, however they can.
Nice throw!
All in the hopes of activating Sora's waking almonds or something. Oh yeah, and while all this is happening, Kairi and Lee are Keyblade training in a frozen timescape, eating ice cream, and talking about their feelings. Things that they're doing. That. But by lending a helping hand, the gang hopes to gain the powers they need to save Aqua, defeat Xehanort, and restore balance between light and darkness, all before lunch. But along the way, you'll meet slapstick, destruction physics, name-calling,
come out, you
bench warmers, product placement, like the whole thing.
I'm a savage. Yeah. Classy, bougie, ratchet.
Evil X's, my precious smarty pants baby boy, Stone Cold Big Jarring 3D, breaking the 3.9 wall, knockoff Instagram, stuff from the mobile game you won't understand. Robot people, darkness haircuts, canned darkness, smelly darkness, briefly visiting the 100-acre woods, talking in really inconvenient tall places.
I don't require human.
Oh, I can't hear anything.
May your key be your guiding heart or whatever.
Is any of this for real?
or not. I don't know. Is it? Omniscient stuffed animals, Final Fantasy character cameos, Pinterest purgatory.
Holy crap, what was the budget for this thing?
The Destiny trio.
This is my boyfriend Derek. This is Derek's boyfriend Ben.
Yeah.
Lean cuisine, Evil.exe, contest winners, Seeing Quadruple. Wasting your time, mommy issues.
Did I stutter?
Animation flexes.
This is Sora, Goofy, and Donald.
Yeah, that just feels wrong, doesn't it? Windows 420, Time Travel 101, not Noctis, we promise. Chess metaphors.
Oh my god, no, chess!
What's in the box? You know, I almost forgot these guys were in the game, and I actually had to go back and re-record this line, so, that's a fun fact for you. Crying, confusion.
What?
Depression, twist, turns, pure unbridled joy. And after all of these years, Xehanort finally getting what's coming to him.
I don't know what we just saw, but wow.
So yeah, this is a story full of spunk, character, and of course, heart. Needless to say, Kingdom Hearts 3 has a lot going on, and this is where I gotta speak some hard truths if you want to get the full experience. Yes, you need to know all of the other games in order for Kingdom Hearts 3 to totally make sense. This is not a suggestion, this is a warning. And don't think you're a 1 in a million big thunker that can piece your way through this. Folks have tried, but ultimately, cutting corners on this is just gonna hurt your head.
Oh, yeah, the log terminal.
You don't know any Saga.
Oh, and what? You do?
This is a continuation of everything that came before, so the game expects you to know all of the references, motives, world lore, and it's loaded with familiar faces only fans will know.
Big boobs.
Yes!
What?
Come on, gimme!
Child. Anyway, so...
Now, there are quick plot catch-up videos that you can watch in the menus, but sadly, they're a little too vague for real context. But don't panic, newcomers. Getting to the whole series is easier than ever before. Yep, it's time to shill with the Kingdom Hearts All-in-One Collection. Or the Kingdom Hearts Story So Far collection if you got Kingdom Hearts 3 already. I promise Square is not paying me, guys, but they could be if they wanted to, you know, just saying, wink, wink, wonk, wonk. Yes, the entire series is accessible with the collections. You too can now enjoy these classic titles in glorious HD at 60 frames per second.
They'll pay for this.
Wicked sick.
And hey, if you think Kingdom Hearts 3 is the only game worth your time because it's the fanciest looking one, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Okay, but for reals, don't feel like you have to play every game, cause oh boy. Watching cutscenes can get you caught up too, no problem. But I don't recommend just reading story synopsis, cause the Kingdom Hearts plot on paper just doesn't sound right sometimes.
Meanwhile, Riku chooses to reject the peaceful sleep of the Realm of Darkness and is pulled through a corridor of darkness to the basement of the castle. He makes his way through the castle with the assistance of King Mickey Mouse while fending off the temptations of Ansem, who's left a piece of himself within Riku's heart and wants Riku to return to being his host, as well as repelling attacks from Vexen, Luxeus, Zexion, and their Riku replica, who want to use Riku as a weapon to counter Marluxia's use of Sora? I don't get it.
The one exception to the reading rule, though, is the mobile game, Kingdom Hearts Union.
No. Get the hell out of here.
Okay, so the collection will give you 95% of the necessary information, but if you want to go the extra mile to become a Kingdom Hearts big brainer, then reading, watching, or if you're really brave, playing Kingdom Hearts Union is guaranteed to open up your third eye with a crowbar.
Wait,
Wait a second, he did what in the past?
I sure wish this wasn't the case though, but what you gonna do? Square Enix just loves that mobile money and decided to put a lot of interesting plot stuff in there for some reason, and oh, and go figure, this being a Disney adventure and all, knowing the films is gonna give you a leg up since the Disney worlds either rehash the plot points of the original with Sora, Donald, and Goofy just being there, or it takes place after the films with a new little storyline.
Maybe it would be faster to just break it.
Oh, that's brilliant!
Now, you should know that the Disney doesn't play into the main plot that much. It's mostly about why Organization 13 is messing around there and the life lessons we learn along the way.
My guess is no one's ever loved you before.
You don't need to know anything to have fun. Of course, knowing the context makes the experience considerably more rewarding if you decide to take that plunge. But without context, this is a wild, wacky adventure with infectious charm for the kids and dark melodrama that will intrigue the adults. As I've always said, Kingdom Hearts is gateway emo culture for the whole family. Now, while KH3 wraps up a bunch of major character story arcs, it was never intended to be the last game in the series. So get ready for some open-ended story stuff that will kick your theory brain into maximum overdrive for what comes next. Put those arms up, y'all, cause the ride definitely doesn't stop here.
Hooray! Oh, I am so tired.
Okay, so story crap aside, what the heck do you even do in this anime House of Mouse extravaganza?
Oh god, how did this get here? Wrong clip. Just cut the ties, cut the feed. Cut the feed!
Well, similar to past games, Kingdom Hearts 3 is roughly a 30-hour, semi-linear experience where you jump from Disney World to Disney World, defeating enemies, completing objectives, and seeing the sights. Gotta love the sound of the city. Once you set the oven temperature for your journey and your future dreams, the game immediately throws you into the thick of things, with Olympus setting the pace as the tutorial, one of the reoccurring worlds in the series, which helps give some perspective on the fact that the levels are extra hunky now. I mean, check out the glow up. You got scale, environments packed to the brim, and these NPCs are thriving! And they're everywhere, I mean, check— But after all the herc hullabaloo, yeah! You'll get your new fancy official Kingdom Hearts 3 outfits, the theme of the year was plaid apparently, followed by a quick pickup stop to converge with the rest of the cast via Skype in Twilight Town. Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, correction, 1/7 of Twilight Town. But past all of that, you'll get access to
space,
where the real game begins. So you'll be visiting a variety of worlds from films like Toy Story, Monsters Inc., Frozen,
copyright trademark, all rights reserved,
Daddy's Tangled Adventure, and the classic Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Yeah, you know, the best one. Now, the worlds are introduced in sets of 2, where you get to pick which one you fly to first, and once you're done with both, the next set unlocks. Of course, if this overwhelming choice stresses you out, then going in the recommended level order ain't a bad idea. Pro gamer strats! But once you are in a world, here is what you can expect. Sora, Donald, and Goofy crash land in the middle of something important. Immediately have to fight some enemies, do your little song and dance cast meet and greet, realize the homosexuals are up to something shady, make your way through the world by kicking heads and solving problems, eventually get distracted by voluptuous darkness, or get launched into the sky constantly, experience a classical musical moment, then you fight a boss, save the day, and get showered in praise. So it's a one and done, moving on, no looking back kind of deal. Well, actually, you can leave and return from any world at any time via the lovely save portals, but story-wise, you won't be back. So job well done, fellas. Take a good look, because this is the last time you'll see them.
Oh, great. One disaster after another. Now I gotta deal with teenagers. This day just keeps getting worse and worse. First, Celia dumps me and says she's gonna take the kids. Then someone parks in my spot. Then someone steals my favorite pen and clogs up the toilet.
But each world is unique in design, objectives, and mechanics, making you do a whole range of weird stuff, from pole pole dancing in the ball pits to sliding through a cursed snow globe and even drowning Rapunzel. The party just doesn't stop, because then you got stuff like boat races, teaching Boo the wonders of comedy, Caucasian conga lines, chasing down that fat, juicy, frosty merchandise, light up obstacle courses, and the absolute unplayable breaking point for some folks, crab catching.
I caught crabs in paradise, and yes, I mean both kinds of crabs.
But even though the game constantly shakes things up, the story will, for the most part, guide you along, and your objectives will always be as clear as day in the corner, giving you all of the immediate info on your current goal, and the same can be found within the menus. So you'll never be confused on what you're supposed to be doing, but you might be confused on why.
Ah, crap.
But in between your objectives, you can run around to your heart's content. Maybe take in the scenery, play around in the snow, drink some water, burn some grass, just play at your own pace. Of course, the extent of your freedom varies, since some worlds are more linear, being a conveyor belt of wonders where the way forward is obvious, if not a little hazardous. While other worlds are just wide open jungle gyms with too many invisible walls. So navigation can be confusing sometimes, all the verticality and open space, and during your first playthrough, you might get lost and turned around a bit.
Oh god, not the perfume department!
But you'll be able to unlock mini-maps in chests to show you what can be explored. Problem is that they're really only for tunnel vision lovers, since they are locked in the corner and cannot be expanded upon. So don't rely on them for directions. Sometimes you just gotta go rogue and fling yourself into the nether to find what you're looking for.
Oh yeah!
Oh my god, he's here! We did it, guys! Sora made it in the Smash! Oh no.
So you won't be overwhelmed, trust me, but to make sure that you progress smoothly, it is best to take your time, explore thoroughly, and look for anything that can be interacted with, like barrels, railings, statue cankles, baby birds, and of course, the obvious stuff.
Shake that healthy butt. Baby got ballet.
Now, once you're all said and done with the world's story events, if you do decide to return, there will be a good amount of little changes and optional challenges worth checking out if you are going for that 100% completion. And if not, there is still plenty to see, stuff to do, and people to talk to.
There's talk of an island in the north that's lush and
Okay,
green.
now y'all are just being dramatic. He's not that boring.
Alrighty, so that's the gist of what you'll be doing, but let's move on to how you'll be doing it. Much like past bigger titles, gameplay-wise, Kingdom Hearts 3 is a real-time action JRPG. Well, technically that would make it an ARPG, huh? I guess, if you count the... Who cares? The point is, there are some numbers involved in the background, you gain powers and abilities the more you kill stuff, and you kill stuff by smacking enemies around with a mutant key and so many sparkles it'll burn your retinas out. KH3 is basically a combat amalgamation of past games' battle systems, meaning it's extra because it's legally obligated to be. So you'll be fighting a lot. Sometimes it's your main objective, and then it's between every main objective. What can I say? The boys be out here to throw down. The enemies come in all shapes and sizes, too. Rather it be an army of killer cotton balls, uncanny possessed toys, a unit of sharp beef, or ugly.
Just like your face.
Everyone does something different, but when it comes to basic hordes, you'll be fighting the same way. Your way! Because there is a lot of options. Like even before you fight anything, you're given options, with Sora's Build-A-Boy windows letting you pick where you want to pack the punch.
Welcome to McBuild-A-Boy. Where do you want your package loaded?
First-timers who make decisions go with this, just saying. But as you play through the game, Sora will gradually unlock a whole arsenal of moves and doohickeys to use. So let's break it down, shall we? Okay, but for reals, there's a lot of crap, so listen up. Starting off simple and clearly not realistic, Sora's movement and fighting basics. Look, he's a limber boy, and you're gonna be moving a lot. So from the get-go, you can jog, jump, air dash, roll, slide on rails, activate torpedo mode, run vertically up any shiny walls, body flop from the sky into a grand slam,
Skip it up and that up.
and eventually near the end, fly.
You know, like most people. But obviously, the slicker you are, the harder you are to hit, and by extension, not die. So keep those legs up and watch out! Now, your normal combat moves are a few Keyblade combos and a very useful guard that smart people use, but you'll probably forget. And then completely free of charge, as long as there's something to kick off of, Flow Motion, where you lube yourself up in glitter and slide around while trying to hit stuff. Honestly, in most fights, it's only really worth using if you're trying to play Don't Touch the Floor, but the thing that is actually worth using, if you really want to be slick, is Sora's Air Step. Alrighty, so literally at any given moment, you can activate what I like to call Slow Down, Hoedown mode. Yeah, we like to have fun here. Howdy, y'all. But it narrows your view to a ring for a limited time, letting you observe your surroundings calmly and casually. Is that? Now here's the deal. When you see golden pinging squares in the environment, you can use the SD's Air Step to fling yourself to them at literal light speed. And this thing's got range, baby. Oops, overshot it. This also applies to enemies as well, so you can zip, zap, slap your way to most targets at any time. Please note that the Air Step is incredibly useful for both exploration and combat, so just remember, y'all, that running is for suckers, and we have progressed past the need for legs. Use it!
Who am I? Kevin Jackson
But you might forget the SDHD can even do this, cause you could be distracted by the sound of the Keyblade charging up ready to explode. Yes, in this view during combat, assuming you have enough brain cells, you can use shot locks, which are as simple as look around, lock on, and let go. They're powerful, accurate, bright, and each Keyblade gets a unique shot lock with 2 variations, one for when the lock gets maxed, and one for when it doesn't, so know the difference.
Let's crush them! Oh no!
Either way, they will pulverize anything you point them at, so use them wisely and focus like you mean it. But speaking of blowing stuff up, don't forget your iconic Disney magic. Now, your magics are gradually unlocked and upgraded as you progress through the game, but as long as you got some blue stuff in the bar, then you can rain holy elemental hell on anything in your way.
Strike!
Effective. But on top of melting faces off, some magics got a little useful, zesty twist. So, starting from the top, we got Fire, as in fire, where the Keyblade fires a big old ball of fire. Fire. And then you got Water, which gives you a little defense swirly wall before it flushes a target. And then there's Water, but colder, letting you chuck ice at whatever, while also being a makeshift grind rail in case you want to slip out or into trouble. When you want to tase your way out of a toughie, you got Thunder, a literal shock death radius. It's kinda neat. And if you feel like giving the boys a little spin around, there's Arrow, or alternatively, the Sora Sorin 9000. But the last actual saving grace magic is Cure, your go-to way to keep everyone alive, and also the greediest one, because it eats the whole thing up. So most of the magics are offensive, and high-key very, very overpowered. Not to mention, some enemies are weak to their effects, like freezing and burning. However, so is Sora, so be mindful of that.
Attention shoppers, could the parents of the protagonist come get their kid? They're on fire again.
But because magic is very effective, this is a big, friendly PSA to use the magic quick commands with the shoulder buttons so you can actually get good. Please do not forget this. This is important and useful and important, and I'm sorry if this is annoying. I'm just tired of hearing folks complain for years about having to use the long command menus after every new game releases. Please, for God's sake, just read the instructions. It's always been there! Alrighty, now that's just one side of Sora's pack pockets, because now we're moving on to the real heavy hitters. They're green, they're mean, and they're called situation commands, which there are many. All you gotta do is use basic attacks to build up this little gauge right here, and once you max it out, bada bing bada boom, your options open up for a limited time. The most common and useful command being Sora's Keyblade transformations. Sticking with the theme, Sora can have 3 Keyblades equipped at a time, letting you switch on the fly so quickly I can sing to this song. reason being is cause Keyblade transformations flare up Sora's fashion and drastically change your moveset and range. And every Keyblade's got 2 different forms with special finishes.
Come on! Let it go!
I have to play that every time, God. From killer yo-yos to huge wet wigglies, honey nut bees, massive meaty counter-fisting.
Leave me alone, I'm having fun.
Nerf-powered machine guns, Bitcoin hammers, and the Sundance light-up rave. Don't talk to me or my sons ever again. The transformations are really your main way of fighting though, and all have a huge variety of attacks. So with that, please note, if you build up enough gauges, you can have multiple forms active at once by simply switching the Keyblade. So you can show them the old sticky glitter claw, and then give them the sauce. But there is a situation command for everything, including your magics. All you gotta do is use a magic, build up the gauge, and then you might get the chance to set off a nuke totally free of blue charge.
Take this!
It's a fair trade. Now, these commands are the most consistent since they're determined by what you're currently using. But past these, stuff gets, random and extra. Alrighty, fasten your seatbelts, y'all. So while in combat, killing enemies with these little green symbols will give you a random attraction flow situation command. And it's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh God, here it comes. Hello, turn it off, turn it off!
Seizure warning, I guess, cause they're just the Disneyland rides, but deadly.
Die.
Oh yeah, y'all get to destroy darkness with the likes of the teacups, the carousel, the blasters, and the mountain coaster, along with a few others, assuming you have the fast pass, of course. Point is, attraction flows are noisy and busy as and control like a Roomba with a grudge. They do a ton of damage, you'll get them often, and yes, you will constantly trigger them on accident cause they're needy!
Welcome to the Magic Kingdom of Disneyland.
Oh God, it's loud!
But ignoring the migraine machines, there are team attacks, which also pop up randomly. However, it all depends on who's with ya. Yes, along with your adoptive parents, Donald and Goofy, you'll have an array of Disney characters that join in on the darkness battling, who all feature their own special team attacks. Now, your comrades join your party automatically and are controlled by an AI, so don't worry about them while on the field. They are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. But with the sheer power of friendship or acquaintances that just met or whatever, you can pull off moves like the spinning workout sesh, the cowboy bee blast off, the back and forth hair whip, booty breakdowns, balls, and throwing Goofy to wherever he's needed.
Get him!
He's a big boy, he can take it.
You're really at the mercy of the game's RNG to give you any of these though, but team attacks are effective, fast, and most prevent you from taking damage while in them. So always pop those suckers when you see them, cause Donald's got a lot of pent-up rage that needs getting out.
Oh God damn it, guys, that's the wrong game! Kinda, I guess if you don't count the... Who cares? Shut it down!
Now, notice how situation commands can often change up the button layouts, which can mess with your accuracy or cause you to accidentally cancel out attacks the second you start them. So be mindful of what buttons do what, and that can really be said for the rest of the gameplay outside of Sora's military might, cause each world has special gameplay instances where you control Sora controlling something else.
Sora, you got a little fast there, buddy. Can you not turn so quickly with your accelerator? Oh my God, he can't run!
But seriously, from sledding through fire and ice, to piloting short-tempered mechs,
trash,
to full-on pirate boat warfare destruction, just be ready for things to change on a whim. But honestly, these mechanics are very basic. Just keep moving and double-check those buttons with your eyeballs before you do anything risky. But after deeply analyzing the typical player habits over at the Buns Research Division, Oh, that's right. 1 second. We're proud to be very adaptable over here at the BRD. Be safe, everybody. But there are some helpful gameplay nuances that I want to highlight in this segment of stuff the tutorial blurb tells you, but you'll glance over it anyway. Sponsored by... What the f*** am I reading all that? Alrighty, starting off. Y'all, There is a button to cycle through your situation commands if you get stacked. Pick what you want, do what you want, blow up what you want, okay? You can build the command gauge with any attack, but the Keyblade you're holding when it gets maxed out will be the one that gets the form change. And note that the timer doesn't go down when it's not in use, aka put some tinfoil on that thing to keep it warm, alright? If you really insist on using the long command menus like a weirdo, then you can change it from active to slow in the configurations, which borderline freezes gameplay so you can think about your options, and it's also how you view the slow-mo smack cam. Aerial recovery is your friend. Be sure to pop it anytime you get knocked into the air. But sadly, you do not get it until the Toy Story world for some reason, so you gotta deal with Limp Noodle Sora for a bit. Guarding is the main way to defend yourself in this game, and it becomes crucial in tougher fights. So again, big brain it up and guard, 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 and don't forget to guard! Some magic's area of effect are different in certain forms, so remember that before you start spamming stuff and missing all of your shots. It's embarrassing. Tired of looking at fancy camera angles and animations cause you got to do? Good news, cause you can turn off the long transformations in the menu settings. Okay, now the data says I have to bring this one up cause apparently it's a lot more common than I thought, but PSA, you can rotate the boat. And that's how you go for their throats. Now, all of this combat stuff may sound like a lot, cause it is, but chances are you won't use everything. You won't remember to switch keyblades or use what's in the environment or that summons are in this game at all. Wait a second. Oh, dang it. Alright, speedrun time, y'all. So summons are similar to team attacks, but it's with a bunch of characters Sora keeps on speed dial.
Give me strength!
Where's Ralph? He should be wrecking the building.
You can activate them at any time with a full MP bar, they last way longer, and they hurt like hell in their own special way. Pretty useful if you want colorful company and don't feel like getting hit. And time! Alright, moving on. But try to experiment as much as possible, cause why not? Like, look at all this crazy crap you can do if you try. Of course, depending on the difficulty, you can just coast on by with your personal faves, since most of the moves are spammable cartoon carnage overkill. But speaking of difficulties, Kingdom Hearts 3 has 4 modes to pick from that get locked in at the start of a new game. You got Beginner, Standard, Proud, and the toughest choice, Critical Mode. You know, if you like pain.
Well...
Oh, no! Oh, God! Oh, never mind! Oh, wait! Oh, God! Oh, my God! That speed! No!
And this is how you don't kill a boss, because I have one more hit on him, and he's a giant tornado right now.
But an average playthrough isn't any harder than getting into the whole series itself, because it's easier than ever with the
Kingdom Hearts all in one package.
Okay, so you've got Sora, who's a child with a big key but never uses it to break into any houses, and Mickey Mouse, who's on the front cover of every single game that isn't in any of the games. They work together but mostly never work together in order to stop his best friend Riku, who's actually Ansem the Wise, who's actually Xehanort, who's actually Terra, who's actually Old Xehanort, who's actually a raisin, who's actually a pair of dungarees. And in order to win, Sora needs to work together with all of his friends, including Kairi, who never says or does anything, Donald Duck, who never shuts the f*** up, and Goofy, who dies but then comes back to life 10 minutes later. Eventually, they save all of the Disney worlds by singing Under the Sea very terribly, while Cloud from Final Fantasy VII stands there and moans all day because he lost a fight with the previously mentioned child with a big key. Reconnect!
So fighting and probing the Disney worlds is what you're going to be doing the most, but try not to get too caught up in the superficial hullabaloo, cause let's be real, it can be very distracting. But what really makes a game an RPG anyway, Let's say it all together now. Nerd! Numbers! Yeah, welcome to Backend Management with me. This stuff is kind of important, so let's slow it down, count it up, look at some charts, power up some hearts, and... But seriously, since the gang unlocks new items and abilities as you progress, it's important to check the menu often to prep your party so you don't stay stinky and outdated. Now, getting new moves is as simple as turning the ability on with AP points, which don't get burned up, so you're free to move them around if you want. And you may feel inclined to turn everything on if you got the points, but I'm here to say, no! Look, I'm sure everyone watching this is very smart, especially since you subscribed. You incredibly smart person, you. but be sure to actually read what the abilities do, cause some of these take up a lot of points and aren't really worth it, especially in this economy. The names may look fancy, but the devil is in the details, and so is the damage, but the numbers really start to show with your equipment. As mentioned before, you got your 3 Keyblade slots, but then there's armor, meant for defense and holding your pants up, followed by accessories, which boost your offense through bling bling alone, and then field recovery items, your juice packs on demand to keep you from dying and eating shit.
It can't be.
Oh, get up, you big faker. Go get him.
But notice that some equipment have passive abilities like magic boost, freeze resistance, hair volumizer, and raining free money. So once again, read them for the best effects. Now, there is a lot of gear and items you'll collect throughout the world, but your main way of managing and obtaining items is through the shops, who are, once again, run by the cash money Moogles.
Don't be frugal, shop at Moogles. Or else.
Okay, so the Moogle Mafia can be found in every world, and they are your go-to way to buy and sell items, weapons, gear, treats, and materials, for a price of course. But more importantly, you can use their workshop, which can synthesize better gear and weapons with materials you find throughout the world. Neat! And since your Keyblades change up your moves, and everyone's got a favorite, in order to keep them all viable and equally powerful, there is the Keyblade Forge, which allows you to upgrade their stats, assuming you have the items. But sometimes you won't, and that's when things get tense.
I warned you. No Damascus means no respect. So, sweet dreams, twink boy.
But the point of all this back-end management crap is to have high stat numbers across the board. The higher the numbers, the bigger the bang. And the way to totally max out your stats to become the ultimate combat master is to eat French food. Yeah, wee baguette, everybody. SuperButterBuns here, ready to tell you what's on tonight's menu. It's rats. So early on in the game, you'll come across Little Chef, aka Not Ratatouille, who will assist you in making exquisite cuisines that buff the out of Sora when consumed. But you gotta do a handful of cooking mini-games at the Twilight Town Bistro in order to get the goods. And I mean many. The tutorials will give you the gist, but they're wicked short, and accuracy really is the key here. It is incredibly easy to mess up any of these if you are careless. Oops! And I don't know if it's because I was cursed with big gamer hands, but the egg-breaking one feels like it was designed for brain surgeons. Oops!
Oh god, Doc, we're losing them. We're losing them!
Catch is, though, to do any of these mini-games, you need the proper ingredients. And luckily, a lot can be bought from the shops, but specific stuff is pillaged throughout the world, like at the bottom of the ocean or in a creepy dark alley. Quality ingredients! But you'll know you're near something you can pick up, because the cast won't shut the up about it.
This might be a good spot to find some ingredients.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
This might be a good spot to find some ingredients.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Hope we find some ingredients around here. Hope we find some ingredients around here.
Finally. Peace. Tranquility. Okay. I can breathe. Y'all ever just think? Like for a long time? Like a little bit too long for a long time. Yeah. Well, I've been thinking. I've been looking for some clarity in my life recently. Taking this year to really slow down and contemplate. To figure out who I really am, honestly. And I think I finally understand. It's been a long time coming, guys. And I feel bad for keeping everybody waiting. But does anyone else feel like Goofy's kinda hot? But once you have enough dishes, it's as easy as selecting your courses in the cuisine menu, inhaling them, and bam! bam! You got buff for a limited time, and suddenly everything dies a lot faster. But different dish combinations have different effects besides just boosting your stats, like experience and money boost. So, links down below for all of the recipes to have the tastiest, most lucrative treats.
Soup's on, baby! Woohoo!
Is the food ready yet?
So that's all the stuff you'll be doing the most in the main game, but let's move on to the extras, the optionals, the things thrown in for the funsies. Starting with the gummy ship. Yay? Okay, so I skimmed over the low polygon intergalactic space travel earlier because 90% of it is optional. You can just beeline straight for each new world and fight the bare minimum, because once the world is unlocked, you never have to manually fly to it ever again. Pretty convenient if you're not the best navigator. So, with that being said, the gummy ship. For when you feel like it. You got wide open space to explore filled with asteroids, treasures, rock buffets, collectibles, eccentric landmarks, speed suction tunnels, and enemy battles, which are normally some kind of huge boss ship you just unload on, or hordes of basic babies where you try to get the highest score.
Oh, great, now it's mocking me.
You have total freedom when flying around, so it's really just a matter of shooting, bobbing, and weaving to wherever. But there's really no point in cosmic globetrotting if you don't look cute. And luckily, you can unlock tons of ship blueprints to pimp out your travels.
Oh, we are balling out here.
Or you can make your own in the Gummy Editor. Now, obviously, building elaborate stuff requires materials and treasures, especially if you want to jazz it up with guns, tiny ships, and decorations. But you'll never be without the necessities as long as you complete side missions, and you're free to purchase the basic goods from the shop whenever.
Hello!
Oh, God! But regardless, if you want to do any of this extra crap, just remember that space never looked this fly before. But who cares about boring old space? Cause the optional thing you'll be encouraged to do the most is finding lucky emblems. It's like a hidden Mickey for you Disney adults out there, you weirdos. So early on in the game, Sora is gifted the Gummy Phone, also known as a phone. But you can use it to take pictures at any time, anywhere, at anything. Like you can even whip it out during combat. But the main usage is to get shots of lucky emblems hidden all throughout the worlds. Cause he is everywhere. Some emblems are incredibly obvious to find because they stick out like a sore thumb, but others are hidden in more subtle ways, like only being visible through a forced perspective or disguised as property damage. Point is, if you see one, take the picture right then and there, because if you find enough, you'll receive special items and gear that are pretty worth it. But if you don't feel like going on a scavenger hunt, you are always welcome to take pictures of your pals, because they will happily pose for you when you point the camera at them.
You want to take my picture? All right.
But if you're really bored, there is Classic Kingdom, mini games that you collect on your journey that can be played on your phone through the power of QR codes. The future is now, y'all. But there are 23 to collect, with riveting games like golf, taxi driving, filing your taxes, mowing the lawn, and cleaning out your shower. All totally packed full of 2 frames per second action. Okay, yeah, they are just here, basic as hell, borderline tedious, but low-key kind of adorable, I won't lie. Regardless, you might totally forget about them entirely, but it's okay. Anyway, we're moving on, cause an extra that's kinda hard to ignore are the Flantastic 7.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was fun like me? Don't you?
Wow, fruity and snooty. So they will appear in every Disney world after you complete them. It's just a matter of finding their set location, complimenting their hat and nails to get them to come out, and then they will reward you with abilities and precious cuisine ingredients, as long as you play their little games.
Oh, don't be scared.
But yeah, each flan's got something different, like sliding through pudding, serving the spinning tea, happy cannon fun times, and bouncing to not get imbibed. Pretty simple stuff, but don't get it twisted. These gals got standards, so get ready for a few retries if you're trying to get the high scores for the best rewards.
You're worthless!
What do you want from me, game?
But that's all the cutesy optional stuff. If you're looking for Pro Gamer Combat Challenge, then there are the Battle Gates. You got 14 of these spiky doodads scattered throughout the worlds that unlock near the end, and each vary in enemies and difficulty. What's nice is that these can be replayed as many times as you want, and they are
great spots for grinding money and experience if you want to reach max level 99. And being at a high level helps if you want to take on extra bosses. And assuming you only have the base game, you can fight the showstopper lineup of Dark Inferno von Fartscarf. And that's it. Yeah, no, it sucks. I'm sorry, guys. The real high-level extras are actually in the purchasable DLC KH3 Remind, which I highly recommend if you want the full experience and to know what hurt really feels like. We paid
$30
for this?
I paid $40.
So Remind's got a few things going for it. First is the post-game alternative story scenario, aka Remind, which adds a new perspective to the game's ending and lets you play as other characters during the boss rush, while also letting you explore an area you wish you could have explored in the base game. They also give Kyrie a gun, and it's awesome. Obviously, no major spoilers here, but while this is important additional story stuff, I'm gonna note that this does not change the ending of the base game at all, and Remind's content is only understandable after you have experienced the original ending. So pay close attention to the weird offbeat moments in your first go, and get ready to big brain it up after the fact. Trust me, it does make sense. Kinda. Now, the second hunk of the content in the DLC is the Limit Cut episode, which has post-game story bits. But it's mostly there to introduce the 13 data bosses, revamped and enhanced versions of the new Organization 13 Xehanort Extremes battles that are designed to bully the living piss out of Sora. And if you manage to survive and beat all 13, then you unlock the secret episode, where you are rewarded with a million questions, 2006 nostalgia, and Dylan Sprouse blast beaming you on sight.
Bye.
But Limit Cut and the secret episode have the most challenging content in the game, so it's best to go in mega prepared with a lot of items and patience.
Leaving?
But if you're really not eager to get slapped around by hot people just to obtain Kingdom Hearts knowledge nirvana, then of course watching Remind's content will suffice. However, if you ignore all the story stuff in the DLC, you still get the premium menus, advanced difficulty options that you can toggle to either make your experience simple and clean with the easy codes or complicated and dirty with the pro codes. Now, you can only pick one menu at the start of a new game depending if you want easy or hard, or you can unlock both if you complete the secret episode, which is easier said than done.
Nope.
Regardless, they are worth checking out just because it's really satisfying to one-shot kill some of these chumps. But the last feature of the DLC is the data greetings, an elaborate photo mode that lets you place and pose the cast models in most of the game's scenery, which also has a slideshow feature. So this is very much worth it if you are looking to create your own little scenarios of God knows what. They're so cute. We're getting close to the end here, I promise, but here are a bunch of tips and things you should know before you get started. Chat up literally anybody you see when you first revisit a world, because some of the NPCs got the extras you're looking for. The Moogles offer little picture quests for items if you're tired of snapping Mickey's massive mouse forehead all day. If you want to take on the extra ship bosses in the Caribbean, you gotta load up on crabs to beef your boat up to stand a chance at all. In order to unlock some of these special gummy ships, you need to take pictures of their constellations, which you shouldn't have a tough time seeing. They're kind of obvious. Accidentally get sucked into a gummy ship fight you don't want to do? Great news, because you can abandon the battle from the menu whenever, like a coward. Be sure to peep Donald and Goofy's customize options so you can set their actions to prioritize Sora at all costs, because then Donald will be forced to heal you. You can equip all levels of magic in the shortcuts now, so you can either hit folks with a snowflake or an iceberg. It's really up to you. Summons require
require a full MP bar in order to be used. Remember that before you bet your entire life on their iframes. Once you get the late game glide ability, you can use it anywhere endlessly. Like, you can even drag race on the pavement for the lulz. The 0 XP ability is exactly what it sounds like, cause yes, it will prevent you from gaining any experience, so use at your own risk, you tryhards. Any and all power-up items like AP points and defense ups should be used on Sora and Sora alone in the menu. You can set your field recovery item slots to restock themselves by simply pressing the button. The Koopo coin, or as some people call it, the Koopo coin, is an item that immediately revives you if your health falls to 0. It's pretty useful, but you can only hold one at a time, so remember to rebuy them often if you want to cheat death constantly. Rage form is your panic button form, which has a high chance of appearing when you are dying. The form immediately gives you full health and MP, but you can only attack while it's active and nothing else. A little inconvenient sometimes. However, if you want to get the benefits and shut it off quickly, simply spam wrist charge until you disco dance your way out and then heal right after. You can use items in midair. I repeat, you can use items in mid-air, and this will definitely save your life. Don't forget, if you die, there is a retry and prepare option, which lets you use the menu to fix out your loadout before you get back out there. A lot of the main Keyblade upgrade materials can be found in space or bought from the store once they unlock. Also, some materials are just easier to buy rather than farm, cause you know, capitalism. Don't know what dishes to pick for a basic buff? Well, then just go with what you got and use the Chef's Choice button instead. Voila! There is a single manta ray swimming in the Caribbean Ocean. Stop by and say hi when you get the chance, cause he seems awfully lonely. You basically gotta 100% the game if you want to get all of the Keyblades, and this includes Oathkeeper and Oblivion. Apparently, even veterans don't do this, even though they totally should, but read the secret reports. Please, for me. Okay? Just do it before I shove them up your butt! Tragic news for people who play these games too much, but you only get 10 save slots for some reason, so be careful with overriding files. Also, for the Remind owners out there, you can load the DLC stuff or continue the base game, just depending on the button you push. You can use the Gummy Phone's archive to check for chests, recipes, synthesis items, lucky emblems, and literally every other game stat. It also contains a glossary in case any of these terms really confuse you. Peep the configuration menus when you get a chance, cause there is a bunch of options to mess around with, like even turning off the subtitles in case you want to guess what Donald is saying.
Why did you have to say that?
For those curious, here are the requirements to unlock the base game's secret ending. Or you can just watch them online if you're impatient, that works too. While Kingdom Hearts 3 doesn't have a traditional New Game Plus, it does let you transfer Keyblades from a past save into a new game, letting you go crazy and stupid from the get-go.
It's me, Charity. I've brought you here to remind you that you can now purchase the Kingdom Hearts Story So Far collection. It has all the Kingdom Hearts knowledge that you need in one single collection. So if you're gonna complain about this series being hard to play,
I don't wanna hear it.
So while some people felt that Kingdom Hearts 3 missed the mark in some areas and pushed the boundaries of what the word satisfying means after such a long wait, there was no denying it was a fun, ambitious title that acted as a huge homage to all of the games that came before and a bold bridge to the next phase of the series. KH3 was really the first entry that truly captured the looks and feel of the Disney films to a T, but it also maintained that trademark KH emotional weirdness that has kept the series' wild ride alive and well for so long. But I hope this Basics Beginner's Guide makes your gaming experience a little better. So please rate, comment, and subscribe, and I hope you have a fantastic day.